Bang! A heavy fist slammed into his face, sending Lin Xi crashing to the ground. The strong smell of urine mixed with the sour stench unique to the wasteland filled his mouth. Then a disgusting boot began to press his face into the mud pit. Tsk tisk Lin Xi, you little piece of trash. What use is there in you living except to waste food? The one stepping on him was a ruffian with rotten teeth nicknamed Hyena. This bastard was a veteran scoundrel of the outer district. In his hand, he was weighing a dark object. It was unremarkable, just half a moldy grain bun. But it was Lin Xi's only food for the next 2 days. Elder brother Hyena. Please. My little sister. Lin Xi struggled up from the mud, reaching out to grab the hem of Hyena's clothes. Your little sister. That sickly girl should have died long ago. Wouldn't that save some food? Hyena looked at Lin Xi writhing in the puddle of urine, a twisted smile on his face. He stuffed the bun into his pocket and patted it. Consider this bun as your tribute to elder brother Hyena. What, you don't like it? Try and take it back if you dare. Heads poked out of the ragged tents around glanced, then retreated back. No one could stop such bullying on this damned wasteland. It happened every day. As per the rules set by Boss Iron Fist, as long as no one died and the trouble didn't reach the inner city gates, those inner city guards couldn't be bothered with such mess. Seeing Lin Xi lose his will to resist, Hyena spat a thick glob of phlegm onto his face. Then he hummed an old lewd folk song, 18 caresses, and walked away. Lin Xi lay face down in the muddy water, his whole body trembling. A fire burned inside him, blazing through his organs. In his previous life, he had been just as weak, watching helplessly as his little sister died. Finally, fate gave him a second chance. But it had thrown him into this damned wasteland again. And what was the result? He was still this pathetic. Weak, timid kind. In this messed-up world, weakness and kindness were the original sin. He couldn't even keep a moldy bun. Ding. Detected intense unwillingness and obsession. Compatibility 100. Anti-plunder system binding. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Xi's mind. Anti-plunder system, your plunder shall become my power. Any malicious act of plunder, exploitation, oppression, betrayal, deceit, or harm directed at the host, you will trigger a mission. Ding. Triggered novice mission, endure no more. Mission description: the plunderer Hyena stole your survival rations and humiliated you. As the future lord of retaliation, how can you let this slide? Mission objective: launch an effective counterattack against Hyena. Basic reward: elementary street brawling, no longer be bullied by skinny dogs. Bonus reward based on the intensity and creativity of the counterattack. Friendly reminder: the system appreciates efficient, lethal, and stylish revenge. Lin Xi's mind exploded. System. The cheat of a time traveler. It actually existed. He straightened up immediately. Power. I need power. To hell with kindness. To hell with tolerance. This life I will take. I will seize. I will crush everyone who bullied me under my... Hyena, you wait. The outer district of Iron Fist Sanctuary was surrounded by a protective belt built from rusty iron sheets, scrap car shells, and assorted rubble. Outside that protective belt lay the wilderness that everyone in the wasteland feared. The fear was because of countless mutated beasts. Just as dusk was settling, Lin Xi wound his way through a sheltered spot and found Hyena. The bastard was bragging with a few guys while holding half a bottle of murky water. Elder brother Hyena. Lin Xi's voice sounded unnatural, as if he hadn't recovered from the beating. Hyena saw it was this loser, spat thick phlegm on the ground. What? Not satisfied? Or do you want to come and lick my boots? No. Lin Xi answered shakily, his eyes unconsciously darting to the side. The ruffian laughed. Not what? Well, I saw a low-level mutated dog near the old sewage outlet in the southwest. Its leg seemed injured. Elder brother Hyena, if you can catch it and sell it to Chef Wong in the inner city, that can get you a few days' food. Maybe even some clean water. Hyena became interested. Mutated beasts were usually not to be provoked, but a low-level one less dangerous, and with a limp. Wasn't that a freebie? He glanced at Lin Xi's skinny frame and believed most of it. This coward definitely didn't dare to do it himself, so he reported it. Are you sure? If you lie to me, you'll feed you and your sister to the mutant rats. Lin Xi waved his hands hastily. No. It's over there, he'll lead the way. Hyena patted the iron-wrapped short rod at his waist, waved his hand. Go. Lead the way. If there's really something, he'll throw you a bone. Soon they arrived near an abandoned sewage outlet at the edge of the sanctuary. The stench was overwhelming. A pit filled with years of wastewater and filth lay before them, emitting a nauseating odor. Where's the dog? Hyena pinched his nose and looked around. Right by the pit in the grass. It was moving just a moment. Lin Xi pointed at a sparse patch of withered grass across the pit, while he himself slowly moved to the side and slightly behind Hyena. Hyena squinted, straining to see the grass in the dim light. He had no guard whatsoever against the groveling waste behind him. Now, Lin Xi threw all his weight into a powerful shove at the back of Hyena's waist. You mother! Hyena didn't even finish his curse before he lost balance and tumbled into the pit. Splash! Heavy matter hit the waterfowl, liquid splashing high. Lin Xi, he'll kill you. Gurgle. He'll skin you alive. Cough, cough. Hyena writhed madly in the fecal water, but that pool was aged over a decade and thick as honey. He couldn't break free anytime soon. Lin Xi stood at the edge of the pit, watching Hyena struggle in the sewer. His face was calm. He had been numb for 2 lifetimes. He crouched down and picked up the iron-wrapped rod that had fallen by the pit. The rod in his hand gave him a sense of security. Elder brother Hyena, take your time. He turned away from the curses behind him and disappeared into the dusk. Ding. Novice mission endure no more. Completed. Evaluation. Your revenge was remarkably swift and full of a malicious creativity that struck both body and mind of your enemy. Malice level 4 stars. Basic reward. Elementary street brawling granted. Bonus reward due to 4-star malice. 1. Constitution 1. You are no longer a weakling easily blown away by a gust. Now you are at least a sturdier sprout. 2. Skill upgrade. Elementary street brawling evolves to intermediate street combat specialization groin kick. Your kicks will cause double pain and damage and inflict severe psychological trauma on male targets. 3. Material reward white bread X1. System sponsorship pure wheat flour, no radiation, no mutation risk. A wasteland luxury. You can use it to warm the person you want to warm or eat it alone. A warm current surged through Lin Xi's body. The weakness of constant hunger faded and his muscles seemed to grow a bit more solid. Simultaneously, a wealth of combat techniques, power generation methods, and dirty tricks, especially those targeting the lower body, naturally etched into his memory. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power in his body. Then he felt something soft in his pocket. A white bread. The aroma, even through the oil paper, seemed wafting. Lin Xi's eyes grew warm. He didn't dare delay. He tucked the rod at his back and ran home. Lin Xi's so-called home was a shack built against a huge concrete rubble. Some torn canvas, rusty iron sheets, and random rotten wooden sticks were haphazardly piled outside. The shack was barely tall enough for a person to crouch inside. It was even darker inside than outside. A thin, small figure was curled up against the wall. Mower him back. As soon as Lin Xi crawled into the shack, he immediately smelled a sour, sickly odor. Brother, you're back. Are you okay? Lin Mower's voice was a little breathless. It's nothing. Today I have something good. Lin Xi groped in the dark to sit beside her, secretly tucking the short iron rod under the... Then he took out the oiled paper package from his bosom. As soon as it was opened, a sweet wheat fragrance filled the air. That pure scent seemed not to belong to this damn wasteland. Lin Mower sniffed sharply. In the darkness, she turned her head toward the source of the fragrance. Brother, this is white bread, real high-grade stuff. Try it. Lin Xi handed the bread to her. Quick, eat it while it's hot. Lin Mower didn't take it. Her hand fumbled in the dark. When she touched Lin Xi's arm, she burst into tears. Brother. Where did you get this? You promised me not to. Sell your body. Lin Xi first felt a pang of sadness, then 1,000 curses ran through his mind. This sister, just like the one from his past life, always worried about him first. But these words were helpless. This damned wasteland. Women's bodies were resources, and men's were too. Especially a handsome young man like Lin Xi. In the eyes of some despicable individuals with perverse tastes, he was considered precious. Bastard. It's not what you think. Lin Xi was about to break down. I helped a big shot inside the inner city, and he rewarded me. He took his sister's hand and placed it on the bread. Eat now, don't always let your imagination run wild. Lin Mower couldn't resist the fragrance after all, but the stubborn girl broke off a large piece and handed it to Lin Xi. Brother, you eat the big piece. You work hard. I've already eaten. This is specially for you. Lin Xi pushed the bread back. After a few rounds of refusal, Lin Mower finally took a small bite, and then Lin Xi heard a muffled sob. Is it good, eh? Lin Xi didn't speak. He sat in the darkness, listening, the image of his sister lying on a sickbed, unable to even drink porridge in his past life, overlapping with this moment. In this life at least, he had let her eat a piece of white bread. It was such a trivial thing, but to Lin Xi it was worth it. Lin Mower ate very carefully, licking up even the tiniest crumbs. Her spirit seemed a bit better. Brother, will that big shot reward you again? Maybe. Sleep now. Everything will come. When his sister's breathing gradually steadied Lin, she moved to the shack entrance. He picked up the small piece of bread that Mower had insisted he take and put it into his mouth bit by bit. It was so sweet. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the first reciprocation behavior, giving precious resources to a close relative. Triggered hidden evaluation, human nature's glimmer. Note, among all the hosts bound to this system, less than 5 have earned this evaluation. Most people after receiving rewards enjoy them first themselves. Although this system does not encourage naive kindness, this tiny glimmer might illuminate deeper darkness in the future, but it could also lead you into greater danger. Reward skill basic danger perception. You might deduce the backstabber a few hundredths of a second early. Lin Xi cursed inwardly. System, are you serious? A few hundredths of a second. What use was that? But he looked at his sister's quiet profile, then pursed his lips. Human nature's glimmer. Maybe. He clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength in his body and the cunning yet practical combat techniques in his... The hyena's revenge will surely come. The wasteland never spares the weak. The weaker you are, the more it will crush you and devour you. Come on, you bastards. Lin Xi looked at the tiny glow in the sky outside the shack. Dawn was approaching. Suddenly his basic danger perception sent a sharp sting. Footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by a stench of feces that could be felt even through the canvas. Lin Xi, you little bastard, get the hell out here. If I don't break every bone in your body and feed them to the rats today, my name isn't Hyena. Hyena's voice was sharp and hoarse. After soaking in the cesspool for most of the night, the bastard was nearly mad. Deep inside the shack, the frail Lin Mower shuddered in fear. Brother, it's bad. It's Hyena. Lin's eyes narrowed. He patted his sister's shoulder and wrapped her blanket tighter. It's fine, Mower. Stay still. He'll go out and deal with some trash. With that, he pulled out a short iron rod and ducked out of the shack. The scene outside was quite a sight. The bastard Hyena hadn't even bothered to clean himself up before rushing over for revenge. Filth clung to his hair, and crusted yellow stains marked his face. His clothes were beyond description, utterly revolting. He glared viciously at Lin Xi, a notched machete in his hand. An eerie stillness surrounded the shack. A few numb or curious faces peeked through the gaps, then quickly withdrew. The other wasteland survivors who usually scraped by alongside Lin Xi now clamped their hands over their mouths, terror in their eyes. In the outer zone of Iron Fist, thugs like Hyena ruled the top of the food chain. If they set their sights on someone, that person was doomed. Help. Mediation. That would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine, asking for death. The wasteland offered no rewards for heroism. The grass on the graves of those who meddled was likely already 2 meters tall. Yo. Lin Xi stopped and looked Hyena up and down. Hyena, did you go gold panning in the septic tank overnight? Or are you here to show off that cesspool dive from last night and beg for applause? A laugh escaped from some corner, then abruptly stopped. Hyena's face flushed a deep purple. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation. A worthless worm he considered an ant had shoved him into a cesspool and now mocked him publicly. Damn, it'll kill you, he roared, charging forward with his machete. Lin Xi suddenly looked up and pointed at the sky behind Hyena. Look, a plane. The shout was so abrupt, and his expression so convincing. Hyena instinctively twisted his neck, his gaze following upward. It was the classic opening move he used to distract his enemies. Hey, isn't that my own signature move? The thought barely crossed Hyena's mind before an agonizing pain, as if his very soul were being crushed, exploded between his legs. Ow. Oof. Hyena's eyes bulged, and he gasped for air. The force of his charge and the ferocity of his swing evaporated under the torment beyond physical endurance. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his groin. Intermediate specialization groin kick activated. Double damage critical hit. Inflicted with severe psychological trauma effect. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. Every peeper instinctively clamped their legs together, the phantom pain making them feel a sudden urge to urinate. But Lin Xi didn't stop. Beating a drowning dog was a fundamental law of the wasteland, and every wasteland survivor knew never to give an enemy a chance to recover. He stepped forward, swung his short rod, and applied the street fighting techniques he had mastered the night before. A dull thud followed by a sickening crack rang out. Hyena's jaw took a heavy blow and several bloodied yellow teeth flew out. He fell flat on his back, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his eyes glazing over. But Lin Xi knew that a beast raised in the wasteland could bite back at any moment if it wasn't completely dead. He remembered his own cowardice and helplessness when his sister had suffered from illness in his past life. He remembered the humiliation of having Hyena stomp him into the mud the day before. Crouching down, a ruthless glint in his eyes, he pinned one of Hyena's arm joints with the rod and stepped on his shoulder. Then he wrenched the rod with force. A sharp crack echoed as bones snapped. Hyena, who had passed out, let out a scream. Expressionless Lin Xi used the same brutal method to break the joints of the other arm and both lower legs. With each sound of cracking bone, the fear on the refugees' faces deepened. By the end, everyone looked at Lin Xi with utter dismay. Was this the same pathetic Lin Xi who never fought back or talked back, who let everyone bully him? His methods were 10 times more ruthless than Hyena's. When he finished, Hyena lay on the ground like a pool of mud, barely breathing. Lin Xi stood up, catching his breath as a flush spread across his face, the adrenaline slowly fading. He wiped the grime off his rod and swept his gaze over the eyes that had been watching him. Seen enough. Get this garbage out of the outer zone. Whoever does it gets the half-compressed biscuit in his pocket. Silence hung for a few seconds. A middle-aged man, his eyes green with hunger, dashed out, grabbed Hyena by the leg, and dragged him away, followed by 2 others. In the wasteland, the temptation of a compressed biscuit could drive anyone to do anything. As the crowd dragged Hyena like a dead dog toward the wilderness, Lin Xi turned back into the shack. Inside, Lin Mower's face was pale with fear. Brother, did you kill him? No, but he's finished. Lin Xi softened his tone and wiped the cold sweat from his sister's forehead with the back of his relatively clean hand. Remember, Mower, in the wasteland, never show mercy to your enemies, or you'll be cruel to yourself and those you protect. From now on, no one here will dare to steal from us. Hearing her brother say this, Lin Mower felt at ease and soon drifted back into a hazy slumber. Lin Xi sat down to rest for a moment. Establishing authority was the first step, but life still had to be taken slowly. He still had to report for work at the inner-city kitchen today. Being late or absent would provoke Wong the cook, that inhuman creature whose deductions of food rations were far more vicious than a hyena snatching a bun. He hid the short club under the dry grass in the corner of the shack, then picked up the wooden identity token representing his status as a handyman. The token was carved from wood covered in scrawls that looked like gibberish, the work of some so-called talented carver. Lin Xi walked toward the inner city. The so-called inner city was merely the outer area encircled by a wall. The wall, less than 3 meters high, was haphazardly built with mud, gravel, and scrap wood riddled with holes. This meager defense was utterly inadequate against formidable mutant beasts, but it offered a pitiful shred of psychological comfort. 2 guards armed with iron spears stood at the entrance. They glanced at Lin Xi's wooden token and waved him through. The inner city indeed looked somewhat better than the outer area. The shacks were relatively orderly, and the roads were barely clean. One could even spot a few relatively intact concrete buildings from the old era. The air lacked the stench of urine prevalent in the outer city, though a faint lingering smell of earth still hung about. People's faces still bore numbness and fatigue, but they were devoid of the desperate sense of imminent death that pervaded the outer zone. The kitchen was located in a half-collapsed building near the center of the inner city. As soon as he approached, a stench of rotting entrails assaulted his senses. This was the food processing center of Iron Fist Shelter, the crucial hub that sustained the survival of the inner city's elite within this small refuge. Just as Lin Xi reached the entrance, a greasy figure blocked his path. It was Wang the cook, that fat bastard. His small eyes narrowed at the sight of Lin Xi, immediately twisting into a murderous expression. Lin Xi, where the hell have you been, huh? Look at the time. You haven't even finished dealing with yesterday's mutant hyena carcass for me. Soon the hunting team will be back, and there will be fresh meat to process. You trying to work me to death, huh? A torrent of boar-like roars sprayed onto Lin Xi's face. Wang the Fat was a level 1 life-type ability user. His ability was called Purification Hand, capable of processing mutant beast meat below level 3. Through contact with his hands and a set of processing procedures, he could remove the harmful parts from mutant beast meat, turning it into barely edible safe meat. Safe meat was far more precious in the shelter than ordinary food. This was the capital that allowed Wang the Fat to throw his weight around. Lin Xi immediately lowered his head, reverting to his former cowering demeanor. Master Wang, I'm sorry. Something came up in the outer area this morning. He'll get to it right away, and make sure it doesn't hold you up. Hold me up. You think saying so makes it so? Wang the Fat snorted coldly, his small eyes scanning Lin Xi but finding nothing. Rules are rules. Late means ration deduction. Embarking 2 days worth of food. Any more lip and you're out of this handyman job. Go back to the outer area and eat dirt. Ration deduction again. Those moldy grain buns were what kept Lin Xi and his sister alive. Wang the Fat had used this tactic to control him time and again. In the past, Lin Xi could only swallow his anger, even forcing a smile when spat upon. But today was different. Ding. Detected persistent exploitation and oppression. Subject Wang the cook, level 1 life-type ability user. Nature of action: using authority to deduct resources vital to the host's survival while engaging in psychological suppression and labor exploitation. Triggered quest: the cook spoon. Quest description: this cook, who wields the authority of purification, seems to have forgotten that his food supply depends on your labor. He takes your submission for granted and delights in deductions. It's time to make him realize that even a kitchen waste handler can turn his stomach. Quest objective: within the kitchen work environment, effectively counter Wang the cook's exploitative behavior while ensuring you keep your base reward. Replicated weakened ability: elementary contamination processing. You can initially sense and attempt to process harmful substances in low-level mutant materials. Success rate and effectiveness far below the original. Bonus reward determined by the ingenuity of the counter and the degree of utilization of the work environment. System tip: the kitchen is a place full of surprises, you know. Here it comes. Lin Xi lowered his head, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Counter: within the kitchen environment, cleverly and without losing his job. His mind raced with calculations, but his face plastered on an even more servile smile. Master Wang, please calm down. He'll get to work right away and do it fast and well. Seeing him submit, Wang the Fat's anger subsided slightly, but the ration deduction remained unchanged. He waved his hand impatiently. Get in there and work. Let's talk. Clean up those offal first. The stench is enough to choke a person. Yes, sir. Lin Xi replied, quickly ducking into the kitchen. Before entering the kitchen, Lin Xi glanced at Wang the Fat's purification hands, and a plan formed in his mind. To deal with trash, you need trashy methods. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Xi rolled up his sleeves and picked up a rusty, yet still sharp iron knife. In the wooden basin of the kitchen, various parts of mutant beasts were soaking. Several laborers, just like Lin Xi, wore grim expressions as they dealt with these scraps. To get back at Fat Wang, he directly crouched beside the most difficult pile of offal. Suppressing his nausea, he began skillfully dissecting and cleaning. His 3 years as a laborer had not been in vain. His hands moved with practiced efficiency. While working, he observed from the corner of his eye. Fat Wang had dragged a broken chair into the kitchen to act as overseer, his massive body causing the chair to creak under the strain. That fat bastard was reveling in this sense of control. Opportunities needed to be created. From 3 years of dealing with him, Lin Mo knew the fat man had some cleanliness obsession. At the same time, his purification hands seemed to fear contact with heavily contaminated items. With this thought, Lin Xi formed a plan. He continued his motions, but deliberately, while cutting a piece of meat still attached to its sinew. He slipped and let the bone knife slide. A small piece of meat bearing suspicious lymph nodes and dark bloodstains coincidentally flew up. It traced a parabolic arc. With a smack it stuck to the back of Fat Wong's pudgy hand. Oh, sorry. Master Wong. My hand slipped. Lin Xi immediately stood up in a fluster, apologizing profusely, still holding the iron knife, dripping with blood. Fat Wong shuddered at the sticky sensation. Looking down he saw that disgusting piece of meat plastered onto his precious hand. This was his meal ticket, the vessel for his purification hands. Although this level of contamination had little effect on him, it was revolting. And in front of all these laborers. Are your fucking eyes in your crotch? Fat Wong shot up, rage surging. He shook his hand, trying to fling off that damned piece of meat. Let me wipe it off for you. Lin Xi acted even more panicked, stepping forward in a rush. In his hand was a dirty rag originally used to wipe the knife, now covered in all kinds of blood, meat scraps, and unidentified slime. Without waiting for a reply he pressed it against Fat Wong's hand, and began wiping vigorously. Ugh! Fat Wong felt an indescribable stench assault his nostrils. Now not only was the piece of meat on his hand, but it was also smeared with a layer of aged grime from the rag. A double assault on sight and smell. Get away! He jerked his hand back, his stomach churning. Seeing his hand now dirtier than a laborer's, he trembled with rage, his fat jiggling. Sorry, Master Wong, I didn't mean to. I just panicked, afraid of dirtying your hand. Lin Xi stepped back 2 paces, continuing to apologize with his head bowed, his shoulders seemingly trembling in fear. But if anyone looked closely, a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in his downcast eyes. Ding. Progress update on the chef's boon task. Counterattack behavior assessed using the excuse of a work mistake to inflict effective mental and sensory damage on the exploiter. Publicly soiling his hands, which are his livelihood, and slightly challenging his authority. Evaluation: the method was somewhat crude, but it had the advantage of using what was at hand and hitting the sore spot directly. The surprise of the kitchen is always so raw and authentic. Task completion 70. Please continue your efforts or seek an opportunity to deliver the final blow. Still a bit short. Lin Xi's mind raced. Fat Wong was already on the verge of eruption. Another similar accident would make even a fool suspicious. He had to change his approach, make it more natural, something that would leave the fat man with no recourse. Lin Xi stood to one side, looking at a loss. Everyone thought he was blaming himself for his carelessness. But his gaze had already swept toward a corner of the kitchen. There stood a broken wooden bucket containing the trimmings and waste Fat Wong had cut off while processing mutant meat. It included some oddly colored organ fragments, slime, and the glandular secretions of some mutant beast. The smell was extremely pungent, something even the laborers usually avoided. Lin Xi had a plan in mind. Just then a commotion arose from outside. The hunting team had returned. They had brought back some new prey and were calling for the laborers to come out and help carry it in. Well, if that wasn't an opportunity knocking. The hunting party returned, and Fatty Wong, too preoccupied to continue scolding Lin, she shot him a vicious glare. They'll settle accounts with you when I get back. Get the hell out and move the stuff. He cursed, rushing to find water to wash his precious purifying hands. Lin Xi followed the other laborers outside. The hunting party had dragged back 2 small creatures that resembled mutated goats along with a few irradiated rabbits. He worked diligently to help carry them, but his gaze frequently swept toward that bucket. As Lin Xi was hauling one of the goats, he happened to trip on a slippery stone. His body stumbled, and the meat on his shoulder slid. He panicked, trying to steady himself, his arms flailing involuntarily. His elbow coincidentally slammed into the edge of that battered bucket, filled with waste. Clang! The old bucket, already fragile, tipped over from the impact. The suspiciously colored, pungent, viscous wastes. The spill landed right where Fatty Wong had placed his precious boots by the wall. Oh no! The bucket tipped, a laborer exclaimed. Fatty Wong turned at the noise and saw the filth that made even his ability feel slightly uneasy, gleefully flooding over his boots and seeping into the leather he claimed could resist common radiation dust. My boots! Fatty Wong's scream was even more piercing than the hyena's earlier cry when it was kicked. He had saved up rations for ages to trade for these boots. They were a symbol of his status in the inner city, distinguishing him from common laborers and guards. They were also his psychological assurance for moving through relatively clean areas. Now those dignified boots were soaking in a super pollutant that even mutated rats might disdain. Fatty Wong's face turned green as he pointed at Lin Xi, his finger trembling. You. Lin Xi looked terrified, his face pale, and his words incoherent. And Master Wong. The ground was too slippery. I couldn't keep my balance. The bucket just. I'll pay you back. He fumbled for his pocket, which was of course empty. Pay with what? He couldn't trade his life for those boots. And under everyone's watch, Lin Xi's fall and collision with the bucket seemed entirely accidental, a clumsy mishap. The look of terror and regret on his face was more genuine than gold. Fatty Wong's chest heaved violently as he looked at his contaminated boots, then at the spreading, disgusting mess on the ground. He then glanced at Lin Xi's pitiful, foolish expression. A surge of anger choked in his chest, nearly making him explode on the spot. What could he do? Beat Lin Xi to death on the spot for this accident? Not worth it over a pair of boots, and Lin Xi was indeed one of the most skilled laborers. He handled the dirty work quickly and well. If he killed him, who would do these menial tasks? Finally he ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Fine. They'll deduct. Deduct 5 days rations. No 10 days. You won't get a full share this month. Now get lost. Click, then get the new haul in and process it. If you're not done, you're not leaving tonight. It was another ration deduction, but Lin Xi knew this was the heaviest punishment Fatty Wong could impose in his rage without harming his own interests. He submissively agreed and hurried to get the cleaning tools. But a glint of triumph flickered in his eyes. Ding. Quest the chef's boon. Complete. Final evaluation, a flawless combo executed with fluid grace. From the accidental contamination of the hands to the overturning of the waste bucket, he had fully utilized the kitchen environment and the exploiter's psychological weaknesses. Though no physical harm was inflicted, it dealt a triple blow to his spirit senses and prized possessions. And it remained perfectly within the bounds of a workplace accident securing his job. Ingenuity, environmental utilization. Basic reward issued ability copy weakened primary contamination processing. Allows perception and attempted processing of hazardous substances and mutated materials up to level 1 with a 30 success rate and halved effectiveness. Note can be improved through practice or consuming more of the same type of ability. Bonus reward for exceptionally high ingenuity and environmental utilization 1. Agility 1. Your movements seem slightly more nimble even if that fall was very realistic. But with this agility, you might control yourself better the next time you accidentally stumble. 2. Skill upgrade. Primary contamination processing evolves into intermediate discernment hands. Your ability to discern the harmfulness of mutated substances increases. The upper limit for harmless processing is raised to mutated beast meat below level 4 success rate and effectiveness still lower than the original purifying hands. At the same time, your hand's tolerance to contamination is slightly enhanced. 3. Material reward honey glazed roast meat system special edition X1 portion. Made from unknown safe beast meat processed with system black technology and glazed with a mysterious honey sauce before. Rich aroma, excellent taste with mild energy that can slowly improve physique, more effective for the weak. Keep up the anti-exploitation efforts. The system occasionally wants to improve its host's diet. A warm current swept through him again, this time concentrated in his limbs and eyes. Lin Xi felt his body become lighter and more coordinated. As he looked at the waste on the ground and the pile of mutated beast meat nearby, he could faintly sense the gray, decaying aura within them. That must be the so-called contamination and mutation factors. At the same time, vague knowledge of how to reduce the activity of these substances through techniques and tools surfaced in his mind. Next, a slight weight settled in his chest. Through his clothes, he could feel a long, leaf-wrapped object. A rich, sweet-on-salty aroma of roasted meat stubbornly seeped out even through the leaves. Honey-glazed roast meat. Perfect for nourishing Mower's body. Lin Xi suppressed the joy in his heart, lowering his head to clean the filth on the ground with even more diligence, as if trying to make amends for his past mistakes. Wong the fatty, his face ashen, found a relatively clean spot attempting to clean his boots with a mix of distress and disgust. He occasionally cast venomous glances at Lin Xi, but at least for now he refrained from picking a fight. The laborers working nearby dared not speak, but their exchanged glances carried a subtle strangeness. This Lin Xi. Word had it this morning, he had crippled the hyena and thrown him out. And now he had accidentally made Wong the fatty suffer such a bitter loss. Was he still the same Lin Xi as before? The sky over the wasteland was gray and unchanging, but something had begun to shift. As he cleaned, Lin Xi silently complained to the system, "Hey, if you're going to reward me with an ability, why give me a weakened version? And next time could you at least provide supplies that are easier to hide? The aroma of this roasted meat is so tempting it's making me drool. What if someone smells it?" Ding. System notification. This system aims to cultivate the Lord of Backlash, not the God of Plunder. The weakened version is meant to help you appreciate the hard-won nature of knowledge and skills, preventing a mindset of entitlement from unearned gains. Remember, in the wasteland, the more arrogant you are, the sooner you die. As for the issue of supply odor, it is recommended that the host quickly improve their strength to acquire a private safe space, where you could eat it now. This system has no objection to the host choosing to hoard it alone. Eat it alone. Am I that kind of person? Lin Xi rolled his eyes inwardly, moving his hands faster. He needed to finish the work quickly and bring the roasted meat back to Mower. Life in the wasteland stretched long ahead. Wong the fatty's exploitation wouldn't stop, and other oppressors from the inner city lurked there too. But Lin Xi suddenly felt that the rusty bone knife in his hand was a bit more comfortable to use than before. He knew his path of anti-plunder, anti-exploitation. Like the warm honey-glazed roasted meat in his pocket was just beginning to emit its enticing aroma, with that system-exclusive honey-glazed roasted meat as his mental fuel. Lin's eyes' work efficiency in the afternoon shot up to the max, although Wong the fatty's fat face was still as foul as a pig's bladder soaked in swill. He found no excuse to flare up all afternoon, mainly because Lin's eyes' nimble hands left him no faults to pick. Even the most disgusting offal was handled quickly and cleanly, leaving his pent-up anger with no outlet. When Lin Xi walked out of the inner city, clutching a moldy bread bun the size of a fingernail after deductions, the wasteland's dusk had just fallen. The color was like someone had mixed ashes with diluted blood and splashed it across a canvas. On his way home, Lin Xi keenly noticed a change in the atmosphere. The gazes that once mocked him now darted away quickly upon meeting his eyes. A few punks who used to follow the hyena directly turned into side streets when they saw him from afar. People's eyes held a silent fear mixed with a hint of tentative flattery. Lin Xi's face remained expressionless, but he understood better than anyone. In the wasteland, walls have ears, especially in the outer zone where news spreads as fast as lice. The matter of him breaking the hyena into a human stump and throwing him out this morning had likely become today's headline. The title was probably something like shocking. The most cowardly laborer in the outer zone turns dark pit latrine warrior beats up old street bully. When he reached the area of shanty towns leaning against concrete blocks, he found his home had changed. The dilapidated shack less than 2 square meters and leaking both wind and rain was gone. In its place was a noticeably larger shanty located in a relatively sheltered windproof spot within this area. Though the materials were still torn tarps and iron sheets, they were thicker and the frame was sturdier. There was even an old door panel placed underneath as a floor to keep out moisture. The small patch of ground at the entrance had been simply cleared. This was the former mansion of the hyena. In the eastern part of the outer zone, this spot had the least wind and sand, occasionally catching some rare sunlight. A few gaunt men with shrewd eyes stood nearby rubbing their hands. Seeing Lin Xi return, they quickly scurried over. "Brother Lin, you're back." A man with a cleft lip bowed and scraped. "Your old shack was too cramped, so we got together and we cleared out all of that hyenas. Aw spit, that trash is stuff, laid down fresh hay and found a board so you won't feel the bumps when you sleep." He pointed to a relatively flat composite board faintly visible inside the shack. Another man, thin as a pole, quickly handed over a dirty cloth pouch. Inside came the faint sound of hard objects colliding. "Brother Lin, this is a small token from us brothers, this month's share. We used to give it to that dead hyena, but now it's only right to offer it to you." The cloth pouch contained a few heavily worn old-era coins, a small pinch of low-quality tobacco, likely scavenged from the inner city's black market, and half a piece of dark-dried meat carefully wrapped in oil paper. It was unclear what animal the meat came from, but it was certainly better than the moldy bread bun. Lin Xi didn't take it immediately, his gaze sweeping over the men and then to the new shack. This was the rule of the wasteland, the naked law of the jungle. Yesterday you were a stray dog anyone could kick. Today, if you crippled the former hyena, you became the new hyena. Enjoying his territory, his tribute, and the pitiful comfort he left behind. Warmth, morality, none of that existed here. Only fists and blood mattered. "Leave the stuff," Lin Xi said. "Manage this area as before and don't cause trouble, nor let anyone cause trouble for me." Understood. The men, as if pardoned, put down the pouch, muttered a few words of loyalty, and quickly withdrew. As if lingering even a second longer would draw the attention of this newly minted pit latrine warrior. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Xi finally turned his gaze toward the entrance of the shack. The frail Lin Mower sat curled up there, clutching a few of their tattered old blankets. Her small face was still pale, but her eyes were wide open, and in her hand, she tightly gripped a sketch drawn with charcoal on a scrap of old paper. The image depicted a woman with blurred features, yet a gentle expression, caressing the heads of 2 children. That was the only remnant of Aunt Lu, who had cared for them 3 years ago before becoming Iron Fist's lover and meeting her tragic end. The moment Lin Mower saw her brother return, light flickered back into her eyes. "Brother. They said this is where we'll live from now on." "Why?" Lin Xi walked over, bent down, and lifted his sister along with the blankets into his arms. It was noticeably easier than before. The effect of the one constitution was evident. He stepped into the new shack and placed his sister on the makeshift bed of composite board padded with dry grass. "Because your brother drove away the bullies," Lin Xi explained simply, then led Lin Mower to survey their new surroundings. The space inside was indeed much larger, at least enough to stretch out their legs. In the corner lay a few remnants left behind by Hyena, a chipped iron can, several relatively sturdy ropes, and even a half bottle of murky clean water. Though the shack still carried a lingering stubborn stench of a rogue, it was far better than the dark, damp hovel they had before. He pulled out an object wrapped in broad leaves from his bosom. As he unwrapped the leaves, the overpowering aroma of roasted meat could no longer be contained, instantly flooding the small space. Lin Mower's little nose twitched uncontrollably, her gaze fixed on the piece of roasted meat, with its golden crispy skin coated in honey glaze. The scent and color stood in stark contrast to the gray, filthy, and rotting wasteland, like something from a dream. This is also. Her voice trembled, barely daring to believe it. A reward for good work. Extra, Lin Xi told, a white light tearing off about 2/3 and handing it to his sister. "Eat quickly while it's still warm." Lin Mower took the piece of meat and took a cautious bite. In that instant, the rich flavor of the meat, the sweet sauce, and the perfect greasiness exploded in her mouth. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last tasted meat, let alone meat with such sweetness. Chewing the roasted meat slowly, Lin Mower felt as if she might faint from sheer happiness. But she held back, trying to hand the rest back. "Brother, you eat. You worked hard. I've already eaten. This is yours." Lin Xi pressed her hand down his tone, leaving no room for argument. "Eat it all, not a single bit left. The smell is too strong. If it lingers, it might attract something." He spoke the truth. In a wasteland where food was scarce to the extreme, such a rich aroma could turn the starving eyes of those in neighboring tents into beasts. Only then did Lin Mower obey and begin to eat. Lin Xi sat beside her gnawing on a hard moldy bun. Watching the rare look of contentment on his sister's face, something soft stirred in his heart. What he failed to protect in his past life, he would not lose again in this one. Nightfall fully enveloped the wasteland, plunging the outer zone into a strange cacophony. Faint sounds of brawls and curses drifted from a distance. Closer by, the moans of women and the gasps of men formed a backdrop punctuated by haggling over half a biscuit or a sip of clean water. Cold, direct, utterly shameless. Lin Xi had just covered the shack's entrance with a scrap of iron sheet, preparing to rest, when he heard light footsteps outside. A deliberately softened but hoarse and weary female voice sounded, "Brother Lin. Are you asleep?" Lin Xi frowned and lifted a corner of the iron sheet. Outside stood two women, both young, but with haggard faces and deep eye bags, wearing tattered clothes that barely covered their bodies, shivering in the cold night wind. They forced fawning smiles onto their faces. "Brother Lin, it's cold at night. We sisters want to get warm." One of them spoke and tried to push into the shack, while the other attempted to flaunt her thin frame. Lin Xi raised his hand to block them. "Get lost." "Not needed." The woman in front froze her smile, stiffening, a flicker of humiliation in her eyes. "Brother Lin, just a bite to eat. Well, do anything. We're younger than that Aunt Lou from back then, and cleaner." She spoke recklessly, grasping at any possible bargaining chip. At the mention of Aunt Lou, a chill flashed in Lin's eyes. That woman who had once given him and his sister a sliver of warmth, but ultimately had to cling to iron fist, and met a miserable end. In the wasteland, a woman's body and a man's fist were both circulating hard currency. Only cheaper and more easily. "I said get lost." Lin's voice carried a biting cold, the short stick in his hand faintly visible. The two women flinched in fright and hurriedly retreated into the darkness. Faint sounds of sobbing and cursing drifted from outside. Whether aimed at Lin Xi or at this damned world was unclear. Lin Xi lowered the iron sheet and leaned against the cold wall, a surge of anger rising within him. Damn this dog-eat-dog wasteland. But he knew rage alone was useless. He needed power, greater power, to make himself and his sister live somewhat like human beings in this cesspool of a world. The next morning, just as Lin Xi had finished wiping his sister's face with the precious clean water, a commotion arose outside. Three figures swaggered up to his new shack. Lin Xi recognized all three of them, or rather his memory held a deep fear of them. These three were the other overlords of the outer zone besides Hyena. One eye truly blind and one eye said to have been cut by a mutated weed outside the city, ruthless and merciless, vulture tall and thin, with a sinister gaze, skilled in stealing and shooting arrows from the shadows. And then there was Fatso, true to his name, a mountain of flesh, said to have been fattened up after surviving on some mutated plant in his early years, immensely strong and thick-skinned. The moment the three of them stood there, the few refugees lingering nearby to watch scurried away. Even the petty thugs who had been trying to curry favor with Lin Xi dared not come close. One eye sized Lin Xi up with his one murky eye, speaking first. "Lin Xi, how grown up in a day have you? Found your balls in a cesspit?" Vulture chimed in with a sinister tone. "According to the old rules of the outer zone, since you crippled Hyena, his turf is rightfully yours. But kid, rules are rules. Whether you can hold on to the turf depends on whether you've got the stomach for it. The eastern block here might not have much fat, but it's next to the inner city dump, and you can occasionally scrounge up something good. You're alone, a greenhorn who just climbed up. Afraid you can't hold it, can you?" Fatso chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "Yeah, don't go biting off more than you can chew and break your teeth. We're doing you a favor sharing the load. From now on, of the tribute collected in the east, you keep 30% and hand the remaining 70 over to us. We'll keep this area safe for you. How about it? Pretty fair, right?" It was a naked threat and blatant extortion. They saw Lin Xi as newly in power, his foundation unstable, and wanted to join forces to teach this newcomer a lesson. 70% tribute. What difference was that from being exploited by Hyena before? Even crueler. Ding. Detected joint exploitation and coercive territorial aggression. Acting entities, One Eye, Vulture, Fatso, outer zone thug leaders. Nature of act, under the guise of sharing the load, engaging in plunder, attempting to carve up the host's newly acquired basic survival resources and territory, accompanied by armed threats and encroachment on interests. Quest triggered territory defense. Quest description: the stench of Hyena's cesspit hasn't even faded and new vultures can't wait to swoop in for a feast. They think you're a fledgling who got lucky, unaware that you're already a young beast sharpening its claws. Will you bare your fangs immediately, or pick them off one by one in the shadows? Your choice will determine the power you gain. Quest objective: repel the enemies or resolve this territorial crisis through other means, establishing your authority in the Eastern District. Choice A: strike back immediately. Use force to defeat or intimidate the three hidden higher risk but immediate rewards. Base reward: random combat skill basic. Bonus reward: high chance of physical enhancement based on combat performance. Choice B: scheme before acting. Use wit, intelligence, or divisive tactics to deal with them one by one. Longer cycle rewards favor strategy. Base reward: random support strategy skill basic. Bonus reward may obtain special resources, intelligence, or hidden advantages based on the cunning of the strategy and execution effectiveness. Please make your choice within 60 seconds. Friendly reminder, a brute may win a battle, but a wise man survives the war. As the options appeared, Lin Xi's mind raced. Strike back immediately. The three across from him were all seasoned thugs who lived by the blade. He himself had 1 physique, 1 agility, and the groin kick mastery. But 1 fist can't beat 4 hands, let alone 6. The risk was too great, and his little sister was still inside. System: I choose B. Scheme before acting. Lin Xi thought silently. Choice confirmed. Quest mode changed, timely dismantling, 12 hours. A wise choice. System friendly tip: based on past information, scans the targets One Eye and Vulture have recently been feuding over a woman named Xiao Dai with hidden resentment brewing. Target Fatso is a glutton with an unusual obsession for the occasional subpar processed meat that leaks out from Chef Wang's. Information dispatched. Host is advised to make good use of it. Cunning is the finest weapon and the deadliest blade. Feuding over a woman. A glutton. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Xi's eyes. Got it. Yet his face showed only hesitation and inner conflict. He glanced at the three, then looked back at the shack, implying there was someone he cared about inside. Finally, as if admitting defeat, he lowered his head. 3 big brothers. This is all too sudden. Could you give me half a day to think it over? Tonight, they'll give you my answer. Deal. One Eye and the others exchanged glances. Lin Xi's reaction was just as they'd expected. A greenhorn had gotten lucky facing the combined pressure of 3 seasoned men. It would be strange if he dared to fight back immediately. Giving him half a day to think it over was just him wrestling with himself, who in the end had most likely cave. Fine, half a day it is, One Eye said with a magnanimous air. Tonight, same place. If you know what's good for you, you can follow us from now on, and we'll make sure you get. If you don't. He let out a cold laugh, leaving the rest unsaid. The 3 spat out a few more threats before swaggering off. As if the Eastern District was already theirs for the taking. Lin Xi slipped back into the shack, his face immediately darkening. He first calmed his little sister, who had been frightened by the commotion outside. Then he began rummaging through the cloth bundle that the petty thugs had tribute yesterday. Coins and tobacco were useless, but that small half-black piece of dried meat. That might just work. Mower big brother's going out to take care of something. He'll be right back. Don't open the door for anyone, got it? Lin Xi left the short staff with his sister for self-defense. He pocketed the dried meat, picked up the chipped iron can from the corner, and stepped out. Following the system's hints and his own fragmented memories, he quickly found the woman named Xiao Dai on the western side of the outer zone. Xiao Dai was a young woman, her looks considered slightly above average by wasteland standards. At that moment, she was facing a broken mirror shard, attempting to apply the juice of some plant to her chapped lips. Lin Xi walked over directly, pulling out the half piece of dried meat and waving it before her astonished gaze. Xiao Dai, you know One Eye and Vulture, right? Xiao Dai's eyes immediately locked onto the dried meat, her throat bobbing as she nodded. Do me a favor. Use your methods to lure Vulture alone to the ruins behind the old water tower in the East District. Tell him you found One Eye hiding some contraband, there's something about him. Lin Xi lowered his voice. After it's done, besides this dried meat, there will be other things for you. And from now on, I'll have your back in the East District. One Eye and Vulture might not have a future anyway. Xiao Dai's eyes darted rapidly. She glanced at the dried meat, then at Lin Xi's calm, yet ruthless gaze. Surviving in these outer fringes relied on reading people and assessing situations. She had heard about Lin Xi crippling the Hyena. Now the other 3 big shots were ganging up on him. This was a gamble. If she won, there was immediate gain and possibly a connection to a rising power. If she lost, she could always go back to selling herself. With hardly a moment's hesitation, she reached out, snatched the dried meat, and whispered, 1 hour. Behind the old water tower. With that, she turned and slipped into the cluster of shanties nearby. Lin Xi watched her retreating back, his heart utterly placid. Betrayal and treachery were as natural as breathing in this place. Morality. That was a luxury only occasionally dusted off when food was guaranteed. He immediately headed for the ruins of the old water tower, found a concealed corner suitable for an ambush, crouched down, and waited in silence. The basic danger perception granted by the system seemed to tingle faintly, keeping him on high alert. In less than an hour, hurried footsteps approached. Vulture's gaunt figure appeared at the edge of the ruins, his face a mask of confusion and a hint of eagerness as he looked around. Xiao Dai, what did you say that bastard One Eye hid? Now. Lin Xi emerged silently from the shadows, his speed so great that Vulture only caught a blurry silhouette. Agility 1 was indeed useful. The intermediate mastery of the groin kick was fully unleashed, its aim precise, vicious, and cunning. Ugh! A similarly piercing, inhuman scream exploded across the ruins. Vulture collapsed as if all strength had been drained from him, his eyes rolling back as he went limp. He clutched his groin with both hands, his body curling up like a shrimp, unable even to utter a curse. Lin Xi gave him no chance. He stepped forward and bound his hands and feet tightly with rope he had prepared earlier. He also tore a piece of Vulture's tattered clothing and stuffed it into his mouth. The entire process was clean and efficient, taking less than 30 seconds. Ding. Mission Territory Defense Progress updated. Primary threat target successfully neutralized, Vulture incapacitated and no longer a threat. Strategy, execution, evaluation, efficient, precise, fully utilizing intelligence and human weaknesses. Stage, reward, distributed 1. Mental strength 1. You feel your mind is clearer, your thinking sharper, and your perception of danger seems slightly keener. Perhaps you can now devise underhanded tactics that don't solely rely on groin kicks. 2. Skill acquired, basic, eloquence, instigation. You seem more adept at using words to guide others' emotions, especially effective when involving interest, jealousy, and suspicion. Effectiveness depends on the target's intelligence and your acting skills. 3. Material, reward, basic, nutrient solution, X1. A pale green liquid containing concentrated energy and mild restorative components. It has a good regulating effect on those with weak constitutions or malnutrition. Use it wisely. A small glass vial filled with pale green liquid appeared in Lin Xi's pocket. Joy surged within him. This was perfect for improving Mower's health. He glanced at Vulture, who was still twitching unconsciously on the ground, and dragged him like a dead dog deeper into the ruins. He covered him lightly with broken stones and rubble, ensuring no one would find him for at least a few hours. Having dealt with Vulture cleanly, Lin Xi strolled back to his new shack as if nothing had happened. The cool vial of basic nutrient solution in his pocket made his heart race faster than any other prize. The sooner Mower could recover, the lighter the weight on his soul. In this wretched wasteland, his courage would also grow stronger. Inside the shack, Lin Mower was carefully studying Aunt Liu's sketch in the dim light filtering through the cracks. Hearing movement, she looked up, her eyes lighting up. Brother, you're back. Are you okay? I'm fine. What could happen? Lin Xi crouched before her and pulled out the vial of pale green nutrient solution. The glass tube glistened in the dim light, its liquid clarity a thing that didn't belong to the wasteland. Look, I got lucky today. Found. Cook Wong. He was in a good mood and gave it to me. He changed his story on the fly, blaming the dead fat man being easier than explaining the system. Lin Mower took the small vial curiously, its surface cool to the touch. What is this? Water. Even the clean water of the wasteland was murky. She had rarely seen liquid so clear. It's sweet water. Good for your health. Try it. Lin Xi helped her pull out the simple cork. An extremely faint, refreshing herbal scent wafted out, soothing the soul. Lin Mower took a tentative sip, and her eyes immediately. The liquid was slightly sweet on the tongue, carrying an indescribable freshness. As it slid down her throat, a gentle warmth spread from her stomach. A rosy hue almost visibly bloomed across her pale little face. So comfortable. She couldn't help taking another small sip. The lingering weakness and dull headaches that had plagued her seemed to ease. A heavy drowsiness then washed over her. Brother, I'm a bit sleepy. Sleep then. The medicine is working. A good rest will make you feel better. Lin Xi took back the vial, now only a quarter full, recorked it, and hid it beneath the dry hay in a corner of the shack. Watching his sister fall asleep, almost instantly he felt relieved. System-produced items were always top-notch. After settling his sister Lin, she hurried to the inner-city kitchen. He still had to work, and he still had to earn his meals, even though they were nearly docked to nothing. Fatty Wong's sour face was as unpleasant as ever, but Lin Xi was in a good mood and worked with exceptional briskness. He almost enjoyed this busyness because it freed his mind to scheme. The effect of mental strength 1 was substantial. He felt his thinking was clearer, as if a layer of fog shrouding his mind had been. The relationships and character weaknesses of One-Eye Vulture already dealt with, and Fat Belly raced through his mind in high-speed permutations. The rivalry between One-Eye and Vulture over a woman was a ready-made rift. Fat Belly was a glutton, especially obsessed with the substandard processed meat that came from Cook Wong's kitchen. How could he drag him into this too, making them tear each other apart? Soon a devious yet effective plan took shape in his mind. As he scraped meat scraps off mutant beast bones with a blank expression, he refined the details. The system rewarded basic eloquence instigation was a fine tool. After his shift ended, it was time to begin the performance. Perhaps because the hunting team brought back only small irradiated beasts today, which were quick to process, Wong Fatty was too lazy to work overtime. With the sky still bright, he dismissed the laborers. Lin Xi clutched his nearly negligible ration. It was still dusk when he exited the inner city. He returned to his shack in the eastern district and waited quietly. As expected, just before darkness fully fell, two figures approached one after the other. It was One-Eye and Fatso. A vulture was probably still lying unconscious elsewhere. Lin Xi immediately put on a slightly ingratiating yet uneasy expression and crawled out of the shack. Brothers, you're here. Come inside. Sit outside. It's more spacious here. One-Eye's solitary eye scrutinized Lin Xi in the twilight. Seeing his seemingly submissive attitude, he snorted. Kid, have you made up your mind? Half a day is enough for you to figure it out, isn't it? Fatso also chuckled, his rolls of fat jiggling with laughter. His tiny squinting eyes greedily scanned the surroundings, as if assessing how much profit this new territory could yield. Lin Xi's face showed familiarity and candor. Since you two brothers have spoken, I wouldn't dare be ungrateful. From now on in the Eastern District, I'll rely on your care. He paused, a hint of well-timed reluctance flickering across his face. His gaze fell on One-Eye, but his peripheral vision swept over Fatso. Brother One-Eye, the 70% share is no problem. I can gather the first batch by tonight. But, Brother Fatso, what about you and Brother Vulture? He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Aren't you in the same gang? How do you split it? Moreover, he deliberately mentioned Vulture and Fatso together. Fatso was taken aback, not catching on. Me and Vulture? What about it? One Eye's brow furrowed. Lin's Eye's words, coupled with his hesitant expression, sounded entirely different to One Eye, a man naturally suspicious and accustomed to backstabbing. Could it be that Fatso and Vulture had already contacted Lin Xi behind his back and demanded extra benefits? At that moment, Lin Xi focused his mind, subtly activating his basic skill provocation. His expression turned even more sincere, tinged with a hint of grievance. Brother Fatso, those few strips of Chef Wang's special substandard processed meat at noon. I risked sneaking them out of the back kitchen. Brother Vulture said he'd give them to you, and that you have a taste for them. So could the share be a little less? He deliberately spoke, vaguely mixing up Vulture taking the meat with the share, creating the illusion that Fatso and Vulture had made a private deal to take more than their fair share. When Fatso heard Chef Wang's special substandard processed meat, his eyes lit up. This fool, fixated on the thought of that fatty, less contaminated meat, let his appetite override his intellect, never considering the trap in Lin Xi's words. Substandard meat. You really know how to handle people, kid. With stuff like that, the share is negotiable. Seeing his reaction, One Eye cursed inwardly. So, Fatso and Vulture, those bastards are making moves behind my back. Fatso. One Eye growled, barely containing his fury. What do you and Vulture mean by this? Hogging it all behind my back. Fatso was stunned by the roar. When he saw One Eye's murderous expression, he instinctively cowered, but his mouth still craved the meat. What do you mean? What's wrong with you, One Eye? Lin Xi, tell Vulture to give me the meat first. His bluster only confirmed the collusion. One Eye, already resentful toward Vulture over Xiaodia, felt a surge of old and new grievances. Strike first. In the wasteland, hesitation means death. Without warning, One Eye moved. The hand hidden in his sleeve shot out. A cold gleam flashed. An old-era triangular bayonet with a blood groove appeared. The bayonet plunged straight into Fatso's belly. A squelching sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed. Fatso staggered back 2 steps, a hole appearing in his gut, but the wound was shallow and the blood flow minimal. His thick layer of fat, combined with the strange resilience gained from accidentally consuming mutated plants in his youth, provided astonishing protection. One Eye, you're really attacking. Fatso was both shocked and enraged. The pain and the urgency of being ambushed clouded his mind further. With a roar, he charged at One Eye like a frenzied wild boar. One Eye was startled too, not expecting Fatso to be so thick-skinned. But this sly dog, a master of ambushes, immediately retreated after the failed strike. He circled, gripping the bayonet, seeking the next opening. Attack! I'm going to kill you and that treacherous Vulture, you bastards. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lin Xi shouted anxiously, Brother Fatso, don't be afraid. He'll help you. With that, he darted back into the shack, grabbed the iron-wrapped short club, and rushed out, striking a righteous battle-ready pose. One Eye's rage flared even more. So, the 3 of them had already allied. They were going to take him out and seize his— Fine. All of you die. His single eye bloodshot, he wielded the triangular spike, thrusting wildly at the most threatening Fatty. This cunning bastard, seasoned in combat, aimed specifically at Fatty's relatively vulnerable eyes, neck, and armpits. Fatty was stabbed repeatedly. Though not fatal, the pain was excruciating. His mind already dull after this savage beating, and seeing Lin Xi helping him, he completely lost the ability to think, left only with rage and the instinct to fight back. He howled, relying on his thick skin and immense strength. Enduring One Eye's attacks, he found an opportunity to wrap his arms around him, then used his weight to tackle him to the ground. Let go, you stupid pig. Pinned down, One Eye found it hard to wield his spike, growing more frantic. He stabbed wildly at Fatty's waist and back. Fatty, in pain, held on tighter. The 2 rolled on the ground, entangled in a brutal and bloody fight. Lin Xi circled around, waiting for an opening. As One Eye struggled to break free from Fatty's bare hug, his upper body revealed a fool passes up a chance. His eyes cold, he swung his short club, smashing it hard beside One Eye's good eye. Bang. Ow, my eye. One Eye let out a miserable scream, covering his face and ceasing his attacks. Though Lin Xi's blow didn't burst his eyeball, it left him seeing stars. Fatty seized the moment to pin One Eye down, pounding him with fists as big as sandbags. One Eye struggled, his spike still thrusting randomly, adding more bloody holes to Fatty's body. But by then Fatty was in a killing frenzy, seemingly numb to pain, only focused on pummeling his opponent. Lin Xi delivered a few more blunt strikes to the back of One Eye's head. Finally, One Eye's struggles weakened his hand wielding the spike, drooping limply. His single eye, unfocused, still held boundless resentment and a hint of bewildered disbelief. Fatty stood up, panting heavily and swaying. He looked at Lin Xi, forcing a grateful expression of a battle-surviving comrade. Brother, you're solid. From now on in this outer zone, we too. Ugh, he didn't finish. Because Lin Xi's leg had already lashed up fiercely. A groin kick. Initiated. Ow. Ugh. This scream was higher, more miserable, and more desperate than those of the hyena and Vol. Fatty's boar-like body, as if all bones were removed, collapsed limply forward. He clutched his groin, losing control of his bladder and bowels, the stench of filth mixing with the smell of blood. His body began to twitch intermittently, clearly finished. Lin Xi stood still, slowly lowering his leg. 2 against 1 ding. Quest territory defense completed. Final evaluation hat-trick. You fully exploited intelligence on weaknesses, used basic rhetoric to precisely instigate, successfully incited internal conflict among enemies, and cleverly seized the moment in the chaos to deliver finishing blows. Ultimately, with minimal cost, 0 injuries, you successively eliminated 3 enemy leaders. You elevated the art of using a borrowed knife to kill and kicking a man when he's down to new heights. Comprehensive evaluation strategy application: A timing, A cost control, S no cost, huge profit. Base reward: basic rhetoric instigation. Upgraded to intermediate rhetoric seduction. Your words are now more inflammatory and misleading, highly effective on those with weak wills and strong desires. Bonus reward for hat-trick: max evaluation 1. Physique 1, agility 1. Taking down multiple opponents consecutively. Your body seems to have adapted to this high-intensity activity. You are now a qualified street thug. 2. Skill fusion upgrade. Intermediate specialization: groin kick has absorbed the essence of this battle, evolving into true groin kick. Initial comprehension of the secret art. Your insight and striking efficiency against male weak points have greatly improved. Has a chance to trigger the one-hit debilitation effect depending on the opponent's physique and defense. System note: the host's affinity and talent for this skill truly astound this system. Perhaps you were a soccer player in a past life, the kind who specializes in kicking vital points. 3. Spirit 1. Continuously planning and executing complex schemes has tempered your mind. Now when it comes to deceiving. Oh no, I mean strategic thinking, you are more adept. 4. Material reward: thick towel blanket X1. Soft, dry, with good insulation, effectively blocking ground moisture. System friendly tip: wasteland nights are cold. Take care of your only teammate, sister. Don't use those torn blankets anymore. Even the system feels sorry for you. A warm current surged through his body again, more pronounced this time. His muscle fibers seemed denser, his steps lighter, his mind clear. Simultaneously, knowledge of how to guide others' emotions with more subtle words flooded his mind. A weight settled in his arms, a soft, thick, dark-colored towel blanket. Lin Xi looked at the 2 kings on the ground, either dead or crippled, then at his luxury shack, and then at the tangible reward in his arms. While this was good, the outer zone was temporarily trouble-free. He then began expertly looting the bodies. One Eye's triangular spike was a good find. He kept it. Fatty still had half a pack of compressed biscuits on him, probably a private stash. He gladly took it. Other odds and ends of some value, metal scraps, a broken key, were also collected. Then, just as he had with the hyena, he called over a few minions who were watching from a distance. Clean this up. Same rule. The stuff on them is yours to split. The minions looked at the gruesome state of the 2 former big shots, their fear of Lin Xi reaching its peak. They quickly nodded and began dragging the bodies away. This new boss was fiercer than the hyena, more cunning than One Eye, more ferocious than Fatty, and he was especially good at kicking groins. Absolutely not to be messed with. Lin Xi hugged the towel blanket and pushed through the curtain into his shack. His sister seemed to have just fallen asleep, her complexion slightly rosier. He gently covered her with the new blanket and removed the Then he sat on the edge of the bedboard, listening to the familiar clamor of the wasteland night outside, and let out a soft breath. The 4 kings of the outer zone had been wiped out in a single night. The outer zone was now his to command. But this was just the beginning. In the inner city, there was still Fatty Wong and more unknown oppression. The road was long, he would take it step by step. The outer district underwent a dramatic transformation overnight, and by early morning the news had spread through every shantytown. If anyone was feeling particularly smug at this moment, it was undoubtedly Xiaodai. This woman, fickle. In the wasteland, deep affection never lasts, that is the truth. She had gambled heavily the day before, hoping that Lin Xi would put Vulture in his place, secure his position as the boss of the Eastern District, and in turn she could hitch a ride with the rising power, making her own life a little easier. But what happened? Good heavens, this guy had swept the board, wiping out all 4 heavenly kings. This wasn't a dark horse. This was a black cyclone. Lin Xi didn't treat her poorly either. The territories formerly held by Vulture and Fatso were rife with trivial matters and murky profits. Too lazy to manage them himself, he simply handed them over to Xiaodai. The condition was that the rules remain unchanged, not a single cent of tribute could be short, and any trouble would be her responsibility. Xiaodai was perceptive, she knew exactly how she had obtained this district chief position. It all depended on Lin Xi's whim. Women of the wasteland, especially those like her, understood best what foundation meant. Besides doing her utmost to quell the petty thefts and brawls in her new territory. Every day, without fail, she would select the best of the collected dues and personally deliver them to Lin Xi's shack in the Eastern District. Her demeanor was as subservient as a eunuch in an ancient court. Occasionally, when she looked at Lin Xi, her eyes held something more than just reverence. It was the instinctual attachment to a powerful figure mingled with the relief of a successful investment and a faint hope of climbing even higher. After all, in the wasteland, latching onto the thickest thigh was a survival strategy for countless people. Lin Xi treated her, and everyone else, much the same. Indifferently, even coldly. The wasteland was rife with betrayal. Someone who would betray their old master for you today might betray you for greater gain tomorrow. Trust. That was rarer than radiation-free bread. He used Xiaodai simply because she was the most suitable at the time. It made no difference who he used. The day she was no longer suitable or dared to harbor disloyalty, he would replace her, just like discarding a worn-out pair of shoes. The moral compass of the wasteland had long been ground to dust by radiation and hunger. To survive, and to survive a little better, was the only right. Naturally, some clever opportunists from One Eye's territory came sniffing around. A burly man called Ironhead, formerly one of One Eye's enforcers, had a slightly sharper mind than his muscles. He brought a few underlings carrying looted tribute, and bowed obsequiously, expressing his willingness to pledge allegiance. Lin Xi glanced at him, asked no further questions, and simply said, "Manage the Western District well, and don't stir up trouble," acknowledging him. Ironhead, as if granted a pardon, thanked him profusely and retreated. The rules of the wasteland were that simple and direct: offer tribute, swear fealty, receive protection. Be late or short, and you might end up as dung for some mutated hyena in the wilderness by the next day. Lin Xi's life seemed to have entered a new phase. Every morning, he first checked on his sister's condition. After drinking the nutrient solution along with relatively ample food and a warm towel, Lin Mower. Her small face had filled out a little, and occasionally, she would flash him a genuine smile. This was the most reassuring moment of Lin. Then, as usual, he would clutch that broken wooden token and amble over to the inner city kitchen to earn his keep. Along the way, people from the outer district would spot him from afar, stop in their tracks, bow their heads, or force a fawning smile. Lin Xi kept his eyes straight ahead, but inwardly, he grumbled, "Damn it," before anyone could glare at me. Now it's like they've seen a plague god. No, like they've seen a walking nutcracker. This sudden shift in atmosphere was hard for him to get used to. Once he reached the kitchen, the vibe was even stranger. The workers who, now each of them averted their eyes, not knowing where to put their hands or feet. Lin Xi rolled up his sleeves, ready to plunge his hands into the basin of offal that reeked of filth. A usually taciturn old worker swiftly brought over a broken stool and wiped the non-existent dust off it with his sleeve. "Brother Lin, please sit, take a rest. We'll handle this little bit of work, we'll do it." Before Lin Xi could react, two other workers had already rushed to deal with the bloody innards, working even harder than usual, as if it were a glorious mission. Lin Xi looked at the stool, then at his suddenly kind and friendly colleagues. Well, they must have heard about what he did in the outer district. He didn't stand on ceremony. He plopped down, even crossing his legs. If he could avoid working, it would be foolish not to. Wasteland rule, basic operations, no need for fuss. Fatty Wong waddled out from the back room, his small eyes narrowing at the sight. Clearly, he had also caught wind of the news. This fat bastard, though he no longer dared to openly insult Lin Xi as before, couldn't let go of his inner city sense of. He pinched his nose, pretending to be overwhelmed by the stench, and pointed at Lin Xi. "Humph, isn't this our outer district's latrine warrior? What come to show off in my kitchen? Get lost, go hang out over there. Stay away from my workbench. You reek of filth, don't taint my meat. This meat is prepared for Boss Iron Fist and the ability users." The words were harsh, but the meaning was clear. "I acknowledge you're a big shot in the outer district now, and I can't be bothered to provoke you, but you, a bumpkin from the outer district, better not get cocky here. As for you sitting around doing nothing, fine, it's not my grain those moldy buns cost anyway." Lin Xi shrugged, and actually moved to a ventilated corner by the kitchen door, continuing his supervisory career. The wasteland was just that damnable and realistic. When you climb up, others naturally have to step down and take on more tasks. Lin Xi overheard the workers chatting. Today, the hunting party had a joint operation to wipe out a mutated rat nest, so no fresh prey would be delivered. Fatty Wong grumbled as he shooed the workers away, saying he needed to prepare his tools early to handle the big haul in the evening. As the kitchen shift ended early, the three laborers who had been helping Lin Xi exchanged knowing glances. They each pulled out an oil paper bundle from their pockets and quickly stuffed them into Lin Xi's hands. "Brother Lin, a small token. I've got a wife and many kids at home. In the outer zone, we hope you'll keep an eye out for us. Brother Lin, this is some scrap meat I hid yesterday. Chef Wong already processed it, second grade, clean enough to stave off hunger. Brother Lin." Lin Xi opened his hands to find 2 or 3 fingernail-sized slices of meat in each bundle. It was indeed second-grade processed meat. Not much, but it was real protein, free from radiation risk. For these laborers scraping by at the very bottom, this was already a high-grade tribute. Lin Xi nodded, wrapped the meat slices, and tucked them into his pocket. The laborers sighed with relief, thanked him profusely, and left. This was the survival wisdom of the outer zone, offering a pittance in hopes of buying a sliver of protection. Lin Xi wouldn't treat them any differently for this, but he wouldn't refuse either. It was just the rule. With 9 small dried meat strips in his pocket, he sauntered back. As he neared his shack in the eastern district, he saw Xiaodai waiting there. That woman seemed to have put in a bit more effort into her. Though still in tattered clothes, she had clearly tidied up her hair, tied back with a cloth strip. She had even smeared some grease-shed scrounge from somewhere on her face, trying to mask the wasteland's wear. "Brother Lin, you're back." Xiaodai approached, her voice an octave softer than usual. "There were a few rare items in today's haul. I didn't dare decide on my own. I wanted you to take a look." Her gaze flicked toward the large new shack she had moved into. Lin Xi glanced at her, guessed her intentions, and figured he might as well see what junk she had collected. Xiaodai's new home was even more spacious than Lin Xi's, with a makeshift partition of rags separating an inner and outer room. In the outer zone of the wasteland, this counted as a luxury suite. Shout-Eye fussed over Lin Xi, guiding him to sit, then turned to fetch something. As she bent over, she deliberately adjusted her angle. Her ragged clothes were already loose, and with that bend a glimpse of her delicate collarbone and the shadowy curve beneath was revealed. "Brother Lin, look at this. It seems like some old era machine part, pretty heavy." She leaned in close, holding a rusty iron block, almost pressing against him. A scent of cheap grease mixed with feminine body odor wafted over. Her gaze grew syrupy, brimming with attachment, ingratiation, and yours for the taking. Lin Xi looked at the body parts she so deliberately displayed, his heart utterly still. He almost felt like laughing. In his past life, struggling at the bottom, he had seen too many similar tricks. In the wasteland, what was a woman's ultimate investment and bond? It was bearing the seed of a strong man. Once offspring existed, there would be an eternal tether and a reason to demand. This was the most insidious and vicious form of long-term exploitation. She wanted to hitch him to her chariot with such cheap tricks. The beads on her abacus were practically flying into his face. Ding. Detected non-standard exploitation and potential encroachment. Perpetrator Shout-Eye, newly risen boss opportunist in the outer zone. Nature of act, attempting to use allure, questionable, and physical contact to steal the host's precious life essence and yang energy. This constitutes an alternative form of plunder and parasitism. Triggered mission seduction trap. Mission description: behold a female creature trying to attract a powerful male with her fur and scent in exchange for shelter and resources. Her methods are crude but direct. Will you roughly push her away or? System loading appropriate adjective. Engage in deep communication, making her understand the lesson of the biter bit. Mission objective: handle this harassment. Choice: a violent warning. Use physical means to make her deeply realize the grave consequences of attempting to defile the pure flesh of the future Lord of Retribution. Reward: may lean toward defense or resistance. Choice B: turn the tables. Conquer her completely in bed or any flat surface. Use your prowess lower body to make her despair, showing her the gap between you is like that between the wasteland and an oasis. Reward: may lean toward charm or special status. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Friendly reminder: this system upholds fairness but suggests option B given the host has been in a state of high abstinence and malnutrition since transmigrating. A little release is good for body and mind. System shut up. You scam. Lin Xi growled inwardly. Save it. The wasteland has no shortage of women or wasting time and energy on a flesh deal that could betray him at any moment and even try to trap him with a child. That was something only a fool would do. What he wanted was real power to crush everything, not this messy, trouble-ridden nonsense. He stood up abruptly, and before Shout-Eye could react, grabbed her chin. The feigned charm on Shout-Eye's face instantly gave way to terror. Lin Xi looked down at her, his eyes appraising her like a piece of goods. Listen, I keep you around because you're still useful and smart enough. But don't use that smartness on something that'll get you killed. Shout-Eye winced in pain, wanting to struggle, but not daring, only letting out muffled whimpers. I can let you run this turf, or I can make you just like those women out there spreading your legs for anyone with half a moldy biscuit. Lin Xi leaned in, his tone icy. Remember, your value lies in keeping this turf trouble-free and bringing in steady income, not in what's under your skirt. This is your first and last warning. He released her. Shout-Eye clutched her chin, her face pale. If you ever try that again. Lin Xi shot her a final glance. He'll feed you to the mutant rats. With that, he turned away, pulled out the oil paper bundles from his pocket, and tossed them onto the blanket at Shout-Eye's feet. A gift. Keep the turf in order. Ding. Host failed to choose within the time limit, but resolved the harassment in his own way. Mission seduction trap. Verdict: final evaluation, disappointing avoidance, and wasted words. Faced with crude seduction, the host chose the dullest method. Though it showed a hint of ruthlessness and calculation, the efficiency of triggering effective retribution is low. Base reward: consolation prize, charm 1. Your refusal might have seemed slightly resolute from a certain angle. Skill acquired: weaken blurred presence against certain women. When you're uninterested in certain women, your coldness slightly reduces your presence in their eyes. Additional reward: none. Systems pity bonus: kidney strengthening oral liquid trial version X1. Item description: whether the host's strategic avoidance stems from seeing through the risk or psychological aversion leading to retreat, this product offers a modest boost. A sip a day, revive your vigor. Note: during the effect, urine may be slightly yellow. The host might currently need a brain-boosting oral liquid more to improve mission completion efficiency. No sooner had Lin Xi walked a short distance than something appeared in his pocket. It was a small glass bottle containing a suspicious brownish liquid. His face darkened. What the hell was a kidney-strengthening oral liquid? This system was just too absurd. Damn system, next time you release a mission, can you give me something substantial? Stop with the beating up kids, fending off harassment, and dealing with kitchen scraps. I want to get stronger, strong enough to punch a mutant beast to death. All this piecemeal anti-exploitation is too inefficient. Ding. Detected host's desire for strength enhancement. Reminder: foundations must be solid, steps must be steady. The path of anti-exploitation and anti-oppression has 1,000 ways. Please do not limit yourself to the present form. True retribution often begins with the smallest things accumulated step by step. When quantity leads to quality, you will naturally encounter more advanced forms of exploitation and richer rewards. Friendly reminder: the hunting team returns tomorrow. There may be a surprise in the kitchen. It is recommended that the host keep the discernment hand active and prepare mentally for exploitation. The next day, as Lin Xi stepped into the inner city kitchen, he immediately sensed a difference. The kitchen was permeated with a far more intense stench of blood than usual. There was also an indescribable strange odor mingled within. The originally spacious processing area was now piled high with over a dozen blood-stained carcasses of mutated beasts. Wang the fatty stood amidst the pile of corpses, his face a mask of tension and extreme impatience. He brandished a specially made bone knife, roaring at several bewildered laborers. Useless. All of you are useless. Be gentle. Put it down gently. This is a steel wire rat. There are acid sacs beneath its hide. If you break them and the acid splashes on you, do you want to lose your pathetic lives? And this one, the stomach sac of a swamp giant lizard, is poisonous. Haven't you dealt with it before? Damn it, those bastards in the hunting team always bring back these troublesome pieces of junk. Lin Xi's gaze swept over the prey. There were giant rats covered in black fur the size of goats, steel wire rats. There were long-tailed lizards, swamp giant lizards. There were also other bizarrely shaped biological remains exuding a dangerous aura. Clearly the hunting team's joint operation yesterday had yielded a bountiful harvest, but the cost was likely considerable, because many of the creatures brought back were difficult to process and high-risk species. Lin Xi, where the hell have you been? Get over here. Wang the fatty spotted Lin Xi at the door and immediately bellowed. His tone lacked its usual pure humiliation, replaced more by an urgency born of being overwhelmed. You go process those steel wire rats. Be careful of their fur and bones, they're extremely hard. Don't break my knife. Also, they have acid sacs in their abdominal cavity. Keep your eyes peeled when removing them. If you break one, you'll have to watch your hands rot off. Ding. Detected high-intensity, high-risk labor exploitation environment. Subject: Cook Wang. Nature of act: utilizing position to force host to process high-risk, high-contamination, mutated beast materials. Work environment is extremely harsh. Life safety is threatened. This is a typical dangerous position exploitation. Triggering mission: Kitchen Horror Survival Edition. Mission description: look, is this a kitchen or a biohazard scene? Your employer is trying to exchange your life for his own merit. Will you silently endure becoming the next laborer to fall to infection or poisoning? Or will you dance on the blade's edge, squeezing your own value out of danger? Mission objective: survive the assigned high-risk processing work and extract as much extra gain from it as possible. Basic reward: physique poison, resistance, mental resistance, random 1-1. Bonus reward depends on the skill insight and gains displayed by the host during processing. Warm tip: your intermediate discernment hand might help you distinguish which are deadly poisons and which are hidden treasures. The mission had arrived, and just as the system had prompted, Lin Xi remained silent, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the hefty cleaver assigned to him, and walked towards the pile of black-furred giant rats. The other laborers looked at him with a hint of sympathy. The steel wire rat was one of the hardest types of mutated beasts to process. Lin Xi didn't care. He focused his mind as he approached the steel wire rat, and the vague perception brought by his intermediate discernment hand began to take effect. He could faintly sense the hard aura hidden beneath the rat's fur and skin, mutated bones and bristles. He could also detect an unstable cluster of corrosive energy gathered in a certain spot within the abdominal cavity, the acid sac. After a thorough examination, he began to work, skinning, deboning, separating the acid sac. His movements were somewhat clumsy at first, but quickly became steady. He skillfully avoided the hardest parts of the bones when cutting, following the grain of the fascia to separate them. When handling the acid sac, his perception was fully engaged. Using a specially made small hook and bone forceps, he carefully peeled the sac away from the adhering tissue and placed it into a prepared clay pot. His efficiency was clearly a cut above the laborers beside him. Wang the fatty stole a glance amidst his busy work, a flicker of surprise in his small eyes. But he said nothing, only urging the others to speed up. Lin Xi was immersed in a peculiar state of focus. As he worked, his perception of these mutated materials became clearer. He could sense that some rat bones possessed a stronger hardness property, and some acid sacs had more active corrosive energy. Without any change in expression, he gathered the parts that felt better to one side. After processing the fifth steel wire rat, his arms were a bit sore, but his spirit had grown keener. It was then that he noticed a steel wire rat carcass that was slightly smaller, but whose fur faintly shimmered with a dark red hue. This steel wire rat gave him a very special feeling. Inside its abdominal cavity, besides the acid sac, there seemed to be a faint cluster of stagnant energy. It was located near the stomach. Lin Xi narrowed his eyes. What was this? Then, with a flicker of intent, he pretended to handle the innards, carefully slicing open the stomach with the tip of his knife. A stronger, sour, putrid odor emerged from the sticky, half-digested contents. He caught sight of a few stones, each the size of a pigeon's egg, or perhaps mineral concretions. He immediately used his intermediate discernment hand to sense them. The feedback was vague, yet the feeling these stones gave him was unlike ordinary filth or toxins. They felt more like highly concentrated sediments. Wasteland common sense told him that some mutated creatures swallowed minerals forming strange calculi inside their bodies. Some might be highly toxic while others could contain rare elements. Were they valuable? Unknown. Were they useful? Unclear. But they were certainly no ordinary items. As Fatty Wong turned to berate someone else, he swiftly grabbed those few rust stones, wrapped them in a piece of hide he had prepared earlier, and tucked them into his chest. The motion was smooth and natural, as if he were merely wiping his hand. Ding. The Quest Kitchen Horror Survival Edition. You have successfully maintained efficiency and safety amid extremely high-intensity high-risk labor, and have used your intermediate discernment hand to discover potentially high-value mutated materials unidentified. Evaluation: accurately prospecting for treasure amidst filth and danger, demonstrating excellent survivor qualities and growth potential. Current quest completion 85. Please continue to complete the remaining work. Lin Xi steadied himself and resumed his processing tasks. The venom glands of the swamp giant lizard were even more troublesome. The mere scent they emitted was dizzying, forcing him to be even more cautious. The entire morning was filled with an atmosphere of tension and peril in the kitchen. It was not until the sun began to tilt westward that most of the high-risk materials were finally processed. Fatty Wong himself was thoroughly exhausted, but as he looked at the neatly sorted materials, especially the few jars of intact acid sacs and venom glands, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. These were his bargaining chips to curry favor with the inner city's high echelons. All right, the rest is ordinary stuff. You lot will continue tomorrow. Fatty Wong waved his hand, dismissing the exhausted laborers, and hobbled away, clutching his back. Lin Xi, though weary, returned to the outer district with an excited heart. The heavy rust stones in his chest and the high completion rate of the system quest made him feel that the day's adventure had been worthwhile. Instead of heading straight back to his shack, he first sought out an old man in the outer district who was said to have some knowledge and specialized in trading all sorts of junk, miscellaneous goodsly. He handed over the smallest rust stone. Miscellaneous goodsly held it up to the dim daylight, examined it, and then carefully licked it with his tongue. Lin's eyes twitched. We're all wasteland junk dealers this hardcore. This thing looks like a rust core born in a mutated creature's stomach. Not common. I hear some folks in the inner city who repair old machines buy these. Seems they contain some kind of stabilizer or catalyst. Hard to say if it's valuable, but swapping it for a week's worth of radiation-free solid rations shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xi now had a clear idea. He put away the stone, thanked miscellaneous goodsly, and gave him a small piece of inferior dried meat as a consultation fee. When he returned to the vicinity of his shack in the eastern district, he found a crowd gathered there. Drawing closer, he saw a man in a leather coat with 2 daggers hanging from his belt sitting arrogantly on what was originally Lin Xi's throne, that wooden stump. This was taken from Xiao Dai's luxury hut. The man, around 30, had a sharp, capable face, but his eyes held an unsettling, especially when his gaze swept over Xiao Dia, who was trembling slightly beside him. A lecherous glint flashed in his eyes. Xiao Dai had deliberately dressed up today with even more care than yesterday. Yet under that man's gaze she appeared uneasy, even fearful. Lin Xi recognized that face. He was from the hunting team. Kun was it? This man named Kun was not an esper, but he was said to wield his dagger with extraordinary skill, a veteran of the hunting team. The hunting team had lost a captain and several skilled members yesterday, yet today this fellow appeared in high spirits, likely having received a promotion. Seeing Lin Xi return, the crowd parted automatically. Kun's gaze shifted, as well scrutinizing him from head to toe, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner. So you're Lin Xi, the latrine warrior who cleaned up those few wastes in the outer district. Kun's tone was flippant laced. He deliberately emphasized the words latrine warrior, drawing low chuckles from a few hunting team lackeys nearby. Lin Xi halted, his expression calm. It's me. Something wrong. A little something. Kun crossed his legs and abruptly drew the dagger from his waist. The blade twisted nimbly between his fingers, a cold gleam swirling around it. One Eye was my apprentice. Though a worthless failure, he did call me master a few times. Lin Xi said, nothing waiting for him to continue. Master and apprentice in the wasteland. A joke. In the wasteland, even a biological father could be sold, let alone a master and apprentice. Seeing Lin Xi completely unresponsive, Kun paid it no mind and went on, he's dead. By rights I should make trouble for you. But brother Kun is not an unreasonable man. In the wasteland, it's the survival of the fittest. He was outmatched, so his death was deserved. His tone shifted, and he pointed the dagger's tip at Lin Xi. But the tribute he used to dutifully offer me every month, and those little errands he ran for me. Now shouldn't someone take over? The dagger was drawn. This bastard had come to collect protection money and find a new tool. I've spoken to Fatty Wong. You don't have to do that odd job anymore. Kun's tone carried a sense of charity. Join my hunting team, the 5th squad. We're short on hands. Follow me. It's dangerous, but there's meat to eat. That's still better than being a trash-picking handyman in the inner city, isn't it? But for a new recruit, you know the rules, right? Monthly haul hand over 70%. Plus what One Eye paid as tribute converted into supplies or clean water remains due every month. 70% of the haul, plus an additional tribute. This was a far harsher exploitation than Fatty Wong's, and he was being sent to do deadly wilderness hunting. Ding. Detected blatant armed coercion and resource plundering. Subject: Kuin, newly appointed captain of the 5th Squad of the hunting team, non-esper dagger specialist. Nature of action: using strength and position as leverage to force the host into joining a high-risk organization and establishing an extremely high-ratio predatory distribution plan, simultaneously demanding additional tribute. This constitutes compound oppression and coercion. Quest: triggered the hunting team's invitation. Quest description: look, a greedy hyena has caught the scent of blood. What it values is not your combat power. Rather, it's the ruthlessness you showed when clearing the territory and the potential to replace your dead apprentice's tribute. Will you flatly refuse and immediately fall out extremely high risk? Or will you feign compliance, join them first, and then plan your next move? Quest objective: respond to this coercion, and as far as possible gain benefits or create conditions for choice. A, fall out on the spot and refuse by force. Show your muscle: I want to be the overlord. Choosing this may immediately put you in opposition to the entire hunting team and even the armed forces of the inner city. Rewards: tend towards explosive combat skills or one-time powerful items. Choice B, pretend to accept and join the hunting team. Infiltrate from within: familiarize yourself with the wilderness, use the rules and opportunities, and bide your time for a counterattack. Rewards: tend towards survival, reconnaissance, or stealth-type skills, and unlock the wilderness exploration line. Please make your choice within 60 seconds. Friendly reminder: this man is lecherous, greedy, and shows no true anger over his apprentice's death. His weaknesses are obvious. The wilderness is both a place of danger and a place of resources and opportunity. Lin Xi looked at Kun's face, which was etched with calculation and frivolity. He then glanced at Xiao Dai, who was trembling nearby, having just been crudely appraised by Kun. Much more interesting than those pretentious bitches in the inner city. A cold sneer formed in his heart. Fall out on the spot. With his current strength 2 and agility 2, and his specialized groin kick, he might be able to have a go at Kun. But Kun had several hunting team members backing him up. Moreover, completely offending the hunting team would mean his sister would have no peace in the shelter. Join. Though it was stepping into the tiger's den, as the system said the wilderness held danger, but also opportunity. He needed to grow stronger quickly to understand this world and to acquire more resources. Sneaking around the kitchen to pick up trash was far too inefficient. System: I choose B. Lin Xi silently resolved. Choice confirmed. Mission mode change: infiltration and counterattack long term. A wise and prudent choice. This man is called Kuin, taking the shape of the character. He is fond of sensual pleasures, especially enjoys taming women who are defiant or carry a sense of fear. His dagger skill is indeed a family heirloom, insidious and treacherous. Be wary. His greed is the greatest breakthrough point. May the host enjoy the undercover work and soon turn the tables on the host. Fine. Lin Xi raised his head, looked at Kuin, his face expressionless. He'll join. I understand the rules, and he'll have the tribute ready on time. Kuin seemed somewhat surprised that Lin Xi agreed so readily. But he immediately laughed in satisfaction. Smart. Assemble at the inner city's west gate tomorrow morning. For your first mission, don't be late, and don't hold us back or else. He made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes mocking. Back at the shack, his sister Lin Weiner looked at him with concern. Lin Xi briefly mentioned his plan to join the hunting party, offered a few words of reassurance, and promised to be careful. Late at night, Lin Xi examined the rust core in his arms and a few strips of dried meat, pondering the day ahead. It was dangerous, but he had to go. The system was right. The wilderness might be the true stage for his rapid rise. And as for that Kuin, a cold glint flashed in Lin Xi's eyes. Just wait and see who laughs last. Ding. Detected that the host has escaped the current high-risk oppressive environment. With joining a new exploitation system as the node, a phased breakthrough has been achieved. The mission Kitchen Nightmare Survival Edition has been automatically completed. Final evaluation: precise and steady. Survived perfectly in a high-risk environment and successfully uncovered hidden resources, demonstrating exceptional potential. Base reward: mental resistance 1. Your weak resistance to toxins, pollution, and mental interference has been enhanced. Bonus reward for uncovering hidden resources and efficient completion 1. Skill enhancement: intermediate discernment, hand proficiency increased. Slightly improved speed and accuracy in analyzing low-grade mutated materials. 2. Material reward: simple protective gloves, leather X1 pair. Though crude, they can somewhat insulate against corrosion, venom, and sharp cuts. System note: wilderness exploration, safety first, especially for those hands of yours. A pair of slightly rough but thick leather gloves materialized in Lin Xi's hands. He tried them on. They fit reasonably well, and his fingers moved with decent dexterity. This item came just in time. Who knew what he might encounter in the wilderness tomorrow? Preparation seemed a bit more complete. But thinking of Kun's nauseating gaze and harsh, Lin Xi knew the real trials and opportunities were only just beginning. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Lin Xi arrived at the western gate of the shelter. Calling it a gate was generous. It was actually a narrow passage reinforced with rubble-rusted vehicles and thick logs built against the remnants of an old era concrete. Compared to the southern gap Lin Xi used daily, which was virtually undefended, this place could be considered heavily guarded. Several guards in ragged clothes, but with sharp eyes, patrolled the passage, and the simple watchtowers above carrying polished machetes or homemade crossbows. Their gazes were vigilant toward everyone coming and going. Lin Xi noticed on the muddy ground just outside the passage a few irregular dark stains that had seeped into the soil. They looked like traces left by some creature, or person, being dragged. This was the boundary of the shelter, the dividing line between civilization, if it still existed, and savagery. One step beyond, and life and death were your own. He gripped the triangular spike hidden in his sleeve, confirmed the dried meat and rust cores were secure against his body, then headed to the meeting point. The fifth squad had already arrived. Captain Cohen still had that sharp yet frivolous air, with 2 daggers dangling at his waist. Beside him stood a burly man like an iron tower at least 2 meters tall. His arms were thicker than Lin Xi's thighs, and he carried a crude shield made of heavy metal plates and leather covered in scratches and dried grime. Next to the shield bearer were 2 female members, one tall and one short, a stark contrast. The tall woman, agile and fit with a neat ponytail, held a spear crafted from the leg bone of a large mutated beast. The shorter woman seemed more nimble, carrying a well-maintained short bow with over a dozen arrows in the quiver at her waist. They stood close together, the tall woman's hand resting naturally on the shorter one's shoulder, who leaned slightly into her. And in the wasteland such relationships weren't unusual. Under the pressure of despair and uncertainty, people clung to anything that offered comfort and a sense of security. Gender, age, even species sometimes blurred into mere primal huddling for warmth or release of desire. Oh, the famous latrine warrior from the outer zone is actually on time, Kuan said, grinning at Lin Xi, though the smile held no warmth, only mockery. He pointed at the shield-bearer stone shield, our squad's meat shield, professional punching bag. Then he gestured to the women's spear. The tall one nodded slightly. Oh, arrow, the shorter one barely lifted her eyelids. When Kuan introduced them, his gaze lingered a moment too long on their figures, especially Spear's upright posture and arrows. A flash of undisguised greed flickered in his eyes, quickly masked. He turned to Lin Xi. So, kid, what are you good at? Don't tell me you rely on that groin kick trick. Let me warn you, out there a lot of mutated beasts have their parts in abstract places or none at all. That trick of yours might fail. Lin Xi didn't rise to the taunt. He calmly raised the cloth-wrapped triangular spike in his hand. This, and a short Kun's face darkened slightly at the sight of the familiar spike. It was the signature weapon of his disciple One Eye. As long as it works for you. His tone cooled with a shadow of gloom, clearly seeing it as a provocation or show of defiance. Remember, once you're in the squad, you follow the rules. Loot is distributed evenly. Try to hide anything. He made a throat-slitting gesture, then forced a smile. Of course, follow me, Xiang Cohen, and if you obey and work hard, you'll get your share. Let's go. Today's target, the edge of the desolate forest. We'll try our luck. See if we can find some secondary nests of iron wire rats, or scavenge some junk. Lin Xi shuddered inwardly. Xiang Cohen. What kind of pervert has such a sleazy name? Stone Shield gave Lin Xi a simple, honest smile, revealing yellowed teeth from smoke. Brother Lin, welcome. Stick close. Spear and arrow merely glanced at Lin Xi. Their eyes paused for half a second on his relatively new leather gloves, then looked away without any reaction. The squad set out, passing through the oppressive western gate. The light seemed to dim for a moment, then opened up, yet felt even more. Ahead lay the untamed wilderness, a world of unknown dangers and possibilities. Exiting the west gate, an indescribable vista unfolded before Lin Xi's eyes. He knew this was what people called the wasteland forest. Trees did exist here, but their forms were grotesque. Some had twisted trunks that oozed a dark red resin. Others had sparse foliage but were covered in thorns. More prevalent were dense, low shrubs that clung to the ground like a festering rash upon the earth. The air carried a faint scent of radioactive dust and decaying humus, a miasma that caused dizziness with prolonged exposure. Why is it called the wasteland forest? Lin Xi couldn't help but murmur under his breath. Sherdun, walking beside him, picked up the thread, his voice lowered, as if afraid to disturb something. It wasn't always like this. According to the elders in the old era, this was a true forest, lush and green. Then the Skyfire nuclear war burned through, and the poison rain radioactive fallout fell. Many things turned into this damned state. It looks like there are still trees and grass, but most of it is already dead. Or they've become poisonous aggressive. Even the ones that didn't mutate get crowded out by these freaks. Isn't that the very definition of wasteland? As he spoke, a cacophony of harsh caws erupted from above. Several large crows with blood-red eyes swooped down from the twisted branches, pecking at Lin Xi, who was at the rear of the group. Watch out. A Jian reacted fastest, his short bow snapping up in an instant. With a twang, an arrow pierced the lead mutated crow, while a Chang's spear like a viper's tongue struck down another. The remaining mutated crows, sensing the danger, cawed in fright and flew back into the thicket of dead branches. Huh, what rotten luck. Xiang Cohen kicked at the still-twitching crow carcass on the ground. The beasts in this godforsaken place are getting more aggressive by the day. When I was a kid, these feathered vermin were scared of people. Now, they see anything alive and want to take a bite. Sherdun, while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings, muttered to Lin Xi, the newcomer. See that, Brother Lin? And this is just the appetizer. These mutant things all became freaks after the Skyfire nuclear war. Things that fly in the sky, run on the ground, swim in the water, even burrow in the earth, they can all be deadly ancestors. The old folks say that before they mutated, most of these beasts would avoid people. Now, in their eyes were just walking meat strips. So we can only hide in shelters huddling together like rats just to barely survive. Lin Xi nodded silently, using his triangular spike to prod the mutated crow's carcass. The flesh was blackened and gave off a foul odor clearly inedible. His intermediate analysis hand-registered a faint signal of radiation contamination. Brother Sherdun, are the mutated beasts all we need to watch out for out here? Lin Xi asked. Sherdun shook his head, a deeper, more somber gravity settling on his rugged face. Mutated beasts are fierce, but most are brainless. You can deal with them using experience and your gear. The most dangerous. He paused, lowering his voice. Is man. Right. Once you leave the shelter's perimeter laws. Rules. They mean shit. Sure, the wasteland is crawling with all sorts of refugees who couldn't survive in their shelters. Bandits who'd do anything for a bite to eat, and scouts or raiding parties from other shelters. When it comes to fighting over resources, women, anything of value, they're even more ruthless than the mutated beasts. Why do you think Chief Iron Fist is always stressing about defense? Defending against beasts is one thing, but defending against people, that's the main concern. Are there many other shelters? Lin Xi followed up. Who knows? Sherdun shrugged. In this world, communication is basically shouting, and travel is basically walking. Chief Iron Fist mentioned there might be other settlements nearby. Some are bigger than us, some are smaller. Our Iron Fist shelter is a small outpost in this area, barely able to defend itself. We'll be lucky if we don't get targeted by a big beast pack or a roving bandit gang. Who knows if one day. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Lin Xi's heart grew heavy, but also clearer. This world was far vaster and crueler than what he had seen in the outer perimeter and the kitchen. The shelter wasn't a haven, or it was just a relatively stable leaky boat in the storm. Xiang Kun's impatient voice rang out from the front. What's all the chatter about? Stay alert. Sherdun, you want to attract a big one with that loud mouth of yours. Lin Xi, keep close, stop gawking, and watch your feet. Some mutated plants bite or shoot poison thorns. The group continued to advance cautiously deeper into the wasteland forest. Lin Xi stayed close to Sherdun, his concentration razor sharp. His basic danger perception and enhanced mental fortitude made him acutely sensitive to subtle environmental changes. He could sense faint rustling sounds from behind certain twisted bushes. He could perceive a faint sense of threat emanating from seemingly ordinary patches of moss underfoot. After walking for about half an hour, Xiang Kun, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Lin Xi's pupils contracted slightly, as his basic danger perception made his temples throb. Xiang Kun crouched down to examine the traces on the ground. There were several fresh claw marks and dragging trails leading toward a denser, darker area. These are iron wire rat tracks, and more than one. Kun licked his lips, a glint of excitement and greed flashing in his eyes. Looks like we're in luck. Might have found a small nest or a feeding route. Ajian watched the flanks and rear. Sherdun, take point. Be careful. Lin Xi. He glanced back at Lin Xi, a malicious smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You go check behind that bush ahead. Confirm the situation. A newbie needs to prove himself right. Sherdun frowned. Captain, this Brother Lin Xi is out for the first time. That bush is too thick. What if Kun cut him off? How else will he grow? What is our latrine pit warrior scared? Or do you think I can't command you as captain? Lin Xi looked at Kun's sneering face, then at the eerily silent, dimly lit bush. His basic danger sense sent sharper prickling sensations than before. Something was definitely there, and it wasn't friendly. Ding. Detected malicious guidance and high-risk reconnaissance exploitation. Actor Xiang Kun, intent to make the host bear the initial risk unnecessarily. Nature of act, using the authority of captain to force a newbie into extremely dangerous reconnaissance, preserving himself and core members. A typical cannon fodder consumption tactic. Quest triggered survival recon. Description: look, the greedy hyena is making you step on the mine. Beyond that bush, more than one hungry iron wire rat likely lurks. Do you brace yourself and go in becoming a pre-dinner snack for the rats? Or do you find a way to complete the mission, protect yourself, and give the hyena a little surprise? Objective: recon the area ahead and ensure your own safety. Bonus objective: if possible, let Captain Kun experience the wild surprises too. Basic reward: wilderness survival experience minor. Bonus reward determined by recon results and the degree of surprise. System tip: the soil beneath your feet seems peculiar. The resin on the twisted tree trunk nearby might excite iron wire. Use your analytical hand and imagination, future Lord of Backlash. Lin Xi's eyes flickered. The system prompt and his perception both screamed trap ahead. But the quest had come, and the hint suggested using the environment. He looked up, his face expressionless, and nodded at Kun. All right, I'll go. Under Sherdun's worried gaze and the indifferent looks of Agun and Ajian Lin, she tightened his gloves and gripped his triangular spike. Instead of heading straight for the bush, he first crouched and carefully examined the soil and plants nearby. With the vague sensation of his intermediate analytical hand, he noticed a dark red moss-like substance underfoot, emitting an unpleasant odor. The dark red resin oozing from a twisted tree trunk nearby smelled even more pungent. A bold plan formed in his mind. He crouched before the damp moss, using the tip of his triangular spike to scoop up a small clump of the dark red substance. It felt sticky and gave off a faint stench like rotting flesh. Then he scraped off some thicker, more pungent dark red resin from the twisted tree trunk. Under his intermediate analytical hands, each substance exuded an uncomfortable decayed aura. But when he mixed them on the spike tip, adjusting the ratio with a vague intuition, a marvelous change occurred. The mixture's smell became intensely stimulating, like 1,000 needles stabbing into the nostrils with a spicy kick straight to the crown of the head. Lin Xi himself couldn't help turning away and holding his breath. This stuff was damn potent. Damn it, Lin Xi, what the hell are you doing hatching eggs? Scouting around like a damn woman. If you're scared, go home and suckle. Kun's impatient low curse came from behind. Now, Lin Xi flicked his wrist using the triangular spike to fling the biological weapon with all his might toward the. At the same time, he sidestepped in a seemingly flustered move, perfectly exposing Xiang Kun, who was not far behind, to the bushes. Splat! The mixed toxic blob landed deep in the bush. The next second, ow! A shrill scream erupted. The bush shook violently as 5 dark figures burst out. 5 adult ironwire rats, each nearly 1.5 meters long. They were thoroughly enraged by the highly irritating toxin, but instinctively avoided the source. For rats less contaminated and still sane squealed and fled headlong into the forest depths. But the one drenched in toxin hit directly in the mouth and nose went berserk. Its eyes bloodshot, it let out a roar unlike any rodent and lunged straight at Xiang Kun, whom Lin Xi had accidentally exposed. Holy shit! Xiang Kun was terrified out of his wits. He was closest to the bush and never expected danger to erupt this way from this angle. The mad rat's aggro was locked solidly on him. Shatter was still a few steps away, too far to raise his shield in time. In desperation, Xiang Kun barely drew his dagger and rolled clumsily aside. But the rat was too fast. Ryup! A gash opened in the leather pants on his outer thigh, blood streaming out. Though the wound wasn't deep, the shock and pain made him break out in a cold sweat instantly. Block it! Xiang Kun roared in panic. Without needing the order, Shatter charged in with a bellow, slamming his great shield into the frenzied rat, temporarily driving it back. Ajian's arrow and Agun's spear struck almost simultaneously. Then Lin Xi from the flank landed an eye poke with his The lone rat was finally slain by the combined effort of the 4. The battle ended, but the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Xiang Kun clutched his bleeding leg, face ashen, and first lashed out at Shatter. Are your fucking eyes up your ass? You were so far from me. I nearly got gutted by that beast. What use are you as a meat shield? Shatter opened his mouth, face reddening, wanting to explain that his position was set by Kun earlier. But seeing the captain's murderous look, he swallowed his words. Sorry, Captain. Xiang Kun suddenly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Lin Xi, spittle almost spraying onto his face. And you, Lin Xi, who told you to throw things around recklessly? Reckless? You nearly got me killed, you know. What if you attracted even more? At that moment, A Chong, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but speak up. Captain, if it weren't for Lin Xi scaring away 4 of them, we'd be facing 5 adult ironwire rats. Whether we'd even be standing here talking is debatable. She didn't elaborate, but everyone understood the implication. 5 against 5, especially with the ironwire rats having the advantage of an ambush, their squad would have been in dire straits with casualties almost inevitable. Xiang Kun was choked up, his face alternating between red and pale. He knew A Chong was telling the truth. Lin Xi had not only completed the reconnaissance, but had also inadvertently defused a potential crisis. But he had suffered a loss and lost face. How could he swallow this? Consider yourself lucky this time. He finally snorted resentfully, pointing at the corpse of the ironwire rat on the ground. Clean it up now. Bag it properly. Don't let the smell of blood attract something bigger. Lin Xi didn't say a word. He silently stepped forward, took out the prepared anti-decay herbs, common knowledge of the wasteland, applied them to the corpse, and began to bag the rat's body with sturdy leather pouches. While cleaning up, he discreetly activated his intermediate discernment, his fingers lightly gliding over different parts of the rat's corpse through the leather gloves. The feedback was vague, but he could roughly sense which parts of the meat were relatively clean. He could even faintly detect subcutaneous fat deposits that were uncontaminated. He remained expressionless, using his triangular spike and the butchering skills he had learned from Wang Fatty to quickly separate the parts that felt better. Ding. Quest survival reconnaissance. Completed. Final evaluation, a blend of creativity and danger. By utilizing the environment to create a biological weapon, you successfully dispersed most of the enemy's completed reconnaissance and made the exploiter personally taste the flavor of surprise. The methods were bold, the effects remarkable. Basic rewards: 1. One-handed weapon proficiency, beginner. 2. Wilderness survival experience, minor, fused. You have gained foundational knowledge of the characteristics of various common wasteland plants, as well as their myriad and bizarre potential interactions, including, but not limited to, irritant, toxic, and attractant properties. Knowledge is power, especially when you need to play dirty. Additional rewards for outstanding reconnaissance and delivering a profound surprise to Captain Kun. 1. Danger sense passive upgraded to primary environmental intuition. Your anticipation of potential dangers has become sharper. Not only can you sense hostile creatures, but you also gain a vague forewarning of natural disasters like precursors to radiation storms, signs of ground collapse, and environmental traps such as mutant plant hunting grounds, poison gas accumulations. 2. Please choose a skill enhancement direction. Choose 1A. Increase the proficiency of true crotch-kicking kick mystic essence, reducing its startup time and enhancing adaptability for striking weak points on non-humanoid creatures. B. Upgrade one-handed weapon proficiency beginner to one-handed blade specialization primary. This significantly increases attack speed with light sharp weapons like daggers, short swords, and triangular spikes. Improves accuracy and the ability to strike weak points and unlocks basic combo techniques. Lin Xi didn't hesitate, silently reciting in his mind, choose B. Although leg techniques were good, what he needed most now was practical weapon skills to handle the impending crisis. A surge of knowledge about how to wield the triangular spike more efficiently, how to find gaps in enemy defenses, and how to link basic moves like thrusting, slashing, lifting, and parrying into combos flooded his mind. It quickly merged with his past combat experience, making the spike in his hand feel lighter and more obedient. Pack up and let's move. We can't stay here long. Xiang Kuan, having bandaged his leg wound, urged impatiently, but a flicker of resentment shone in his eyes. His first official mission as captain, and he was already wounded, only bringing back a single iron wire rat. That record was too. He would surely be ridiculed by the other captains upon return. Chong frowned, looking at the forest around them, which was still eerily silent, and reminded him, Captain Ironwire rats are very vengeful. Those that escaped are likely summoning their kin. Shouldn't we withdraw first? Withdraw. Xiang Kun's competitive spirit, or rather vanity, was ignited. Go back after killing just one. I can't afford to lose that face. We're pushing forward. Those 4 beasts are scared out of their wits. They've probably run far away. Maybe their nest is up ahead. If we take out the nest, that'll be a major achievement. He fantasized about returning laden with glory and being praised by the bigwigs in the inner city. Sherdun wanted to speak, but hesitated. Chong and Jian exchanged a worried glance, but no one objected. The captain insisted, so they had to obey. The team continued, moving cautiously forward, the atmosphere even more tense than before. Lin Xi's new skill, primary environmental intuition, was like a taut string, continuously transmitting a vague sense of unease. Sure enough, in less than 20 minutes, a sight that made their scalps crawl appeared in a sparse clearing ahead. The 4 ironwire rats that had fled had returned. And they had brought 4 more of their kind, larger and with longer fangs. 8 pairs of crimson eyes locked onto their 5-member squad in the dim light. Damn it! Sherdun growled, raising his large shield to protect the others. Jian's bowstring was instantly drawn taut, and Chong's spear was poised in a thrusting stance. Xiang Kun's face turned deathly pale in an instant. His earlier bravado was crushed by the terror of death. His eyes darted around wildly, and he suddenly bellowed, "Charge! Kill them all! For the shelter!" However, after shouting this slogan, he made a move that left everyone utterly stunned. Instead of advancing, he turned without hesitation and scrambled back the way they came, even discarding a spare leather pouch at his waist that might slow him down to run faster. Betraying his teammates so decisively and cleanly, it was a first even in the wasteland. Xiang Kuan, ill curse your ancestors. Sherdun's roar was filled with disbelief and grief. The color drained from Chong and Jian's faces, leaving only despair in their eyes. Ding. Detected an act of extreme and vile betrayal and abandonment. The latent backlash long-term quest has undergone a major variable. Perpetrator Xiang Kuan, his despicable nature is now confirmed. Nature of the act: abandoning all team members at a critical juncture to flee alone, leaving comrades in a hopeless situation. This constitutes the highest level of betrayal and murder. Quest: the hunting team's invitation has been urgently modified. New mission generated: a debt of blood must be paid. Pending. Mission description: behold, this is the strong one you chose to temporarily ally with. He treats his teammates as disposable shields and stepping stones. If this wretch is not eliminated, heaven's justice shall not prevail. Mission objective: kill Xiang Kuan. Base reward determined by method and impact of completion. Bonus reward upon successful vengeance: the total reward for the long-term mission latent backlash will be settled based on mission progress. Warm reminder: host's current survival probability is below 30. It is advisable to prioritize staying alive. System-friendly tip: the terrain of the stone wall to your right appears exploitable. Damn system. I'm about to kick the bucket and you're still saying pending it. Lin Xi cursed inwardly, but his movements remained. Though Xiang Kun's escape was shameless, it instantly diverted most of the 8 ironwire rats' aggression towards the 4 station back against the stone wall. Now, Lin Xi bellowed, charging first towards the steep rock face on the right. Stone Shield reacted instantly, raising his shield to cover Chong and Jian. The 4 quickly retreated to the base of the cliff, backs against the rock, at least no longer fearing attacks from behind. 8 ironwire rats screeched in fury, charging from all directions. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Stone Shield roared, using his massive shield to absorb the most violent impacts, sparks flying from its surface. That was the result of ironwire rat claws and teeth grating against metal. Jian's arrows flew in rapid succession, piercing an ironwire rat's eye socket and pinning it to the ground. Chong's spear seized an opening, thrusting through the belly of another ironwire rat. Lin Xi, however, displayed his newly upgraded one-handed weapon proficiency beginner. The triangular spike in his hand seemed to come alive, no longer merely stabbing, but moving with a cunning, ruthless rhythm. Using the crevices of the rock wall, he dodged pounces with agile movements. The triangular spike targeted the iron wire rat's vulnerable spots, throats, armpits, and napes. The newly unlocked weak point strike technique made each of his attacks highly efficient. Though not instantly fatal, the wounds inflicted were deep and bled profusely. In mere moments, relying on his nimble physique and precise strikes, he had managed to slit the throats or pierce the carotid arteries of 3 iron wire rats attempting a flank attack. Blood stained the ground beneath the cliff. Rat carcasses piled up, but the pressure on them grew immense. Stone Shield's shield was dented, his arms numb from the shock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hechong's shoulder was nearly crippled by iron wire rat fangs, while saving Ajian. Ajian was also successfully ambushed by another rat, while dodging, sustaining severe injuries. Lin Xi seized another opportunity, coordinating with a shield bash from Stone Shield. He drove the triangular spike into the heart of the 4th iron wire rat, but at that moment his arms ached and his breathing grew ragged. 2 iron wire rats remained. Yet driven mad by their comrades' deaths and the thick scent of blood, their assault only grew. Stone Shield and Hechong were severely wounded, nearly combatant effective, barely leaning against the rock wall. Ajian seemed to have lost consciousness. Lin Xi looked at the 2 advancing iron wire rats, then at the heavily wounded duo, gasping for breath with despair in their eyes. A single crystal clear thought surfaced in his mind. Run. Run now? With his speed and familiarity with the terrain, newly acquired wilderness knowledge, he could definitely outrun these 2 iron wire rats. And with 3 severely injured people as bait, the rats would likely not pursue him. The cold survival law of the wasteland whispered that this was the most rational, the most correct, just as Xiang Kuan had done. His foot almost involuntarily shifted half a step backward. Warning. If the host abandons the battlefield now, the new mission, a debt of blood must be paid, will fail to launch, severely impacting the evaluation and final reward of the long-term mission. Latent backlash. Additionally, based on host behavior analysis, there is a probability of triggering the negative status mind fracture, potentially influencing future decisions. Damn it. Cursed system. Are you trying to screw your daddy over? Lin Xi cursed wildly in his mind. This treacherous system was threatening him with missions and rewards even now. But as he cursed, perhaps spurred by the life or death pressure or by the fusion of new skills in this desperate situation, a more ruthless striking method, an aura-concealing technique, flooded his consciousness. Ding. Detected host in dire straits, skill comprehension breakthrough. One-handed weapon proficiency, beginner derivative special skill. Shadow instant kill, nascent form. In extremely dim light or shadowy environments, briefly burst speed and stealth. Launch a singular high-damage lethal ambush against a target. Shadow. Lin Xi rapidly scanned his surroundings. Though shaded, the base of this cliff was hardly dim, let alone a shadow. His gaze snapped to a spot not far away. There was a thicket area formed by massive rocks blocking light, and tangled mute. Light barely penetrated there. It could truly be called shadow. Screw it. Lin Xi gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He couldn't abandon the mission. Perhaps deep down a faint lingering attachment to the word comrade, not yet fully eroded by the wasteland, also played a part. He suddenly lunged forward in a feint, drawing the attention of both iron wire rats. Then he turned and dashed towards that dark thicket, shouting as he ran, "Stupid rats. Come get your grandpa." Under the stunned gazes of Stone Shield and Hechong Lin, she led the 2 enraged iron wire rats straight into the pitch. Stone Shield's mouth hung open, his rugged face etched with disbelief. In such a hopeless situation, someone would actually take the initiative to lead danger away instead of abandoning them. Hechong, clutching his bleeding shoulder, stared at the dark thicket, his eyes filled with shock. Ajian, pale-faced, leaned against the cliff, seemingly still unconscious. In the wasteland where betrayal and abandonment were commonplace, this sudden responsibility, even if merely tactical, was enough to shake their long-frozen hearts. Over an hour later, rustling sounds came from the direction of the thicket. Lin Xi emerged, his steps somewhat unsteady. He was covered in dark red grime, his clothes torn and in his hands he dragged 2 iron wire rat carcasses, their limbs bound with vines, each bearing a fatal neck wound. Emerging from the thicket, Lin Xi immediately looked towards the earlier battlefield. At that moment, a shocking sight nearly shattered his worldview. Xiang Kuan, who had fled, had somehow turned back and was now pressing down on the semi-conscious Ajian. His filthy leather trousers were pulled down to his knees, and his body moved in a rhythmic, obscene motion. Ajian's face was streaked with tears and grime, a testament to her struggle and despair after awakening. Beside them, Hechong's eyes were blazing with fury, but Xiang Kuan held a dagger to her throat. A fresh wound on her shoulder, still gushing blood, showed she had tried to resist and been subdued. Sherdun lay severely injured on the ground, only able to growl, in impotent rage, too weak to rise. Xiang Kuan panted and raised his head, his face a twisted mask of bestial lust, cruelty, and perverse pleasure. He looked at the enraged Hechong, licked his lips, and said shamelessly, "Don't worry, darling, once I'm done with this one, it'll be your turn. I promise to make you feel good, hee." Suddenly he spotted Lin Xi dragging a rat carcass, standing at the edge of the camp, drenched in blood. Xiang Kun's movements abruptly ceased, the lechery in his eyes instantly replaced by suspicion and ferocity. He shoved Jian aside and hastily pulled up his pants. At the same time, he gripped his dagger tightly, staring warily at Lin Xi. He hesitated. Lin Xi had returned alive and had even killed 2 iron wire rats. Looking at the fatal wounds on those rats, this guy's strength was far beyond his estimation. Should he kill him now to silence him? Xiang Kun glanced at the iron wire rats Lin Xi had slit the throats of, then at the blood-dripping triangular spike in Lin Xi's hand, quickly weighing his options. No confidence. Even at full strength, he couldn't take down this ruthless character. He might even be killed in return. Instantly, the ferocity on Xiang Kun's face faded, replaced by a hypocritical smile, laced with both fawning and threat. Brother Lin Xi, you're back. Great. I knew you had the skills. He gave a dry laugh, trying to ease the tension. This trip out, everyone worked hard and got a scare. But look, the harvest isn't bad. He pointed at all the iron wire rat carcasses on the ground, including the 2 Lin Xi had just dragged back. What I mean is, Xiang Kun lowered his voice, his eyes sweeping over the 3 severely injured individuals before fixing on Lin Xi. We'll handle all this prey privately, not turn it into the shelter. He'll find someone trustworthy to butcher and sell them. We'll split the food, clean water, and medicine 5 ways. What do you say? As for what happened today, let's not mention it outside these woods. Especially, he gave a meaningful look at the unconscious Jian and the furious Chang. Especially things that shouldn't be seen or remembered. Spreading this around won't do anyone any good. You know the shelter's rules. This was a bribe and a gag order, using shared interests to tie everyone to his scheme. At the same time, he was warning them all to keep silent about his assault on a teammate and his desertion. Dun and Chang looked at Lin Xi, their eyes filled with humiliation, anger, but also a trace of helplessness. In the wasteland, survival sometimes mattered more than dignity. Especially now that they were severely injured and both Xiang Kun and Lin Xi were armed. Xiang Kun was detestable, but his proposal seemed like the only option that would make everyone slightly safer. If Lin Xi agreed. Lin Xi looked at Xiang Kun's nauseating face, then at his severely injured teammates and the unconscious Jian. He was silent for a few seconds. He slowly nodded, his voice hoarse. All right. This was indeed not the right time for a fight. He had expended a lot of energy himself, and the severely wounded needed immediate treatment. Xiang Kun's proposal was disgusting, but at least it temporarily stabilized this volatile situation. More importantly, the system's mission had updated. Ding. Mission blood for blood confirmed. Target Xiang Kun. Additional crimes: desertion, betrayal of teammates, sexual assault, attempted murder to silence. Severity extreme. Please host plan patiently and ensure a fatal strike to eliminate the threat for good. Long-term mission latent backlash enters its final phase. Seeing Lin Xi nod, Xiang Kun visibly relaxed, his hypocritical smile becoming more natural. Good. Brother Lin Xi is a man who understands. Then, let's pack up quickly, do some basic bandaging, and head back to the shelter immediately. We can't stay here long. No one spoke. They began silently cleaning up the mess. Xiang Kun took the initiative, perhaps to show off, to drag the rat carcasses. Lin Xi walked over to Chang, tore off a relatively clean strip from his own inner garment, and helped bandage the wound on her shoulder. Chang's body stiffened for a moment, but she didn't refuse, only whispering a thank you. Dun struggled to bandage himself. No one looked at the unconscious Jian, and no one helped Xiang Kun. A strange tacit understanding formed on this bloody battlefield. Carrying their harvest along with secrets and hatred, they set out on the road back to the shelter. Lin Xi walked in the middle of the group, staring at Xiang Kun's loathsome back ahead of him. His hand slowly tightened around the triangular spike. Xiang Kun. He murmured the name in his heart. Your life is mine. As they neared the shelter following their prior agreement, the team carefully concealed the 8 iron wire rat carcasses in a hidden crevice near the western gate, camouflaging them with rubble and withered branches. Xiang Kun's face was still pale, but his gaze had already rekindled its habitual calculation and an urgent eagerness to dispose of the spoils. At the western gate, facing the guard's routine interrogation, Xiang Kun put on a mournful face with exaggerated acting. Damn it, don't even ask. We ran into a pack of iron wire rats. At least a dozen. Dun and Chang are badly hurt, and Jian. Sai were lucky to have crawled back alive. He gestured at the blood-stained figures supporting one another behind him. He also flashed the scabbed wound on his thigh, wearing a look of utter misfortune. The guard glanced at their pitiful state and their nearly empty packs, then waved dismissively with a jaded air. That wasteland forest is a cursed place full of evil. Good that you made it back. Get inside now and have cripple Lu tend to your wounds. In the wasteland, life and death were all that mattered. Hunting teams returning with losses or empty hands were far too common. Stepping into the shelter, the invisible pressure seemed to ease slightly, yet the gloom weighing on each heart only deepened. Xiang Kun made an excuse to contact business and find a doctor. He hurried into the inner city's alleyways and vanished. Dun silently supported the gravely wounded Chang, while Chang half-carried Jian, who remained unconscious and breathing faintly. The 3 trudged in silence toward their dwelling in the inner city. No one spoke, as if the life and death struggles and betrayals were temporarily sealed away once they crossed that wall. Lin Xi returned alone to the outer district. Along the way, he silently tallied the gains and losses of this maiden hunt. The disgust was real. Xiang Kun's despicable face and the scene at the final camp would turn his stomach for days. But the rewards were considerable. The smooth proficiency from one-handed weapon specialization basic still lingered in his muscle memory. Weak point strike and shadow instant kill gave him a new assessment of his combat abilities. Basic environmental intuition made him more sensitive to subtle changes in his surroundings. And the forcibly implanted knowledge of wild plant characteristics, though chaotic, was life-saving experience. He stripped off his blood and mud-stained coat. Before entering the shanty town, he found a puddle of dirty water to roughly clean the grime from his face and hands. He did this to avoid looking too disheveled, not wanting to worry his sister. Inside the shack, Lin Mower sat on a straw mat, her fingers, now somewhat stronger, twisting several strands of dry grass into ropes. She looked up, her eyes lighting up at the sight of her brother. But soon she noticed the unwashed bloodstains on his face and his torn clothes. "Brother, are you hurt? Is it serious?" She set down her work, wanting to check his injuries. "It's nothing, just a few scrapes, Lin," she said nonchalantly, sitting down beside her. He placed the tri-blade dagger had been holding to one side. Lin Mower's small hand trembled almost imperceptibly at the sight of the menacing, but she said nothing, silently taking it and picking up the woven grass rope, beginning to wind it around the handle of the tri-blade dagger coil by coil. Her movements were meticulous, as if performing a sacred duty. In the wasteland, even the gentlest soul must learn to face violence, and even support it. For it was a necessity of survival. Lin Xi quietly watched his sister's focused profile as the candlelight flickered across her still young face. Outside was the devouring wasteland full of beasts like Xiang Kun, with no bottom line, and the despair that would sell half a moldy bun for anything. But within this tiny shack there was a peace and a bond he had to protect with all his might. This feeling calmed just a little the violent rage stirred by killing and betrayal. The next morning, after reassuring his sister Lin, she prepared to head to the inner city to check the situation and ask Kun about handling the hidden private goods. A unfamiliar half-grown child ran up to him timidly. "Sister, A Chong wants you to meet her at the shack behind the inner city blacksmith." Lin Xi nodded and gave the child a small piece of dried meat, who ran off with profuse thanks. The shanty town behind the inner city blacksmiths was slightly neater than the outer district, but not by much. Lin Xi easily found the place A Chong had mentioned, a shack with a garland of insect-repelling herbs hanging by the door. A Chong leaned against the doorframe, inside, her face still pale, her shoulder wound freshly bandaged, but her eyes were icy cold. They exchanged glances, neither speaking first. The wasteland had no use for pleasantries, especially between them. After a few seconds of silence, A Chong spoke. "This morning I heard through someone that Xiang Kun was boasting to the western gate guards, saying he'd go out again at dusk to track yesterday's beast pack and try to recoup the losses." She emphasized the last few words. Lin Xi nodded to show he understood, then turned and left. The information was received, the target time and place were implied. The rest was up to him. "Kill him for me." Lin Xi paused mid-step, but didn't turn around. Behind him, A Chong's voice dropped lower, laced with hatred. "A Jian. Died last night. Wound, infection, fever. He didn't make it." She paused, then added, as if stating something unrelated, "Or maybe he didn't want to live anymore." Lin Xi was silent for 2 seconds, gave an almost imperceptible nod, and walked out of the shanty town. Human bonds in the wasteland were as thin as dust scattering with the wind. Sorrow, anger, pleas, gratitude. All were superfluous and fragile. To survive, or to make one's enemy die, was the most direct and effective form of communication here. At dusk, the setting sun bled like a wound, casting an ominous crimson over the edge of the wasteland forest. Lin Xi, guided by his basic environmental intuition and memory of yesterday's hiding spot, had already ambushed himself near the crevice. He chose a twisted, oddly shaped tree with unusually dense foliage to conceal himself. The affinity for shadows brought by shadow instant kill made him exceptionally well hidden, even in the absence of total darkness. Sure enough, before long a furtive figure appeared, Xiang Kun. He muttered curses as he walked. "That damn Blackheart bat, asking for a deposit first. When have I ever welched on a debt? It's just a batch of iron wire rat meat. Damn it, once I unload this haul and have some capital, well, see if they still dare to put on airs with me." He was clearly cursing the agreed-upon underground dealer. In the Iron Fist shelter, it was an unspoken rule for hunting teams to privately hold back part of their harvest. As long as they didn't go too far and handed in a sufficient share, the authorities would turn a blind eye. After all, extreme clarity leaves no fish. Survival in the wasteland was hard enough for everyone. Xiang Kun warily scanned his surroundings, and only after confirming no one was following did he quickly pull away the camouflage from the crevice. He began laboriously dragging out the heavy iron wire rat carcasses one by one. With his back to Lin Xi's hiding spot, he was focused on the treasure before him, already calculating how to divide it for maximum profit. Now, Lin Xi slid down from the tree without a sound, unleashing shadow instant kill at full force. In the instant the last ray of sunlight was swallowed by the horizon, the grass-wrapped tri-blade dagger in his hand pierced into Xiang Kun's neck from behind. Xiang Kun's body abruptly stiffened, his eyes erupting with boundless terror and disbelief. He wanted to turn around to cry out, but the rapidly draining strength only allowed him to emit hoarse gasps. Lin Xi, having landed his strike, swiftly retreated 2 steps, gazing coldly, as Xiang Kuan crumpled like a tattered sack. He then used his foot to flip Xiang Kuan over facing him. Xiang Kuan's pupils had already begun to dilate. For a person for a plea, Lin Xi murmured. Then just before the triangular blade pierced his heart, he added, and because the sight of you disgusts me. Xiang Kuan's body gave a final twitch, and then lay utterly still. Ding. Mission blood for blood complete. Target Xiang, status deceased. Kill method assessment shadow ambush 1 lethal strike clean and efficient, perfectly aligned with the lurk, brutality level acceptable given the target's crimes. Lurk and turn long-term mission final settlement beginning. Final evaluation, an excellent hunter always appears as the prey. You successfully infiltrated the wolf's den, endured exploitation, and at the most opportune moment executed a counterkill in the most lethal way. From forced induction to proactive reaping, this perfectly embodies the essence of turn. Total reward settlement 1. Core reward extra-dimensional stomach pouch, spatial storage type X1. The system analyzed and reconstructed the stomach tissue structure of the mutated creature you killed, forming this stable spatial carrier. Its appearance is that of a dark gray leather pouch, can be hung on the waist or hidden in the bosom. Inside it contains a stable static space of 1 cubic meter with an extremely slow flow of time capable of storing non-living items. System remark: finally, no need to stuff good things into your bosom until they go sour or worry about the rust core poking you. Remember to nurture it periodically with your mental energy, but might grow a little. 2. Skill reward Night Walker passive. Integrating the experience gained during this infiltration and assassination, your aura, concealment, lightness of step, and shadow adaptability have been enhanced. At night or in dimly lit environments, your stealth capabilities are greatly enhanced, significantly reducing the probability of being detected. Works best in conjunction with Shadow Instant Kill. 3. Attribute boost Physique 1. Agility 1. Spirit 1. The continuous high-pressure combat and precision assassination have tempered your body and mind in all aspects. You now feel sturdier, more agile, and your mind is clearer. 4. Material reward system Special Body Disposal Cleaning Agent Small Bottle X1. Efficiently decomposes organic residue, removes the smell of blood and individual biological pheromones, effective for 12 hours. System note: after killing someone. Ahem. Dealing with prey, remember to clean the scene, strive to be a stylish janitor. This product can also be used to clean stubborn kitchen grease if you still want to go back to work. Ding. Long-term mission lurk and turn perfectly concluded. Awaiting the host's next anti-exploitation performance. Rewards credited. Especially that extra-dimensional stomach pouch. It feels slightly warm to the touch, with a peculiar texture like the skin of some creature, but tougher. Lin Xi hit it close to his body. With a thought, he sensed a gray space about a meter square, faintly connected to his spirit. The space was empty but immensely precious. He dared not delay, first taking out the bottle of cleaning agent and spraying some over Xiang Kuan's corpse and the main bloodstains. The colorless, odorless liquid reacted rapidly upon contact with the blood and grime. The bloodstains faded and the fresh smell of blood dissipated at an astonishing speed. Next, he quickly dealt with the scene and the 8 iron wire rat carcasses. He lacked Wang Pengzi's professional purifying hand, but he had the intermediate analysis hand and the experience of a master butcher. He pulled out the triangular blade, focused his mind, and rapidly felt and probed the rat carcasses with his hands, searching for uncontaminated meat. Compared to Wang Pengzi's purifying hand, the intermediate analysis hand was crude and wasteful, but it was efficient. Soon, relatively pure pieces of rat hind leg meat, tenderloin, and some small fat chunks were separated. With a thought, the still bloody chunks of meat vanished into thin air stored within the cubic meter stomach pouch space. The meat separated from the 8 iron wire rats filled over half the space, estimated to be several hundred caddies. He couldn't be bothered to meticulously process the remaining fur, bones, organs, and heavily contaminated parts. He haphazardly piled them by the crevice to keep Xiang Kuan's corpse company. These things wouldn't go to waste, by nightfall they would become dinner for other mutated creatures. Having done all this, the sky was pitch black. Lin Xi conducted a final check of the scene, ensuring no obvious personal traces were left behind. Then, like a night walker, he merged into the darkness stealthily, making his way toward the shelter. Xiang Kuan was dead. The 5th squad existed in name only. But Lin Xi's path still stretched long ahead. The next day, Lin Xi rose early. He did not immediately set out for the inner city, but first attended to a crucial matter: breakfast, or rather how to safely consume a meal. From his dimensional stomach pouch, he retrieved a fist-sized cut of wire rat tenderloin. The meat was of excellent quality, nearly free of radiation contamination. Thus the problem arose how to cook it without letting the tantalizing aroma of meat drift out of the shack and invite unwanted trouble. In these years on the wasteland, Lin Xi had not learned much else, but he was exceptionally adept at surviving in the cracks. He had long prepared a crude, smothering pot fashioned from a thick, old tin can. The can was coated in several layers of clay, its mouth sealed with a perforated iron lid. The lid's edge had tiny vents loosely covered by a layer of soaked, tattered cloth. In a corner of the shack, he dug a small pit, placed a bit of scavenged dry moss and charcoal inside, and lit it. When the flames died down, leaving only dull red embers, he put the cut meat into the pot. He sprinkled on a touch of pre-prepared plant powder which was salty, covered the pot, and half-buried the entire vessel in the embers, and finally he completely buried and tamped down the pit with damp sandy soil. The entire process was silent, with only the faintest smoke and heat slowly seeping from the edges of the wet cloth. The tempting scent of meat was mostly locked inside the sealed pot and thick earth. Lin Mower crouched quietly nearby, watching her little nose twitching slightly, her eyes full of curiosity and adoration. "Brother, you're amazing. Practice makes perfect." Lin Xi ruffled her hair. "Mower, remember, on the wasteland, if you want to live a little better, you have to think one step further than others and keep one more trick hidden. Big brother will teach you later." He noticed that when his sister observed him handling the food, her gaze was exceptionally focused. She could even point out a step where he could save fuel. This girl seemed to have a special talent in the area of eating. Perhaps he could indeed cultivate her in this direction in the future. Having a skill was always better than simply relying on him. While waiting for the meat to cook, Lin Xi gave his sister another small piece of clean fat to hold in her mouth. About half an hour later, he dug out the pot and opened it. A concentrated aroma of meat rushed out, but Lin Xi quickly masked it with the pungent scent of insect-repelling grass. The tenderloin had been braised until tender and flaky, its juices sealed within. The siblings quickly shared this breakfast with some clean water. Lin Mower ate until her eyes narrowed into slits, a satisfied blush spreading across her face. Seeing his sister like this, Lin Xi felt that all the risks were worth it. He cleaned up all traces, hid the pot again, instructed his sister to bolt the door and not open it for anyone, then left the shack and headed for the inner city. Entering the inner city, the familiar sense of oppression descended once more. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xi turned and headed towards the shantytown behind the blacksmith shop. Chang's shack door was ajar, and from within came muffled coughing punctuated by pained intakes of breath. The trilogy of illness and injury on the wasteland: get hurt, lose the ability to work, and hunt condition worsens, infection, death. Countless people slid into the abyss along this path. Medicine was a luxury, most of the time one could only rely on their constitution to endure. Survive the ordeal, and you live; fail, and you die. Lin Xi walked to the door, but did not enter or greet her. He looked around, quickly moved to a cluttered corner beside the shack, and turned his back to any possible onlookers. From his dimensional stomach pouch, he retrieved a piece of wire rat hind leg meat, about half a gene in weight, along with a small chunk of pure creamy yellow fat. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed both items over the top of the doorframe, where they landed on the dry straw bedding inside the shack. The coughing inside stopped, followed by the sounds of someone struggling to get up and fumbling around. A few seconds later, Chang's face covered in cold sweat appeared. Seeing it was Lin Xi, a deeply complex light flickered in her. There was wariness, confusion, and a faint glimmer of hope. Chang's voice was so hoarse it was almost enough. Lin Xi said nothing. Instead, he reached into his bosom, actually his spatial storage, and pulled out another small item haphazardly wrapped in a leaf and tossed it over. Chang caught it instinctively. She opened the leaf to reveal a small, somewhat shriveled piece of male genitalia, its characteristics unmistakable. Chang's body trembled violently, her pupils contracting. She stared at the object as if trying to burn it through. After a few seconds, she made a move that even made Lin's eyelids twitch. She violently shoved the object into her mouth. Using all her strength, she chewed and tore at it with savage intensity. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her face showed no weakness, only a kind of frenzied catharsis and release. After she finished, she panted heavily, leaning against the doorframe, looking at Lin Xi. Her gaze was clearer than before, and also colder. "He'll come back tomorrow." Lin Xi finally spoke. "If you're not dead by then." With that, he lingered no longer, and quickly disappeared around the corner of the alley. The implication in his words was clear. On the wasteland, there was no charity. Today's meat was an advance and investment. If Chang's condition showed no improvement by tomorrow, or if she failed to demonstrate any value for living, then this investment would cease. A dying person had no right to consume precious resources on the wasteland. Chang watched the direction Lin Xi had vanished, then looked at the leg meat and fat, still bearing traces of blood, lying on the straw bed. She slammed the door shut, pounced onto the straw bed, grabbed the raw meat, and began tearing into it recklessly. The coarse meat fibers cut her mouth and throat, but she swallowed with desperate urgency. She had to eat it, had to absorb the nutrients, had to get better. Only by getting better could she prove her worth and earn the right to continue living. The shack was filled with the sounds of greedy chewing and suppressed gasps. The cruelty of the wasteland was on full display. Leaving the blacksmith district, Lin Xi navigated through the relatively bustling streets of the inner city, searching for the eccentric known as Wrench, a man rumored to understand the machines of the old era. After several inquiries, he found his target in front of a dilapidated shed piled high, with rusted metal parts reeking of machine oil. Wrench was a gaunt old man, wearing a monocle ground from a piece of old glass. His fingers were blackened and cracked from prolonged contact with metal and grease. At that moment, he was staring blankly at a pile of gears, their original form unrecognizable. Lin Xi walked up without wasting words, directly pulling out the smallest rust core and placing it on a broken wooden board nearby. "Take a look at this. What's it worth?" Wrench glanced at it, pinched it with his grimy fingers, and held it up to the dim light. He sniffed it, even licked it with his tongue. A traditional wasteland appraiser's ritual perhaps. Then with a look of disdain, he casually tossed the rust core back onto the board. What kind of trash is this? A calcified lump from a mutated beast got a bit harder than usual, utterly useless. Not even a dog would chew on it. Wrench waved his hand and lowered his head to fiddle with his gears again, wearing an expression that screamed, "Don't waste my time with garbage." Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. Something was off. The old man's eyelids had twitched almost imperceptibly when he licked it. And though the toss seemed casual, his fingertips had lingered on the rust core for an extra half-second. He was putting on an act. A notification chimed, "Information fraud and value plundering attempt detected. Subject Wrench, inner city junk dealer, black market manipulator. Nature of action: attempting to defraud the host of a high-value mutated material rust core at a minimal cost through denigration and concealment of key information. This constitutes classic knowledge fraud and information exploitation. Quest triggered the truth of the rust core. Description: behold an old fox trying to swindle with acting and lies. He clearly knows the true value of the rust core, but wants to trick you into selling it for a pittance. Will you play along using rhetoric to extract information? Or will you flip the table and make him talk in a more wasteland way? Objective: obtain true information and usage methods regarding. Choice A, intellectual gambit. Use intermediate persuasion to set a trap or negotiate, making Wrench willingly divulge. Rewards may favor intelligence persuasion or special intelligence. Choice B, forceful ultimatum. Use the most direct method to teach him that some clever tricks can be deadly. Rewards may favor intimidation or interrogation. Please choose within 30 seconds. Friendly reminder: old foxes value their lives the most. Your triangular spike looks far sharper than his gears. Choose B. Lin Xi didn't hesitate. Playing mind games with this old slickster was too exhausting. He had neither the time nor the patience. In the wasteland, sometimes straightforwardness was more effective. He stepped forward, grabbed Wrench's scrawny neck, lifted him from the pile of parts, and slammed him against the rickety wooden shelf behind. As the shelf groaned under the strain, Lin Xi pressed his triangular spike against Wrench's weathered face. "Old man." Lin Xi leaned in, his voice low. "My patience is thin. Keep playing games with me, and the next stab goes through your eye. Tell me, what's this thing really for? How do you use it?" Wrench choked until his eyes rolled back, futilely clawed at Lin's hand. He hadn't expected this seemingly young outsider to be so ruthless and direct. "Let go. He'll talk. He'll talk." Wrench wheezed out a plea. Lin Xi loosened his grip slightly, allowing him to speak, but kept the spike pressed against his cheek. Gasping for air, Wrench dared not play tricks anymore, and spoke rapidly. "Rust cores are mutation-catalyzing materials. They only form in powerful mutated beasts that have ingested minerals in specific environments. Catalyze what? Potential. The potential of living beings." Wrench's eyes flickered with a mix of fervor and fear. "In simple terms, it can potentially awaken superpowers. Though the probability is low, and it's very dangerous." Lin's eyes pupils contracted. "Awakening superpowers. Humans are living beings too. Awakening an ability is essentially a benign directed mutation. When beasts mutate, they gain strength and speed, but often lose their sanity, becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied. The special energy and matter within a rust core act like a chaotic key capable of opening that door. If you're lucky, behind the door lies a treasure, a superpower. If you're unlucky, behind the door lies a monster, complete mutation or death." Wrench explained quickly. "That's why it's valuable, but it's also hot property. The big shots in the sanctuaries, those ability users, are all collecting these things openly or secretly. They use them for research or let their trusted aides and offspring take a gamble. If an ordinary person is caught with one, it's a death sentence." "How do you use it?" Lin Xi pressed. "Grind it into powder. Take it orally or dissolve it in clean water or high-proof liquor and drink it. Then leave it to fate." Wrench laughed bitterly. "The process is said to be excruciating, like every bone being shattered and reformed. The success rate? Less than 1 in 10. And even if you succeed, the strength and type of ability awakened are uncontrollable. So that's it. No wonder the system had marked it as a high-value mutated material. This thing was basically the wasteland's version of a devil fruit. High risk, potentially high reward." Lin's mind raced. His sister's health had improved, but she was still an ordinary person, defenseless in this chaotic world. This rust core. A chime sounded. Quest: the truth of the rust core completed. Final evaluation: crude but efficient. The best way to deal with an old fox is to bare your fangs. You have successfully unveiled the mystery of the rust core. Basic reward: Spirit 1. Uncovering secrets always clears the mind. Bonus reward for choosing the forceful ultimatum with high efficiency 1. Skill acquired: Basic interrogation intimidation. You seem to have instinctively grasped the crude technique of rapidly breaking through another's psychological defenses. Highly effective against the weak-willed or those who fear death. 2. Material reward: Portable micro mortar and pestle system enhanced version X1. Durable with sound dampening and anti-evaporation properties, ideal for grinding powdery substances you'd rather keep secret. A small nondescript mortar and pestle appeared in his stomach pouch. Now came the awkward moment. Wrench knew he had the rust core and knew he understood its value. What to do with him? Kill him. This was the inner city. Remote, but a murder would be troublesome to clean up. And if a shady figure like Lin Xi suddenly vanished, it would surely draw attention from those in the know. Not kill him. That was riskier. He might sell the information for profit or other reasons, turning Lin Xi into a lamb fat. Lin Xi seemed to read the killing intent in Lin Xi's eyes. Petrified, he quickly lowered his voice and begged, "No. Don't kill. I swear I'll keep my mouth shut. 2 can help you look for more info on rust cores or secretly dispose of things you don't want seen. I've been in the inner city for years. I have connections. Keeping me alive is more useful than killing me. If I breathe a single word, you can come back anytime and take my life. I know the rules." Lin Xi stared at him for a few seconds, his mind rapidly weighing the options. Killing him would end it all, but it might invite unforeseen troubles and cut off a potential channel. Spare him, and there would be risks, but he could attempt to control him. He released his grip, yet the triangular blade still pointed at the other man. "Listen, old fool, keep the matter of the rusted core buried deep in your gut. If I catch even a whisper of it from anywhere else, whether it's your doing or not, it'll come for you first. When that time comes, your death won't be swift." He paused, his tone softening slightly. "Also do something for me. Find out who else in Iron Fist Shelter knows about the rusted core and who's collecting them. Find out if there's any way to obtain more or a method to use it safely. If you have news, come to me directly. Do well, and there will be rewards for you. Fail or dare to play tricks." The tip of the triangular blade lightly grazed Lin Xi's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Lin Xi clutched his neck, cold sweat streaming down. Understood. They'll start investigating immediately." Lin Xi sheathed the triangular blade, picked up the rusted core from the wooden plank, then set down a piece of beast meat before turning and leaving. He needed time to digest this information and to think things through. This hot potato, how should it be used and where? Use it for his sister? The risk was too great. A success rate of less than 1 in 10 and the terrifying agony of the process. He dared not imagine what would happen if his sister failed. Use it on himself. He had the system now, by steadily counter-exploiting step by step, he could grow stronger. There seemed to be no need to gamble on such, or keep it for now, wait for a safer opportunity, or trade it for something more urgently needed. Stepping out of Lin Xi's tattered shack, she looked up at the gray, overcast sky of the inner city. The few small rusted cores in his bosom felt heavy, as if they held infinite possibilities, yet also harbored deadly crises. 3 days in the wasteland was neither long nor short. Enough time for some things to ferment and for others to be forgotten. Xiang Kun's disappearance had indeed stirred some ripples. A hunting squad captain was after all considered part of the shelter's mid-level martial force. His sudden vanishing without a trace demanded an explanation. The chief of the hunting brigade personally led a team to question the West Gate guards. The guards swore they had seen Xiang Kun leave alone at dusk, claiming he was going to scout beast tracks, and he never returned. The chief led several searches along the edge of the desolate forest, eventually finding only scattered fur fragments and a few unidentifiable bone remains amidst a pile of rubble not far from a rock crevice. The scene was thick with the scent of wild beasts, leaving almost no valuable human traces. Thus the official conclusion became Xiang Kun, captain of the 5th Hunting Squad, went missing while scouting. The hunting brigade also conducted routine questioning of the surviving squad members, the severely injured Sherdun A. Chong and the newcomer Lin Xi. The 3 gave consistent accounts they had encountered a swarm of wire-furred rats. The 5th Squad was devastated, and they had fled back to rest and recover from their wounds. The story was plausible, and since Lin Xi was seen idling around the inner city every day, and Sherdun and Chong's severe injuries were undeniable, the questioning was hastily concluded. Compared to a captain who might have already fed the beast, the inner city administrators were more concerned with a practical problem. They were now short a hunting squad. Iron Fist Shelter had barely managed its supply of resources with 6 hunting squads. With one missing, the food shortage became immediately apparent. Fatty Wong had been cursing less often in the kitchen these days as the amount of prey delivered had visibly dwindled. Rations for ordinary inner city residents began to be secretly skimped. Consequently, a notice for the selection of a new hunting squad captain and the reorganization of the 5th Squad was soon posted. It was open to all active hunting squad members and qualified reserve personnel. Lin Xi heard this news while in a relatively secluded corner of the outer district, carefully grinding a small piece of wire-furred rat leg bone with a miniature mortar and pestle awarded by the system. He was attempting to create some bone powder with a paralytic effect, an obscure technique from his wilderness survival knowledge. He paused his movements, his eyes flickering. Captain, that meant higher status, priority, resource allocation, greater freedom of movement, and a chance to access the wider wilderness and deeper secrets. The hunting squad was the shelter's antenna reaching out to the outside world, and the captain was the tip of that antenna. To climb higher in the wasteland, to live more safely, to seize more initiative and resources. This position was undoubtedly an excellent stepping stone. Risks. Of course there were. He would have to face more powerful mutated beasts, bear command responsibility, and become a target for other factions or internal strife. But compared to struggling in the outer district or being a menial laborer or ordinary squad member in the inner city, always expendable, the value of being a captain was obvious. Amen. Lin Xi put away the bone powder, his eyes growing bright. In the wasteland, it was like sailing against the current. One either forges ahead or falls back, and stepping back might mean plunging into an abyss. He had to climb for himself and for Mower to secure a safer and more hopeful future. The selection was held in a relatively flat abandoned plaza at the center of the inner city. The surrounding area was packed with onlookers, residents, and hunting team members alike, their noisy chatter laced with a cruel excitement. Amid the wasteland's scarcity of entertainment, bloody brawls were a favored pastime. Lin Xi arrived to find the selection had yet to begin. His gaze swept the crowd, quickly locking onto several individuals at the edge of the grounds whose auras were distinctly formidable. At the forefront stood a hulking giant nearly 2 meters tall and built like a bear. His face was a mass of rough flesh, a scar cutting from his left brow across the orbit down to his cheek. This scar lent a singular ferocity to his eye. This man was Lin Xi, the violent bear captain of the hunting team. He was one of the 3 ability users under Iron Fist and Attack type with the power of Berserk level 1. It was said that when activated, his muscles swelled, his strength surged, pain dulled, and he fought with reckless abandon, the sharpest blade under Iron Fist's command. Even without activating his power, his murderous aura made it hard for others to meet his gaze. Beside him stood a sallow-faced, middle-aged man. Lin Xi had heard of him too, the city guard leader Zhao Kuei, known as Stone Skin. A defense-type ability user, his power allowed his skin to petrify in moments, making it impervious to blades and bullets. He was the face and shield of Iron Fist's sanctuary. Fatty Wong was absent, the kitchen couldn't do without him. Besides, as a life-type ability user, he had little interest in such violence. Lin Xi mingled with the crowd, catching snippets of conversation. See that? That's Captain Lin Xi. Damn, I heard when he goes berserk, he can tear apart an iron claw rat with his bare hands. Commander Zhao's here too. They say his stone skin can't even be cut by a knife. Our boss Iron Fist is a level 2 ability user. When he turns his hands to iron, he can split rocks and crack stone. With them around, our sanctuary stands strong. Level 2 is impressive. I've heard of big sanctuaries outside where level 3 and level 4 ability users are nothing special. You're full of it. How strong can a level 3 be? Can they fly or burrow into the ground? Don't be so sure. Back when I was trading with outsiders, I saw a big shot from level 3 from afar. He lifted a wrecked car with a wave of his hand. An Iron Fist himself. Tisk, he acted like a lackey in front of that guy. Hiss. If a legendary level 9 ability user exists, what could they do? Move mountains and drain seas. Level 9, that's a myth. Even a level 5 or 6 is probably the top of the line. The murmurs were filled with longing for power and awe of the unknown world. Iron Fist Sanctuary was, after all, just a struggling little pond in this wasteland. The outside world was broader, and Lin Xi silently filed away this information. Ability levels ranged from 1 to 9, a straightforward numbering system. In the wasteland, such intuitive classifications were easier for people to grasp. Silence. A thunderous roar rang out. Lin Xi stepped forward, his lone eye scanning the crowd. No more nonsense. The 5th squad captain position is vacant. Today's the selection. One rule: the last one standing on this field is the captain. Life and death are on the line. Weigh your own risks. Lin Xi's voice carried an unyielding brutality. Anyone who wants out, get lost now. Those who stay, be ready to risk your neck. Simple, crude, and perfectly aligned with the values. No drawing lots, no grouping. A pure melee where the final survivor takes all. As his words fell, nearly half of the few dozen volunteers silently withdrew. The remaining 20-odd men all bore fierce glares, sizing each other up. Lin Xi stood among them, steadying his breath. With 3 to physique, 3 to agility, and 4 to spirit, he felt a surge of power and control coursing through his body. His proficiency with one-handed blades granted weapon affinity. The instinct for weak point strikes, the burst of shadow strike, and the cunning of the low blow. He was confident he could stand out among, but the key was how to handle any potential special treatment. As expected, Lin Xi's gaze swept over the remaining contenders, pausing briefly, almost deliberately, on Lin Xi. Then he shifted his look to a similarly lean and fierce young member nearby. This was a man from Lin Xi's own 1st squad, known as Black Fawn. He was skilled with a serrated short blade, and said to be ruthless. Lin Xi gave an almost imperceptible nod. Ding. Detected covert bias and potential suppression. Actor Lin Xi, hunting captain, and his favored candidate. Nature of act: leveraging authority and influence to pave the way for a crony in an open selection. Attempting to eliminate potential threats, such as the host. This constitutes institutional corruption and resource monopolizing oppression. Quest triggered arena backlash. Quest description: behold, the so-called open selection is just another rigged game. The captain has already charted his puppy's path to victory with a mere glance. Will you be a docile stepping stone, or use your strength to overturn this stage and its clowns? Objective: when the captaincy, thwarting Lin Xi's arrangements. Bonus objective: if the chance arises, leave a lasting impression on the captain. Base reward: slight increase in reputation within Iron Fist Sanctuary captain's authority and related benefits. Bonus reward determined by the host's performance and the degree of retaliation against injustice. The quest had arrived. Lin Xi's eyes turned cold. Things were never that simple. Begin. Lin Xi commanded. Over 20 men roared and charged at each other, battle erupting. Fists and feet clashed, weapons collided, and shouts and screams mingled into a cacophony. Lin Xi didn't rush into the heart of the fray. He moved nimbly, using his basic environmental instinct to evade encirclement by several opponents. His gaze locked onto a burly man chasing down another. Catching him off guard, Lin Xi darted in from the side and behind. With no flourish but lightning speed, he delivered a true, devastating low blow. Ag! The burly man's eyes bulged, his weapon clattering to the ground. A clean and efficient strike. This ruthless, cunning kick immediately bred wariness among those nearby. But in the chaos, no one stepped up for the fallen. Lin Xi's form didn't pause, he slipped through the crowd like an eel. He refrained from using his triangular spike, as killing could invite trouble, and instead donned a pair of leather gloves with sharp iron pieces fitted at the knuckles. Leveraging his agility and weak point strikes, he targeted joints, throats, temples, and other vital spots. These attacks, while non-lethal, sent each victim writhing in pain. Soon 4 or 5 men lay around him. Lin Xi's ruthlessness and efficiency drew hostility from many, but also made some instinctively keep their distance. On the other side, Lei Shan's favored Black Fang was also wreaking havoc. His serrated blade whistled through the air, already wounded. He was clearly being aided, as a few contestants gave him a wide berth, while actively clearing out others for him. The brawl lasted less than 10 minutes, leaving only 7 still standing. Besides Lin Xi and Black Fang, the other 5 were all wounded. Enough, Lei Shan grunted coldly, signaling Black Fang. Black Fang understood, letting out a vicious grin as he suddenly charged at the nearest injured man. The victim barely parried, but was forced back by Black Fang's brutal blade work. Simultaneously, 2 other contestants lunged at Lin Xi from both sides, trying to pin him down. Now, a cold glint flashed in Lin Xi's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, dodging one man's grab and shooting out his right hand like lightning. The iron pieces embedded at his index and middle finger knuckles struck the second man's ribs. As the man went limp, Lin Xi followed up with an elbow to his chin, knocking him. By then, Black Fang had already dispatched his opponent. His gaze fell upon Lin Xi with savage cruelty. "Kid not bad at fighting, huh?" Black Fang licked the blood off his serrated blade and advanced step by step. "Pity the captain's position has already been promised to me by brother Lei Shan. If you know what's good for you, lie down yourself, and you might keep your life." He gestured to Lin Xi with his eyes. Lin Xi shook the blood from his hands without a word, merely assuming a fighting stance. His gaze was calm as he looked at Black Fang, then glanced past him toward the expressionless Lei Shan at the edge of the arena, seeking death. Enraged by Lin Xi's disregard, Black Fang growled lowly, his serrated short knife whistling as it slashed straight at Lin Xi's face. Lin Xi shifted his feet, lightly sidestepping, while his right hand shot straight for the pulse point of Black Fang's weapon-wielding wrist. Black Fang reacted swiftly, twisting his wrist to reverse the blade and slice upward at Lin Xi's fingers. The two clashed in a furious melee. Black Fang's knife techniques were ferocious, and his strength considerable, clearly the product of systematic training. Lin Xi, however, excelled in agility, faster reactions, and more cunning attacks. His gloved hands several times nearly wrenched the short knife from Black Fang's grasp. At the arena's edge, Lei Shan's brow gradually furrowed. He knew Black Fang's strength well. The man was undoubtedly top tier among the ordinary members. He hadn't expected this boy from the outer district to be able to trade blows with him evenly, even subtly gaining the upper hand. Lei Shan muttered a curse under his breath. On the field, Black Fang grew increasingly agitated as the battle dragged on without resolution. In a moment of carelessness, Lin Xi seized an opening, feigning a groin kick that forced Black Fang to retreat and guard his lower body. Lin Xi instantly changed his move, lunging forward to deliver a vicious head, but that slammed into Black Fang's nose bridge. A sickening crack of bone sounded. "Ah!" Black Fang screamed, blood gushing from his nose, tears blurring his vision, and his short knife slowing by half a beat. Lin Xi seized the chance to engage in close-quarters combat. Fists, elbows, and knees rained down like a storm upon Black Fang's ribs and abdomen. For the final blow, Lin Xi gathered all his strength and drove a straight punch into Black Fang's heart. With a heavy thud, Black Fang was sent flying 3 meters back as if struck by a mutated boar. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. The elite directly under Lei Shan had actually lost. And to an unknown boy from the outer district. Lei Shan's face darkened as if it could drip water. His single eye fixed on Lin Xi with a glare that seemed to want to devour him alive. His arranged man had been taken down in public, a direct slap to his face. The remaining 2 contestants looked at Lin Xi, who stood like a god of death, then at Black Fang's spitting blood on the ground, and Lei Shan's grim expression at the sidelines. They silently stepped back, signaling their forfeit. Only Lin Xi remained standing in the arena. His chest rose and fell slightly, and several fresh wounds marked his body, but his gaze was defiant. Silence fell over the crowd. The looks directed at Lin Xi were filled with shock, fear, and a hint of sympathy. Everyone knew he had forcibly wrested the captain's position from the jaws of General Captain Lei Shan. He had won the match, but also offended his direct superior to the core. Lei Shan's face was so dark it seemed to wring out water. After a few heaving breaths, he squeezed out through clenched teeth, "5th Squad Captain. Lin Xi. Ding. Mission Arena Backlash. Completed. Final evaluation: chaos beats the old master. No chaos shatters the shady deal. With absolute strength you crushed the predetermined script, turning the general captain's meticulously arranged little brother's rise into a public execution scene. The thrill of anti-exploitation lies in the moment of flipping the table. 1. Basic reward skill Chaos Brawler's Bane passive. When you face 3 or more enemies simultaneously, this skill activates automatically. Your attacks become harder to predict and carry a mental contamination effect, causing besiegers to feel the irritation and hesitation of how the hell do we fight this? System note: highly suitable for a host who enjoys one versus many scenarios. Practical combat tempering agility 1. Intense melee combat and precise strikes deepen your muscle memory. 3. Material reward standard Captain's Leather Armor Light X1 set. A set of slightly worn leather armor appeared within the stomach dimensional space. Lin Xi raised his head, calmly meeting Lei Shan's undisguised hostility, and gave a slight nod as confirmation. There was neither the arrogance of a victor nor the humility of a new subordinate. Only a detached air of, since things have come to this, just carry on. The onlooking crowd began to murmur among themselves, but no one stepped forward to offer congratulations. None of them were fools. Associating with Lin Xi now would be tantamount to directly opposing Captain Lei Shan. In the sanctuary, offending the powerful chief of the hunting brigade was no trivial matter. Lin Xi had anticipated this, and was even glad for the solitude it brought. He hadn't vied for this captaincy to build factions in the first place. What he wanted was the legitimate authority to venture out and explore. He wanted the captain-level resource allocation and intelligence channels. He wanted relative freedom of action. Team members. To be honest, dragging along a group of unknown liabilities was far less efficient than going it alone. At least until he understood the ways of the wilderness, traveling solo might not be a bad thing. He glanced at the unconscious Black Fong on the ground, then at Lei Shan's livid face and Zhao Kuei's inscrutable expression. He turned, parted the crowd, and walked towards the temporary rest quarters assigned to the new captain in the inner city. His silhouette was lonely, yet he held himself straight and tall. 2 days after becoming Captain Lin, she was prepared. The inner city administration had already begun pressing him, and their urgings were no laughing matter. Food rations were dwindling, breeding resentment. The hunting teams, especially the newly appointed captain of the 5th Squad, who seemed to be slacking off, naturally became the focus of attention. Lin Xi himself knew that in the wasteland, holding a title without doing the work was akin to seeking death. Moreover, he was eager to accumulate enough merits as soon as possible. According to Iron Fist regulations, hunting 10 or more standard mutated beasts would earn a captain-level residence in the inner city, a proper house where one could stand upright 100 times better than the hovels in the outer zone. That way he could bring Mower in. He put on the captain's leather armor and flexed his limbs. The armor fit well with this gear, at least his safety was somewhat more assured. As for being a leader with no team, the pressure was immense. It didn't matter who in the wasteland lived an easy life. At the west gate of the inner city, as the morning mist still lingered, Lin Xi arrived and saw 2 familiar figures leaning against the wall. A gun and Stone Shield. A gun's face was still pale, but she stood upright. Stone Shield looked slightly better, but his chest still heaved with some difficulty. Seeing Lin Xi, both stepped forward simultaneously. Boss. Captain. Lin Xi didn't stop walking, his gaze swept over them cold. Coming out before your injuries are fully healed. And. He paused, his tone unreadable. You both know who I've offended, yet you still dare to follow. A gun's reply was direct. If I don't follow, I'll starve to death. She planted her long spear on the ground, showing her stance. Stone Shield scratched his head, a bitter smile squeezing onto his honest face. Join another team. With us 2 cripples would most likely just be cannon fodder sent to fill holes or scout ahead. Following you. At least you've got skills, better odds of survival. The words were crude, but true. There was no talk of loyalty, just a calculation based on survival. Lin Xi looked at them for a few seconds. In the wasteland, bonds of mutual benefit were far more reliable than hollow loyalty. These 2 had experienced combat ability, and from what he could see, clear heads that knew how to choose what was best for them. Bringing them along would help him get familiar with the wilderness faster, and save him from having to do everything himself. Fine, Lin Xi finally nodded, his voice still devoid of warmth. But let me be clear, if danger comes, I might not be able to look out for you. Even if we return safely, you'll only get half the normal share of the spoils. Agree and you follow. Disagree and get lost now. Agreed. Both answered almost instantly, a hint of relief even appearing on their faces. This was how it should be. Clear and harsh rules of distribution were seen as reliable in the wasteland. Any unearned favor or kindness often hit a deeper trap. Lin Xi's coldness and lack of sentimentality paradoxically made them feel secure. Just then a sudden commotion erupted from within the west gate. Hold him down. Quick. He's changing. Oh, don't come near. Thud. Thud. Lin Xi and his 2 companions looked towards the sound. 2 nervous guards were using their spears to pin down a young man. Lin Xi recognized him. A young oddjobber in Fat Wang's kitchen, usually quiet, but now his eyes were murky and yellow. He struggled and howled wildly on the ground, and faint blue-black veins writhed on. It's young Zhang. How else? Got too hungry, stole some unclean scraps or black meat. Nearby refugees who knew the situation muttered, their voices carrying a numbness born of seeing it all before. Dispose of him. Now. A guard leader ordered his face ashen. The two spears thrust and twisted violently. Young Zhang's body convulsed a few times and then lay still. The corpse was then dragged to an open space just outside the gate, doused with cheap fuel and set ablaze. This was done to prevent the corpse from attracting bloodthirsty mutated beasts or to prevent him from changing even further. Stone Shield watched the flames and said quietly to Lin Xi, "If you go like that every month. This damn place, the air, the water, the food, is any of it free of contamination? Even the qualified meat from Fat Wong's isn't completely clean, let alone the black meat on the black market. Don't eat. You starve to death right away. Eat. You die a few days later." Lin Xi nodded silently. The reason he and his sister had survived this long, besides the meager rations, was largely due to the bottom line Aunt Lu had taught them early on. No matter how hungry, never touch food of unknown origin, especially untreated mutated beast meat. Looking back, that rule was likely the most crucial one that had kept them both alive. After showing their hunting team tokens and a simple registration, the three passed through the west gate and stepped into the desolate forest once more. After walking for a while, Lin Xi asked casually, "Does that kind of thing happen often in the inner city?" Stone Shield the chatterbox immediately replied, "Yeah. The inner city is a bit better than the outer zone, but not by much. Mild infection. Hey, half the people have it. Dizziness, fatigue, occasional itchy or festering skin. That's the light stuff. You think all of Fat Wong's unqualified meat is destroyed. There are channels for it to leak out. Sold cheap to those who can't go on any longer. They eat it, stave off hunger for a bit, but the contamination builds up inside. Until one day, like young Zhang Bang, and they're not human anymore." There was little sympathy in his tone, only a numbness born of witnessing death too often. Lin Xi asked no more. The despair of the wasteland was steeped in these daily details. They hadn't gone far when a warning from his basic environmental intuition came. Ahead, behind a withered bush, 3 pairs of tiny crimson eyes lit up. Iron thread rats again, 3 of them blocking the path in a triangular formation. "Here they come." A gun shouted in a low voice, raising her spear, but her movements were noticeably sluggish due to her injuries. Stone Shield also gritted his teeth and raised his shield, covering their flank. But Lin Xi was already moving. The explosive power from his 3 constitution and 4 agility sent him charging straight at the rat pack like a gust of wind. Chaotic Battle Ghost's Bane passive, activated instantly upon encountering 3 or more enemies. He didn't think of any techniques or patterns, his body instinctively chose the most cunning, effortless, and discomfiting style to fight. Facing the iron wire rat charging Hyena, he didn't meet it with force. His body twisted, eerily brushing past its claws as his triangular spike swept upward in a reverse arc. The target was the relatively soft armpit of the iron wire rat. The rat missed its lunge, shrieked in agony as its armpit was pierced and collapsed to the ground. Another rat on the left seized the chance to bite his calf. Lin Xi, as if with eyes in the back of his head, ignored it, pivoted on his left foot, and lashed his right leg backward like a whip. A truly devious groin kick struck the rat's vulnerable spot. The rat let out a shrill squeal and rolled away. A third rat ambushed from the right. Lin's eyes retracted, right leg landed, using the momentum to spin. His left elbow, carrying his full body weight, smashed into the rat's head as it lunged. Simultaneously, the triangular spike in his right hand thrust at an almost impossible angle into the first iron wire rat's neck. Thud! Thud! Both rats died almost at the same moment. The second rat, struck by the groin kick, tried to flee, but Lin's eyes spike followed like a shadow, piercing its ear canal. The battle ended in a flash. Dun and Chong hadn't even managed a single effective distraction. "See, Captain." Dun stared at the 3 rat corpses, then at Lin Xi, who barely seemed winded, his eyes filled with awe. Xiang Kun's dagger work was ruthless, but compared to the captain's unorthodox roguelike fighting style, like a celestial steed galloping without reins, it seemed like that of a disciplined student. "Clean up, Lin," she said tersely, flicking the blood off his spike. Dun hurried forward, skillfully bleeding, gutting, and smearing herbs to mask the scent, then stuffed the relatively intact carcasses into a specially treated leather bag. Chong silently helped her, gaze at Lin Xi deepening with reverence. This was the authority that strength commanded. The team, relying on his basic environmental intuition and growing experience, they encountered and dealt with 3 more iron wire rats and 2 half-meter-long radiation rabbits. Lin Xi used intermediate analysis touch on the radiation rabbit, discovering that the usable meat ratio was far lower than that of the iron wire rat, with more impurities. Though it was still early, Lin Xi noticed Dun and Chong's breathing was heavier, their movement slower. Pushing deeper with 2 injured comrades posed more risk than reward. "Return, Lin," she ordered decisively. Dun and Chong visibly relaxed. In the wasteland, persisting in the impossible wasn't bravery, but suicide. That the captain considered their condition was already a rare sign of being reliable. On the way back, passing a hidden corner shielded by a massive weathered rock, Lin Xi had the 2 stand guard at the entrance. He dragged the leather bag with 3 iron wire rats into a crevice. Dun and Chong faced away from the crevice, watching the path ahead, ignoring the sounds behind them. One of the wasteland survival rules: don't ask what you shouldn't, don't look at what you shouldn't. It was perfectly normal for the captain to have his own secret channels for extra gains. Behind the crevice, Lin Xi quickly retrieved the private haul, using his spike and intermediate analysis touch to cut the best meat from the 3 rats. With a thought, the still-warm private goods entered his dimensional stomach pouch. The remaining fur bones and heavily contaminated parts were hastily buried. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. He emerged from the crevice, expression unchanged. Let's go. Sure done, and Achong asked nothing, silently following. Keeping quiet and curbing curiosity were virtues for survival in the wasteland. Back at the western gate of the shelter, the guards saw the bulging leather bag Sure Done dragged a hefty haul of 3 big ones, and the radiation rabbit Achong carried. They smiled, gave a quick check, and waved them through. A hunting team with a catch was always welcome. The prey was handed over at Fatty Wong. Fatty Wong shot Lin Xi a complex glance, but said nothing, calling a worker to weigh it, and handing Lin Xi a wooden token engraved with a special mark. With this, he could exchange for fixed supplies at the inner-city warehouse. Lin Xi went to the warehouse and traded for several large pieces of safe meat processed by Fatty Wong, 2 bottles of murky clean water, and a small packet of coarse salt. As agreed, he gave about a quarter to Sure Done and Achong. They took it without any extra expression, turned, and quickly left to rest. Everyone knew the sooner they recovered, the sooner they could earn their full share. Night fell, enveloping Iron Fist shelter in darkness. Sure Done ate his day's catch at the door, then returned to his cramped shack. As he lay down, he felt a small packet on the straw mat. He flipped over warily. Opening it, he found a cleanly cut iron wire rat hind leg and a longan-sized yellow fat ball. He froze, then dashed to the shack's entrance, lifting the tattered curtain to peer out. Only the pitch-black night and distant noises remained. No sign of anyone. The same thing happened at Achong's shack. She stared at the extra meat and fat in her hand, a flicker of extreme surprise and an indescribable ripple in her eyes. She gently squeezed the bouncy fat ball, then looked into the impenetrable darkness outside. It was the captain. How did he get? When had he placed it? Achong prided herself on her vigilance, even more so when injured, yet Shed detected nothing. A chill ran down both their spines, transforming into deeper awe. This new captain was terrifyingly strong, his methods mysterious, his actions unfathomable. He could have kept these extras, but he gave them, and in such a stealthy way. It was both a favor and a warning. Shield and Spear silently put away the meat and lay back down on the straw bedding. Their estimation of that young captain had once again ascended to an entirely new height. Fear. A little. But more than that, it was a complex emotion mingled with relief and gratitude. Following such an unfathomable boss who seemed to adhere to a certain code might just allow them to survive a little longer in this accursed wasteland. Meanwhile, Lin Xi had already returned to his shack in the outer district. Lin Mower had used the meat and clean water he left behind to prepare a small pot of fragrant broth. Brother, did things go smoothly today? Mower asked softly, handing him a chipped bowl filled with milky white soup and several pieces of tender, well-cooked meat. Lin Xi took the bowl and nodded. Smoothly. He took a sip of the soup, a warmth slid down his esophagus, dispelling the chill of the wilderness. In the following days, the 5th hunting squad's routine became as regular as clocking in at an old era company. They set out at dawn and returned after half a day, yet their haul always managed to impress. The guards at the west gate now couldn't help but beam at the sight of Shield's honest, burly face. A quick-witted guard teased, "Hey, Shield, you lucky bastard, landing yourself under Boss Lin. Look at you, less work, more pay. Other injured lads are nearly starved to sticks, but you. TSK. You've gotten even thicker." The words outwardly mocked Shield, but subtly praised Lin Xi. In a wasteland plagued by food shortages and oppressive atmosphere, even a small extra gain became fodder for finding joy in misery and relieving stress. Everyone was happy to see someone reap more from more work, especially those on the inner city's payroll. It was as if that meager harvest could illuminate their own path forward. Only Shield and Spear wailed inwardly. What caring captain, shortening work hours out of concern. It was clearly their boss, not to mention his ghostly agility. Even more absurd were his bizarre bits of wilderness knowledge. He'd dig up some dried moss and shriveled fruits from Waknoshire, grind them in his little mortar, and mix in some tree resin. The result was a numbing agent that slowed down iron wire rats. Ever since they coated their weapon edges with this stuff, their hunting efficiency had skyrocketed. Often the moment an iron wire rat lunged, a single strike with the coated weapon would make it stagger. Then Lin Xi would deliver. The higher efficiency naturally meant less time needed in the dangerous forest. The prey they brought back each time, starting from half the actual haul, now accounted for only a quarter or even less. Yet their submitted performance remained steady. Where did the rest of the private stash go? The two tacitly never asked. Every night, they each received their share of private goods. They tried staying up late to track the boss movements, but to no avail. Over time, they stopped bothering. Better to catch some extra sleep. The problem was, even with Lin Xi being so restrained in his submission, these days the 5th squad's hunting contribution points ranked steadily near the top, second only to the 1st hunting squad, personally led by Lei Shan. But the 1st squad had more than double their numbers. Such results were enough to make any observant person suspicious. That day they bagged 4 iron wire rats and 1 vibrantly plumed mutant pheasant. When Lin Xi first saw it, he thought it was a peacock from old era pictures, but the thing was vicious, pecking like a chisel. Shield, turn them in, Lin Xi ordered simply. Got it. Shield hoisted the prey and headed for the kitchen. One had to admit the wastelander's vitality was tenaciously freakish. This damned world inflicted endless suffering on everyone, yet like a furnace it forced out the full potential of life. With sufficient food, Shield recovered remarkably fast, his bulky muscles filling out again. Even Spear's injuries healed considerably. From today onward, Lin Xi officially restored the two men's rations to normal levels. With their wounds healed, there was no reason to continue having their shares. Rules were rules, clear and straightforward, good for everyone. After handling the chores, Lin Xi returned to the captain's quarters assigned to him in the inner city. The location was decent, backing onto the communal kitchen. Word had it that in winter a bit of warmth seeped through the wall cracks. The so-called captain-level luxury suite was nothing more than a tiny room less than 10 square meters cobbled together from old planks and mud plaster. Compared to the outer district's shacks, its greatest advantage was that one could stand upright and even take a couple of steps inside. The floor was laid with wooden planks, and a bed made from a repurposed shelf stood half a foot off the ground. No more sleeping on the cold, damp floor. Lin Mower was busy inside tidying up her belongings. A thick towel blanket, a few ragged blankets, Aunt Liu's sketch, and the simmering pot. What pleased her most was that here she could cook meat without having to sneak around like a thief. The captain's quarters carried a certain deterrence. Ordinary people dared not approach easily. As long as the smoke and aroma weren't too excessive, no one would pry. Lin Xi left the outer district territory in Shao Dai's care, appointing two seemingly clever underlings as deputies. The rules remained the same. A Lin Mower just needed to collect the dues every few days. This ensured a steady income while allowing his sister to dabble in simple tasks, a form of training. Mower learned earnestly. She knew that by helping her brother, she was no longer a burden. In the captain's mansion, Lin Xi had just taken the meat soup handed over by his sister. Before he could take 2 sips, a shout came from outside. "Captain Lin. The chief is summoning all captains to the meeting tent immediately." The voice belonged to a squad leader under Lin Xi, and his tone was far from polite. Lin Xi finished the soup in a few gulps and handed the bowl to his sister. "He'll be back soon." The meeting tent was located in the center of the inner city, a large structure made of old canvas and wooden poles serving as the shelter's administrative center. By the time Lin Xi arrived, the other 5 captains were already present. Lin Xi sat imposingly on a battered chair, while Zhao Kuei stood by with his arms crossed. Seeing Lin Xi enter, Lin Xi's single eye glanced at him, and a smirk devoid of warmth twisted at the corner of his mouth. Well, if it isn't our high-yield captain. You're looking quite well after a few days." The sarcasm in his words was almost undisguised. The other captains kept their eyes down, none daring to interject. Everyone knew that Lin Xi and Lin Xi were at odds, and speaking up now would only invite trouble. Lin Xi ignored the taunt, walked to the end of the line of captains, and took his place. Lin Xi snorted and stopped his ridicule. Then he began to announce, with winter approaching, according to tradition, the hunting team would cancel all leave starting immediately, focusing entirely on stockpiling food for the shelter. Each squad had a mandatory quota. Failure to meet it would result in the captain's rations being docked. Team members might even lose their hunting privileges and be assigned to more arduous and dangerous tasks. The specific quotas were announced, and the numbers were substantial, causing several captains to show signs of immense pressure. Furthermore, Lin Xi shifted the topic, pointing to a hand-drawn map hanging on the tent. On it, charcoal roughly marked some areas and symbols along the edge of the desolate forest. As per the usual rule, to avoid conflict and waste, each squad's hunting territory needs to be divided. Everyone knows which areas are rich and which are lean. Well, decide by drawing lots. The captains immediately tensed up, their gazes fixed on the few rich zones on the map. But Lin Xi, as if suddenly remembering something, slapped his forehead and casually pointed to the most remote area on the map. That area was marked with a skull symbol drawn in red charcoal. "Oh right, I almost forgot this area. It's the No. 3 uncharted zone that was explored before, but shelved due to heavy casualties. No one knows what's inside, but according to those who escaped, the density and aggression of the mutated beasts there are extraordinary." He paused, his single eye turning to Lin Xi, and naked malice spreading across his face. "Captain Lin is young and capable, with formidable strength, and has led the 5th squad to remarkable achievements these past few days. I believe this mission of overcoming difficulties is tailor-made for Captain Lin. The No. 3 zone shall be assigned to your 5th squad for exploration and hunting. What do you say? This is a great honor." The tent fell silent instantly. The other captains looked at Lin Xi with sympathy and a hint of sorrow, as if mourning a comrade's impending doom. The No. 3 zone. It was infamous as a death zone. 2 exploration squads had ventured there before. One was completely wiped out, and the other returned with only 2 severely wounded members who died the same day. Since then it had become a tacit no-go area. Lin Xi's move was not about promotion, but about using a borrowed knife to kill. He wanted to bury Lin Xi, that thorn in his side, along with his fledgling squad. Everyone knew it clearly, but no one dared to speak for Lin Xi. Lin Xi looked at the glaring skull on the map, then at Lin Xi's face brimming with malevolence. Ding. Detected malicious framing and a plot to kill by proxy. Perpetrator Lin Xi, chief hunter. Nature of act: abusing authority to forcibly assign the host and squad to a high mortality dangerous zone. Attempting to eliminate dissent through external danger. This constitutes institutional murder and framing. Triggered mission absolute counterstrike. Mission description: behold, the petty chief has finally revealed his true colors. He's tired of playing petty tricks and has directly handed you a one-way ticket to hell. Will you kneel and accept the decree with gratitude, leading your comrades to fill the bellies of mutated beasts? Or will you shove that ticket back into his single eye? Mission objective: respond to this malicious assignment, survive the No. 3 uncharted zone, and ideally make some gains. Bonus objective: make this framing the most regretted decision of Lin Xi's career as chief. Basic reward: dependent on survival and exploration results, expected to be extremely generous. After all, it's a life-risking endeavor. Bonus reward: upon successful counterkill, unlock abilities or permissions related to Zone Explorer. System tip: uncharted zones often mean unknown dangers, but they may also hide undiscovered resources and treasures. Hosts: basic environmental intuition and intermediate discerning hands might come in very handy. The system has issued a mission, so the No. 3 zone is unavoidable. Lin Xi lifted his head, and under the varied gazes of Lin Xi and the other captains he spoke slowly. The 5th squad accepts the No. 3 zone. There was no anger, no protest, not even excess emotion. As if he were accepting the most ordinary task. Lin Xi paused, seemingly surprised at Lin Xi's prompt agreement. Then a triumphant smile spread across his face. Good. Bold. Then it settled. The rest of you come and draw lots. The other captains stepped forward to draw lots, no one sparing another glance at Lin Xi. In their eyes, this young captain who had just begun to shine was already a dead man. The meeting concluded, and as the crowd dispersed, Lin Xi was the last to leave the meeting tent. Outside, the sky was overcast. He knew that from this moment the true test had begun. Lin Xi had already placed a blade at his throat, forcing him to leap into the most perilous den of dangers. Jump and he might die. Refuse to jump and Lin Xi would crush him immediately on charges of disobeying orders, even dragging Moer into it. There was no choice. But Lin Xi recalled his enhanced attributes, those insidious yet practical skills, and the system's maddeningly reliable. A desperate situation. It didn't necessarily mean doom. The framing would surely be met with a counterstrike. Emerging from the meeting tent, Lin Xi made his way toward the assembly point of the 5th squad. It was time to let shield and spear know what awaited them under their elusive captain. He also wanted to see how these two veterans who had crawled through the wasteland for years would react when faced with true mortal danger. A wasteland team could only be forged in blood and fire. Spear and shield were already waiting at the assembly point. They knew Lin Xi would inform them of the hunting team's major decisions after the meeting. Lin Xi arrived and cut straight to the point. The death zone. Those few words laid bare Lin Xi's malice and the dire predicament. Damn it, that bastard Lin Xi. Shield's face flushed crimson as he punched a half-collapsed mud wall. His loud voice practically announced to the entire inner city that he had sided with Lin Xi, burning his bridges. Perhaps he was forcing himself to fully commit to Lin Xi's sinking ship. Spear's face also paled, and she tightened her. Zone 3, the land of ill omen, was practically synonymous with death. But after a flicker of hesitation, her gaze regained its usual calm, though her voice was a bit hoarse. Understood. When do we leave? Her tone was as casual as asking about today's meal. Await my notice, Lin Xi said, glancing at them before turning, and no words of comfort, no rallying cry. The wasteland had no use for such things. Their reactions had passed the first. This hastily assembled team hadn't crumbled under the threat of death, making them worth his investment. Lin Xi ducked into Wrench's shack, cluttered with junk. The old man was staring blankly at a rusted circuit board. I need a good cleaver and a sturdy spear, Lin Xi said without. After dealing with him for a while, Lin Xi knew Wrench was the inner city's biggest black market dealer, handling many contraband items. Lin Xi also sold his meat through him. Recognizing his largest food supplier, Wrench dared not be negligent. My dear ancestor, keep your voice down. The heat's on, and the blacksmith hasn't sent anything lately. Without a word, Lin Xi pulled out a triangular spike and drove it into Wrench's worn wooden table with a clang. The old man was a stubborn mule who only complied when faced with force. True enough, the sight of the spike made Wrench's courage. You damn bastard, is this how you treat an elder? He grumbled, but moved swiftly, crawling to the back of the shack. From under a pile of trash, he dragged out a long bundle wrapped in oilcloth. Inside lay a heavy cleaver with a simple guard, and a barbed iron spearhead far superior to what Spear currently used. That's all. Take it or leave it. Wrench grumbled. Lin Xi picked up the cleaver and spearhead, testing their weight. They felt good. He'll take them. 200 gene of clean meat. No bargaining. Wrench held up 2 grimy fingers. Instead of meat, Lin Xi placed a tiny rust core on the oilcloth. This as collateral. He'll redeem it with meat within 7 days. After that, do as you please. But if it goes missing or word gets out. He trailed off, pulling the spike from the table and scraping its tip lightly across the surface under Wrench's gloomy gaze. Wrench pocketed the rust core, knowing full well it was worth far more than 200 gene of meat. Hope you die out there, he snarled, waving his hand. Get lost. Now. The deal was done wasteland style, direct and brutal. That night, aside from the usual private goods, Shield and Spear each found a cleaver and a spearhead in their shacks, along with a wooden chip bearing a simple symbol meaning depart. In the wasteland, a reliable weapon could be the line between life and death. The two silently stowed their new gear, feeling a mix of awe and something else for their elusive captain. The next morning at the assembly point, Shield wore the cleaver at his waist, and Spear had fitted her new spearhead. Lin Xi carried a crude backpack woven from animal hide and vines, a decoy as his real valuables were stored in his gastric pouch. No pre-battle speeches, no solemn farewells, not even a meaningful exchange of glances. Let's move. The three silently passed through the west gate, heading into the twisted forest, their figures soon swallowed by the gnarled trees. The guards behind them watched, spitting bitterly. "Pa, damn Lin Xi. What a fine team sent to their doom." As they neared Zone 3's boundary, the vegetation grew more twisted and eerie, the silence heavier. Lin Xi activated his basic environmental instincts. But strangely, the expected danger didn't materialize. The path was eerily quiet, devoid of even common rabbits or small mutant beasts. "Something's off," Lin Xi halted, whispering. Too quiet. Wasteland survival knowledge told him this unnatural stillness often signaled an apex predator that terrified all other life. He signaled the two to stay alert, then crouched low like a hunter scrutinizing the ground, tree trunks and bushes. Soon he found a massive, semi-dried pile of droppings at the base of a dead giant tree. Its volume was enormous, containing undigested fur and bone fragments. Lin's eyes expression turned grim. He pinched a bit of debris, sniffed it, then carefully surveyed the area along the trail, even getting on his knees to identify paw prints and rub marks. "It's a bear, a giant mutant bear," he said, standing and brushing the dirt from his hands with certainty. "Judging by the signs, it's enormous, the overlord of this area. We're at the edge of its territory. Any further, and we'll be in." Shield and Spear gasped. A giant mutant bear. It was one of the most feared beasts in the desolate forest. Thick-skinned, immensely strong, and capable of driving off even mutant wolf packs when enraged. "Boss, what do we do?" "Deter." Shield tightened his grip on the cleaver. "No way around it. This is probably the main surprise of Zone 3. Lin," she said, his eyes chillingly calm. "Lin Xi wants its claws to crush us. Then we'll hack off its claws first." Having decided to hunt the bear, the team bustled into action. Lin Xi directed Sherdun and Achong to dig a deep pit in a ditch that the giant bear was bound to cross. They planted sharpened hardwood spikes at the bottom of the pit and concealed them with dead leaves and loose soil. He himself gathered several mutated plants and fungi, quickly mashed and mixed them in a portable mortar and pestle, then added the remaining potent anesthetic. A small jar of venomous anesthetic mixture was prepared. Next, he took several large pieces of the finest iron wire rat hind leg meat from his stomach pouch and stuffed the mixed poison and anesthetic into the meat chunks. Sherdun watched Lin Xi craft the traps and poison bait with smooth, practiced movements. Especially the gleaming wooden spikes at the bottom of the pit and the meat chunks with their strange smell, he couldn't help but mutter, "Boss, your methods are really insidious. I mean really professional." "Huh." Achong watched silently, his eyes flickering. This kind of meticulous and vicious hunting preparation far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary hunting team. After setting up the traps and bait, the three climbed up a nearby large tree, hiding among the branches and leaves, waiting quietly. A long time passed. Just as Sherdun couldn't help but shift his numb legs, a tremor came from the ground. A colossal creature slowly emerged from the depths of the dense forest. It was a giant bear over 3 meters tall, its body covered in long, dark brownish-black fur. Its eyes were a murky yellow, and 2 fangs protruded from its mouth. Most terrifying were its shoulders and back, which bulged with rock-like horny lumps, clearly indicating formidable defense. The giant bear, obviously catching the meaty aroma of the bait, twitched its nose suspiciously and slowly approached. It seemed to think nothing in its territory could threaten it. It bit down on the largest poison meat chunk and began to chew. Just as it finished eating and continued forward, its massive body stepped directly onto the camouflaged trap. Boom! The loose earth collapsed, and the giant bear let out an enraged roar as its front half plunged down. The wooden spikes at the bottom of the pit viciously stabbed into its forelimbs and lower chest and abdomen. Although the giant bear's thick hide prevented penetrating wounds, the pain and shock instantly drove it into a frenzy. Driven by excruciating pain, the giant bear struggled wildly, wrenching its forelimbs free from the wooden spikes. It reared up on its hind legs, blood gushing from its wounds. Its murky yellow eyes fixed on Lin Xi and the other two as they leaped down from the tree. The anesthetic and poison circulating through its bloodstream began to take effect, causing a slight uncoordinated sluggishness in its movements. "Go. It's injured. The drugs are taking effect." Lin Xi growled, charging forward first. Sherdun roared, raising his shield to block the bear's frontal swipes, creating opportunities for Lin Xi and Achong. Achong's spear thrust at the bleeding wound on its forelimb during the bear's attack on Sherdun. Lin Xi, displaying astonishing agility, moved like a phantom around the bear's flank. Current total agility, initial transference, 1 multiple rewards, 4, total 5 points. His expertise in piercing weak points with one-handed weapons allowed him to constantly find the bear's defensive vulnerabilities, the edges of wounds, joints, and its fragile eyes and nose. He didn't engage in a direct clash. He struck and retreated, constantly inflicting new wounds and enraging the beast, drawing the brunt of its hatred and attacks toward himself. The giant bear was utterly enraged, but its injured forelimbs and the drug's effect made its movements increasingly sluggish. Its ferocious swipes repeatedly missed their mark. Lin Xi, in contrast, grew bolder. Amidst the dappled light and shadow of the forest, his night walker passive allowed him to almost merge with the shadows. He seized the moment when the bear dizzy swung its head, exposing its neck. Shadow instant kill activated. The triangular spike in his hand, driven by all his strength, plunged deep into the bear's carotid artery on its neck and twisted violently. Uffed. Bear blood sprayed. The massive damage from Shadow instant kill caused the giant bear to let out an earth-shattering howl of agony. Then its colossal body crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain. The three collapsed beside the giant bear's corpse, panting heavily. They were all bloodied, but their eyes gleamed with the thrill of having survived a brush with death. Ding. Hidden quest: desperate counterattack. Slay the regional overlord completed. Evaluation: perfect team hunt. Precise trap setup, deadly poison, use seamless coordinated harassment, and the host's nimble positioning and fatal strike. All combined to create a classic counterattack, where the weak overcame the strong. Does Captain Lin Xi know that his surprise has been prematurely signed for and opened by you? Stage reward distribution 1. Attribute: boost agility 3. Extreme dodging and explosive bursts at the brink of life and death have made your body remember this speed. Constitution 1. Withstanding the pressure and impact of the giant beast has toughened your frame. Spirit 1. High intensity command and desperate combat have tempered your will. 2. Knowledge unlocked: wilderness survival knowledge animal section, fused and upgraded. You have gained valuable knowledge about the habits, weaknesses, track identification, and counter strategies for various mutated beasts, especially large predators. 3. Permission unlocked: regional explorer basic. Having successfully killed a regional overlord level creature, you have gained a preliminary environmental perception ability for this area. You can vaguely sense the location and general threat level of other strong life forms within the region. System note: map hack late. 4. Special note: well done, but it's not over. Ahead, a sweet surprise seems to be waiting. Additionally, the host's continuous extreme combat and attribute growth appear to have touched some kind of bottleneck. Please continue to explore diligently. A warm current washed over, slightly relieving the fatigue. A wealth of detailed information about mutated beasts flooded into his mind. Lin Xi, using his new knowledge and the vague feedback of the regional explorer, could infer that there were traces of dense bee activity in one direction ahead and in another direction. The three took a short rest, treated their wounds, and then continued forward. A few kilometers later, they arrived at a relatively open forest clearing. The sight before them made the three hold their breath. On the trunk of a dead giant tree that would take several people to encircle hung a giant beehive the size of a house. Outside the colossal hive, countless mutated bees, each the size of a human head with yellow and black stripes on their abdomens, buzzed and darted through the air. They're mutated killer bees. Sure Dun's voice was dry and raspy. No wonder there aren't any other mutated beasts around here. With this nest of ancestors, and that bear who would dare come. Lin Xi, however, fixed his gaze on some crystalline substances beneath the hive. The intermediate discernment hand and new animal knowledge simultaneously provided feedback. That was the mutated bee's honey, high in energy, non-toxic, and possibly containing special active ingredients. And the giant bear's droppings indeed contained similar residues. Clearly the bear was a regular here, relying on its thick hide. A bold plan instantly took shape in Lin Xi's mind. He signaled the other two to fall back and hide. Then, drawing on his knowledge, he collected several mutated plants with unique scents that could interfere with insect pheromones. He ignited those mutated plants, and the thick smoke carried by the wind drifted toward the hive. As expected, the bee colony grew restless and agitated. A large number of worker bees were driven away. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xi, relying on his night walker ability and extraordinary agility, approached the base of the hive. Using a triangular spike, he carefully opened a small hole in the side of the hive. Instantly, an even richer, sweeter fragrance surged out. Almost simultaneously, the buzzing within the hive rose sharply in pitch, and countless worker bees became even more frantic. This was a sign that the hive was under serious threat, and the queen bee was emitting alarm pheromones. Instead of being alarmed, Lin Xi was delighted. He continued to drive them away with the smoke. The worker bees, drawn by the pheromones, gathered, but were deterred by the thick smoke, daring not to approach. He quickly reached into the opening, using a broad leaf to protect his hand, and scooped out a large chunk of royal jelly, the queen's food. The newly acquired animal knowledge told him that this royal jelly, if used properly, could disrupt the colony's ability to distinguish friend from foe. Applying it would prevent bee attacks. Then he carefully collected some of the liquid oozing from the damaged comb into a small leather pouch. This was a fluid mixed with queen bee pheromones and alarm hormones. Having done all this, he sealed the opening and quickly retreated. Now came the crucial part of the plan. That bastard Lin Xi's hunting team was on line 2, close to his line 3. As if deliberately keeping an eye on them, fearing they might retreat without a fight. He climbed a tall tree and, based on the vague feedback from the area explorer and his animal knowledge of territorial ranges, made an estimate. He determined that the edge of Zone 2, where Lin Xi's first squad was active, was less than 5 kilometers away in a straight line. Between them lay this forest and a stretch of rugged rock formations. He made a hand gesture to Sherdun and a Chong below signaling, "Stay hidden, and wait, be ready to support and evacuate." Then he applied the collected royal jelly to his exposed skin and key parts of his leather armor to prevent bee attacks. He also carefully smeared the fluid mixed with queen bee pheromones onto a piece of animal hide. Having done this, Lin Xi moved like a ghost, darting swiftly through the shadows of trees and rocks. His speed, boosted by 8 points of agility combined with the Night Walker's adaptation to shadowy terrain, allowed him to sneak to the edge of Zone 2 in less than half an hour. Behind him, the bee swarm pursued the pheromonelist hide relentlessly. Soon he heard Lei Shan's hoarse commands, the shouts of his men, and the dying screams of iron line rats. He chose an upwind position, used a long branch to hold up the animal hide, estimated the wind direction and distance, and hurled it with all his might into the sky above the area where Lei Shan's squad was located. The hide unfurled in the air like a banner of deadly temptation, landing in a bush not far from Lei Shan's squad. Having done this, Lin Xi wasted no time. He turned and pushed his speed to the limit, retreating madly along the path he came. Behind him there was a brief silence, followed by Lei Shan's furious roar. "What's that noise?" Then the terrifying buzz began. The storm of mutated bees, a death sentence, swooped toward the hide. "Something's wrong. What's that sound?" "Bees. It's killer bees. So many. They're coming for us. Run. Run for it." Lei Shan's terrified roar, the agonized screams of his men, and the all-consuming drone of the bees echoed through the forest. "My face. Oh, Boss Lei Shan. Help me. I can't see. Scatter. Don't bunch up. Head for the river." The chaotic screams and the buzzing of the swarm continued. A cold smile played on Lin Xi's lips, but his feet never slowed. He made a wide detour, confirming that not a single mutated bee was following him. Only then did he rejoin the anxiously waiting Sherdun and Achong. The two looked at him, then toward Zone 2, as if understanding what had happened. "Come on, let's go check on our safe house." Lin Xi led them to the giant bear's original lair. It was a massive cave at the base of a leeward cliff. The smell inside was quite unpleasant, but the space was spacious and easily defensible. More importantly, the terrifying hive nearby served as a natural barrier. As long as one knew the right method, this place could be a paradise in the wasteland. Lin Xi shared some of the remaining royal jelly with Sherdun and Achong, signaling them to apply it to their wrists, ankles, and other areas. "From now on, apply this before coming here. As long as we don't attack the hive or get too close, these mutated bees will likely see us as one of their own." The two stared at their captain in shock, at a loss for words. This captain had not only killed the giant bear, but had also turned a death trap into their own backyard and settled a score with their enemy in the process. Finally, Lin Xi returned to the base of the hive and used his triangular spike to cut off a piece of honeycomb the size of a wash basin. He wrapped it in large leaves and stuffed it into his backpack. Time to head back. The journey back to the shelter was much easier. When they passed the giant bear's corpse, Lin Xi directed Sherdun and Achong to make a simple shaped drag sled using vines and tree trunks. They secured the heavy bear carcass, and the three of them worked together to drag the massive beast home. When they appeared at the west gate dragging the corpse of the mutated giant bear, the entire west gate erupted. As the guards helped push open the gate, they looked at Lin Xi as if he were a god. A bear king. Zone 3 has this Captain Lin. You. Damn, Captain Lin, that was so satisfying just now. A young guard couldn't help but spill that old bastard Lei Shan just came back with his gang of lackeys. They're all stung up like pig heads. His one good eye is swollen to a slit. Who knows if he'll keep it. The first squad is finished. More guards and refugees surged upon hearing the news, the crowd of onlookers growing ever larger. They stared at the colossal bear carcass, exclaiming in awe, "Captain Lin, well done. Fifth squad, awesome." The murmurs swelled, filled with admiration for Lin Xi. In the wasteland, strength was the ultimate truth. Those who could slay mighty beasts and bring benefits to all were hailed as heroes. Lin Xi remained expressionless, merely directing the bear carcass to be dragged toward Wang Fatty's kitchen. He knew these empty praises were not to be taken seriously. If his luck turned, the same people would trample him without hesitation. Ding. Quest desperate counterstrike. Perfectly completed. Final evaluation. Turn the tables. Use the bees to kill both wise and brave. You not only successfully counterkilled the overlord in the death zone, but also cleverly used the environment to return Lei Shan's venomous scheme to him intact. Moreover, you carved out a perfect retreat and resource point for yourself. The highest realm of counter-exploitation is to make the exploiter reap what they sow. Total reward: settlement 1. Core breakthrough, continuous extreme combat, and potential compression agility 2. Combined with previous attribute growth, your agility has broken through the critical threshold, current agility 10. Your life level has undergone a leap, awakening the passive ability Shadow Swift. Your neural reaction, speed, muscle, explosive power, and long-distance endurance have all gained qualitative enhancement, allowing sustained high-speed movement with astonishing short-range burst speed. System taunt: congratulations, you've evolved from a panicked radiation rabbit into a striking killer bee. 2. Skill fusion: Night Walker passive synergized with Shadow Swift, evolving into Night Shadow Sovereign passive. In the pitch black night, with pitch black eyes, you are the sovereign of the darkness. In nighttime or low-light environments, your movement speed, stealth, and aura concealment reach new heights, almost merging with the 3. Attribute Reinforcement Constitution 1. Spirit 1. The tempering from the giant beast battle and the flawless execution of the intricate scheme have further strengthened your body and mind. 4. Material Reward Honey Purification and Radiation Detoxification Method Memory Implantation. Learn to use simple tools and special activated charcoal to purify honey into honey paste. This honey paste has a significant auxiliary effect in alleviating accumulated radiation toxins in the human body and serves as a high-energy nutritional supplement. A small activated charcoal filter element recipe is included. An even stronger warm current surged through his body as if some barrier had been broken. Lin Xi felt his body become exceptionally light and coordinated, and the world seemed a bit clearer in his eyes. He knew he had stepped into a new realm. More importantly, he had mastered the method to purify honey, meaning that beehive would become a precious resource point. The bear carcass was handed over to Wang Fatty, naturally causing another wave of exclamations and incredulous calculations. The exchange supplies piled up like a small mountain. Lin Xi, as promised, gave Sherdun and Achong their full, even slightly more share. The two looked at Lin Xi with their bountiful gains, their gazes almost utterly devoted. Returning to the captain's residence, Lin Moer had already heard the news. She rushed over and hugged her brother tightly, her small face a mix of lingering fear and pride. Lin Xi ruffled her hair and took out the large piece of honeycomb, instantly filling the room with a sweet fragrance. Brother, this is honey. He'll process it later, did something good. Lin Xi cut off a small piece and handed it to his sister. Try the original flavor first. Lin Moer licked it cautiously, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. So sweet. I've never tasted anything this sweet. In the following days, the 5th squad lived in unparalleled comfort. The 1st squad was completely crippled. It was said Lei Shan's soul eye injury kept recurring, and he was still recuperating. His elite subordinates were wounded and broken, their morale shattered. Thus, Zone 2, originally the 1st squad's lucrative assignment, naturally fell under the temporary jurisdiction of the 5th squad, who had just achieved the great feat of slaying a bear. Not a single other squad captain dared to utter a word of objection against this arrangement. Oppose? On what grounds? This man had killed the giant bear in Zone 3, and in the process crippled Lei Shan so thoroughly, he couldn't manage his own life. Lin Xi's reputation was at its peak, rivaling the recuperating Lei Shan. He was only temporarily taking over Zone 2, who dared to say a word of dissent? Hadn't even the general captain remained silent. Thus the 5th squad settled into a routine that made other squads green with envy. Every morning, without fail, they clocked into Zone 2. Leveraging their familiarity with the area and their increasingly refined hunting techniques, including various insidious gadgets, their harvest was quite substantial. As usual, they handed over only about a quarter, keeping the rest for internal distribution. Sherdun and Achong were clever. Each day after entering Zone 2 and completing their assignment, they would station and await orders at a relatively safe cliff base, as instructed by Lin Xi. They had no idea where their captain went for most of the day, or what he did. They never even thought to ask a single question. Lin Xi, utilizing the astonishing speed and stealth granted by the Shadow Swift passive, swiftly traversed the hidden paths between Zone 2 and Zone 3. He had set up a secret base in the giant bear's hidden lair for firing activated charcoal filter elements and making honey paste, spending half a day every day tinkering with these items. The process was tedious and time-consuming, but seeing small jars of golden, gleaming honey paste effective at purifying radiation toxins being produced, Lin Xi felt the half-day was well spent. However, whenever he returned to the shelter and lay on his wooden plank bed covered with, Lin Xi couldn't help but silently curse the system a few times. The reason was simple: he had finally figured out the nature of the nurturing process within that other dimensional stomach space. As his spirit attributes steadily increased, now reaching 6 points, the capacity of this stomach space was also slowly expanding on its own. There was no need for him to foolishly stare at that shabby leather pouch for an entire hour every night as he had been doing. His previous efforts were nothing but self-indulgent theatrics, providing ample amusement for the system. The system detected the host's intense resentment directed toward it and offered a gentle reminder it had never explicitly required a gazing nurturing method, only mentioning the use of spiritual energy for nurturing. The host's self-devised intense staring technique was a personal artistic performance unrelated to the system. Moreover, the space expanding with spiritual growth was a fundamental setting that the host had only just discovered. This only suggested that the host's attention had previously been focused on groin kicking and trap digging. Lin Xi cursed, "Damn you." The system replied that all rights of interpretation belonged to it, urging the host to concentrate on the grand cause of anti-exploitation and not dwell on such trivialities. A gentle reminder followed. The honey paste was about to burn. Lin Xi nearly hurled the clay pot in his hand, but seeing the bubbling, caramelizing paste inside, he restrained himself. Damn this treacherous system. Days passed in a routine of regular check-ins, secret processing, and daily bickering with the system. Lin Xi found time to visit Wrench, exchanging sufficient clean meat for his own rusted core. Wrench muttered something about bastards having the longest lives as he took the meat. Though his tone remained harsh, his eyes had lost their initial fear, replaced by familiarity and even a hint of ease. In the wasteland, bonds often began with reliable trades and shared secrets. Life seemed to be settling onto a relatively... At night in the shack of stone shield and spear, besides their fixed share of private stock meat, there would occasionally be an extra piece of honey paste wrapped in clean leaves. At first they were puzzled, but after tasting its extreme sweetness and feeling the subtle comfort it brought to their bodies, they recognized its extraordinary nature. More noticeably, a few days later they found their waist carried a foul odor, while areas under their skin that had been aching seemed to eat. They might not understand terms like radiation detoxification, but they knew this was something precious, something their captain had given them more valuable than life in the wasteland. The thick bearskin was finally tanned, a process too gruesome to describe, as wasteland leatherworking followed the principle of if it works it's good enough. According to the rule that hunted prey and hides were split equally between the hunting team and the shelter, Lin Xi received his hat. Lacking any artistic sense, he simply asked the craftsman to make the most practical items: 4 pairs of bearskin boots stuffed with dry moss and cloth scraps, 4 bearskin hats that could cover the ears, and a bearskin mat for his bed. When the finished products arrived, Stone Shield held up a pair of boots with crooked stitching and mismatched shafts, looking like they'd been chewed by a mutated beast. His mouth twitched. Boss, did a wire rat make these? Spear silently pulled the hat over his head, saying nothing, but his eyes clearly conveyed better than freezing my ears off. Lin Xi looked at his own equally unique boots. For once he agreed with the system in the wasteland. Pragmatism trumps all aesthetics. Then the first snow arrived. Wasteland snow had nothing to do with the romantic whiteness depicted in old-era poetry. It was radiation snow mixed with gray particles that caused a slight stinging sensation on the skin. According to past tradition, on snowy days, especially the first snow, hunting teams could rest. The bitter cold and poor visibility made hunting exceptionally dangerous and inefficient. Frostbite casualties often arrived before any prey, but this year was different. The first squad was crippled, leaving a huge hole in the winter supplies they were supposed to provide. Iron Fist the chief didn't care about the weather, the hungry mouths in the inner city, and the order to maintain wouldn't stop. Thus the order came down: the remaining 5 squads were to hunt, as usual, to fill the gap. The news brought wails and curses from the shacks of other squads. Damn it, go out in this weather, looking for death. My boots have holes in the toes. The hides I saved aren't even tanned yet. In stark contrast, at the 5th squad's assembly point, Lin Xi, Stone Shield, and Spear arrived on time. Though their outer clothes were still thin, they wore ugly but thick and warm bearskin boots and hats that covered their ears and foreheads. Stone Shield rubbed his big hands together, exhaling a puff of white breath. This snow's making me like those wire rat shoes. Wasteland earthy humor. Spear silently checked his long spear and added calmly, better than them. Then referred to the other squad members, shivering as they assembled, some wrapping their feet in rags. Some wrapped themselves in torn blankets. They stared at the 5th squad's fully equipped bearskin outfits, their eyes green with envy. Damn, those 5th squad bastards are so lucky. I heard the bearskin boots have padding inside. Comparing people just kills you. Lin Xi ignored the stares. He tightened his hat brim and looked toward the gray, desolate forest. Hunting in the snow was indeed troublesome. Poor visibility, tracks easily obscured, and mutated beasts more aggressive. Let's go, he ordered briefly, stepping first into the forest covered in gray snow. Behind him were the envious and hateful glances of other squad members, along with their fear of the cold. Winter in the wasteland was never a fairy tale. But for those who were prepared, at least their toes were still their own, for now. Snow sealed the forest, and the horizon was filled with unsettling grayish white. The 5th squad had been wandering in Zone 2 for nearly an hour, finding nothing but a few small paw prints covered by fresh snow, not even a single strand of mutated beast fur. Is it always like this in snowy weather? Lin Xi stepped on his bearskin boots, frowning slightly. If he couldn't bag some big game in this weather, it would be a waste of his luxury gear. Sure done. Exhaled a large puff of white mist. Those burrowing little bastards, the wire rats, are definitely holed up in their caves as soon as it gets cold. Just like the groundhogs of the old era. However, he paused, pointing deeper into the forest. Some creatures aren't afraid of the cold, and actually prefer to roam in snowy weather. For instance, stonehoof sheep like to come out and nibble on the lichen in the rock crevices. Stonehoof sheep. Lin Xi searched his memory for wilderness survival knowledge animal section. Indeed, there were records of such mutated goats, cold-resistant with firm flesh and relatively low contamination, making them a rare quality meat source in the wasteland. Right, but those things usually stay near shattered rock cliff further in, at least 20 kilometers from here. A chong chimed in, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind and snow. With the round trip and hunting time, we definitely won't make it back today, and this forest is unsafe at night. 20 kilometers, snow-covered terrain, round-trip hunting. Time was indeed tight. Lin Xi pondered briefly and made a decision. You two slowly head toward the shattered rock cliff, observing along the way. I'll go ahead to the cliff myself. Once I succeed, I'll rendezvous with you, and we'll head back with the prey directly to save time. Boss, you alone? Sherdun was a bit worried. Before he could finish, Lin Xi's figure was already in motion. Braving the wind and snow, he pushed his speed to the limit. His swift shadow ability was activated, combined with 10 points of agility, turning his entire form into a blur as he dashed forward. Sure done, and Chong only saw a flash before Lin Xi's figure vanished from sight. Boss is getting faster and faster. Sure done finally managed to blurt out a comment that every man understood. Shut your trap. Chong spat expressionlessly. The two withdrew their gazes, their hearts shaken. The captain's speed was damn fast. Once out of his teammate's sight, Lin Xi held. Swift Shadow was unleashed at full power. This ability brought not only speed, but also adaptation to airflow and extraordinary endurance. He raced across the snow, his pace, now 10 times faster than before. Twisted, withered trees on both sides flew backward, as if making way for the specter in the snow. This speed stirred a surge of pride in Lin Xi's heart. In the future, if he needed to launch a long-distance raid, or a lightning assassination, who could stop him? In less than half an hour, a stretch of rubble half covered by snow appeared before him. Indeed, 7 or 8 mutated goats, each the size of a small calf with hooves as broad as stones, were leaping among the cliffs. Lin Xi didn't act hastily. He observed for a moment, chose the right angle, and began to approach. The Night Walker trait provided excellent stealth bonuses even in the daytime snow. Seizing the perfect moment, he suddenly burst out from behind a massive boulder, exploding into motion at peak speed, his triangular spike flashing like a cold beam of light. Bot! A stone hoof sheep barely had time to react before its throat was pierced. Lin Xi didn't stop. He used the momentum to roll sideways, dodging a charge from another startled sheep, and thrust his spike into its eye socket. The hunt turned into a one-sided slaughter. Although these stone-hoof sheep were agile, they moved in slow motion before Lin Xi, empowered by Swift Shadow. In less than 10 minutes, 6 stone-hoof sheep lay dead in the snow. Using his intermediate discernment hand, Lin Xi quickly sensed the quality, and joy surged in his heart. The meat was excellent, with very low contamination, and the edible portion was nearly double that of wire rats. What a great haul! He immediately set to work skillfully disassembling the prime parts of 3 sheep and storing them in his dimensional stomach. The remaining 3 more intact he tied up with vines, ready to drag away later. Just as he finished cleaning up the traces, burying the fur and offal in the snow, his basic environmental intuition and the vague perception of the regional explorer both sent out warnings. A large group of people was approaching, and they weren't moving slowly. Lin Xi's eyes narrowed. He quickly dragged the 3 sheep carcasses behind a lee rock. Soon a peculiar group broke through the wind and snow, appearing at the edge of shattered rock cliff. There were about a dozen of them, dressed in ragged but thick fur clothing. They carried various weapons, their eyes bearing the usual ferocity of the wasteland. But what truly made Lin Xi's pupils contract were the 30-plus mutated creatures in the group. They resembled a type of yak carrying goods wrapped in animal hide on their backs. These mutated beasts moved rhythmically, clearly tamed. At the center of the procession, a gaunt old man rode atop a mutated yak with shoulders nearly 2 meters high. His face was weathered, and a faint glimmer occasionally flickered in his eyes. He emitted short-clipped syllables from time to time, and with his whistles the pack beasts adjusted their pace or direction. A beast-taming ability user. Lin Xi knew this ability belonged to the mysterious category. Just then Sure Dun and Chong also arrived following the trail. Seeing the scene, they immediately stood alertly at Lin Xi's side. The caravan also noticed them and slowly came to a halt. The old man's gaze swept over Lin Xi and his 2 companions. When he saw the bearskin hats on their heads and the conspicuous bearskin boots on their feet, a glint of greed flashed in his sharp eyes. These days, complete and thick bearskin products were hard currency in any shelter. The old man forced a seemingly amiable smile onto his face. Young men, we are a caravan from Boulder Shelter heading to Iron Fist Shelter for trade. Judging by your gear, you're a hunting team from Iron Fist, right? Why have you come so far to hunt? Is the shelter suffering such a severe food shortage? His words seemed concerned, but were laced with probing and a hint of condescension. Lin Xi said nothing, merely watching him calmly. In the wasteland, a stranger's approach, especially with a large group and strange abilities, was 9 times out of 10 malicious. Sure enough, seeing Lin's eyes 3-man silence, the old man's smile faded slightly. His gaze fell again on the bearskin equipment. The processing of this bearskin is a bit rough, but the material is truly thick. So how about a trade? I have some fine smoked meat, or purified water. Lin Xi remained silent, merely murmuring to Sure Dun, lead the goat, let's go. Stop. Before the elder could speak, a burly man with a fierce face, carrying a large cleaver, stepped forward from the caravan. He strode forward, pointing at the stone-hoof goat Lin Xi was dragging, and roared, our boss is talking to you. Deaf. Another sharp-faced, monkey-like caravan member chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Exactly. Youngster, in the wasteland, you must follow the rules. Just now our elder asked if you wanted to trade, and you said nothing. That means you agreed by default. Now we've seen the goods bearskin equipment, and you've taken our goat, the stone-hoof goat Lin Xi just hunted. The deal is done. What, trying to back out? Or are you planning to rob us outright? The elder sighed at the perfect moment, putting on a helpless yet magnanimous air. Enough, when traveling peace is paramount. The young are inexperienced, and I, an old man, won't hold it against you. How about this? The goat will be a gift from our Panshir caravan to your brothers at the Iron Fist Shelter. And those bearskin hats and boots you're wearing, consider them a gift to us, Panshir. What do you say? Shameless. A blatant act of robbery. Dun's face flushed with rage while Chong gripped his spear tightly, his gaze icy. Ding. Detected malicious fraud and armed coercion for plunder. Perpetrator Panshir Caravan the Elder, a beast-taming psychic, and his underlings. Nature of act: exploiting numerical superiority, armed force, and psychic abilities to fabricate facts and forcibly seize the host's precious prey and equipment. A textbook wasteland banditry. Quest triggered Pan's gift. Quest description: behold a pack of hyenas disguised as a caravan drawn by the scent of bearskin. They covet your prey and gear and plan to take them in the most despicable way. Will you turn on them now and try to slaughter them all? Risk factor off the charts. Or swallow this insult for now, remember their faces, and at a more opportune time, make them understand the wasteland code. With interest. Quest objective: respond to the current extortion. Option A, fight back on the spot. Defend your property and dignity with force. Estimated success rate 20. A may trigger conflicts between shelters. Reward: tendency high risk, explosive abilities. Option B, note this debt for now. Accept the unfair trade, but remember, reward: tendency stealth tracking and reconnaissance abilities, plus special bonuses for subsequent revenge quests. System reminder: the opponent has a beast-taming psychic, over 30 mutated pack animals, and more than a dozen combatants. Though the host is brave, one pair of fists cannot overcome 4 hands, let alone dozens of hands and dozens of hooves. A strategic retreat is sometimes the prelude to a more brilliant attack. The system's prompt was crystal clear: the disparity in strength was immense, and a direct confrontation would be extremely unwise. Lin Xi's gaze was icy, but his mind was sharp. He was no brute. Choose B. Confirmed. Quest Pan's gift, status updated, ledger mode. Please await the moment for reciprocation. Lin Xi lifted his head, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. He nodded calmly to the elder, his voice flat. Very well, boss. Dun grew anxious. Lin Xi raised a hand to stop him, then under the smug and contemptuous gazes of the caravan members, he slowly removed his bearskin hat and boots, standing barefoot on the icy snow. Chong bit her lip and silently followed. Dun let out a heavy breath, then hurled his hat and boots fiercely into the snow. The elder's smile deepened as he waved his hand. The sharp-faced man shuffled forward with a grin, picked up the hat and boots, and inspected them. Then from his pack he pulled out 3 pairs of worn cloth shoes with soles nearly transparent, tossing them casually onto the snow before Lin Xi. Here, don't say Panshir Caravan is taking advantage. These are top-quality vintage-era craft shoes, more than a fair trade for your crude bearskins. You're getting the better deal. The man cackled. An insult, a naked humiliation. Lin Xi didn't even glance at the 3 broken shoes, he only gave the elder a long, hard look. Then he swept his gaze over the mocking faces of the caravan, as if etching each one into his memory. The goat we take. He bent down, picked up the 3 broken shoes, and tossed them to Dun. Take them, at least they came from a deal. His tone was terrifyingly calm. Then barefoot he turned, dragging the 3 stone-hoof goats, and walked back into the wind and snow without looking back. Dun and Chong, seething with rage, had no choice but to follow. Behind them came the caravan's unrestrained mockery. TCH thought he was tough. What a coward. Is this the caliber of Iron Fist shelter now, eh? Haha, 3 worn shoes for a full set of bearskin. What a steal. Boss, your methods are unmatched. The elder stroked the newly acquired bearskin, had a flicker of coldness in his eyes. A young man who could swallow such humiliation was either a true waste or a venomous snake with a long memory. But once at Iron Fist shelter, there would be plenty of chances to probe his depths. If he was a snake, crush him early. The wind and snow soon swallowed the caravan's clamor. After walking a great distance until the caravan was completely out of sight, Dun suddenly slammed his fist into a tree trunk. Boss, are we just going to take this? Those bastards. Chong looked at Lin Xi, her eyes burning with suppressed fury and resentment. Lin Xi stood barefoot in the snow, the biting cold seeping up from the ground, but his gaze was colder than the ice. He pointed at the 3 stone-hoof goats, then at the 3 worn cloth shoes in Dun's hands. Look closely. Lin Xi's voice was low, but every word was clear. What they took were a few pieces of hide. What we remember are their faces, their methods, their backing. He paused, his gaze fixed toward the direction of Iron Fist shelter. In the wasteland, debts are never settled on the spot. The way they took today. One day it'll make them kneel and return it all with interest. If they can't, they'll pay with their lives. The wind howled, but it could not drown the killing intent and absolute confidence in those words. Dun and Chong exchanged glances, and the pent-up frustration and rage within them were strangely subdued by this surge of conviction. They believed in their captain. From the moment he killed the giant bear and ambushed Lei Shan, they believed in his ability and his ruthlessness. Let's go. Back. Lin Xi said, no more dragging the goats forward. His bare feet left a clear trail of footprints in the snow, soon swallowed by the wind and snow. This debt, he remembered. Panshir Caravan. Beast-taming psychic. Just wait. The iron gate of the Fist Sanctuary creaked shut behind them, sealing out the wind and snow. The corridor inside remained cold and dim, yet at least it was free from the biting gale. Lin Xi walked barefoot on the stone slabs, leaving a trail of footprints with every step. Along the way they encountered several hunting team members and porters from other squads. These people swept their gaze over Lin Xi and his two companions' empty heads and feet, then fixed their eyes on the stone-hoof sheep they were dragging. Surprise and confusion flickered across their faces, followed by comprehension, which finally morphed into schadenfreude. Look, that new captain of the 5th squad. Where are his bearskin cap and boots? Where else could they be? Must have run into a tough nut and got stripped. Tisk heard he's pretty cocky. The arena ball breaker. The latrine warrior. I thought he was something special, and now he's back with dragging a few sheep. Stone-hoof sheep. Lost his shoes and hat hunting. That pride comes before a fall. The thorny ones always get pricked. The whispers drifted into their ears. Sure Dun's forehead bulged with rage, and Achong tightened his grip on his spear. Yet Lin Xi acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Sure Dun, go turn in the sheep and trade for some rations and firewood. At the fork in the path, Lin Xi stopped to give orders. Achong, go rest. Remember today's events in your heart, but don't let them show on your face. Boss, what about you? Sure Dun stared at Lin's eyes, frostbitten bluish feet. I'm going home. Lin Xi waved his hand and turned toward his dwelling. People on the road paused, their eyes on his feet for a moment, but asked no further questions. In the wasteland, loose lips cut lives short, especially when it involved a formidable figure who had clearly suffered a loss. He pushed open the wooden door, and the warmth from a smoldering basin of embers greeted him inside. Lin Mower was mending an old garment. Hearing the sound, she looked up. Brother, you're back. When her eyes fell on Lin's red, swollen feet, her face turned pale with terror. Brother, where are your shoes? What happened to your feet? She dropped her needlework and nearly lunged at him. What happened? Are you hurt? It's nothing. I traded for something on the way. Lin Xi tried to keep his voice light, but the searing pain in his feet forced a sharp intake of breath. Don't move. Sit down now. Lin Mower panicked, pulling him forcefully to the bedside. She grabbed her most treasured thick towel blanket and wrapped it around his feet without a word. Then she sat down and hugged Lin's feet tightly to her chest. How can it be nothing? In such cold weather. Brother, did you get into another fight? Or? The warmth of his sister's body seeped into his feet, and the stabbing pain seemed to ease considerably in that. Lin Xi looked at his sister's anxious, heartbroken face, and the rage that had burned within him from being plundered was strangely soothed. No fighting. He raised a hand to ruffle his sister's hair and forced a smile. It was a trade. A little cold on the feet won't kill me. Your brother's got thick skin. Lin Mower didn't believe him, but she knew her brother didn't want to elaborate. She only hugged his feet tighter, using her small frame to transfer as much heat as possible. Meanwhile, the boulder caravan had arrived at the main gate of the 5th sanctuary. Over 30 mutated pack beasts exhaled plumes of white breath. The heavy thud of hooves and the scraping of cargo drew the guards on the walls to peer down. Upon receiving the news, the sanctuary's leader, Iron Fist, came personally to the gate to welcome them. Iron Fist was a man of exceptionally imposing stature. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a broad frame and rugged features, his high-bridged nose lent him an air of innate authority. But what drew the most attention were his hands. They were abnormally thick and broad with large knuckles covered in calluses. It was with these iron fists that he had carved out this small foothold in the wasteland. Haha, friends from the boulder caravan, you've traveled far. You must be tired. Please come in. Iron Fist's voice boomed with the warmth befitting a leader, though deep in his eyes lurked caution and a trace of weariness. In the wasteland, a caravan was both a mobile treasure trove and a wandering calamity. Treat them well, and they could trade for much-needed supplies. You treat them poorly, or catch their predatory eye, and it could spell utter ruin. The caravan's elder, who called himself Old Stone, dismounted from a mutated yak flanked by 2 guards. He swept a glance over Iron Fist, pausing briefly on his hands before looking away. Chief Iron Fist, pardon the intrusion. His tone was hardly respectful, even somewhat condescending. Iron Fist's expression remained unchanged, but a chill ran through his heart. So it was him this time, the mysterious type Esper from the Boulder Sanctuary. Such esoteric espers might not be the strongest in direct combat, but their strategic value often far exceeded that of same-level enhancement-type combat espers. The awakened abilities in the wasteland were bizarre and varied, but they could be roughly categorized: 1. Enhancement-type strengthens a specific part or the overall physique. For example, Iron Fist's Iron Hand's offensive rations berserk temporary full-body enhancement with diminished rationality, and Zhao Kuei's stone-skin defensive. This type was the most common, rated mainly by enhancement magnitude, duration, and side effects. Iron Fist was roughly mid-level 2, Lei Shan peak level 1, and Zhao Kuei high level 1. 2. Elemental type controls natural elements like fire, water, lightning, and earth. Relatively rare, often with strong destructive power or control, rated by range, intensity, and precision. 3. Life support type, such as Fatty Wong's purifying hands, which removes harmful substances from mutated materials. Also includes healing plant growth stimulation and water source location. Their rating depends on utility, range, and effect. Fatty Wong was about low level 1. 4. Mysterious type, the most bizarre and rarest category, including mental influence, prophecy, curses, beast taming, and spatial manipulation. Rating is extremely difficult, usually based on actual demonstrated power and influence. Old Stone's beast taming ability allowed him to precisely control dozens of mutated pack beasts for transport or combat. Its practical utility and latent threat easily exceeded level 3, or perhaps even higher. In short ability levels, 19, disregard type, focusing only on intensity and functionality. A level 6 psychic who can move a mountain with thought is equal in rank to a level 6 strength type, who can shatter one with a punch. Of course, at the same level, the strengths of different ability types depend on the specific situation. The negotiation took place in the largest stone house within the sanctuary. Stone Wang's caravan displayed their wares: sacks of coarse grain, cakes ground from a fern-like plant, dried strips of meat, weapons and tools forged from refined iron, and several bundles of felt tanned from unknown beast hides. There were even barrels labeled purified water. These were the hard currencies of wasteland survival. Iron Fist in turn primarily offered crude salt bricks produced by the sanctuary. Though laden with impurities, they were indispensable as seasoning and preservatives. Sanctuary locations were typically chosen based on resource availability. Iron Fist Sanctuary relied on a salt well that yielded low-quality crude salt. Some sanctuaries were built near relatively stable water sources or occupied remnants of the old era, partially functioning farms, fuel depots, or small mineral veins. Resources determined a sanctuary's survival foundation and trade capital. Stone Wang, you see, our sanctuary salt is the finest in this region, Iron Fist said, pointing to the stacked salt bricks as he tried to pitch his goods. Trade for some grain, and felt to help our people survive the winter. Stone Wang gently poked a salt brick with his stick and shook his head. Chief, Iron Fist, crude salt. Any sanctuary can boil some down, it's worthless. What I seek this time is fine salt, the kind repeatedly washed and sun-dried with purified water. Your salt well is decent, you should be able to produce some, right? Iron Fist's face stiffened. Fine salt. It required vast amounts of precious purified water, laborious processing, and yielded extremely low quantities. It was a strategic reserve for trade which he himself begrudged eating. Stone Wang, our fine salt output is truly limited. We barely have enough for ourselves. Iron Fist attempted to decline. Not enough. Stone Wang lifted his eyelids, a sharp glint flashing in his murky old eyes. Chief Iron Fist, I see your people with gaunt faces and flimsy shelters. This winter will be harsh, won't it? My grain, felt, and water can save many lives. Trading for a bit of fine salt isn't too much, is it? Or do you think your starving men are worth more than a few jars of fine salt? His words were gentle but cut to the bone, carrying the cold calculation typical of wasteland merchants. Iron Fist clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He glanced out the window at the residents huddled against the cold wind, then back at the caravan's tempting supplies. Finally, he loosened his grip, his voice hoarse. Deal. But I need more grain, felt, and that water. Easy, easy, Stone Wang chuckled, beginning to haggle. The process was fierce and frigid as Stone Wang experienced, and unyielding pressed his advantage while Iron Fist retreated step by step. In the end, Iron Fist Sanctuary handed over nearly all its stockpiled fine salt in exchange for just enough supplies to scrape through the harshest part of winter. Iron Fist's heart bled, but circumstances dictated. As the deal was sealed and the atmosphere eased slightly, Stone Wang mentioned offhandedly, "Oh, by the way, on my way here, I met a few lads from your sanctuary. Quite interesting. They traded their bear fur hats and boots for a few of my stone hoof sheep, claiming it as a welcome gift for their sanctuary brothers. Chief Iron Fist, since we're here, why not roast them for a bit of cheer? Let this old man see if your sanctuary's youth are all so discerning." Iron Fist's heart skipped a beat. Bear fur hats and boots. 5th Hunting Squad. Lin Xi. He instantly realized Lin Xi and his team must have been coerced into trading their precious bear fur gear under threat of force, likely suffering humiliation in the process. And now this old fiend wanted him, the chief, to host a feast with the plundered gift, a move designed to crush their spirit. But he couldn't afford to offend the caravan's importance, and Stone Wang's unfathomable strength forced him to endure. So that's what happened. Iron Fist forced a smile. That Lin Xi just made squad leader doesn't know the ropes. They'll summon him. Soon Lin Xi was called to the meeting hall. He wore old shoes hastily found by his sister, his expression calm as he bowed to Iron Fist. Chief. Stone Wang grinned at him like admiring an amusing trinket. Young man, we meet again. How are your feet? Do those shoes fit well? The caravan erupted in laughter. Thank you for your concern. They're fine, Lin Xi replied flatly. Young man, to hunt stone hoof sheep so far afield, your skills must be decent. Stone Wang said, shifting the topic. He pointed to an exceptionally robust mutated yak in the open ground outside. This is Black Tower, my companion for many years. Few mutant beasts can match him. Care to spar a few rounds with him, young man? For entertainment. No weapons allowed, though. My old friend is precious and I'd hate to see him hurt. His intent was blatant: first, to probe Lin Xi's background and temperament further; second, if Lin Xi posed a threat, to have the mutant beast eliminate or cripple him; and third, to continue humiliating Iron Fist's sanctuary, showing that their people were only fit to play with his livestock. Iron Fist's face darkened, but before he could speak, a system prompt echoed in Lin Xi's mind. Ding. Rock's gift follow-up quest triggered. A venomous snake must hide its fangs. Quest description: the old fox's test is here. He wants to see if you're truly useless or a vengeful viper. In a position of absolute disadvantage, you must defuse the lethal threat without revealing your true danger, while also seeking some catharsis since you've endured long enough. Quest objective: engage with the mutant Yak Black Tower and achieve the following conditions. 1. Avoid severe injury. 2. Land one effective strike on Black Tower that leaves a lasting impression on Stone Wong. 3. Plausibly lose, showing enough disarray and submission. 4. No weapons allowed throughout your little knife. Wouldn't. Basic reward based on performance. Unlock clues for the subsequent long-distance raid revenge quest. Optional challenge: while achieving the above, ensure Black Tower is temporarily incapacitated without permanent injury or death. Note this challenge is difficult, but if completed will grant a precision weakening bonus for the revenge quest without immediately triggering the caravan's suspicion or retaliation. Lin Xi's eyes flickered slightly. This task, it was quite specific. System: can I just find a chance to strike that old bastard, like pretending to be knocked over by a cow and then hitting him with a groin kick? Lin Xi proposed viciously in his mind. System: theoretically feasible, but consequence estimate: probability of host being hacked to death by caravan guards is 39. 8. Probability of full-scale war between Iron Fist Sanctuary and Rocksteady Caravan is 100. Host younger sister Lin Mower's subsequent survival rate is below 0.01. Do you wish to change the task? You win. Lin Xi's mouth twitched. System: in a maternal tone, host, we are an anti-plunder system advocating sustainable revenge. Flipping the table on the spot feels good, but then what? Endure for a moment of calm, record a debt for a boundless future. Accounts must be settled one by one, interest extracted layer by layer. Please begin your performance. Alright, follow the plan. Hit that big black bull hard, then back down. Lin Xi steadied himself, raised his head, and looked at Stone Elder and Iron Fist. Since Stone Elder is interested, I'll stretch my muscles with your Black Tower. Lin Xi took off his ill-fitting broken shoes, walked barefoot to the center of the clearing, and faced the mutant yak that was starting to snort and paw the ground. Firelight flickered, and the watching crowd held their breath. Stone Elder sat serenely. Iron Fist looked worried, while the caravan members wore mocking expressions, ready for a show. Black Tower, go play with the young brother, don't take it too seriously. Stone Elder commanded lightly, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Xi. Moo! The mutant yak Black Tower let out a deep roar. Its hooves the size of bowls stomped the ground, and it lowered its head to charge at Lin Xi. Lin Xi's pupils contracted slightly. The passive perception from Agility 10 and Night Walker allowed him to instantly judge the trajectory of the charge. He didn't meet it head-on, but retreated diagonally, twisting his body to evade the frontal force. Boom! Black Tower brushed past Lin Xi, the gust of wind stinging his cheeks. It ran over 10 meters before stopping, turning its bloodshot eyes to glare at Lin Xi, clearly enraged by this nimble prey. The next few minutes became Lin Xi's dodge performance. Relying on his superhuman agility and instinct for danger, he wove through the yak's repeated charges, stomps, and horn thrusts. It was thrillingly dangerous, yet he always evaded at critical moments. His movements looked clumsy, rolling and scrambling, drawing continuous laughter from the caravan members. But Stone Elder's eyes grew solemn. This kid's dodges were too coincidental, not just luck. Iron Fist also saw the trick. His heart filled with doubt. Lin Xi's skills seemed stronger than at the arena. And this calmness. The true groin kick essence primer brewed silently in his mind. Lin Xi waited for an opportunity, one that could severely wound the beast while appearing as an accident and coincidence. Finally, after Black Tower's fierce frontal charge was narrowly dodged by Lin Xi, its forward momentum was too strong, and its hind hooves lifted slightly to maintain balance, exposing the massive vulnerable area beneath its hindquarters. Though protected by thick skin and muscle for Lin Xi, who excelled in weak point strikes, this was still a perfect target. Now, Lin Xi appeared to stumble and fall while dodging, rolling right behind Black Tower's flank. To the onlookers, he had lost, yet at the moment his body touched the ground, Lin Xi's curled form suddenly sprang up, his right leg infused with all his strength. Physique 5. He kicked upward from below. Target the connection between the yak's two massive burdens beneath its hindquarters. This kick combined the venom of the true groin kick, the penetration of weak point strike, and all the suppressed fury within Lin Xi. A dull sound rang out. Black Tower, in the midst of turning, froze its massive body, the forward inertia causing it to stagger then its bloodshot eyes bulged to the maximum, an indescribable agony surging between its hind legs. Ow! A distorted howl squeezed from its throat. The mighty mutant yak Black Tower buckled at the front knees, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The entire place fell into dead silence. The caravan members' laughter froze on their faces. Stone Elder's hand stroking his beard stopped, his eyes sharp as knives fixed on Lin Xi, who was clutching his right leg and grimacing. Iron Fist was also stunned, looking from the kneeling, wailing Black Tower to Lin Xi's agonized face. His mind struggled to process. Who the hell was the real victim? Lin Xi hugged his right leg, hopping on one foot a few times, then couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Stone Elder, your Black Tower. Its hide is too thick. I think I twisted my ankle. I concede. His expression was spot on, his movements natural. Anyone watching would think he had hit some shock-absorbing part. Stone Elder's eyes flickered with doubt. Was it a coincidence? Had this kid been lucky enough to hit Black Tower's weak point? Or had he seen something and done it deliberately? Seeing his pitiful, pained appearance, it didn't seem fake. Could it really be luck? Regardless, Black Tower was crippled for the time being. The loss pained him, and it heightened his wariness of Lin Xi's luck or cunning. But the other had already conceded performing well, and pursuing it further would only make him seem petty. Young brother, you're quite lucky. Stone Elder spoke slowly, his tone to bring Black Tower to this state. You're the first. Go rest. Thank you, Stone Elder. Lin Xi painfully got up, limping toward Iron Fist, his head lowered. Iron Fist quickly had someone support Lin Xi, and cupped his hands to Stone Elder. Stone Elder, the young man was rash, hurting your prized beast. No matter, it was just play. Stone Elder waved his hand, resuming his affable demeanor. But the glint of vigilance deep in his eyes did not fade. Lin Xi was helped to sit aside, rubbing his ankle, which was actually fine. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Task: venomous snake must hide its fangs. Completed. Final evaluation: precise, ruthless, and highly theatrical. Successfully achieved all basic goals and extra challenges. Inflicted an impressive blow on Black Tower, hit a super large target's vital point, temporarily incapacitating it. Perfectly played the role of a lucky injured fool. Effectively reduced Stone Elder's immediate killing intent and vigilance, though not entirely eliminated. Basic rewards issued: unlocked subsequent revenge task, long distance raid, Rocksteady's gift must be returned. Task clue: the Rocksteady caravan will leave tomorrow for the next trading post, Grey Rocktown Sanctuary, to the southwest. Some of the supplies they carry, especially the fine salt traded from Iron Fist Sanctuary, are very valuable. Extra challenge reward: precision weakening bonus. In subsequent revenge actions against the Rocksteady caravan, the host's success rate for non-lethal material sabotage and creating accidental chaos will be slightly increased. System note: well done, host. You gave the old fox a silent loss while keeping yourself clean. But he'll surely remember you. Now it's time to collect with interest. Remember, this task requires silence and no harm to people. We only take the goods, not lives, for now. Lin Xi rubbed his foot, calculating in his mind. No harm. Fine, then I'll take back. That evening, the welcoming banquet was held in the central open space of Iron Fist shelter. The campfire crackled, and the 3 stonehorn goats Lin Xi brought back were quickly skinned and deboned by Fatty Wong. The processed ribs and hind legs were skewered on iron spits, roasting until fat dripped down. Shi Wang and his men sat together, chatting and laughing heartily, their mouths greasy from the feast. The bearskin hat taken from Lin Xi's head lay casually on the crate beside Shi Wang, like an unremarkable trophy. Iron Fist and a few notable figures from the shelter sat nearby, with roasted meat placed before them, but the portions and cuts were noticeably. Iron Fist chewed silently on a piece of sinewy meat, his gaze occasionally drifting to the bearskin hat, and then sweeping over the smug smiles of the caravan members. The meat in his throat felt stuck, hard to swallow. This was no banquet. It was a display of power, of dominance, of the law of the wasteland, where the strongest take the lion's share. As the shelter's leader, even on his own turf, he could only gnaw on scraps. Rage simmered within him, but he had no outlet. The banquet ended hastily. Lin Xi, dragging his injured right leg, limped over to Iron Fist. Chief, my foot hurts badly. I'm afraid I won't be able to join tomorrow's hunting mission. Lin Xi's face was pale, half feigned, half from the cold, with traces of grime on his forehead, making him look genuinely ragged. To sell the act, he had earlier gone to the warehouse and spent precious personal contribution points on a low-quality herbal ointment advertised as a miracle cure for bruises and sprains. Iron Fist looked at the young captain before him. Someone who had just salvaged some face for himself and the shelter, only to be bullied by the caravan and now severely wounded. The suspicion he harbored over Lin Xi's skills was replaced by sympathy and frustration. He knew Lin Xi must be bitter. Anyone would feel crushed after such blatant robbery and humiliation. All right, rest up and heal. Iron Fist patted Lin Xi's shoulder. We just traded with the caravan for some grain, so food can last a while. He'll have Zhao Kuai take 2 men to cover the hunting team. Focus on recovering first. Thank you, Chief. Lin Xi bowed his head in acknowledgement, then hobbled back to his private quarters using a branch he found somewhere. The next day, Lin Xi had his sister summon Shi Dun and a Chong to his home. In the center of the room, a small clay stove held an iron pot bubbling with stewed mutton, meat trimmed from the stonehorn goat from the day before. Spicy mutant plant roots were added to the stew, simmering together. The meat was cooked by Lin Mower, tender and fragrant. The girl had a natural gift for cooking. This mutton feast carried profound significance. Shi Dun and a Chong stared at the chunks of meat rolling in the pot, then looked at Lin Xi, who sat differently, now his demeanor transformed. They understood in their hearts. This was more than a meal. It was a confirmation of their own kind. From forced team-ups to life-and-death struggles in Sector 3 wilderness hunts and caravan bullying. This makeshift 5th hunting squad, or rather this small group centered on Lin Xi, felt for the first time a warmth akin to comradeship rising with the steam from the pot of mutton. A fine wasteland tradition: eat much, talk little. The 3 men plus Lin Mower gathered around the stove. No one spoke, only the soft clink of chopsticks against bowls and the sound of chewing. The meat was savory warmth spreading from their stomachs to their limbs, dispelling the chill and resentment of recent days. Halfway through the meal, Lin Xi shot Shi Dun a glance and rose with a grimace. Shi Dun caught on immediately and helped him up. The two shuffled slowly to the public latrine not far from the house. While relieving himself, Lin Xi stumbled, swaying his urine stream, veering and splashing at his feet. Sherdun steadied him firmly, his expression worried. As expected, a few others were also there to relieve themselves. Seeing Captain Lin in such a pathetic state, unable even to piss straight, their eyes flickered. Captain Lin, that injury looks pretty bad. I'll take good care of yourself. Health is the real capital in the wasteland. They offered cheap condolences, but the glee on their faces was not lost on Lin Xi and Sherdun. Resentment toward the capable exists everywhere, and even more so in the wasteland. Lin Xi responded weakly, and leaning on Sherdun wobbled back into the house. The act was performed for those who needed to see it. When the meal ended, the pot was clean, and the meat was gone. Sherdun and Achong carried wrapped mutton in their arms. They wiped their mouths and left their faces grim and aggrieved, as if they had just attended a funeral, not a mutton feast. To an outsider, one might truly think Captain Lin was on his deathbed. Once the door closed, Lin's eyes' weakness and pain vanished instantly. He sat by the stove, his eyes clear with no trace of injury. He gently flexed his right ankle, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The smoke screen had been set. The necessary scenes had been played out. Now, it was time to collect an old debt. That night, in the dead of silence, Lin Xi opened his eyes. He gently shifted his sister's arm from where it lay across him, tucked the blanket around her, and slipped out of bed. The sprained ankle act from earlier that day should have convinced most people that he, the newly appointed captain, was confined to bed with, but the night belonged to the predator. He donned the captain's leather armor rewarded by the system, and checked his gear, a triangular spike, several packs of powdered plants, and the ubiquimeter stomach space, which he had deliberately emptied. Pushing the door open a crack, he slipped out sideways. The passive skill Night Shadow King activated in the darkness. His perception stretched into the gloom, and the surrounding shadows seemed to become part of his very being. Like a wraith of the dark, he moved along the shadows of the inner sanctuary walls. The Iron Fist Sanctuary enforced a curfew at night, but its primary purpose was to guard against external mutant beasts and refugees. The guard on the inner walls was not strict, especially along the southern section, near the garbage pile. Lin Xi had scouted the route. He reached the base of the wall, which was built from rough stone blocks with ample gaps. With the agility and explosive power granted by Agility 10 and Swift Shadow, he scaled the nearly 3-meter-high wall in a few deft moves. His gaze swept over the wall below. 2 guards were dozing in a wind-sheltered sentry box. Bursting into the outer zone, the wasteland wind howled, visibility dropping to under 10 meters. But for Lin Xi, with his wilderness survival experience and basic environmental intuition, discerning direction was child's play. His sister Lin Mower had inadvertently learned the general location of Grey Rocktown Sanctuary from a worker at the wrench's workshop during the day. It lay to the southwest, about 2 days' journey by caravan. Based on his wilderness survival experience, Lin Xi was certain that the Boulder merchant caravan laden with goods and pack beasts could not reach Grey Rocktown today. They would inevitably set up camp in a sheltered spot in the wilderness. Moreover, he had a tracker. During the day, as the caravan departed, Lin Xi had taken the chance during the farewell to sprinkle some powder on the rear hoof of a mutant sheep. It was powder made from nightlight moss he had collected in the desolate forest, dried and ground. This moss emits an extremely faint glow at night, imperceptible to ordinary people. But to a wilderness veteran like Lin Xi, it was an unmistakable marker. Let's begin. He gazed into the pitch-black night. Swift Shadow ability activate. In an instant, the world seemed to slow down. No, it was he who sped up. His neural reaction time skyrocketed, and his muscle fibers coordinated with super-efficient precision. His stamina and cardiopulmonary function for long-distance travel were elevated to a new level. He kicked off the ground and shot forward. The snow was no longer an obstacle. Frozen earth, gravel, and underbrush felt like solid ground beneath his feet. Over an hour later, Lin's eyes pace slowed. Ahead, in a sheltered hollow at the base of a low hill, faint firelight flickered. Found them. He crouched low, using the terrain and shadows to approach cautiously. The merchant camp was sizable, with over 30 mutant pack beasts forming a semicircle. Several animal hide tents were pitched in the center. By the campfire, 3 guards on night watch sat with their weapons, chatting idly and yawning heavily. Snoring came from the other tents. The goods were still loaded on the pack beasts, suggesting an early departure the next morning. Holding his breath, Lin Xi maximized the effects of Weakened Presence passive and Night Shadow King. He moved close to the ground, avoiding the firelight, and silently crept behind the pack beasts. Gently opening a crate, he activated his stomach space with a thought. As his hands touched the goods, they vanished into thin air. Jars of fine salt sealed in pottery, tools and weapons of refined iron, several buckets of purified water, bolts of fine felt, and a large quantity of coarse grain cakes. There were also miscellaneous small items, flints, needles, and thread, low-grade tobacco, and even a few tattered books from the old era. The 2 cubic meters of space were soon packed to the brim. Lin Xi even spotted his own bearskin hat and boots carelessly tossed into a corner crate. He decided against taking them. They were too conspicuous. There were also large items he couldn't carry away. Can't let these bastards keep everything. He cast a cold glare at the mutant beasts occasionally chewing their cud. He retreated quietly, scouting the perimeter. Soon he found an abandoned pond near the camp. It was sizable, its water an ominous dark hue under the faint moonlight. Suspicious flocculent substances floated on the surface. Even from a distance, his intermediate analysis hand sensed a faint radiation exceeded safe levels, severe contamination. Next, he found where the caravan stored fodder, several waist-high wooden crates filled with cut-up dark red jerky. Lin Xi examined them closely in the dim light, touching them lightly. The texture was wrong. Some cross-sections vaguely showed bone structures resembling limbs, and patches of skin had sparse hair. Definitely not animal fur. It was human remains salted and dried as feed for mutant beasts. Lin Xi's stomach churned, and his gaze turned icy. A merchant caravan of the wasteland. They were nothing but organized cannibalistic hyenas. Whether they were traders or bandits depended on who they faced. When dealing with the weak, they were no different from demons. Good. The last shred of hesitation in Lin Xi's heart vanished. He pulled out several small leather pouches from his chest filled with another type of plant powder his sister had helped prepare during the day. Riot grass. This was a common weed in radiation zones. When ground to powder, it has a powerful aphrodisiac and rage-inducing effect on most animals. In a large enough dose, it could turn a docile herbivore into a berserker that would charge at anything. He opened the fodder crate and doubled the dose, sprinkling the powder into the nauseating feed. Feeling it wasn't enough, he pulled out his spare pouch and emptied it all in. After finishing, he took one last look at the sleeping camp. Just as he had arrived, he melted silently into the darkness and raced back towards the Iron Fist sanctuary. Swift shadow activated once more. His heart was set on home. The next morning, panic shouts and furious roars erupted from the Pancher caravan camp. Stop them! Stop those beasts! My goods! My goods! The mutated pack beasts, having consumed the adulterated feed, collectively fell into an indescribable frenzy and agitation at dawn. Their eyes bloodshot and strength immense, they broke free from their tethers and restraints, dragging cargo, toppling tents, and rampaging wildly under primal instinct. Sherwing attempted to use his beast-taming ability to forcibly calm them, but with over 30 beasts simultaneously enraged and the strong neural interference from the agitation grass, his ability's effectiveness was greatly diminished. Finally, the heat-agitated beasts, dragging large amounts of cargo, charged straight into the wastewater pond. They rolled and brayed inside, and all the cargo on their backs fell into the highly radioactive wastewater. By the time the drug's effect wore off and the exhausted beasts were dragged onto the shore by the caravan members, all the cargo had sunk to the bottom, contaminated with severe radiation, and was rendered completely worthless. Sherwing stood by the pond, watching the floating crates, scattered felt, and the bearskin hat bobbing on the water's surface. His vision darkened, and he nearly spat blood. That hat seemed to mock his previous triumph. The losses were catastrophic. Not just the fine salt traded from Iron Fist shelter, but other supplies as well. How would he explain this upon his return? Meanwhile, at Iron Fist shelter in Lin Xi's squad leader room, someone was gleefully counting the loot in his stomach space. 6 jars of fine salt, each weighing 5 gene, 10 10-liter containers of clean water, a large pile of iron tools, and weapons, enough coarse grain cakes to feed 10 people for half a month, felt old books and various odds and ends. Ding. Mission long distance raid. The gift of Pancher must be returned. Complete. Final evaluation. Elegant, most elegant. The host perfectly embodied the principle of steal goods, not lives. A textbook non-contact retaliation was executed utilizing the environment radioactive wastewater pond, the opponent's resources, human-grade feed, and biology agitation grass. It inflicted devastating material losses and psychological damage on the opponent, while the host remained unscathed, hiding merit and fame. Creativity, execution, wasteland style. Basic rewards issued. Skill upgrades. Swift shadow ability advanced to wind step ability. Effect in addition to the original significant enhancements to neural reaction, explosive power, and long-distance sprinting capabilities. Adds the short distance limit burst effect, increasing movement speed by 300 for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Useful for surprise attacks, dodging fatal blows, or escaping the battlefield at critical moments. 2. Attribute points. Agility 2. Your figure will be even more elusive in the night. 3. Space expansion. Stomach space volume increased by 50, reaching 3 cubic meters. Able to store more return gifts. Bonus rewards for creativity and perfect execution. Special item. Inferior radiation decontamination sphere, single use, X1. Can neutralize mild radiation contamination, purifying water or food of radiation residue. Limited effect, but may be useful in critical moments. 2. Skill intermediate. Trap making and disarming. A professional trap master. Don't compare your shoddy tricks with mine. Mastery in using environmental materials to create professional traps, tripwires, pits, trigger mechanisms, etc. And the ability to identify and disarm common traps. An essential skill for a wasteland schemer. 3. Material reward. Compressed high energy meat jerky X10 system special. Each piece provides a day's basic energy needs for an adult, with a tough texture and slightly salty taste, suitable for long journeys. System note: well done, host. This return gift will surely leave a deep impression on old man Sherwang. The essence of counterplunder is you make me lose 1, I take 10 from you, and you don't even know who I am. Keep it up, this system has high hopes for you. Lin Xi chewed on the system-rewarded jerky, looked at the space brimming with supplies, and felt his new abilities. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. This was far more satisfying than simply killing the old man. The gift from the Panshir caravan had been reclaimed with interest. After 2 more days of lying low pretending Lin, she felt the time was right. If he kept limping any longer, gossips would start spreading rumors that a mutated yak had crushed his 3rd leg. So one morning he announced with a still unsteady gait, the 5th hunting squad is back in action. Just before leaving, Lin Mower pulled out a brand new pair of bearskin boots from under the bed, and a bearskin hat noticeably 1 size too small. The boots were made secretly by someone she commissioned, and the hat was her own. Lin Xi looked at the bed where a large chunk of the bearskin mattress was missing. His eyes stung. That bearskin mattress was his sister's treasure, which she guarded fiercely, shooing him away if he even came near the bed with dirty shoes. Now, to gather enough leather for his boots, she had cut up her mattress without hesitation. Lin's eyes throat tightened, but he said no. After all, it was his sister's heartfelt gesture. Refusing it now would wound her more deeply than the Panshir caravan's insulting behavior. He swiftly changed into the boots. They fit perfectly. He then put on the obviously feminine, slightly tight bearskin hat. Small as it was warm. If he didn't wear it, the girl would probably ruin the rest of the bearskin mattress. Out the door at the squad assembly point, Sherdun and Achong were already waiting. Sherdun immediately spotted Lin Xi's new bearskin boots and the conspicuously mismatched small hat. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. He quickly averted his gaze to a gnarled, dead tree in the distance. Those with a low threshold for laughter simply couldn't look. Achong, as usual, remained expressionless. He just gave Lin Xi an almost imperceptible nod upon seeing him, his eyes conveying, "So you finally got up." Both of them were wearing new shoes. Sherdun had a pair of mended wolf leather boots, while Achong wore half-worn mutant sheepskin ones. Lin Xi had managed to get them a couple of days ago, dragging his injured leg to Ban Shou's junkyard and black market stall, trading 40 gene of his private mutton. The squad couldn't look too shabby, especially when their captain was making his comeback. "Move out," Lin Xi said succinctly, leading the way toward the shelter gate. The other hunting squad members waiting to depart, seeing him able to walk, had complex expressions, probably lamenting the loss of a topic for idle gossip. Exiting the shelter, they entered the desolate forest zone. The hunting pattern of Squad 5 had entered a new version with the same old tactics, but doubled efficiency. As soon as they entered the woods, Lin Xi gestured to the 2 companions, his figure flickering as he vanished behind the withered trees within a few breaths under the blessing of the gale step. Sherdun and Achong, long accustomed to this, silently followed the established route. They only needed to advance at a steady pace, and then they would meet at a predetermined location. They would discover 1 or 2 stone-hoofed sheep with cleanly slit throats and completely drained blood. Dragging the sheep back and waiting for the boss in a safe zone was their day's work. "The boss skills are more and more like the legendary butcher of the wasteland," the talkative Sherdun muttered while deftly tying up the prey. "Are you talking about that, boulders?" "Shut up," Achong interrupted the curious one, dragging the prey away. While the 2 were handling the prey, Lin Xi was tending to his honey bomb base. The bomb had been confirmed to be significantly effective in alleviating and eliminating accumulated radiation toxins in the human body. His younger sister's chronic illness caused by radiation toxins from earlier years had also greatly improved. This bomb could hasten her recovery, so Lin Xi naturally treated it as his utmost priority. This was one of the few driving forces for him in this wasteland world. After finishing the honey bomb, Lin Xi would rush to the agreed safe zone to meet up with the 2. Thus, Squad 5 brought back 3 to 4 prey each day to submit to the shelter. Occasionally, they would overperform and bag 1 or 2. The surplus was always turned into private goods for internal consumption by the squad or exchange for other supplies. Life seemed to have entered a stable, monotonous, yet hopeful cycle. Squad 5 had risen again. Though the captain wore a ridiculous little lady's hat on his head, the squad's steady daily prey intake genuinely alleviated the shelter's winter food pressure. Those once gleeful whispers of gossip in the face of tangible meat turned into sour mutterings and secret envy. As for Lin Xi, he slowly began to deal with those boulders' gifts. What did he get in return? All food. And it was durable, high-protein, hunger-satisfying dried meat strips. In the wasteland, storing food was always politically correct. Days passed steadily in hunting, beekeeping, and stockpiling grain. Lin Xi went in and out of the shelter every day wearing that little leather hat. He seemed to have completely moved on from the Boulders caravan extortion incident, still the high-yield captain. Recently, Lei Shan's one eye, according to his own claim, had fully healed. But there were always sharp-eyed folks in the shelter. Some swore they saw Captain Lei Shan bump into a wooden post on his way home, covering his face and cursing for a long time. From then on, the nickname Blind Mountain quietly circulated among the lower-ranked members. Of course, they only dared to mutter it where Lei Shan couldn't hear. More realistic than the sequelae of the one-eyed condition was the survival crisis of Squad 1. The last attack by mutant killer bees, though it claimed no lives, left the entire squad injured and drained their contribution points on medical treatment. After lying low for a few days, their reserves hit rock bottom. Under Lei Shan's policy of streamlining, 2 members with severe injuries and slow recovery on a dark and windy night succumbed to their injuries and passed away. Someone who got up at night vaguely saw the 2 bodies stripped naked quietly carried to Fatty Wong's kitchen for processing mutant beasts. Fatty Wong's handling of special meat was an open secret in certain circles of the inner city. In the wasteland, when starving bark insects, even one's own kind. As long as it was protein, it was a resource. Morality. Could a pound of that buy half a compressed biscuit? The most ironic part, a dark wasteland humor, was that Fatty Wong was said to be quite skilled handling things cleanly. Certain big shots even occasionally ordered some specialty jerky, calling it remembering the bitter times. This damned world could even stratify cannibalism into classes and nostalgic flavors. Squad 1 had lost men, but quickly replenished them. This meant they urgently needed to return to hunting in Zone 2 to recover their strength. Everyone waited to see Lin Xi's reaction. After all, there was a grudge from the arena captain election coupled with Lei Shan's overt and covert suppression. Would Squad 5 give up this fat piece of meat? The result was astonishing. Upon hearing the news, Lin Xi was exceptionally agreeable. Zone 2. Return it to you. Squad 5 will go elsewhere. The onlookers who wanted to see a showdown between the latrine pit warrior and Blind Mountain were greatly disappointed. That was it. Where was the promised clash of titans? Lin Xi sneered inwardly, fighting over a mouthful with a man who was nearly blind and still desperately saving face. That was children's play. What was the essence of wasteland survival? It was strike while the iron is hot, and more importantly, make him blind, make him completely stumble in the dark. So 2 days before Lei Shan led his men aggressively to the broken rock cliff, Lin Xi happened to pass by there. He appeared without concealment, startling the sheep with death and shouts. Even more cunningly, he sprinkled a stimulating powder mixed with the gland secretions of some powerful mutant beast on several rocks and meadows. Though not particularly intelligent, the Stonehoof sheep were very sensitive to such strong signals of beast invasion. After 2 consecutive days of harassment by the same humanoid disaster and the scent of a large predator in their habitat, the herd led by the ram made the most natural decision. Run. Migrate toward the relatively quiet yet tobe-contaminated direction of Zone 3. When Lei Shan and his men arrived at the broken rock cliff, all they saw were empty rocks and withered grass. Where are the sheep? Where the hell are the sheep? Lei Shan's good eye bulged wide. As if fearing a relapse of his eye condition, he even asked someone beside him to confirm. Indeed, there wasn't even a single strand of sheep wool to be seen. For 2 consecutive days, Squad 1 returned empty-handed from their familiar hunting grounds. When the news reached the shelter, even the guards at the west gate, who were used to seeing unlucky souls, looked at Lei Shan and his men with undisguised contempt. Worthless trash who couldn't even catch the rabbits at their doorstep. On the 3rd day, Lei Shan's one eye was red, maybe from anger, maybe from inflammation. He no longer fixated on the sheepless Zone 2, but directly led his men bulldozing their way into Zone 4. That was the traditional territory of hunting Squad 2. Rules. My fist is the rule. Lei Shan roared at the Squad 2 leader, who dared not speak, but seethed with anger. This blatant violation of unspoken rules stirred unease and resentment among all hunting squads. Yet, cowed by Lei Shan's usual ruthlessness and his authority as the captain-in-chief, no one dared to speak out. But secretly, their dissatisfaction and vigilance toward him reached a peak. And where was Lin Xi at this moment? Squad 5 had returned to Zone 3. Lin Xi himself ventured deeper into the thicket within the mutant killer bee territory. There Lin Xi discovered a new treasure. Tracks and rooting marks of mutant wild boars. His intermediate trap-making and dismantling skills had their moment of glory. Lin Xi transformed into a wasteland civil engineer, fully utilizing the terrain and materials, cleverly camouflaged pitfalls, treacherous tripwires, and snares, striking mechanisms powered by bent tree trunks. He set them up every evening and harvested the crops the next morning. He always reaped 2 or even 3 fat mutant wild boars. The only flaw, as revealed by his intermediate discerning hand, was that these omnivorous mutant boars had poor quality meat. The good meat ratio was similar to that of iron wire rats, with heavy radiation residue and a strong off flavor. But they were huge. An average boar weighed over 500 gene. After careful processing, he could still extract 10 to 20 gene of safe meat and some fat back for rendering oil. Sure Dun and Achong were also kept busy. Lin Xi assigned them side jobs. Sure Dun was sent to the giant bear's secret base, the giant bear's lair. His main task was to use collected wood to fire simple activated carbon filters. This material was crucial for Lin Xi's next step in attempting to purify secondary sewage. Achong was responsible for the later packaging and preservation of the honey bomb, a job suited to her steady hands and meticulous nature. As for Lin Xi himself, besides tending to traps and hunting, he continued to use Zone 3 as a center point, exploring unknown areas outward to complete his wasteland map. Life seemed to have entered another kind of fulfilling and peaceful cycle. Until one evening, Lin Xi returned to the shelter and heard that a big shot had arrived in the inner city. This so-called big shot called himself Phantom, a wandering esper. He wore a relatively clean and decent overcoat in an old-world style. His speech carried an air of worldliness or perhaps pretentiousness. He claimed to be a peak level 4 elemental esper. Iron Fist Sanctuary was a remote backwater in the wasteland. When had they ever seen such a high-level elemental esper? The Iron Fist leader personally received him, offering fine wine and meat. He even forced a smile and had his women accompany him. This Mr. Phantom in turn accepted everything without hesitation, fully displaying his wanderer's spirit. One day Phantom strolled through the sanctuary, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xi, who was turning in a mission. His eyes lingered on Lin Xi's brand new bearskin boots and the tight little bearskin cap on his head. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Fine goods. The quality of this pelt was top tier in the wasteland. The key point was it was worn by a mere hunting squad captain. What a waste. So he pulled his usual trick, putting on the airs of a high-level esper as he approached Lin Xi. In a condescending tone, he said, Yes you. I see that bearskin gear of yours is quite nice. This great master has just arrived and lacks decent attire. How about this? I'll trade you my treasured elemental talisman for it. A peak level 4 esper's treasure. You're getting a great deal. As he spoke, a faint shimmer resembling flame ripples flickered across his body. Combined with his confident expression, it was enough to fool the average person. This was his esper ability, Illusory Mirage. It had no real combat power, but could mimic some light and shadow effects. With his smooth talk, it was perfect for swindling the gullible country folk in outlying sanctuaries. Before Lin Xi could speak, the system in his mind exploded. Ding. Detected malicious fraud and attempted plunder. Subject Phantom fake level 2 esper, real combat power roughly equivalent to an angry hen. Nature of act, using esper effects and smooth talk to attempt a get something for nothing scheme, plundering the host's precious bearskin gear. Mission triggered, unmask the fraud. Mission description: look, a gaudy pheasant fluttering a few dyed feathers dares to pretend to be a phoenix scamming for food, drink, and does the host's bearskin carry a sucker magnet aura? It's time to expose this pheasant for what it is. Mission objective: uncover Phantom's true background and intentions. Special intelligence tip: his real name is Shizi. Actor ability: Illusory Mirage, combat power negligible. Reason: while running a scam at Blackrock Sanctuary founded by peak level 4 combat esper Rock Titan. He not only scammed for food and drink, but also conveniently got intimately acquainted with Rock Titan's 2 most favored women, thoroughly enraging Rock Titan. Now Rock Titan has issued a wasteland fornication and kill order. Yes, you read that right, a fornication and kill order. A hefty reward for anyone who captures this man alive. Killing him is a secondary reward. If someone can give him a taste of his own medicine. Ahem, you get the idea. This man is now a stray dog fleeing from place to place. Mission requirement: given the target's extreme lechery and general lack of alertness, the seductive reconnaissance method is recommended. System's warm tip: barely suppressing a snicker, the host's appearance after multiple physique enhancements now has a clean-cut foundation. With the system's pre-released cross-dressing mastery and phantom siren masks, 12 beauty masks. Infiltrating his room and extracting intelligence will be a piece of cake. Mission rewards: 1. Basic reward for uncovering the truth, skill point x1, attribute point agility spirit optional x1. 2. If successfully recruited or controlled, bonus reward random skill deception type x1, plus his carried loot from scams package contains surprises. 3. The system will permanently record this glorious achievement and unlock a hidden achievement for the host. Achievement name temporarily classified, but definitely epic. Does the host accept the mission? Acceptance means immediate delivery of the cross-dressing master pack. Lin Xi. I am cross-dressing. To seduce a con artist. A con artist possibly being hunted by a peak level 4 powerhouse. System: did radiation cockroaches gnaw on your circuits? System patiently coaxing host: think about it. How much intelligence does a professional con artist have in his head? About other sanctuaries, resource points, all kinds of secret information. He's a walking information database. And he's desperate now. If you can recruit him, it's like gaining a scout skilled in disguise, reconnaissance, and trickery. Risk. With this system here, your safety is guaranteed. Reward. It's enormous. Switching to a threatening tone, or would the host like to experience the taste of this system, playing Wasteland Man's young rejuvenating radio gymnastics at 3 a.m. every day for a month after refusing the mission? And for good measure, replace your chaos battle horror special effects with cute girl fist during your next fight. Lin Xi's vision went, this damn system was capable of it. He gritted his teeth, his inner struggle as fierce as being trampled by 10 mutated boars in turn. Finally, he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. I accept. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Cross-dressing master pack is being distributed. Gain skill cross-dressing mastery upon use, grants temporary voice change, posture imitation, and charm control abilities. Gained item: phantom siren masks x12. Each mask corresponds to a wasteland bowtie's face of a different charm, auto-adjust size when worn. Note: avoid choosing the muscle beauty style, it's easy to blow your cover. System cheer host: I believe in you. Tonight, you'll be the most dazzling kid in the wasteland. Set out. For the intelligence for the underling, and also to avoid being subjected to radio gymnastics. Lin Xi felt a surge of heat from shame rushing to his crown. A stack of masks light as cicada wings materialized in his hand. He looked at the masks, then at himself, and sorrow welled up within him. My hard-earned reputation. That night under the cover of a moonless and windy sky, it was perfect for deeds best left unseen, like cross-dressing. Lin Xi hid in his own room, steeling his resolve, and activated the cross-dressing mastery technique. Instantly, he felt a subtle shift in his perspective, and his fingers involuntarily grew nimble. He rummaged through a few old garments borrowed from his sister Lin Mower, and picked a tight-fitting jacket that was relatively less tattered, even adorned with odd lace. Then he slipped on a thin, worn trench coat. Facing his reflection in a basin of murky water, he began his posture adjustment. The system commented in real time, raise your eyebrows a bit more, yes, create an arch. Mind the neckline, good, hunch your shoulders slightly. Host, you have quite the talent. Shut the hell up. Lin Xi roared internally. Yet his body unconsciously followed the strange knowledge, making adjustments. Finally, he donned a mask named Night Rose. In the water's reflection appeared a woman. Her complexion slightly pale, but her eyes carried a hint of melancholy, and allure, her lips full, her features soft. The most striking part was her figure. Under the subtle effect of the mask, his originally sharp lines were softened and concealed, and beneath the jacket, there was even an illusion of slight curves. The system remarked, tisk tisk, an enchanting charm mixed with the rugged tenacity unique to the wasteland. This sense of brokenness, this world-weary allure. Perfect. Host, you could win the Wasteland Film Queen Award. Lin Xi suppressed the urge to tear off the mask, lowered his voice, and tried a falsetto. What came out was a slightly husky, yet extraordinarily captivating female voice. My lord. Are you there? He even shuddered himself. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Xi, now Night Rose, relied on his Night Shadow King skills. Silently, he evaded the patrols and made his way to the temporary lodging assigned to the actor Phantom within the inner city. It was a relatively intact stone house. An oil lamp still burned inside, and the sound of the actor humming a tune could be heard. Lin Xi took a deep breath, feeling a bit constricted in the chest, then knocked on the door, his falsetto sweet and melodious. Lord Phantom. Have you retired for the night? The humming inside paused, and a response came laced with caution, but more so with surprise. Who is it? It's Captain Lei, who sent me to attend to you. Lin Xi pinched his throat, infusing the word attend with 100 twists, and the door creaked open. The actor appeared at the threshold, the lamplight illuminating his face, which he tried to make look profound. When he saw the face in the darkness outside, delicate and pitiful under the faint light, yet carrying the wild beauty of the wasteland, his eyes went wide, and most of his caution melted away. Oh, Brother Lei Shan. You're too kind. The actor quickly stepped aside. Quick, please come in. Lin Xi kept his head down, swaying with a slightly stiff but seemingly shy gait, and entered the house. The door closed. The wasteland version of a seduction show had officially begun. Meanwhile, a certain and scrupulous system was eagerly preparing to record the replay for internal mockery. Once the door shut, the air inside grew thick. The dim glow of the cheap oil lamp cast a yellowish hue on the walls. The air was mixed with the actor's cheap, pretentious incense, actually the scent of some roasted mutant plant. Phantom rubbed his hands together, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xi, in his Night Rose form, like a brush. From her pale cheeks to the ill-fitting yet oddly charming old jacket, to the calves faintly visible beneath the ragged skirt. Little beauty, Brother Lei Shan really understands me. The actor grinned, reaching out to embrace her waist. Lin Xi's stomach churned with revulsion, but the cross-dressing mastery technique made his body instinctively adopt a shy side. He deftly dodged the wandering hand, his voice carrying just the right tremor and flattery. My lord, no need to rush. I hear you're a great figure from afar, one who has seen the world. Could you tell me stories of the outside? As he spoke, he used the act of pouring water to subtly create distance. Through the mask, his eyes conveyed a yearning light mixed with admiration and curiosity. Intermediate charm technique activated. The actor, his bones feeling lighter from that gaze, took the chipped cup and tried to touch her hand again. Lin Xi once again evaded him without a trace. The outside. Huh. The actor gulped down some murky water and began to boast. It's nothing like this backwater iron fit. I Phantom roamed the wasteland on real skill. Have you seen the flame falls of the lava shelter? That's my friend's territory. Been to the Ganges trade route. The women there, TSK. He rambled on, spittle flying while his hand once again tried to land on Lin Xi's shoulder. Lin Xi suppressed the urge to chop off that hand, continuing to guide the conversation with his charm technique while moving like a slippery fish, always happening to turn, bend, or hand something over at the critical moment. The actor's hands missed every time, leaving him itching with desire. The system commented, host, have you maxed out your evasion? Or did you create a new skill? You're nimbler than dodging a yak charge. I suggest naming the skill Groping Hand Nemesis. If you say one more word, I'll tear off the mask and fight him right now. Lin Xi roared inwardly, but on his face he maintained Night Rose's timid, eager expression. Gradually the conversation steered toward the actor's itinerary. Lin Xi feigned admiration. My lord, you're so free-spirited, coming and going as you please. Where will you go next to enjoy? The actor, buoyed by her coy resistance and adoring gaze, lowered his voice and said mysteriously, little beauty, let me tell you, I'm heading west to the Bounty Valley. That place ahead is 100 times better than here. Sweet water and plenty of meat. I love wandering and chasing freedom. Once I get there, the wealth I've saved in this lifetime, he patted a bulging, heavy-looking old backpack beside the bed, will be enough to live out the rest of my days in comfort. Lin Xi sneered inwardly, damn freedom. More like fleeing for his life. And that wealth is probably stolen goods. Ding. Intelligence acquisition progress 70. Learn the target's general next direction. Mission hint, do you think such perfunctory intel merits a perfect score? Host, unleash your Night Rose charm. Dig deeper, find out the specific route and plan. Lin Xi. He took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and leaned forward slightly. He tilted the ill-fitting coat's collar askew, revealing a hint of collarbone, and softened his voice to a syrupy, sticky tone. Sir, what you said about Abundant Valley sounds wonderful. Actually, I'm tired of this place too, living in constant fear and being bullied by those wretched men. At the right moment, his eyes reddened, masked special effect. If I could follow you, sir, and serve you along the way, how wonderful that would be. The actor's eyes lit up instantly. A willing girl who seemed quite spirited to keep him company on the escape route. What a stroke of luck. As for how long he could keep her, once they reached a dangerous area, or he grew bored, he could simply make up an excuse to abandon her, or even. A few dark thoughts flashed through his mind, but his face broke into a delighted smile. Really? Little beauty, you mean it? Great. Stick with me, Phantom, and I'll make sure you live the high life. Excited, he reached for Lin Xi's hand again. This time Lin, she didn't fully dodge, letting him grab it. Every hair on Lin Xi's body stood on end. It felt like being crawled over by a radioactive slug, but for the mission, he endured it. Then, sir, how do we leave? Is it safe on the road? I heard the West is full of dangers. Lin Xi asked with worry, stiffly scratching his fingers against the actor's palm, disgusting himself to the point of wanting to vomit. The actor, enchanted by this tease, and under the continuous effect of intermediate charm and thrall, spilled the beans like a torrent. I know the route. From here we head northwest to Vulture Cliff Sanctuary. Those guys know their goods. A few trinkets can get us decent. The actor, spittle flying, tried to slyly slide his hand toward Lin Xi's waist, but Lin, she dodged with a shy turn. Then we veer southwest, skirt around Weeping Swamp, and near there is Mud Pit Sanctuary. It's run by a bunch of simpletons called the Mud Leg Gang. Easy to fool, and we can trade there too. Lin, she silently noted everything, maintaining the intermediate charm and thrall, and wore a perfectly timed expression of admiration and worry. Wow, sir knows so much. And then, is it dangerous? Dangerous? The actor scoffed. With me, what's there to fear? Past Mud Pit is Broken Bridge. That place guards a half-collapsed old bridge from the old era. Crowded and chaotic, but you can trade for anything. Further west is Old Chimney Sanctuary. Used to be a factory, I think. The boss there is an old chain smoker, hence the nickname. After Old Chimney, we head northwest a bit to Boulder Sanctuary. At the mention of that name, Lin Xi's eyebrows twitched slightly beneath the mask, but his eyes remained innocent. Boulder Sanctuary. Sounds impressive. You bet. The actor seemed eager to show off his connections. It's a caravan sanctuary much bigger than Iron Fist here, founded by a group of level 3 psychics. 3 oldtimers there who deal in livestock have some tricks up their sleeves. They have plenty of supplies and wide routes. Once we get there, we stock up and head straight for Abundant Valley. Ding. Intelligence acquisition progress 100. Specific escape route and plan secured. Mission alert: target is about to engage in unavoidable physical contact. Host, it's time to show your true skills. Physical. Just then the actor's other hand impatiently slid down Lin Xi's arm. Past the waist, heading straight for the lower regions. He couldn't wait any longer. However, instead of the expected soft touch, the actor's lecherous grin froze. His hand instinctively squeezed again to confirm. The texture. Why was it a bit stiff? And the structure seemed off. Before he could figure it out, a fist rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Bang. A solid punch right in the face. The actor screamed, blood gushing from his nose, and crashed onto his back. In the dim lamplight, Night Rose had already torn off the mask from her face, revealing Lin Xi's cold, fury-laden visage. He drew the 3-sided military spike he always carried, its icy gleam pressing against the actor's throat, with just enough force to break the skin. Lord Rockfort. Lin Xi's voice returned to its original cold masculine tone, each word dripping with murderous intent. Sends his regards. Rockfort. The actor was struck by lightning, the color draining from his face. That name, like the most terrifying curse, shattered all his psychological defenses. The fate of being caught by Rockfort. He knew the contents of that rape and kill order better than anyone. It was a torture 1,000 times worse than death. In sheer terror, his lower body grew warm, and a stinking foul liquid uncontrollably soaked his pants. He had truly pissed himself in fear. Mercy. Spare me, master. The actor, tears and snot flowing, struggled to kowtow despite the sharp pain in his nose and the spike at his neck. I was wrong. I'm not human. I'm a liar. They'll give up everything, just let me live like a dog. I beg you. Let you go. Lin Xi tapped his wet face with the spike, his smile icy. Then how do I explain to Lord Rockfort? Or should I tell Iron Fist leader your true identity, how you've been scamming for food, drink, and women? And now Rockfort is hunting you. What do you think? Will Iron Fist send you off respectfully, or? He paused deliberately, his gaze meaningfully sweeping over the man's lower body. I hear Iron Fist Sanctuary has a few particularly aggressive mutated billy goats that are in need of. No? Please, don't say it. The actor, terrified out of his wits, already envisioned the horrifying scene of himself tied to a stake surrounded by drooling mutated goats. Under the sustained influence of intermediate charm and extreme fear, his psychological defenses completely collapsed, his mind growing hazy as he mechanically repeated pleas for mercy. Ding. Target actor's mental fortitude fully shattered, spirit in a highly unstable state. Recruitment success rate 95. Suggest host seize the opportunity. Lin Xi put away the spike, crouched down, and stared into the actor's vacant eyes. His voice was low but carried enough pressure. The actor nodded frantically. Then be my dog. Lin Xi said each word deliberately. From today your life is mine. I say east you go east. I say bark you bark. Understand? Yes. Yes. Master. I'm your dog. Woof. Woof. The actor, now far from the dignified Lord Phantom, would do anything to survive. Ding. The mission Unveil the Mask is complete. Final evaluation astonishing. Breathtaking. At the cost of sacrificing charm and integrity, the host successfully performed a wasteland version of Infernal Affairs Phantom Beauty. Not only did you extract key intelligence, but you also shattered the enemy's resolve with a more feminine than a woman peerless demeanor system certified, achieving subjugation. The entire process was full of twists and turns with explosive acting skills. The final Meow Cat fist was the crowning touch, fully showcasing the host's true colors as a cross-dressing master. The system seriously suspects did the host awaken some terrifying hidden core during the cross-dressing process. Or perhaps that kick from the mutated yak actually unblocked your run and do meridians, allowing you to find the perfect balance between male and female traits. Friendly reminder: this system does not provide gender identity counseling services. Basic reward issued skill point x1. Attribute point agility spirit self-select x1. Bonus reward successful subjugation acquired skill rhetoric seduction. Fused with intermediate rhetoric beguilement into advanced rhetoric. Decree of deceit. Your words are no longer mere persuasion or incitement, but can more subtly implant psychological suggestions and weave logical traps. Even combining specific environments and the target's psychological weaknesses to achieve a single word decides fate effect of fraud or manipulation. Advanced tool for swindling, negotiation, interrogation, and disrupting enemy morale. Acquired actors Swindler Pack x1. Pack contents: exquisite hand crossbow x1 with 12 poison arrows, lethal on contact, essential for home travel and treacherous schemes. Rust cores x3. Inferior but convincing elemental talismans x5. Half a bottle of pre-war oil, Indian magic oil. A small pouch of colored gems, actually dyed glass. Some jerky and compressed rations, stolen goods. And some unsightly private collections. System postscript: congratulations to the host for acquiring the Wasteland's first general limited to weakling. Though combat power is nearly zero, perhaps his deception skills and shelter experience might be useful. Please play with your new toy properly. Play with your mother. Lin Xi cursed the system in his mind while examining the heavy pack. The actor lay on the ground watching his years of accumulated swindled belongings being confiscated without mercy by Lin Xi. His face was ashen. He knew his life was now thoroughly ruined by this cross-dressing master. Without these supplies he couldn't survive in the wasteland. His only path to survival was to obediently play the dog. Listen up. Lin Xi kicked him. Tomorrow you're still Lord Phantom. Find Iron Fist and tell him you're grateful for his hospitality and recall some treasures buried long ago near the Crying Swamp. Among them is an ability potion from a major shelter suitable for low-level ability users like him. But you're unfamiliar with the path through the desolate forest, so you need a hunting team to escort you partway. The actor nodded blankly, his mind still numb. Lin Xi detailed the script. Perform well, and you'll live a few more days. If you slip up. Lin Xi shook the poison arrow in his hand. The actor trembled violently and vowed desperately, rest assured, sir. I'm a professional actor. He'll handle it perfectly. The next day Lord Phantom indeed found Iron Fist and Thunder Mountain. He performed the script Lin Xi had taught him, emphasizing the ability potion's potential boost to Iron Fist's powers and the need for a guide dog. Iron Fist was skeptical, but the promise of ability enhancement was indeed tempting. Thunder Mountain was more direct. He was eager for a chance to further curry favor with this high-level ability user. Thus, with Thunder Mountain's strong push, Iron Fist agreed to send a small team to guide Lord Phantom in retrieving the treasure. As for the choice Lord Phantom personally named, I think that young captain is quite sharp. Let them be the ones. The hunting team's only young captain was Lin Xi. Though Thunder Mountain disliked Lin Xi, he dared not defy Lord Phantom's will at that moment, so he agreed with a forced smile. That afternoon, watched by Chief Iron Fist and with Thunder Mountain's fervent instructions, Lord Phantom, chest puffed out, led his guide dog Captain Lin Xi and the 5th Hunting Squad, strolling arrogantly out of the Iron Fist shelter's gates, disappearing onto the road to the desolate forest. By the city gate, Thunder Mountain squinted his single eye, calculating in his mind, when Lord Phantom gets the treasure, he might share some of the spoils, right? Maybe he could break through to level 2, and then that Lin Xi kid. He had no idea he had just sent off a team of swindlers, and the lord he fawned over was merely a terrified, fully performing puppet at the front of the line. Soon after the team entered the desolate forest, confirming no one was tailing them, Lin Xi stopped and coughed. The Lord Phantom ahead, who had been striding with an arrogant gait, immediately went weak in the knees, falling to the ground with a plop, his movements as smooth as if practiced 1,000 times. Spare me, sir. The actor kowtowed, his voice trembling. Stone Shield and Spear Girl. They exchanged glances, both seeing utter bewilderment in each other's eyes. Stone Shield opened his mouth, signaling Spear Girl to whisper, what's going on? This lord plays pretty wild, huh? Heard there was a weird, old-time entertainment called cosplay. Role-playing, really getting into it. Is this the legendary immersive experience? That intoxicating Spear Girl twitched her mouth and silently gripped her spear tighter, feeling something was off about the scene. But the wasteland was full of oddities, so she chose to observe further. Lin Xi ignored his teammates' inner thoughts. He leisurely pulled out the exquisite hand crossbow confiscated from the actor. Weighing it in his hand, the delicate and compact crossbow pleased him. His gaze fell on the actor kneeling before him, saying nothing. He just stared quietly, his fingers tapping absently on the crossbow arm. Thud, thud, thud. Each tap struck like a hammer on the air. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only that deadly tapping. Cold sweat poured from the actor's forehead, his body shaking like a brick. He knew this was the master evaluating, pondering whether this newly retrieved dog was worth keeping, or rather where to start cutting for efficiency. Besides swindling Lin, she finally spoke, his tone flat and unreadable. What else can you do? Even if I keep a dog, I need to see if it can guard the door or catch mice. A waste doesn't even qualify as fuel in my book. The actor jolted, his mind racing. Strengths. What strengths did he have? Reading people. Silver tongue. Master escape artist. These seemed lacking in the face of absolute force. That's it. He suddenly remembered something, his lips twitching as if to speak, but hesitating. A look of extreme struggle and lewdness crossed. Gazing at that lecherous expression, Lin's eyes turned icy. If you dare say you know how to play with women, or have any specialized knowledge of human anatomy, they'll let you taste the poison on this arrow right now, and I guarantee that 2 ounces of rotten flesh below your waist will melt faster than snow. No, my lord. Not that. The actor was terrified out of his wits, nearly wetting himself again. Your humble servant. I know how to use this crossbow. My archery is passable. And also, poison. I have some knowledge of toxins. Before to swindle people. No, I mean for self-defense. I dabbled in quite a bit. Oh, Lin Xi raised an eyebrow slightly. This was an unexpected boon. A conman and poison alchemist. That combination was somewhat intriguing. He said no more, put away the crossbow, and turned, follow me. The group changed direction, heading straight for Lin's giant bear secret base. Upon arrival, Stone Shield and Spear A, without needing instructions, went to the wild boar camp with practiced ease. They began processing the prey caught in earlier traps and maintaining their tools. Though brimming with questions, since the boss didn't speak, they didn't ask. This was the basic discipline of a wasteland survival squad. The less you know, the longer you live. The actor was pulled aside by Lin. Pointing at the surrounding mutated plants and fungi diverse in color and form, he said, prove yourself. Use the materials here to make something useful. Don't try any tricks. They'll know every material you use. This was a test, and also a show of force. With his intermediate analysis hand and extensive wilderness survival experience, Lin, she was fully aware of the toxicity and utility of the surrounding materials. The actor looked at the twisted, grotesque vegetation and swallowed hard. He knew this was the critical exam that would decide if he could. He forced himself to calm down and began carefully identifying, collecting, and processing. Lin, she didn't keep watching him. He left Stone Shield to observe secretly and departed the base again. Yesterday, he had extracted the approximate locations of Vulture Cliff Sanctuary and Mud Pond Sanctuary from the actor. He needed to scout the area and assess the situation. As for the more distant Broken Bridge, Old Chimney, and the ultimate target Rock Sanctuary, those would have to wait. By mid-afternoon, Lin, she returned to the base. Before the actor were several crude containers holding powders or viscous liquids of suspicious colors. He himself was pale with traces of plant sap staining his fingers. My lord, I've made 3 types, the actor said hoarsely. One is a paralytic toxin, fast-acting, but short-lived. One is a necrotic toxin, wounds contaminated with it are hard to heal. And there's this. He pointed to a nondescript gray powder. This is an improved formula I stole from an old poison master I once knew. I call it muffled thunder. It's highly potent, mainly attacking the internal organs and nerves. When it takes effect, it works inside, but the surface shows little. Lin, she picked up the packet of muffled thunder and carefully sensed it. Even his intermediate analysis hand could only vaguely detect its intense danger. The specific composition and mechanism of action were somewhat unclear. He had Stone Shield drag over a lame mutated wild boar caught in an earlier trap and signaled the actor to demonstrate. Nervously, the actor took an ordinary arrow and carefully dipped the tip in a tiny bit of the muffled thunder powder. Then, using his hand crossbow, he aimed at the boar's hindquarters from 10 paces away. Thwack! The arrow didn't penetrate deeply, but it was enough. At first, the boar just squealed and struggled in pain. But in less than half a minute, its movements suddenly stiffened, its eyes bulged, and dark bloody foam began seeping from its snout and mouth. After another half-minute, the boar died cleanly with hardly any external wounds. Stone Shield and Spear's eyelids twitched at the sight. This poison was rather terrifying. Lin, she nodded, a hint of satisfaction finally appearing on his face. Not bad. At least you're not completely useless. The actor felt as if pardon, nearly collapsing from relief. That night, Lin, she tossed him a few old blankets traded from Wrench. From now on, you live here. Your task: make poison. The more the better, the more varieties the better. Find your own materials, but don't leave a 500-meter radius of the base. Stone Shield will bring you food from time to time. The actor hugged the blankets, looking at the damp, dark cave reeking of wild beasts, and felt like crying, but had no tears. Yet did he dare say no? He didn't. However, a leopard can't change its spots, and a swindler can't abandon the hope of escape. In the first 7 days of being left at the giant bear base, the actor tried to escape 3 times. He thought himself at least an esper, albeit a weak one, and clever. In this desolate wilderness, if he found the right chance to slip away, the world was vast, and he might just make a clean getaway. The first time he sneaked out while Stone Shield was away after delivering food. But before he could get 200 meters, he was blocked by Lin Xi, who appeared from nowhere. Lin Xi didn't hit him or curse him. He simply grabbed his neck expressionlessly, took a venomous stinger from a killer beehive, and swiftly and precisely jabbed it into the outside of his thigh. "This is the first time," Lin Xi said, then tossed him back into the cave like trash. The killer bee's venom wasn't lethal, at least not in this dosage. But the excruciating pain, paralysis, and persistent burning sensation made the actor howl for a good half day. He lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The second time, he learned his lesson and waited until Lin Xi's stone shield and spear had all left for hunting before he acted. This time he planned a route and camouflaged himself, but he underestimated Lin Xi's control over the area. He also underestimated how terrifying the combination of basic environmental intuition and the Night Shadow King could be. As soon as he reached the forest's edge, Lin Xi emerged like a specter from behind a dead tree, holding 2 bee stingers. The second time, 2 venomous stingers were jabbed into his left and right arms respectively. The pain doubled. He felt as if both arms weren't his own anymore. Swelling, searing pain accompanied by bouts of dizziness. Lying on the ground staring at the gray sky, he felt a bone-deep fear for the first time. This man, how did he find him? He had been so careful. The third time, driven almost by pain and survival instinct, he tried to crawl away in the dead of night. The result was inevitable. Lin Xi hadn't even gone far. He was waiting near the cave. 3 stingers pierced his back. 3 strikes, and you're out. Lin Xi's voice was especially cold in the silent night. Next time, I'll let you experience what it's like to be slowly covered in bee stings, unable to die even if you wish. Or I'll throw you into the flesh fly nest I just discovered. They love to lay eggs on living things. The actor completely broke down. When the third wave of bee venom agony swept through his body, he lacked even the strength to scream. He could only convulse like a fish out of water. He gazed at Lin Xi's profile in the dim light. That face, which he had once considered merely gloomy, now seemed shrouded in the deepest shadows, transformed into the most terrifying demon from wasteland legends. Lin, the demon. In the throes of ultimate pain and terror, he unconsciously uttered these 3 words. This title took firm root in his heart. In the following days, the actor lay collapsed like a pile of mud in the cave. The bee venom struck daily, causing unbearable agony, alternating chills and fever, nausea and dizziness. Stone Shield brought the bare minimum of food and water on time, his gaze carrying a hint of sympathy, but mostly indifference. In the wasteland, this was the fate of disobedience, or worse. The fact that the boss hadn't killed him outright was already an extraordinary act of mercy. Amid this hellish torment, the actor's remnants of luck, defiance, and resentment were gradually crushed to dust. In their place grew a bone-deep fear of Lin the demon, and a twisted realization escape meant certain death, and a painful one at that. Obedience, though, like being a dog, at least offered survival and occasionally a morsel of food. When the 7th day passed, the agony of the bee venom gradually subsided. The actor lay on the cold stone floor, staring vacantly at the cave ceiling. He felt that a part of him had perished under those 6 bee stingers. What remained was a hollow shell, desperate only to live, even if it meant being a dog. Lin Xi knew that the actor, this self-proclaimed clever hawk, had been sufficiently tamed. His wings were broken, his wildness ground away, leaving only absolute terror of the falconer and a shred of pathetic dependence. On the 8th day, the 5th hunting squad returned to the shelter, as usual after their hunt. The difference was that they brought back a trophy, a woman on the verge of death, tattered and grievously wounded. Found her on the road. Still breathing, Lin Xi explained briefly to the West Gate guard. The guard leaned in to look at the barely conscious woman on the stretcher. He pursed his lips and asked no further questions. Such incidents were too common, every day unlucky souls fell in the wilderness. Being brought back was a stroke of luck, though most wouldn't last long. He waved them through. The woman was carried outside Lin Xi's captain's mansion. It was a low, rickety shack originally used for storing junk, drafty and leaky, a doghouse. Lin Xi tossed in some of the poorest quality grain scraps and a tattered blanket, barely better than a rag. He spoke coldly to the barely conscious woman in the shack. If you survive this, you get to live for now. If not, I'll have you thrown out as fuel tomorrow. His voice was harsh, fitting the wasteland's typical attitude toward useless burdens. The neighbors glanced over, then indifferently retreated back into their own hovels. Another mouth to share rations. Better off dead. The woman in the shack was of course the actor now, wearing another hundred-faced enchantress mask and deliberately made to look utterly wretched by Lin Xi. Her current alias was Poison Lady. In the days that followed, Poison Lady began a miserable self-rescue. Lin Xi indeed stopped caring about her fate, with even the meager food arriving sporadically. To survive, Poison Lady had to fall back on her old trade, deception, using the pale, frail mask of a middle-aged woman and her superb acting skills. She would weep about her tragic story to neighbors who occasionally passed by or were called over by Lin Mower to help. She elicited sympathy to scrounge bits of food or sips of clean water. Lin Xi turned a blind eye to this. In the wasteland, survival was the only truth. No method was shameful. He even felt a grudging admiration for the actor's tenacious will to live and professionalism. Even in such dire straits, she could still scrape together a meal through trickery. As for Lin Mower, seeing the pitiable middle-aged sister in the shack, barely clinging to life, her heart couldn't bear it. She would occasionally take leftover food collected from the outer districts and secretly slip it to Poison Lady. Through this combination of self-effort, deception, and a bit of external charity, Lin Mower's kindness, Poison Lady actually managed to pull through. A week later, her injuries had mostly healed. At least she could sit up on her own, and her complexion had improved. Lin Xi judged that the time was ripe. That day during the hunt, he brought along Poison Lady, tossing her a hand crossbow and a few arrows coated with paralytic venom. "Let me see if your skills are more than just talk, Lin," she said, pointing to a mutated boar rooting in the distance. Poison Lady took a deep breath, suppressing her instinctive fear of Lin Xi, and focused her mind. She crouched behind a rock, raised the crossbow, aimed, and fired. The arrow struck the boar's neck. The beast let out a piercing squeal, charged a few steps, then slowed and stiffened before collapsing, its limbs twitching unconsciously. Her aim was indeed decent, and her mental fortitude had been forced out under the pressure of life and death. That evening at Lin Xi's captain's mansion, Poison Lady still slept in the doghouse outside. The fifth squad sat in a circle, sharing roasted meat. Lin Xi cut a moderate piece and tossed it to Poison Lady, who was crouching at the door, eyes wide with longing. Poison Lady took the still hot piece of meat, her hands trembling slightly. This was the first proper meat she had eaten since being captured. She wolfed it down, the scorching juices making her wince, yet she couldn't bear to spit it out. As she chewed, tears began to fall. To think that she, the Lord Phantom, was once an awakened elite among men. Having roamed far and wide, fled from place to place, and met all sorts scam meals and drinks, she never imagined she would sink to such depths. Slaving away for a small-town shelter captain, living in a doghouse, eating handouts, and having to be grateful. Damn it, this was the worst misery in the wasteland. Damn Lin the demon. She cursed through gritted teeth in her mind as she gnawed on the meat. Yet the moment the thought arose, a chill shot through her body, as if the agony of the 6 bee stingers had returned. She quickly swallowed the more venomous curses that followed, leaving only endless frustration and fear. After several days of joining the hunt, Poison Lady proved her worth with her venomous arrows. Though her close combat ability was nearly zero, and her courage was small, her skill with the hand crossbow was indeed polished, and her poison coating technique was seasoned. The several types of poison she provided were highly effective, greatly enhancing the squad's hunting efficiency and safety. Especially in situations requiring stealthy elimination or dealing with tough-skinned targets, her poison arrows often worked wonders. After assessing the situation, Lin Xi finally spoke to the Poison Lady, crouching outside the hut one evening upon returning from a hunt in the presence of Sherdun and Achong. "You'll join the hunts from now on. Consider yourself half a team member. Your name? Let it be Poison Lady. Keep your mouth shut and your feet still. What you deserve won't be withheld, but what you shouldn't covet. Think less, and you'll suffer less." Poison Lady was first taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, which then mingled with a sense of sorrow. The joy came from finally having a somewhat formal identity, at least ensuring temporary safety. The sorrow stemmed from the realization that she had been permanently branded. From Phantom Lord to Lin the old demon's venomous hound. Yes. Yes. Captain, he quickly responded. Sherdun grinned, but said nothing. Achong merely nodded at Poison Lady, acknowledging the new teammate's combat prowess in terms of poison use. As for poison lattice, origins, and true gender, the leader didn't disclose, and they didn't ask. In a wasteland squad, anyone who increased survival odds was a good teammate, even if they were a cross-dressing poison trickster. Thus, under Lin Xi's uniquely wasteland-style method of breaking in, the 5th hunting squad quietly gained a new member, a pathetic fighter averse to close combat, but skilled with poison crossbows, adept at deception, and utterly terrified of the captain, Poison Lady the actor. The system silently recorded Lin the old demon's minions 1. Taming method: physical pain, destruction, psychological fear, implantation, survival need binding. Evaluation: simple and crude, highly effective, and quintessentially wasteland. The host indeed has a talent for being inhumane. Lin Xi screw off. I'm just making the best use of his skills. The system indeed, even Phantom Lord can be used as Poison Lady. That word use is quite exquisite. Lin Xi. After Poison Lady officially joined according to the shelter's rules as a hunting squad member, she was entitled to build her own hut in a relatively peripheral area of the inner city. Sherdun kindly pointed out an empty spot, saying it was a bit remote, but at least dry. But Poison Lattice reaction stunned. She silently refused and insisted on staying in her own doghouse, the drafty shed outside Lin Xi's door. Sherdun and Achong exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions screaming, "Is this person insane?" Lin Xi frowned, scrutinizing Poison Lady. Had the bee venom damaged his brain? Or the system ding? Detected target: Poison Lady exhibiting latest-stage symptoms resembling Stockholm Syndrome, manifesting as dependence on and identification with the abuser, even perceiving the abuser's environment as a safe zone. Note this symptom has a high incidence rate in the high-pressure enslavement environments of the wasteland. Typically indicates that domestication has achieved unexpectedly effective results. Host, congratulations. Your breaking-in technique was so masterful that you've mentally broken the hawk. Lin Xi was speechless. I just wanted him to obey, not to mess up his mind. The system broken or not, as long as it works. See, isn't he now more loyal than a real dog? He won't even move to a better shelter, afraid to stray far from you. Lin Xi stared at Poison Lattice's cowering demeanor, as if life itself depended on staying by the captain's wall, confirming the guy was truly sick, and seriously so. What the hell was this? Picking up a con artist, tempering him into a poison master, and ending up with a psychological deviant. Suit yourself. Lin Xi couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. The wasteland was full of oddballs, and this was just one more. He waved his hand, telling Sure Done to find some oddjobber for scrap wood and tarpaulin to expand that doghouse a bit. They patched the gaps to block drafts and rain, and made it larger enough for someone to stretch out their leg. It was still a doghouse, but now a luxury doghouse. Poison Lady joyfully moved into her new home, as if receiving a great boon. On the first night, there she slept soundly. Smelling the scent of boiling meat from Lin Xi's room nearby, she felt a twisted sense of security. Closer to that demon, ever closer, as if the demon's pressure could ward off all external dangers. After settling in, Poison Lady began to repay the fate. He redrew a map of this silent wasteland, the wasteland region where Iron Fist Shelter was located. When he presented this new map, densely annotated with different symbols and crude text, detailing warnings, to Lin Xi compared it with the old map he had previously extracted from Poison Lattice's account, and his face instantly darkened. The locations of over a dozen known shelters had been shifted by 5 or 6 on the new map. The deviations could be tens of miles. The descriptions of shelter sizes, primary trade goods, and danger levels were worlds apart. Most infuriatingly, 2 spots marked on the old map as potentially safe water sources and as small mutated beast herd habitat huntable were on the new map, one labeled a toxic swamp, and the other placed directly near a known level 4 radiation scorpion nest. Damn it. Lin Xi couldn't help cursing. Following this old map ID die without knowing how. That treacherous bastard. He glanced at Poison Lady, who stood with hands down, carefully watching his expression. The anger within him subsided, replaced by a complex sense of appreciation. In the wasteland, information is life, and possessing false information is more deadly than having none. Poison Lattice's habit of always holding something back, even deliberately altering key information to avoid being controlled by others, was precisely the quality of a top-tier con artist and survivor. Well done. Lin Xi put away the new map, his tone flat, devoid of reproach. One of the wasteland's laws to survive: concealment, deception, and even deliberate misdirection are all understandable. Contributions deserve rewards. Another wasteland law. Lin Xi had Lin Mower bring out a few old but thick and warm animal, a clay pot of freshly stewed lamb, and a small tube of bee honey. For you. Lin Xi pushed the items over. Poison Lady froze. He stared at the thick blankets, felt the enticing aroma and warmth from the clay pot, and caught the faint sweet scent from the tube. Were these rewards and not leftovers? Trembling, he took them and clutched them to his chest. The soft touch, the rich food aroma, the precious sweetness. Carrying the items back to his luxury doghouse. Curled up in the thick blanket, he ate the fragrant lamb in small bites, occasionally dipping a finger into the bee honey and savoring it. Warmth spread from his stomach to every limb, and sweetness burst on his taste buds. At that moment, the hollow memories of Phantom Lord and the yearning for freedom seemed diluted by this tangible warmth, replaced by a deeper, more pathological dependence and a sense of belonging. Fear still lingered, but mingled with this warmth and sweetness, it brewed an even more toxic poison. He feared Lin, she feared him to death. Yet subconsciously he felt that only by sticking close to this powerful cold captain, who occasionally bestowed rewards, could he find a moment's respite in this damned wasteland. His sickness had grown worse. The news of the new member Poison Lady joining the 5th squad quickly spread throughout the shelter. Most people gossiped about it, their attitudes tinged with mockery. Everyone knew that Captain Lin Xi had been in a foul temper lately. The 1st squad ran rampant, provoking resentment from other squads. Lin Xi's own one-eyed aftermath didn't seem to have healed, while making him even more irritable. At this moment, someone actually joined the 5th squad, and it was an ordinary, even timid-looking middle-aged woman. Wasn't this blatantly provoking Lin Xi? As expected, upon hearing the news, the murderous glint in Lin Xi's single eye nearly overflowed. Fine, very fine. Now any riffraff dares to step up. Do they really think that just because my eye is injured they can walk all over me? He was just looking for an outlet for his rage, and old grudges surged together. He summoned a newly recruited member, a burly man nicknamed Iron Hammer. Formerly a wasteland drifter, he had caught Lin Xi's attention with his brute strength and ruthless demeanor. Lin Xi gave a few instructions. Within 2 days, Iron Hammer happened to encounter Poison Lady in the logistics area as she was trading trinkets for thread. He deliberately provoked her, knocking over her belongings and spewing obscenities. He even reached out to grab her face mask. An ordinary person might have endured or fled. But Poison Lattice's recent condition made her reaction eerily strange. At first she shrank back like a startled rabbit. But just as Iron Hammer's hand was about to touch her, she lifted her face. On that ordinary middle-aged woman's visage an extremely peculiar smile suddenly appeared. It was a mix of timidity, neuroticism, and a hint of chilling excitement. What do you want? Her voice was neutral, trembling slightly, not out of fear, but as if in anticipation. What do I want? Hell, teach you the rules around here. Iron Hammer sneered. Rules? Poison Lady tilted her head, her voice unchanged. Aren't the rules of the wasteland? The life and death arena. Are you talking about that place? Her voice was soft, but it instantly silenced the onlookers, even stunning Iron Hammer. The life and death arena. Was this woman insane? The smile on Poison Lattice's face widened, yet her eyes grew hollow. She muttered to herself as if speaking to Iron Hammer or to her own soul. The captain said, if there's trouble, fight. If you can't win, scheme. If you can't scheme, take it to the arena. Once on the arena, make sure everyone remembers that messing with the 5th squad means dying. Horribly. She uttered the last words almost against Iron Hammer's ear, her breath chillingly cold. Enraged by the sudden challenge and her eerie demeanor, and spurred by Lin Xi's orders, Iron Hammer roared, fine. The life and death arena, it is. Tomorrow at noon, they'll be waiting to collect your corpse. The news spread like wildfire through the shelter. A life and death arena match. It was Lin Xi's new enforcer against that middle-aged woman from Lin Xi's squad, who looked like she could be kicked to death with one blow. Now this was a spectacle worth watching. In the wasteland, entertainment was scarce. The bloody, brutal life and death arena was one of the few carnivals that could momentarily numb pain and immerse people in primal excitement. By noon the next day, the open space around the arena was packed with people. Their faces bore a mix of excitement, cruelty, curiosity, and numbness, all awaiting a feast of blood. The arena was simple, a square enclosure made of scrap metal sheets and wooden stakes. The ground was tamped earth, dark red and black, and stained by who knows how much blood. Poison Lady arrived still dressed as an ordinary housewife. She walked slowly, step by step, onto the arena. In her hands, she held only an inconspicuous hand crossbow and a small leather pouch. She kept her head down, avoiding everyone's gaze, her lips moving silently, as if murmuring. Iron Hammer, in contrast, was far more arrogant. He was bare-chested, displaying his solid muscles and a few scars. He carried a spiked wooden club, banging it against the arena's edge to show off his strength, drawing cheers from some thugs. The referee briefly announced the rules, essentially none, until one side died or was completely incapacitated, and then quickly begin. With a roar, Iron Hammer swung his wooden club and charged at Poison Lady. The strike was heavy and powerful, clearly intending to finish off this woman who was playing tricks in one blow. Poison Lady did not dodge. She lifted her head and, facing the charging Iron Hammer, revealed a maniacal grin. Then she did something no one expected. She aimed her hand crossbow at the ground and pulled the trigger. A short arrow embedded into the soil before Iron Hammer's feet, and a small leather pouch tied to it burst open. A cloud of grayish-white powder instantly exploded, engulfing the charging Iron Hammer. Cough. What the hell is this? Iron Hammer inhaled some of the powder, feeling an itch in his throat and a sting in his eyes. But he paid it no mind, assuming it was some cheap trick like lime powder. The club came crashing down, but Poison Lady agilely leaped to the side and back. A petty trick. Iron Hammer cursed, waving away the dust before him, ready to pursue again. But suddenly his arm felt weak. A strange numbing itch spread from his throat and nasal passages where he had inhaled the powder, rapidly creeping into his chest. You poisoned me. Iron Hammer finally realized, both shocked and enraged. Poison Lady had retreated to another corner of the arena, her smile growing more twisted and delighted. First, gift bone-numbing powder. Like it. ITLL, make you slowly lose feeling in your muscles. She pulled another small paper packet from her leather pouch, pried it open with her fingernail, revealing a dark green powder inside. She licked her lips, her eyes burning with fervor. Second gift, gut-rending powder. It works through both the respiratory tract and the skin. As she spoke, she sprinkled some of the powder onto the ground before her. Then, aiming her hand crossbow near the pile of powder, she fired another arrow. The arrow struck the ground, kicking up dust and the dark green powder, forming another cloud of green mist that drifted toward Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer tried to hold his breath, but it was too late. He felt a searing pain in his chest where the numbness had been, his stomach cramped, and he couldn't help but retch. He let out agonized groans, barely able to hold on to his spiked club. The audience was dead silent, all shocked by the bizarre and brutal scene. This was not a fight, it was a slaughter. They had seen masters of poison before, but never one so calm, so methodical, so reveling in the process. Poison Lady seemed to enter a trance. As she circled Iron Hammer, she pulled a third item from her leather pouch. A small bottle. She uncorked it and carefully smeared the dark red liquid onto a crossbow bolt. The final gift, coagulant. Poison Lattice's voice carried a morbid tenderness. It won't kill you right away, but it will slowly thicken your blood, clogging your veins. Your heart will beat slower and slower, heavier and heavier. Like being slowly frozen, you'll feel life leaving your body bit by bit. She raised her crossbow, aiming at Iron Hammer, who had already collapsed to his knees with black blood seeping from his mouth and nose. All right, She suddenly seemed to remember something, letting out a nervous laugh. The captain said when dealing with enemies, be thorough. So, the crossbow bolt shot into Iron Hammer's right eye socket. A blood-curdling scream escaped him, and then he went limp. He was not dead yet, but everyone knew he was doomed, enduring a torment worse than death. On the arena, Poison Lady watched silently as Iron Hammer convulsed. The maniacal smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a timid look. She put away her hand crossbow and leather pouch and walked off the arena. As she passed, the crowd parted like the sea. Everyone looked at her with fear, disgust, and a hint of indescribable awe. This seemingly harmless middle-aged woman was more terrifying than the most ferocious mutant beasts. Poison Lady showed no reaction to the gazes around her. She walked straight to Lin Xi by the edge of the arena. Captain. Lin Xi looked at his subordinate, who had just completed a brutal killing, yet now appeared as docile as a lamb, and felt a mix of emotions. He nodded. Good job. Hearing the praise, a gleam of joy appeared on Poison Lady's face, and she obediently stood behind Lin Xi. After this battle, the name Poison Lady became notorious in Iron Fist Shelter, even overshadowing Ballbreaker Lin Xi. People spoke of her with dread, calling her Plague Hag or Poison Widow in private. But no matter how terrifying her reputation, after each day's hunt, Poison Lady would still return to the luxury doghouse outside Lin Xi's place, as if it were the only safe zone in her twisted mind. System recorder mode. Poison Lady personality recorded. Traits: absolute fear, dependent on host, extremely cruel, and adept at disguise toward outsiders. Utility assessment high. Risk assessment medium, requires continuous absolute suppression. Remarks: wasteland specialty talent patient 1. Deviant content under host's command significantly increased. Lin Xi. Shut up. I have a headache. System headache is normal. Raising deviance comes at a cost. But look on the bright side. At least Lei Shan over there should quiet down. Lei Shan stared at the almost unrecognizable corpse of Iron Hammer being carried back, his one remaining eye bloodshot. The members of the first squad around him all avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Fear spread through the ranks like a plague, but the object of that fear was not Poison Lady. It was the captain who had sent them to their death. Useless. All of you are useless. Lei Shan roared. Can't even handle a woman. What use are you to me? His subordinates trembled in silence, inwardly complaining, was that an ordinary woman? That was a living hellspawn. They would rather charge a frenzied mutant boar than face that poisonous, twisted madwoman. Lei Shan's pent-up rage had nowhere to go, suffocating him. Just then a hunting team returned, dragging a freshly killed mutant goat. Without a word, Lei Shan rushed over and snatched the goat. Roar! His berserker ability activated. The muscles on his already massive frame bulged further. He swung a fist the size of a boulder and smashed it into the goat's skull. Crack! The skull shattered. But that wasn't enough. Lei Shan seemed to see the goat as that hateful figure, raining down punches, kicks, and tearing, completely disregarding the splattering flesh and entrails. Moments later, the intact goat had been reduced to a pile of shredded meat and bone fragments. Lei Shan panted heavily, standing amidst the gore as his berserk aura slowly faded. He looked around at his men, seeing fear in their eyes, but also distance, and a faint, barely noticeable relief. Relief that it wasn't them dying, relief that their mad captain had found a temporary outlet. Lei Shan felt even more stifled inside, but he knew that for the time being he couldn't move against the fifth squad again. That Poison Widow had become a nightmare in the hearts of his men. Clean this up. He growled, turned, and walked away, his back exuding a sense of defeat. Meanwhile, the days of the fifth squad passed in leisurely yet fulfilling pursuits. The giant bear's secret base had evolved into a compact hunting and production complex where poison lattice toxins synergized exceptionally well with Lin Xi's trap arrangements. Thus Lin Xi expanded the trap zone further. Stone Shield and Spear's primary duties had now shifted to that of harvesters, and they merely needed to visit the trap area at designated times to retrieve and process the ensnared mutant boars, deer, or other unfortunate creatures. Poison Lady, meanwhile, had become enamored with a new hobby, toxin crafting, a wasteland rendition of a meth-cooking maestro. He had carved out a dedicated laboratory in a corner of the base. Lately the fellow was obsessed with studying the venom borrowed from a nearby killer bee nest. He blended the bee venom with collected poisonous plant juices, mineral toxins, and even the gland secretions of certain mutant bees. His aim was to concoct an even more potent composite poison. The searing pain and nerve-paralyzing effects of bee venom paired with the sustained internal erosion of heart rot grass, plus a touch of black widow spider venom's muscle-dissolving properties. Poison Lady muttered with a nervous chuckle as he stirred a viscous liquid in a stone mortar with a wooden stick. Not far off, Stone Shield and Spear were processing the day's first catch. They watched as Poison Lady dragged over another lame wild boar and dripped his freshly mixed toxin onto its wound. The ensuing scene compelled even these two hardened wasteland veterans accustomed to gore to turn their heads away involuntarily. The boar first let out a shriek that twisted into a distorted howl, then its muscles spasmed unnaturally as black foam oozed from its snout, mouth, eyes, and ears. It writhed in agony on the ground, enduring minutes of torment before expiring with a mournful squeal, its death a gruesome spectacle. Stone Shield cursed, inwardly wondering what sin that boar had committed to encounter such a twisted demon. Lin Xi, however, was quite satisfied with the base's productive activities. Though poison lattice toxin research was macabre, the results were practical, significantly enhancing the squad's offensive capabilities. Lin Xi began to devote more energy to external exploration. Today he stood beneath a steep cliff, gazing upward at the grayish-yellow rock face that was nearly vertical. Only a zigzagging gravel path wound its way to the summit. At the cliff top, crude structures cobbled together from rock scrap, wood, and animal hide were faintly visible, resembling vultures' nests. This was the Vulture Cliff Sanctuary. At the base of the cliff, low dilapidated shacks and tents were scattered, forming a sizable outer encampment. Yet as Lin Xi, a new face, appeared, numerous gazes immediately converged upon him. Those eyes were filled with numbness, greed, and undisguised predatory intent. Here a lone traveler was synonymous with easy. Lin Xi was currently wearing another shape-shifting enchantress mask, Rakshasa. The mask bore an exquisitely beautiful, yet icy and menacing visage. Pale skin, elongated and slanted brows and eyes, dark crimson lips, and a faint scar across the cheekbone. Wasteland common, since a woman bold enough to walk the wilds alone was more dangerous than the deadliest serpent. It was precisely this awareness that barely restrained the restless malice surrounding him. Ignoring the stares, Lin Xi strode directly toward the entrance of the cliff path. Two guards with fierce eyes stood there, clutching bone spears. "Halt! Where from? What business?" one asked warily while the other slightly raised his spear tip. Lin Xi stopped and spoke in a disguised voice, passing through, looking to trade. He pulled half a coarse grain bun from her chest and tossed it over. The guard caught it, weighed it in his hand, and scrutinized Lin Xi once more. His gaze lingered on her strikingly conspicuous face, but ultimately, he dared not cause trouble. In the wasteland, anyone attractive who was still alive and kicking was usually not to be trifled with. "Go on up. Behave, and don't stir up trouble." The guard stepped aside, pointing to the steep path. Lin Xi nodded. The cliff top was more spacious than it appeared from below, yet equally dilapidated. Rough stone huts and shacks were crammed together, with a slightly larger open area in the center that seemed to serve as a trading and gathering spot. The entire sanctuary resembled Iron Fist, a blend of order and despair. No sooner had Lin Xi taken his place in the trading zone than a relatively well-dressed, middle-aged man approached. "Friend, you're a new face. Come to Vulture Cliff to catch the wind, or put down roots." The overseer spoke in wasteland slang. Catching the wind meant passing through for supplies, while putting down roots meant seeking to join. A few guards pretending to loiter subtly edged closer. The innate vigilance toward unfamiliar lone wanderers was ingrained in every sanctuary. Lin Xi Rakshasa swept her gaze over the overseer and the guards catching the wind. "I want cactus tears and stone root powder." Cactus tears was a specialty of Vulture Cliff, a juice extracted from the giant mutant cacti growing nearby, specially filtered to be far superior to ordinary purified water. In the arid, silent wasteland region, it was a notable local product. Stone root powder was another specialty made from the ground tubers of a radiation-resistant plant. Though coarse, it could stave off hunger and offered a slight relief from radiation discomfort. A flicker of surprise crossed the overseer's eyes, realizing the newcomer was well informed. He looked Lin Xi up and down, especially noting her empty hands, and asked with doubt, "Friend, to trade? You need something to trade with. You." Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. Lin Xi casually flipped her right hand, and a well-tanned wolf fur blanket materialized in her grasp. With another flip, the blanket vanished, replaced by a large bundle of cured meat strips tied with dry grass. Spatial ability. In the wasteland, spatial abilities were exceedingly rare, ranking among the top-tier mystical powers. Every possessor was a prime target for recruitment by various factions. No wonder she dared to travel alone. No wonder she remained unscathed despite her looks. The suspicion and scrutiny on the overseer's face instantly transformed into deference, his back unconsciously bowing. "Ah, it's you, my lord. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Please, this way. We have immortal tears and stone root powder in stock, and the quality is guaranteed." He quickly stepped aside to guide the way, casting a subtle glance at the guards. The guards immediately dispersed, though the vigilance in their eyes did not entirely fade, replaced instead by a hint of awe. Lin Xi mused inwardly that masquerading as a spatial ability user had been the right move. The existence of his gastric dimensional pocket must never be exposed. However, using it to pose as a strategically valuable spatial ability user could facilitate trade, elevate his status, and to some extent deter petty troublemakers. He followed the steward toward a stone room that appeared the most luxurious. Lin's eyes first reconnaissance had gone smoothly. Our new sanctuary on the map of the silent wasteland had been illuminated. The identity of Rakshasa and the guise of a spatial ability user would become another alias for his future operations. System muttering softly, "Host, are you addicted to From Knight, Rose to mentor of Poison Lady to Rakshasa. Are you planning to debut in the wasteland entertainment industry next? Need the system to help you climb the charts?" Lin Xi screw off. Gathering intel and laying groundwork for future operations. Do you think disguises cost nothing? Thick skin is also a cost. System I see that the host's thick skin cost is continuously being invested in. A multi-phase strategic reserve has been established. Looking forward to your next face-changing performance. The chieftain of Vulture Cliff was a woman named Sister Harrier. When Lin Xi as Rakshasa followed the steward into the most luxurious stone room, Sister Harrier was seated on a stone chair draped with animal skins, toying with a bone dagger in her hands. She was around 30, the wind and frost of the wasteland etched on her face, yet her brows still hinted at past beauty. Upon entering, the steward reported, "Chieftain, this my lord wishes to trade for immortal tears and stone root powder." Sister Harrier raised her eyes, her gaze landing on Lin Xi. When she saw Raksha's stunningly beautiful, yet menacing face, her pupils contracted slightly. Women of the wasteland, especially those who could lead a faction, were never simple. They might not value appearances, but they certainly understood advantages. An overly striking face in the wasteland could be a weapon of trouble, or often both. Sister Harrier herself had once been the most radiant woman on this cliff, but time and the pressures of survival had worn away that luster. Seeing Raksha now, a jealousy she was unwilling to admit quietly took root. "Oh, immortal tears and stone root powder." Sister Harrier's voice was a bit hoarse, carrying an air of nonchalance. "Both are in high demand. How much do you need?" Lin Xi spoke. 10 jars of immortal tears and 50 caddies of stone root powder. This quantity was considerable enough to sustain a squad for a long time in arid regions. Sister Harrier raised an eyebrow. "Quite an appetite. What are you trading with?" Lin Xi's hand flipped, revealing a stack of finely processed sheepskin, and with another flip, several ingots of good quality metal appeared. A spatial ability user. Sister Harrier murmured, her wariness deepening, and the hint of jealousy grew more evident. Why? Why could someone have such a rare ability and a face like that? She suppressed her emotions and nodded. "Good stuff. However, the new batch of immortal tears won't arrive from Thorn Palm Forest. Today's stock isn't enough for 10 jars. You'll have to wait. Also," she paused, "the rule is a 30% deposit first." Lin Xi frowned slightly, but nodded, agreed. He left 3 pieces of sheepskin and 2 metal ingots as a deposit. Sister Harrier had them taken away, a businesslike smile on her face. "All right, come back tomorrow at this time to pick up the goods." The next day, Lin Xi arrived at the stone room on time. Sister Harrier wore a perfectly timed apologetic expression. "Oh, what bad luck. The convoy ran into a pack of hyenas on the way and got delayed. The goods just arrived at the base of the cliff and are being inventoried. It might take a while longer. Could you wait a bit more? Rest assured, we've taken your deposit. The goods are yours." Lin Xi said nothing and turned to leave. On the third day, Lin Xi came again. Sister Harrier's excuse changed again. "Yesterday we found 2 jars of immortal tears had leaked during transport due to bumps. The quality's compromised. We're rushing a new batch, but it'll take another day. Truly sorry, my lord. Once was normal, twice a coincidence, but 3 times was deliberate." Lin Xi looked at Sister Harrier's face with its feigned remorse and a flicker of glee in her eyes and understood. This woman was using her own methods to harass the beautiful woman who made her uncomfortable. Perhaps she wanted to test Raksha's limits, or simply enjoy the thrill of bullying a strong figure, or maybe it was that gnawing jealousy. Ding. Detected persistent malicious harassment and resource detention. Perpetrator Sister Harrier, leader of Vulture Cliff Sanctuary. Nature of act: deliberately delaying transactions due to latent jealousy and power testing, harming host's interests. Quest triggered the vulture's probe. Quest description: behold, a female vulture has set her sights on you, a too beautiful foreign bird. She's not testing your strength, but rather pecking at your feathers. The wasteland's rule is fair trade, but some always want to play tricks. It's time to teach her that a beautiful flower may have thorns, and those thorns carry poison. Quest objective: deal with Sister Harrier's deliberate delay. Choice: the way of the wasteland brawler. Tell her in the most direct way that the wasteland's rule is the fist, not the face. Grab her by the collar and land a brawler's punch physical. Let her deeply understand what no deal, no friendship means. Reward: tendency skill brawler's punch, anti-female, special, slightly increases damage against female targets with a high chance of triggering intimidation effect. Title: wasteland domestic abuser, generates additional pressure on female characters, but easily provokes strong hostility from female characters with feminist traits. System note: choosing this path, the host will inherit the infamy of a certain brawler, and your reputation among female circles may become. Choice B: elegant retribution. Use subtle means to instill fear and awe while leaving room for compromise, showcasing power and mystery, resolving the issue non-violently. Reward: tendency, high probability of securing a stable trade partnership, chance of triggering bonus effect, may activate friendly attribute Vulture Cliff Sanctuary. System warm tip: sometimes a precise psychological puncture is more lasting and effective than a physical punch. Bonus: friendly. Lin Xi was stunned in his mind. What was this damn system up to now? He could understand the friendly attribute, but what the hell was a bonus effect? Could beating up a female leader somehow earn favorability? System: mysteriously host human relationships in the wasteland are an esoteric art, especially involving female creatures. They often defy logic. Choice B might bring surprises or shocks. Lin Xi weighed his options. Directly hitting a woman, even if she was a leader, would feel satisfying good. Scumbag, but the wasteland domestic abuser title and potential trouble were off-putting. Moreover, Vulture Cliff was a decent supply point, and as a local power, souring relations with Sister Harrier wouldn't benefit future trade. He needed stable resource channels, not another enemy to watch out for. Choose B, Lin Xi decided. Quest: the Vulture's probe selection confirmed. Host is free to improvise to achieve the elegant retribution objective. Late that night, the summit of Vulture Cliff was shrouded in absolute stillness. Lin Xi's passive Night Shadow King ability was fully activated, allowing him to merge into the darkness like a specter. He silently evaded all visible and hidden sentries arriving outside the stone hut where Sister Sparrowhawk resided. The door was bolted from within, but a gap in the window allowed Lin Xi to slip inside like a shadow. The oil lamp had long been extinguished. Sister Sparrowhawk was fast asleep on the bed with the bone dagger resting by her pillow. Lin Xi did not approach the bed, nor did he intend to harm her. From his stomach-shaped spatial pouch, he retrieved 2 items: the grotesque head of a mutant wildcat no more than half a day old, and a crystal-clear flower carved from crystal which he had discovered among the trinkets swindled by the actor. Lin Xi gently placed the mutant wildcat's head on the table before Sister Sparrowhawk's bed, facing her directly. Then he set the crystal flower beside the cat's head, creating a bizarre, yet strongly suggestive combination. Having done this, Lin Xi vanished into the darkness as silently as he had arrived. The next morning, Sister Sparrowhawk was startled awake by a faint scent of blood. She warily reached for the bone dagger by her pillow, then noticed the objects on the table. The grotesque head of a mutant beast symbolized lethal threat and formidable hunting prowess. The fact that someone could place such an item in her bedroom undetected during the night meant that taking her life would be equally effortless. Beside it, the crystal flower, too exquisite to be a product of the wasteland, conveyed another message: I possess things you can scarcely imagine, wealth, taste, and I come with goodwill. Fear instantly coursed through Sister Sparrowhawk's spine. Someone had entered last night, without her knowing, if they had wanted to kill her. But then a more complex emotion surged within her. The intruder had not harmed her, instead they had left such a gift. It was a warning, a demonstration, and even an indescribable wasteland-style elegance and attention. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the crystal flower again. The wasteland had not seen something so purely useless yet beautiful for far too long. And the one who placed it was that stunningly cold Rakshasa with spatial abilities. An image of someone powerful, mysterious, dangerous, yet seemingly tender began to form in Sister Sparrowhawk's mind. The fear in her heart gradually transformed into a ripple she herself did not recognize. That overly beautiful yet fierce face no longer inspired jealousy, instead it was veiled in a captivating allure. When Lin Xi as Rakshasa reappeared at the trading stone hut, Sister Sparrowhawk's attitude had shifted. The earlier false politeness and subtle obstruction were gone, replaced by a mixture of respect, caution, and even a trace of, "My lord, the goods you requested are ready." Sister Sparrowhawk personally pushed forward 10 well-sealed jars of immortals' tears and 50 caddies of stone root powder packed in thick leather bags. She even added a small pouch of sun-dried mutant plant seeds used for seasoning. "My apologies for before. My subordinates were inefficient. This small token is my personal compensation." Lin Xi inspected the goods, top quality, and paid the remaining balance. The transaction complete, Sister Sparrowhawk hesitated, then whispered, "If you ever need more immortals' tears, my lord, you can come directly to me. The price is negotiable." She paused, her voice dropping even lower. "Vulture Cliff welcomes friends like you." Ding. Quest Vultures test completed. Final evaluation awesome. The host perfectly demonstrated the art of deterrence. A beast's head decides life and death. A crystal flower stirs a maiden's heart. Successfully implanted fear, awe, and an unspoken ripple in the target's mind. Basic reward issued: acquired stable trade partnership with Vulture Cliff Sanctuary. Transactions here will enjoy certain priority and price discounts. Bonus effect triggered. Sister Sparrowhawk has developed respectful fondness and initial romantic inclination toward the host's disguised identity Rakshasa. Relationship status: friendly, slightly intimate. Gains special state summits gaze. When the host operates as Rakshasa within or near Vulture Cliff Sanctuary, Sister Sparrowhawk will tend to offer assistance and convenience. Specific effect: permanent 20 discount on trades at Vulture Cliff plus access to some core intelligence support. A system announcement chimed, mimicking a wedding march. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to host Lady Rakshasa for successfully capturing the heart of a wasteland female leader. From now on you get a 20 discount at Vulture Cliff and enjoy VIP exclusive eye contact. Truly, congratulations. Lin Xi, damn it. What kind of ridiculous extra effect is this? A same-sex romance? Does this damned world even make sexuality so wasteland-like? And system, why are you broadcasting? I'm a man. A man. System host, please respect the diverse emotional developments of the wasteland. Besides, isn't a 20 discount? How many shelter teams fight tooth and nail for such a perk? As for the gender issue, the host is male, that's correct. Host, please get into character. Lin Xi, get into your grandmother's character. I'm here to grow stronger and survive, not to play a wasteland romance sim. System, calm down, host. Look on the bright side, this might be a new and efficient way to acquire resources. Charm, even at the cost of sacrificing appearance, is also part of strength. Besides, as long as the Rakshasa identity is maintained, this is a stable logistical line. Better than having another enemy, right? Lin Xi was speechless. Watching Sister Harrier's occasional glances that quickly darted away, he felt his scalp crawl. What the hell was this all about? Yet the system had a point. A 20 discount and a potential ally were tangible benefits in the wasteland. It was just the way this benefit came about. Truly bittersweet. Thank you. Lin Xi gave a slight nod to Sister Harrier, trying to maintain his aloof persona. Then he quickly left Vulture Cliff with the goods. He decided that in the short term he would avoid using the Raksha identity here unless necessary. As his silhouette disappeared down the cliffside path, Sister Harrier stood at the edge, gazing in that direction. Her fingers unconsciously traced the crystal flower in her arms, her gaze distant. The wasteland wind howled over Vulture Cliff's peak, yet it could not blow away the nascent feelings budding in Sister Harrier's heart. System murmuring in summary wasteland survival tip supplement, sometimes a good face, a beast head, a fake flower can solve problems better than a flurry of punches. With the first successful trade Lin, she began using the Raksha identity as a street loafer traveling across the wasteland. He first went to the mud pit shelter. This place lived up to its name, built beside a vast semi-dry swamp. The buildings were mostly low mud huts and shacks with a constant smell of damp rot and mud in the air. It was much larger than the Iron Fist shelter presided over by a level 3 mud manipulation ability user who was also the leader of the Mud Leg Gang. The gang leader called himself Scholar Yi, said to be a fanatical enthusiast of old world books. He collected any scraps with writing or images, tattered books, even can labels. He spent all day holed up in his mud fort studying. As for the taste of the name Mud Leg Gang, it was probably inspired by some old world pulp fiction with dubious taste. This also indirectly confirmed the severity of knowledge and technological loss after the wasteland's civilizational collapse. Even gang names could only draw inspiration from fragmented remnants. The mud pit's specialty was moss cakes made from radiation-resistant thick moss mixed with a bit of grain, palatable but filling. Next was the broken bridge shelter guarding a long dry riverbed spanned by a magnificent yet crumbling old-world bridge. The bridge was broken in the middle, its rusted steel ribs jutting into the sky like the bones of a giant beast. The shelter was built against the bridge using its pillars and wreckage for support and materials. It was larger and more industrialized, led by a level 3 metal reinforcement ability user. Its most precious resource was scrap iron and steel gathered from the bridge ruins and surroundings. The shelter housed a level 2 blacksmith lives killer. Thus weapons forged from broken bridge steel, from daggers to choppers to crude but functional spearheads and arrowheads, were recognized as top-tier goods across the silent wasteland. It was also the region's premier arsenal. After several trades Lin, she keenly spotted a massive business opportunity due to dangerous travel between shelters. Price differences for goods were astronomically absurd. Except for basic food staples whose prices were relatively stable, each shelter's specialties fetched entirely different prices. For instance, Vulture Cliff's cactus tears and stone root powder could sell for 2 to 3 times their cost in the water-scarce and a fine steel chopper from Broken Bridge shelter, if transported to a shelter further away lacking iron and smiths like Iron Fist shelter, could yield profits 10 times over. This was just linear trade. If he could connect more shelters into a network, the profits were unimaginable. Having tasted the sweetness of trade Lin, she fully transformed into a wasteland courier, embarking on a joyful reselling career. The immense profits sent Lin's eyes adrenaline soaring. What self-admonition about avoiding the Vulture Cliff shelter with the Raksha identity in the short term. In the face of the truth of deliciousness, it wasn't worth a damn. He even began carefully cultivating his relationship with Sister Harrier, occasionally showing just the right amount of friendliness or affection. Sometimes he'd casually mention the hardships of trading to earn more care and discounts from Sister Harrier. System announcer tone detecting the host's active exploration and flexible application of the wasteland's diverse emotional relationships. This system is sincerely gratified. May you go further and further on the path of the wasteland tea leaf, making outstanding and tea-scented contributions to cross-shelter trade. Lin Xi wanted to retort, but found himself speechless. Because she was indeed exploiting Sister Harrier's subtle goodwill for, by old-world standards, this behavior was indeed a bit jerkish, no, a bit tea-ish. But then he thought, this is the wasteland. Not taking advantage when it's available is a fool. No, not taking advantage is the greatest disrespect to the wasteland. And those who disrespect it have long become mutant beast dung on the plains. After mentally preparing herself, Lin Xi stood before Sister Yao again, her smile adjusted to appear more natural. The originally cold, feigned tone was deliberately softened with warmth. Sister Yao, this time, I must trouble you again. As expected, Sister Yao was quite receptive to this. After several friendly transactions, and the catalyst of that night's gift, her attitude towards Raksha had grown much more intimate. It even carried a hint of a big sister teasing a cold beauty. She took Lin's eyes Raksha's hand with a smile. You rascal, you've been coming far too frequently. The production of my immortal's tears can barely keep up with your demands. She deliberately emphasized the word demands, her gaze. Lin Xi, damn, flirted with. And as a woman being flirted with by another woman. What is this? A target of pursuit in a wasteland Yuri script. System real-time commentary host, please maintain professionalism. You are now Raksha, the cold, mysterious, yet occasionally vulnerable female merchant. Being teased by a powerful female leader is part of the character interaction. Show off your tea ceremony skills. A hint of shyness rose appropriately on Lin's eyes Raksha's face. Sister Yao jokes. This time I want 100 jars. 100 jars. Sister Yao exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide, but didn't let go of her hand. My dear little sister, are you trying to completely drain me dry? Another double entendre tease. She looked at Raksha's flustered yet persistent expression, furrowed her brow, then relaxed it, as if she had made a decision. 100 jars is no small amount. I certainly don't have that ready-made, but if you're willing to help your big sister with a favor, I'll gift you 100 jars for free. How about that? What favor? Lin Xi Raksha looked up, her eyes carrying just the right amount of caution and inquiry. The raw material base of our thorn palm grove has recently been visited by a group of tusked boars. They come out in droves at night, specifically gnawing on the roots and pulp of the cacti. We've organized several extermination attempts, but these beasts are thick-skinned and numerous, so the results have been poor. Sister Yao explained, I've seen your skills. If you can help me drive away this pest, I'll personally offer you 100 jars of free. In the wasteland, gifts are often more costly than a marked price. Lin Xi hesitated for a fraction of a second. System prompt: based on the clifftop gaze status and current relationship, this is a good opportunity to strengthen alliance trust. It is recommended to accept. All right. Lin Xi Raksha nodded in agreement. That evening, Lin Xi Raksha followed Sister Yao and an elite squad from Vulture Cliff to the area known as Thornpalm Grove. This place was overgrown with large mutated cacti, the raw material source for immortals' tears. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the cacti stretched long, and the faint rank smell of beasts hung in the air. Soon the target appeared. It was a herd of about 20 to 30 mutated tusked boars, each larger than an ordinary wild boar. Their shoulder height reached nearly an adult's chest, their bodies covered in mud, and their two curved tusks like forklifts radiating aggression. They were rooting through the grove, destroying the cactus roots. Sister Yao licked her lips, a bloodthirsty red glint flashing in her eyes. Her ability was bloodlust. The more she was injured and saw blood, the stronger she became in a short time. Her weapon was a spiked club embedded with countless bone shards and metal plates. Prepare. Sister Yao barked, then did something that made Lin Xi inwardly curse. She swung the spiked club and slashed it viciously across her own left arm. A gash appeared and blood immediately gushed out. Lin Xi, cutting yourself before a fight. What kind of tactic was that? Self-harm style? A true wasteland berserker. Sister Yao, however, seemed to feel no pain. Instead, her breathing grew heavier, and her gaze fiercer. Charge. The female Tyrannosaurus Rex was the first to drag her spiked club and charge at the nearest tusked boar. Battle erupted. The Vulture Cliff team members were also skilled, coordinating well with spears, blades, and bows to engage the boar herd. Lin Xi Raksha flickered like a shadow elf, silently merging into the darkness of the cactus grove. The passive effect of Shadow King allowed him to reach peak mobility, evasion, and stealth in dim environments. He only used about 30% of his full strength, but his speed already left after images. Relying on stabs from the triangular spike coated with paralytic poison from Poison Lady and agile footwork, he specifically targeted the boar's weak points: eyes, ear holes, and joints. Even at 30% strength, Raksha's performance was astonishing in the eyes of Sister Yao and the others. His figure moved like a specter, weaving through the rampaging boar herd. Each flash of movement was accompanied by a boar collapse, that eerily calm attack, that effortless dodging. All demonstrated formidable strength and rich combat experience. While swinging her spiked club in battle, Sister Yao kept a peripheral eye on Raksha, her shock deepening. Who the hell is this woman? A spatial ability and such terrifying skills. She definitely wasn't using her full power. One of the wasteland survival rules: always keep a few cards hidden. And wasn't Sister Yao herself the same? Her bloodlust ability was far from its limit. After an hour of fierce fighting, most of the boars were killed. The remaining few, sensing the danger, squealed and fled into the darkness. The battle ended. The team, tired but exhilarated, began gathering the spoils. Lin Xi Raksha also casually pretended to touch a few of the relatively intact boar carcasses. Intermediate analysis, hand activated. As she touched a few of the corpses, a finger trembled slightly. Noticed it. At least 3 tusked boars had energy fluctuations similar to a rust core within them. Moreover, upon analysis, the good meat ratio of these tusked boars was surprisingly decent, far surpassing ordinary mutated beast meat. Just then Sister Yao approached with a smile. Little sister, your skills are truly impressive. I keep my word. The first batch of 100 jars of Immortal's Tears is yours, prioritized. Lin Xi Rakshasa suppressed the excitement within her face, showing a sincere, yet slightly embarrassed expression. Sister Yao, this is too generous of you. Clearing out these creatures wasn't that troublesome. She paused as if after deep thought. How about this? I happen to know some channels for handling mutated beast carcasses. These tusked boar corpses are a hassle for you to deal with. Why don't I trade some food for them? Save you the trouble. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a large pile of dried meat bundled in straw appeared on the open ground. Sister Yao was startled at first, then her eyes lit up. Though the tusked boar meat was edible, processing it was indeed tedious. Residual radiation and odor required extra steps to remove. Swapping it directly for ready-made dried meat saved time and effort. Undoubtedly a shrewd deal. Was Rakshasa little sister doing this to avoid taking too much advantage, subtly repaying her? Sister Yao's fondness for her spiked another notch, her gaze toward Rakshasa, softening further. Great. Wonderful. Sister Yao laughed, her eyes crinkling with joy. Little sister, you're too kind. Then I'll take this favor from— She waved her hand grandly. From now on, you are the most honored ally of our Vulture Cliff shelter. For all your future trades, everything will be at a 30% discount. Plus, all the conveniences befitting an ally. However, she changed her tone. This is for you, Rakshasa, alone. If there's some faction behind you, we won't honor it. This was a classic wasteland-style alliance, limited trust based on individual strength and mutual benefit, always subject to reassessment due to profit or threat. Ding. Quest triggered and completed subsequently. Vulture's probe follow-up, Thorn Palm Grove, purge completed. Final evaluation, a masterstroke. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, a textbook shady move. The host perfectly utilized a disguised identity, feigned charm, moderate display of force and information, asymmetry, knowledge of the corpse's true value. Successfully achieved 1. Obtained 100 jars of Immortal's Tears to be claimed later. 2. Elevated personal relationship with Vulture Cliff to ally status, secured a 30 core discount and numerous conveniences. This operation of getting something for nothing, taking and receiving while making the other party think you're at a loss, truly captures the essence of a wasteland merchant, thick-skinned blackheart, skilled in acting and squeezing every advantage. Reward attribute mental strength 2. You've thoroughly grasped and elevated the actor's self-cultivation. Reward ally status at Vulture Cliff shelter officially established. 30 trading privilege permanently active. Sister Yao's personal favorability significantly increased. Obtained 28 Steelman radiated tusk boar carcasses, 3 containing rust cores, overall high good meat ratio. System no. Congratulations, host, on taking another solid step on the path of wasteland profiteer and emotional con artist. This system has prepared the master of thick black theory achievement framework for you. Keep up the good work. Lin Xi had no time to heed the system's teasing. She suppressed the wild elation within. She stored the pile of tusked boar carcasses entirely into the stomach pouch space bag. Watching Sister Yao's ambiguous gaze that seemed to say, I understand your intention, Lin Xi Rakshasa maintained an aloof yet slightly shy expression, but inside, she was overjoyed. Allies. 30 off. Those were distant concerns. These 24+ high-quality, mutated beast corpses complete with rust cores were the real treasure in hand. The days of the 5th Squad were regular and fulfilling, with the Giant Bear secret base serving as their production and logistics center. Sherdun continued to wrestle with his activated charcoal filters. This fellow had managed to produce a primary grade product with relatively uniform structure and decent absorption effects. Achang's skill in refining B-bomb grew increasingly adept, yielding stable output and superior quality. Beyond supplying Lin Mower for her health regimen and internal consumption, it also became a niche yet highly valuable commodity on Lin Xi's Rakshasa trade list. Meanwhile, the Poison Lady ventured further down the path of a wasteland lethal chemist, occasionally unlocking the hidden talent of a wasteland chemist. One day, while handling a mutated umbrella mushroom, he accidentally inhaled some spore powder. Initially startled, he soon discovered that the inhalation induced a strange sense of calm and euphoria. The nerves strained from days of researching potent toxins relaxed, leaving him drowsy and dulling his perception of external. He keenly recognized its value. Through repeated experiments, he confirmed that this substance possessed powerful mental soothing, analgesic, and hallucinogenic effects. Moreover, under strict control of dosage and frequency, it showed almost no significant physiological addiction or organic damage side effects. Proper use would not drive one to madness or violence. Instead, it could temporarily shield one from the immense mental strain and painful memories of wasteland survival. Upon learning of this, Lin Xi personally tried a tiny amount. The sensation was extraordinary, a floating ethereal bliss, as if briefly escaping this hopeless world. The pressures of survival, his sister's illness, all were momentarily veiled by a soft, hazy mist. Upon waking, aside from slight mental fatigue, there was no discomfort. A fine thing, especially in this wasteland rife with post-traumatic stress, anxiety, and despair. Such a substance, offering a temporary sanctuary for the soul, could be more valuable than weapons or food. Lin Xi immediately instructed the Poison Lady, while ensuring safety, to intensify research, optimize production, and maintain strict secrecy. As a reward, he gave the Poison Lady a batch of the finest quality jerky, an ample B-bomb, even presenting a pair of soft beast-hide gloves, as her frequent contact with toxins made hand protection crucial. Wasteland principle: invest in those of value to reap greater returns. The final product was named Bliss Pills, a trace of purified dream mist extract mixed with propolis and rolled into soybean-sized brown pills with a beeswax coating. Thus, in the northwestern region of the Silent Wasteland, around Vulture Cliff, Mud Swamp, Broken Bridge, and their vicinities, a legend began to circulate about a mysterious female merchant. This woman called herself Rakshasa, stunningly beautiful, yet icy cold. Possessing a rare spatial ability, she appeared and vanished unpredictably. She always had coveted goods: Vulture Cliff's Immortal's Tears, Broken Bridges, steel weapons, Mud Swamp's moss cakes, and even a wondrous little item called Bliss Pills, said to let one forget all troubles. This female merchant seemed to know the prices of goods everywhere, always offering what others needed most in exchange for undervalued local specialties. The profits were enough to make any insider green with envy. Wasteland principle: when profits are immense, taking risks becomes, for a 300 profit, people would trample all laws. In the wasteland the threshold was even lower. Soon desperados set their sights on this fat sheep. Yet all who tried to follow, ambush, or openly plunder Rakshasa vanished without a trace. Over time her fearsome reputation spread alongside her beautiful appearance. People gradually understood this female merchant was not just a mobile treasure trove, but a deadly calamity. The flames of greed were quenched by fear, leaving only the thought of honest trade. Ding. Continuous mission trade route, clearing completed. Cumulative defeats, eliminations, raider gangs X5, lone bandits X11. Final evaluation: efficient, ruthless, and highly deterrent. Host has successfully forged Rakshasa as a synonym for beauty and death, effectively securing trade route safety. Established a formidable, not to be trifled with persona. Wasteland business credibility indeed must be paved with corpses. Base rewards: Spirit 3. Through multiple crisis responses, disguises, and psychological gambits, your mental will has been honed like a blade. Tougher. Current attributes: updated physique 7, agility 12, spirit 10. Ding. Detected Host's spirit attribute, breaking the 10-point threshold. Conditions met: unlocking exclusive psychic ability. Draw customization. Option A: randomly draw a passive psychic ability. Possible: basic psychic perception, faint mind, interference, memory enhancement, etc. Option B: use this opportunity to customize a highly compatible exclusive passive ability. Psychic Vault Basic. Psychic Vault Basic: construct a stable subspace storage unit at the mental level. Initial capacity 100 cubic meters, slowly expandable with spirit attribute growth. Access and retrieval rely entirely on thought, requiring no physical contact, offering high concealment and convenience. Note: this space cannot store living beings. System-friendly reminder: detected Host's long-term reliance on stomach space pouch for disguise and trade-facing expansion need. Psychic Vault is the ultimate dream of a wasteland logistics profiteer, solving storage woes once and for all, making your spatial ability user persona flawless. Lin Xi Rakshasa, wiping blood from his triangular spike on the last bandit's corpse, heard this and hesitated not at all. Choose B. Customize Psychic Vault. What was there to think about? 100 cubic meters. And it grows. This was a divine skill tailor-made for a wasteland trader like him. As for the 10 cubic meter stomach space pouch, it could serve as backup, or when the time was right be given to someone truly trustworthy. Confirmation. Exclusive passive psychic ability: Psychic Vault Basic generating. Generation successful. Bound to Host Psychic Core. Current Psychic Vault capacity 100 cubic meters. Status empty. System mimicking news anchor tone: great news. Wasteland Oscar winner T, ceremony master, and part-time profiteer Mr. Lin Xi, after countless hardships, has achieved the grand milestone of true spatial ability user. Bidding farewell to the awkward act of pretending to pull things from his bosom, he now truly lives the stylish life of material storage with a mere thought. Congratulations. Lin Xi mentally storing the few valuable items and weapons looted from the bandits into his new 100 cubic meter space, feeling pleased, but not letting the system have the last word. Shut up. I earned this cheat with my own skills. What's with your sarcasm? System handsome or not, Host, you've indeed smashed through the career ceiling of a wasteland courier. Looking forward to you using your new cheat. Ahem, new ability to create even more glorious profiteering feats. As he bickered with the system, Lin Xi Rakshasa arrived at the gates of a shelter called Rust Scar Camp. This was one of the 4 new shelters he had recently developed in the southeastern part of the Silent Wasteland to expand his trade network. Resources in the southeastern region were relatively scarce, and the shelters were generally smaller than those in the northwest, yet each possessed its own distinct character. 1. Rust Scar Camp, built upon the ruins of a small mechanical repair station from the old era. Its inhabitants specialized in processing various metal scraps, producing rough but durable metal tools and parts. Its specialties were reclaimed iron ingots and a viscous black oil, suspected to be a low-grade lubricant or fuel. 2. Dim Mushroom Cave, established within a natural cave system. The cave nurtured various edible or medicinal mutated fungi, and the residents were adept at fungal cultivation. Their specialties included various dried mushrooms and spore powder, which had mild healing properties for wounds. 3. Oil Marsh Fortress, located near a slowly seeping swamp of light crude oil. Its inhabitants had mastered rudimentary oil collection and initial refining techniques. Its specialties were low-grade fuel oil and a sticky asphalt, used for repairs and waterproofing. 4. Grey Rock Town Shelter. This was a place Lin Xi had learned about from the Pancher Merchant Guild's mission prompts. It was built upon the ruins of an abandoned old-era town with most of its buildings long collapsed. The residents here were skilled at treasure hunting among the debris. They could find relatively intact small items from the old-era metal that had not completely rusted and scattered pages from books. Their specialties were old-era oddments and gray rock cakes, made from gray moss. Thus, on Lin's eyes, wasteland map, 8 major shelters had been illuminated: Iron Fist, Vulture Cliff, Mud Swamp, Broken Bridge, Rust Scar Camp, Radiation Mushroom Cave, Oil Marsh Fortress, and Grey Rock Town. These shelters, centered around Iron Fist, were scattered across the northwestern and southeastern regions of the Silent Wasteland. For Lin Xi, who possessed the windwalk skill, the one-way distance between any 2 points was within half a day of his full-speed sprint. But for ordinary merchant caravans relying on pack beasts and needing to cautiously avoid dangers, these routes often took a week or even longer to traverse. Such a coverage network had initially formed a small regional trade loop. Lin Xi's daily life was fulfilling without being overly busy. At night, he would clock in and rest at the Iron Fist shelter as his own identity. From morning to evening, he would transform into Raksha, utilizing his terrifying speed and the new spiritual secret vault to shuttle between different shelters for trade, buying low and selling high to earn massive profits while gathering intelligence and resources. System accounting mode hosts daily itinerary: depart Iron Fist, 1 hour, trade run 610 hours, depending on route and transaction complexity, return to Iron Fist base, 1 hour, handle internal affairs, rest tease sister remaining time. Evaluation time: management master wasteland edition, a perfect fusion of wage slave and profiteer. Lin Xi, enough nonsense, let's see today's profit. I'm still saving up. Puffed, gathering resources to do something big. The big thing he referred to was naturally carving out a truly stable future for his sister and himself in this brutal wasteland. And all of this was built upon abundant resources and ever-growing strength. After trading for a large quantity of reclaimed iron ingots from Ruscar camp, it was already mid-afternoon when he left. Lin Xi began his return journey. New goods had been stored, new intelligence grasped, and new wealth was accumulating. The trade landscape of the silent wasteland was quietly changing, all because of this elusive female merchant. Bang! In the relatively luxurious stone hut of Vulture Cliff's sister, Yao Shi slammed the empty wine jug onto the wooden table. Her gaze was dazed, not because of the cheap liquor. Her tolerance for alcohol was famously high on Vulture Cliff. What made her gaze dazed was the ecstasy pill in her palm. With trembling fingers, she placed the small brown pill into her mouth, closed her eyes, and as her throat moved, an expression of extreme pleasure spread across her face. Her breathing became long and shallow, as if her soul had temporarily left her body, drifting to a dreamland devoid of radiation, hunger, and endless conflict. This was already the third pill she had taken today. The ecstasy pill was truly a devil's gift in the wasteland. It could temporarily block all painful memories, survival pressures, and physical injuries, bringing unparalleled peace and joy. For those living in eternal torment in the wasteland, this temptation was nearly impossible to resist. Although Poison Lady strictly enforced a safe dosage, someone as powerful and resourceful as Sister Yao, who could easily obtain more ecstasy pills, quickly slid toward excessive use. It rapidly replaced cheap liquor and other miscellaneous hallucinogens, becoming the most sought-after and most profitable specialty in Rakshas's hands without exception. Little sister. Sister Yao opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Looking at the still cold and alluring Rakshasa sitting across from her, her consciousness was hazy. Where did you get this good stuff? It's fucking incredible. She fumbled in her bosom, pulling out a small leather pouch and pouring out the last 2 ecstasy pills. She pushed them in front of Lin Xi. Rakshasa. Come, sister's treat. Good things should be shared. Lin Xi. Rakshasa frowned and spoke coldly. No need. I don't like that dizzy feeling. Her voice carried a perfectly measured aloofness and disapproval of such decadence. Ha ha ha. Sister Yao suddenly burst into manic laughter, her body swaying from the drugs and alcohol. What's wrong? Afraid he'll take advantage of you. Don't worry. My feelings for you are sincere, she said, then tremblingly picked up the 2 ecstasy pills and shoved them into her mouth without a second glance. The corner of Lin Xi's mouth twitched beneath the mask. Feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for my immortal's tears. He had timed his visit to coincide with Sister Yao's latest batch of immortal's tears. He planned to collect a large amount for personal use and for resale at high prices elsewhere. Watching Sister Yao get so high, he was really afraid she would forget the important business. Taking too much of this stuff at once isn't good, Lin Xi. Rakshasa finally reminded her. Oh, little beauty. Worried about your Sister Yao leaned in with a dazed look, her breath reeking of alcohol and a cloying strange sweetness. Lin Xi, inner thoughts, worried my ass. Just OD and die. Just then an anxious voice came from outside the door. Sister Yao. The caravan from Firmrock Sanctuary is here. They want to collect this month's immortal's tears. Sister Yao, immersed in the illusory pleasure of the ecstasy pill and her ambiguous feelings for Rakshasa, waved her hand impatiently. Tell them to get lost. My goods. All for my little sister. Not a single drop for them. The subordinate hesitated and retreated. Not long after, a commotion and cursing arose outside, and the subordinate scrambled. Boss. No. It's no good. It's Old Man Stone leading them in person, with over 30 mutated pack beasts and many guards. They refuse to leave, and they're cursing up a storm. Old Man Stone. The name brought Sister Yao a bit of clarity. A level 3 beast taming esper, one of the prominent figures of Firmrock Sanctuary. He commanded swarms of mutated beasts, and his combat power was not to be underestimated. Although Vulture Cliff was no pushover, was it worth completely falling out with a merchant caravan sanctuary of Firmrock scale over a specialty like Immortal's Tears? She struggled to her feet, shook her head, and tried to appear sober. She said to Lin Xi Rakshasa, "Little sister, wait for me," and forced herself to walk out. Outside in the open space, Old Man Stone stood leaning on his iconic cane, a seemingly amiable yet sinister smile on his face. Behind him were a dark mass of mutated pack beasts and dozens of elite guards. The people of Vulture Cliff were on high alert. "Chief Yao, long time no see," Old Man Stone began slowly. "What's the matter? Has Vulture Cliff's immortals' tears now looked down on us at Firm Rock? For 2 months straight your share to us has been shrinking, and now you're saying there's none at all." He paused, tapping his cane on the ground. "Or could it be that with a new good friend you've forgotten us old regulars? That's not how business is done in the wasteland." His words were mild, but the threat within them was clear even to a deaf person. The 30-odd restless mutated pack beasts and the hostile glares of the guards were the best evidence. Sister Yao's expression shifted. The drug and alcohol effects were largely dispelled by this display. She knew the Firm Rock caravan was not to be trifled with, and had always met their share in the past. This time she had promised too much to Rakshasa, and coupled with her addiction to the ecstasy pill, had mismanaged things. Ding. Malicious threat and commercial plundering detected. Perpetrator Firm Rock Sanctuary Caravan, Old Man Stone. Nature of act: using military force to forcibly seize the host Rakshasa's prearranged trading share, harming the host's commercial interests and threatening the host's ally safety. Quest triggered the choice of Vulture Cliff. Quest description: look, old enemies have caught the scent. Not only do they want to steal your goods, but they also want to show off in front of your tea buddy. Do you endure it and get angrier by the minute, or do you take a step back and scheme to make them pay back with interest? Quest objective: resolve the current crisis. Choice A: the brute's path. Fight directly. Relying on the host's strength and Vulture Cliff's terrain, there's a high probability of repelling or even crippling Old Man Stone's squad. The host with high agility has a very high chance of escaping safely. However, Vulture Cliff Sanctuary will bear the subsequent wrath of Firm Rock Sanctuary, likely being destroyed or suffering heavy losses. Reward: tendency, high-risk combat skills items, and possible relationship breakdown with Sister Yao. Choice B: the negotiate. Attempt to maneuver using eloquence and existing relationships to strive to retain at least half of the Immortals' tier's share. Reward: tendency, speech skill improvement, partial resource preservation. Choice C: strategic submission. Temporarily yield, surrendering all Immortals' tiers. Abandon the basic reward for this quest, but trigger the subsequent high-level chain quest, the Twilight of the Plunderers series. Note: the initial phase of this series quest requires non-lethal retaliation, focusing on resource plundering. Lin Xi Rakshasa stared coldly at Old Man Stone's old face. New grievances, the threat of stealing goods, and old grudges. The bearskin hat surged in his heart. But reason told him this wasn't the time for a hard fight. Was it worth letting the hard-won allied base of Vulture Cliff be destroyed over 200 jars of Immortals' tears? Not worth it. Moreover, the system mentioned a subsequent high-level chain quest and non-lethal retaliation. This piqued his. Let the old bastard revel in his triumph for now. Oh, it would be more satisfying to strip him clean, principle and interest later. Choose C: Lin, she mentally commanded. She stood up, walked out of the stone hut, and came to Sister Yao's side. Sister Yao, since our friends from Firm Rock Sanctuary are in urgent need, forget about my share for now. Prioritize them. Sister Yao was startled, looking at Rakshasa with a flicker of gratitude and guilt in her eyes. She knew Rakshasa was giving her an out to avoid escalating the conflict. Old Man Stone's gaze also fell on Rakshasa, taking in her beautiful yet icy features. A glint of understanding and contempt flickered in his eyes. So was this lone female trader. No wonder Sister Yao's supply had been dwindling lately. It seemed she had been bewitched by this. He snorted coldly. Smart move. In the end, under Old Man Stone's pressure, Sister Yao was forced to hand over all 200 jars of Immortals' tears originally promised to Rakshasa to the Firm Rock caravan. And the exchange goods Old Man Stone offered were worth even less than 70% of what Lin Xi Rakshasa could provide. It was blatant exploitation, bullying Vulture Cliff for its weakness. Sister Yao's face turned ashen, but she could only grit her teeth and bear it. As the transaction concluded, Old Man Stone passed by Lin Xi Rakshasa and hissed a warning in a voice only the two of them could hear. In business, know the rules. Don't think a pretty face and a few tricks let you poach wherever you please. Be careful. You might make money, but not live to spend it. Lin Xi Rakshasa remained expressionless, not even lifting an eyelid. Ding. Quest: the choice of Vulture Cliff completed. Choice C. Basic reward forfeited. Subsequent high-level chain quest: the Twilight of the Plunderers, Phase 1 triggered. Quest description: endure for a moment, and your ovaries swell. Retreat a step, and your breasts grow lumpy. The host's submission was very timely, but the system can tell you're not happy. No matter, well, have fun another way. The old bastard likes to steal, doesn't he? Tonight, let him experience what it means to work hard for decades and be back to square one overnight. The Twilight of the Plunderers. Objective: within the next 12 hours, conduct a non-lethal material seizure against the Stone Wung squad of the Steadfast Caravan. Requirement: no fatalities are permitted. Severe injuries are acceptable. Seize all cargo they carry to the greatest extent possible. Completion. Reward: title Chivalrous Rakshasa slightly increases favorability with fencing safe houses when selling stolen goods at low prices. Other random rewards are contingent on completion rating. System note: go forth, host. Let that old fool know that on the wasteland nights it belongs to a vengeful delivery boy. Oh no, a beautiful female rogue. The Stonewang caravan laden with their spoils departed Vulture Cliff in high spirits. They set up camp for the night in a wind-sheltered valley about half a day's journey from the cliff summit. This time, having learned from their previous lesson near the Greyrock Town shelter, they deliberately chose a relatively open area far from any water source. In the dead of night, utter silence reigned. A shadow darker than the night itself crept to the perimeter of the camp. With his Night Shadow King ability fully activated, Lin Xi melded into the darkness like a specter. He meticulously observed the camp's layout. The pack beasts were corralled on one side, with simple wooden fences guarded by 2 men. The guards were split into 2 shifts for rest, while Stonewang's tent, the largest and most conspicuous, stood at the camp center. Lin Xi did not assault the camp directly. From his spiritual vault, he retrieved the rage powder, specially concocted by Poison Lady. This was a potent mixed toxin, highly irritating, capable of taking effect rapidly through the respiratory tract and skin. It caused extreme discomfort, panic, and aggression in living beings, especially effective against mutated beasts. He moved like a phantom around the camp's perimeter. Using the wind direction, he evenly scattered a large amount of rage powder over the grass and ground upwind of the pack beasts. Initially, the beasts only stirred restlessly and snorted. But as they inhaled more powder, their eyes turned bloodshot and they let out agonized bellows. What's going on? The herd has gone. The guards on duty cried out in alarm. The wooden fence quickly splintered under the charge of the frenzied herd. Over 30 mutated pack beasts, driven insane, burst out of the camp. They trampled each other, some having inhaled too much toxin collapsed and died miserably along the way. Quick! Stop them! After them! The camp erupted into chaos instantly. Most of the guards were dispatched to chase or try to control the maddened beasts. Even Stonewang was roused, storming out of his tent in a fury. At this peak moment of pandemonium, Lin Xi the Rakshasa slipped into the temporarily unguarded cargo area. With a thought, he fully unleashed his spiritual vault. Crates of immortals' tears, other goods looted from Vulture Cliff and traded along the way, the caravan's own supplies, and even some seemingly valuable personal items from Stonewang's tent, were swept away as if by an invisible giant hand. In a mere dozen seconds, nothing was left. Having done this, Lin Xi melted back into the night, vanishing into the vast wilderness with a few bounds. Where's the cargo? Where the hell is the cargo? It's all gone. There's nothing left. My beasts. All my beasts are dead. Stonewang let out a wretched scream upon seeing the pack beasts' corpses strewn across the wasteland. These mutated beasts were the lifeline of his caravan, hard to raise, and now nearly all were dead. He suddenly recalled the stunningly cold female merchant from that day, remembered her so-called spatial ability, coupled with this inexplicable plundering method that left nothing behind. Rakshasa. It's you. It must be you. Stonewang roared at the sky, his voice dripping with venom. I, Stonewang of the Steadfast Shelter, will never rest until you are destroyed. Ding. Mission Twilight of the Plunderers, Phase 1 complete. Final evaluation: clean and ruthless. A night stampede of poisoned beasts, a perfect stealth heist. The host has truly exemplified what wasteland zero-cost shopping means. Old Man Stonewang's current psychological shadow area is estimated to surpass the entire silent wasteland. Base reward: issued title Chivalrous Rakshasa equipped. Bonus reward for thorough plunder causing major economic loss and psychological trauma: Agility 1, Constitution 1. Special status acquired: Stonewang's Grudge. Stonewang will use his power to relentlessly target you, flying into a rage at the mere mention of your name. System broadcast urgent bulletin. Silent Wasteland flash news. Mysterious female merchant Rakshasa is suspected of forming a mortal enmity with the Steadfast Shelter. The Steadfast caravan suffers another heavy blow: cargo completely looted, mutated pack beasts wiped out. Lord Stonewang has fainted 3 times from rage and has now issued a highest priority kill and violate warrant across the entire wasteland. Yes, you heard that right, a kill and violate warrant. A reward for providing valid clues about Rakshasa, a greater reward for killing her. As for capturing her alive and delivering her to the Steadfast Shelter for disposal, the reward is too generous to imagine. System snark: the shelter's methods of punishment are indeed monotonous and twisted, as always unchanged for decades. Long-term counter mission triggered: Twilight of the Plunderers, Phase 2 upgrade. Mission description: the enemy has bared their filthiest fangs. Since there's nothing left to fear and a kill and violate warrant has been issued, host go all out. Mission objective: conduct sustained strikes and plundering against the Steadfast Shelter and its affiliated caravans. Requirement: casualties are permitted. Rewards will be calculated cumulatively based on the intensity of the strikes and the value of the plunder. System note: congratulations, host, you've maxed out the hatred meter. Now you can legitimately prey on the predators. Please begin. On a hill far from the camp, Lin Xi gazed at the distant chaotic lights. A calanviolate warrant. Huh. Old scores and new grievances. Now they can be. The Steadfast Shelter. Stonewang. I've only just begun to repay your gifts. From now on, let's take it slow. Lin Xi returned to his captain's private room at the Iron Fist shelter in the dead of night. He did not disturb his sister Lin Mower, who was sound asleep wrapped in her blanket, merely tucking the corner of the quilt gently around her. Lying down softly, Lin Xi did not fall asleep immediately, but sank his consciousness into the secret mental storage space. Hiss! Despite being mentally prepared when he saw the mountains of supplies inside, Lin Xi still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A fortune. Truly a zero-cost loot. In one corner of the space, neatly stacked, were a full 200 jars of the special product from Vulture Cliff, Immortal's Tears. Beside them were dozens of large leather pouches filled with stone root powder and other miscellaneous goods traded from Vulture Cliff. But the real bulk came from the goods of the boulder caravan itself. Lin Xi scanned, with his mind, over 50 sealed water flasks, each holding about 5 liters containing high-quality purified water. Several large bundles of dried meat tied with straw ropes, along with numerous salt-cured meat chunks. A dozen or so translucent glass bottles filled with a dark red liquid. The labels had long since vanished, but Lin Xi knew these were bottles from the old era holding newly brewed wine. There were also several large packages of raisins wrapped in thick paper. Lin Xi took out a small pinch and placed it in his mouth. The texture was chewy with a distinct sourness and bitterness, and only a faint sweetness. The wasteland, lacking sunlight, indeed struggled to nurture the sweet, juicy grapes of the old era. Yet even so, this was undoubtedly top-tier food for supplementing vitamins and energy. In the wasteland, it ranked as a luxury among luxuries. Over a dozen fine-quality steel machetes and spearheads clearly bearing the craftsmanship of the Broken Bridge shelter. Also several bags of moss cakes produced from the mud pits. Evidently, the boulder caravan on this trip had not only collected goods from Vulture Cliff, but had also made prior stops at Broken Bridge and mud pits for a round of procurement. This haul surpassed the total profit Lin Xi made from a month of trading. No wonder the boulder caravan had become the commercial hegemon of the region. Their capital accumulation was indeed formidable. Lin Xi recalled the annotation on the boulder shelter in the map information provided by Poison Lady the actress. It was built on the ruins of an old-era vineyard. Rumor had it that the crumbling manor's cellar housed complete old-era winemaking tools. More importantly, deep within the estate was a well that yielded water with extremely low radiation levels. Meanwhile, the surviving grapevines in the vineyard had mutated, seemingly developing a resistance to radiation. The grapes they bore, though sour, were edible and could be used to make wine and dried fruit. A good well and a vineyard producing grapes. This was a heaven-chosen land in the wasteland. No wonder the boulder shelter had risen as the undisputed commercial overlord of the silent wasteland. Leveraging these unique conditions and years of accumulated wealth, they had recruited as many as 8 psychics and numerous desperados as guards. Thus, they firmly held this treasure and established a caravan that roamed the region. It seems the force I'm about to challenge is no small matter. Lin Xi smiled silently in the darkness. But that's Rakshas's business. What does it have to do with me, Captain Lin Xi? At that thought, his mood inexplicably lifted. The beauty of a dual identity was that after doing something shady, you could just switch accounts and walk away. Wasn't that a twisted form of Hitandrin? The next morning, before his sister woke up, Lin Xi quietly placed a large handful of raisins from his secret storage by her pillow. Imagining the surprise on the little girl's face when she awoke, the corners of his mouth curled involuntarily. To free up more time for Rakshas's trading endeavors, Lin Xi moved up the daily hunting departure time for his squad by an hour. Just as dawn was breaking, the 5th squad assembled at the west. Poison Lady crawled out of his luxury kennel, with deep-set eyes and a heavy weariness, letting out a huge yawn. This guy had been obsessed lately with researching new composite toxins and refining the formula for bliss pills. He often worked through the night, and Lin Xi feared he might one day drop dead among his own poisons. Poison Lady, still half asleep, fumbled out a small tin box from his pocket and opened it. He scooped out a tiny bit of pale yellow powder with his nail, brought it to his nose, and sniffed sharply. Hisha! A shiver ran through him, and his eyes widened. The fatigue was replaced by a morbid excitement. This was his own concoction, alertness powder. It was made from a mix of several highly stimulating mutated plant powders. Its effect was akin to old-era snuff or strong stimulants, forcibly dispelling sleepiness and exhaustion, but overuse would surely harm the body. Lin Xi just shot him a sidelong glance without saying anything. In the wasteland, everyone had their own way of coping with despair, as long as it didn't affect the mission or the team or endanger their ability to work. He had neither the interest nor the spare compassion to interfere. Survival itself was hard enough. No one had the right to dictate how others lived. Such was the stark indifference of the wasteland. As the squad reached the west gate, the guard captain spotted Lin Xi and immediately broke into a fawning smile. Captain Lin, out hunting so early. No wonder the 5th squad's daily haul is always so steady. Hard work, hard work. His attitude was noticeably more respectful than before. Lin Xi nodded faintly in acknowledgement, but he knew well this flattery wasn't aimed at him as a person, but at the steady stream of prey he handed over daily. In the wasteland, showing goodwill and respect to those who were useful was basic survival wisdom. At the giant bear's secret base, the division of labor was clear. Sure Dun and Achong went to the trap zone to collect the catch and process the prey. Poison Lady, basket in hand, slipped into the nearby woods to gather several types of poisonous mushrooms he had scouted yesterday. Lin Xi quickly changed into Rakshas's gear, donned the mask, and with a flicker of his form headed back toward the Iron Fist shelter. At the inner city of the Iron Fist shelter, the chieftain's stone hut. When Raksha appeared again, Iron Fist personally came out to greet him. Lord Raksha, you've arrived. This mysterious female merchant had now become Iron Fist's benefactor. Not only did she possess the clean water and high-quality meat he urgently needed, but she also had the irresistible bliss pills. Moreover, the transactions were straightforward and the prices relatively reasonable compared to the Pancher caravan's coercive deals, except that she was picky and only accepted top-tier goods. She was practically a conscientious merchant rarely seen in the wasteland. This time Raksha proposed to trade a large quantity of premium-quality beast meat and some high-grade clean water, in exchange for the refined salt from Iron Fist shelter. Iron Fist had long been prepared, and he now held a near-superstitious faith in Raksha's supply capabilities. He always felt that this spatial ability user possessed remarkable and far-reaching powers. After completing the main exchange, Iron Fist rubbed his hands together, a barely perceptible eagerness flickering across his face as he lowered his voice. Lord Raksha, that bliss pill, do you have any more this time? He carefully pulled a fingernail-sized rusted core from his chest. Lin Xi Raksha raised an eyebrow slightly beneath the mask. It seemed the allure of the bliss pill for these wasteland shelter leaders was even greater than he had anticipated. These individuals wielded power and resources appearing glorious on the surface, yet they bore the crushing weight of the shelter's survival, internal strife, and external threats. Their minds were perpetually taut, often teetering on the brink of collapse. The bliss pill, capable of temporarily numbing pain and offering illusory tranquility, was akin to a spring in the desert for them, fatally alluring. Overdosing had become the norm for many of them. 30 pills, Lin Xi Raksha said in a hoarse voice. As he took the rusted core, he produced a small leather pouch. Iron Fist snatched it eagerly, immediately tipping one out, and closing his eyes, a look of mingled relief and intoxication swiftly spread across his face. Lin Xi Raksha lingered, no longer turning to leave. He knew these 30 bliss pills were like bait cast into a pond, continuously luring Iron Fist, compelling him to offer up more of his treasured hoard and resources. This substance was like a tool that persistently siphoned the blood from the shelter to nourish itself. Wasteland commerce was often so stark and brutal. Exiting the inner city, Lin Xi Raksha watched as Iron Fist's men hauled away the batch of beast meat and clean water. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Most of this beast meat was the private stash that the 5th Squad had accumulated over time. And now, through the middleman Raksha, it was returning to Iron Fist shelter's warehouse, exchanged for refined salt and rusted cores. Didn't this count as hunting yourself, hiding the good meat, then donning a disguise to sell it back to your own boss at a high price? The system suddenly chimed in, its tone filled with admiration. Host, this system has finally seen the light. This isn't simple trade. You've formed a perfect slacking off, hoarding, fleece your boss closed loop. Using the company's resources, hunting time, hunting grounds, safety guarantees, evading the company's supervision, hiding prey, establishing a personal brand Raksha, then selling the goods back to the company Iron Fist, exchanging for higher value items, refined salt, rusted cores. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This move is a textbook example of anti-wasteland workplace gaslighting. Lin Xi, shut up. Don't twist my words, damn it. This is called resource optimization. Can wasteland affairs be called fleecing? I'm contributing to the shelter's economic circulation system. Ah, yes. What a great contribution you make. Contributing so much your own pockets can barely hold it all. Need this system to nominate you for the Best Wasteland Employee and Boss Assassin Award. Lin Xi couldn't be bothered to respond to the system's teasing. He accelerated his pace and soon vanished into the wilderness. He still needed to head to the Meyer shelter. Last time at the Ashstone Town shelter, he had scavenged some tattered books. He could probably exchange them for some good goods with Book Master, the leader of the Mudlight Gang. A wasteland day began amidst the bustling switch between dual identities, resource shuffling and scavenging for benefits. And the war between Raksha and Pancher, along with the undercurrents stirred by the bliss pill across the silent wasteland, had only half a month passed quietly amidst the turbulent undercurrents of the wasteland. The irreconcilable conflict between Raksha and Pancher shelter, along with the appalling order of rape and murder, spread like wildfire across the entire silent wasteland. The wasteland had no internet, no broadcasts. Information flowed primarily through wandering scavengers, small caravans, and travelers struggling to survive between shelters. They carried hearsay or first-hand accounts to their next stop, trading them for a bit of food, clean water, or temporary refuge. The messages distorted and grew exaggerated in transit. Yet the combination of keywords, beautiful merchant spatial ability, Pancher wanted list order of rape and murder, possessed an inherent viral power. Several groups of desperados, either confident in their own strength or blinded by Pan's heat, along with some fools driven by base lust, tailed Raksha after a trade attempting to pluck this mobile treasure. The results were predictable. They became excrement for mutated beasts in the wilderness and attribute nutrients for Lin Xi. Their weapons and meager supplies were gratefully accepted by Lin Xi as well. After dealing with a wave of desert bandits, Lin Xi Raksha appeared at the Broken Bridge shelter. He sold a portion of the wine and high-quality clean water which he had acquired from Sherwing for free last time to the shelter's leader Anvil Hongshui at 80 of the market price. This level 3 metal shaping ability user with a robust build held the shelter's steel lifeline firmly in his grasp. After the transaction, Hongshui weighed the decent-looking bottle of wine in his hand, a satisfied expression on his face. Just as Lin Xi was about to leave, Hongshui suddenly called out to him. "Wait, Sister Raksha." Hongshui glanced around and lowered his voice. "The Panshir caravan left here yesterday. Judging by the direction, they're heading toward the mire. The leader is a new face, but his aura is strong, probably a tough nut." Lin Xi paused for a fraction of a second, his gaze unwavering behind the mask. He continued walking out. Intelligence delivered to one's doorstep in the wasteland was often wrapped in both honey and poison. Hongshui telling him this news was hardly out of goodwill. He likely wanted to use Raksha as a blade to harass the Panshir caravan, ideally causing mutual destruction. The silent wasteland's resources were finite, though every bite the Panshir caravan took meant less for other shelters. Seeing a regional commercial hegemon suffer setbacks, even weaken its power, was something a local strongman like Hongshui would naturally relish. He might even go so far as to offer a little convenience. As for Raksha, Lin Xi had no doubt that if the Panshir caravan came asking, Hongshui would unhesitatingly sell the information that Raksha might seek revenge, perhaps even embellishing it. This was the wasteland, skilled at sowing discord and believing wholeheartedly in better you than me. Cruel but true. Ding. The effect of the title Rakshasa the Bandit has been triggered. This fencing operation earned additional favor from Anvil Hongshui, the leader of the Broken Bridge Sanctuary, prompting him to provide intelligence on potential hostile targets. System note: C. Selling stolen goods at a discount has its perks. At least it buys you a ticket to a dog-eat-dog show. Leaving the Broken Bridge Sanctuary, Lin Xi Rakshasa briefly oriented herself. She then dashed swiftly toward the region of the Mud Pit Sanctuary. The wind step technique, coupled with her current agility of 13 points, allowed her speed to far surpass that of mutated beasts. Though fully aware that Hongshui was using her as a pawn who could resist the allure of the long-term quest twilight of the raiders. When fat prey comes knocking, how could one refuse? In the afternoon, amidst a stretch of undulating hills, she spotted a merchant caravan on the move. There were about a dozen mutated goats laden with goods, roughly 10 guards with blades at their hips, and a middle-aged man, dressed relatively well, walking at the center of the group. This must be the new face Hongshui had mentioned, the leader of this small team, likely an ability user. Lin Xi did not approach, instead she trailed them from a distance like a hunter, using the terrain and withered trees to conceal herself. Caravans in the wasteland generally dared not travel at night. Mutated beasts, radiation fog, and other unpredictable dangers made the nocturnal wilderness a forbidden zone for commerce. As expected, at dusk this bolder merchant caravan chose a campsite backed by a cliff, a relatively defensible position. When darkness fully fell, a campfire was lit. With the blessing of the night shadow sovereign Lin, she silently crept to the periphery of the camp. She observed carefully. The livestock were tethered on one side, and the guards were divided into 2 shifts for sentry duty. The suspected ability user leader sat in the most comfortable spot by the fire, idly playing with a stone in his hand. Lin Xi picked up a stone from her hiding spot, mustered her arm strength, and hurled it toward the camp. The stone tore through the night sky, striking near the campfire with a muffled thud. Who goes there? The camp went on alert. All guards gripped their weapons, staring in the direction the stone came from. The leader frowned, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He stood up, ordered the guards to watch the goods, and then charged toward Lin Xi. The man was fast, and as he ran, the impact of his feet was extraordinarily heavy, easily crushing the stones beneath him. Lin Xi Rakshasa observed from the shadows, quickly assessing a body-strengthening type, or an earth and stone manipulation type. Given his strength and speed, he's probably at the mid to high level of Tier 2. She deliberately left a few traces of escape along the leader's pursuit route, then maintained a pace slightly faster than a rock puppet's, fleeing away from the camp. The 2 chased and fled quickly, putting several miles between them and the camp. At a rocky slope, Lin Xi Rakshasa flickered, using the shadow of a massive boulder and the effect of the night shadow sovereign. She vanished from the leader's senses in an instant. The leader reached the rocky slope, lost the target's trail, and was both shocked and enraged. He searched everywhere, even smashing a few obstructive rocks with his fists, but found not a single trace. A diversion. A flash of insight struck the rock puppet, and his face turned ashen. He abandoned the search and sprinted back toward the camp. Indeed, it was already too late. When he returned breathlessly, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. The campfire still burned, but over a dozen guards lay scattered on the ground, their fates unknown. All the mutated goats had their throats slit, lying in pools of blood. What made his vision go dark was the spot where the goods had been piled. It was completely empty, as if licked clean. Oh! The rock puppet let out a roar of pure fury, slamming his fist into the adjacent cliff face, sending shards of rock flying. Rakshasa, he'll FCK your ancestors. How could he not realize he had fallen for the enemy's cunning trick? That bastard never intended a direct fight. His goal was to lure him away and plunder the camp. Ding. Phase results for Twilight of the Raiders Stage 2 have been tallied. Successfully plundered a small squad of the Boulder Merchant Caravan X1. Stunned paralyzed guards X12. Killed transport livestock X11. Plundered goods mud pits specialty moss cakes, slime monster coagulant, several refined steel weapons, and a large quantity of raisins. Total value assessment moderate. Final evaluation, a diversion efficient and low cost. The host has fully embodied the essence of guerrilla warfare wasteland remix. Enemy advances we retreat. Enemy camps we harass. Enemy tires we strike. Enemy retreats we pursue. Deliberately feigning weakness to lure away the enemy's strongest combatant, then transforming into a midnight, flash-moving company. Executed a full-service clearance and relocation with only 30% of your strength. This act not only secured supplies, but also fed Boulder a false impression Rakshasa that slutty woman is merely mediocre in combat, just a slippery rat skilled in speed and ambush. Such deep foresight and underhanded scheming deserve commendation. System jab host you're getting quite adept at this strategic feigning weakness. Now Boulder's combat assessment of you will likely drop. Next time they might send even more suitable people to die. Ahem to deal with you. This move is what they call information warfare dimensionality reduction. Phase rewards spirit 0. 5 continuous planning and execution of precise actions have subtly tempered your mental strength. Gain temporary buff thrill of the deceiver. When you successfully mislead an enemy through strategy, slightly increases subsequent stealth and escape success rate. On a distant ridge, Lin Xi Rakshasa gazed down at the figure raging impotently in the camp below. A calculating smile played on her lips. Deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation with the rock puppet served two purposes. First, to avoid prematurely revealing her full strength. Second, to feed the Boulder Sanctuary a false signal that woman called Rakshasa is merely a thief relying on speed, spatial abilities, and poison for sneak attacks. Her direct combat capability is negligible. In the wasteland, intelligence is paramount. Sometimes a single misjudgment of an opponent can doom an entire squad. Take your time guessing. Lin Xi Rakshasa turned, her figure melting into the night. The hunting game has only just begun. She believed it wouldn't be long before this furious caravan leader would spread the news of his weak strength and reliance on ambushes back to the Boulder Sanctuary. And all she had to do was the next time they delivered prey to her door. Prepare an even bigger surprise for the hunters dispatched based on faulty intelligence. In the wasteland night, the roles of hunter and prey always shift silently. And wasteland veterans like Lin Xi, those old silver coins, delight in lurking in the shadows, weaving traps, and watching their prey follow the script they've written step by step into the abyss. Within the Bastion Sanctuary, a stone fortress built upon an old-world winery, a prized location in the wasteland, the atmosphere was stifling. 3 men sat around a stone table, their expressions darker than the last. They were the 3 masters of the Bastion Sanctuary, all beast-taming psychics. They were also the dreaded Bastion 3B, the eldest Mad Claw Li Xi. His face was covered in scars with a hideous gash running from his brow to the corner of his mouth. His psychic ability was Wild Call, which could greatly stimulate and enhance the ferocity and attack power of mutated beasts. He was especially adept at commanding fierce beasts like wolves, leopards, and bears. The second eldest Crow I Wu Xiao was gaunt, and always wore a cloak adorned with various bird feathers. His psychic ability was Crow's Veil, allowing him to control large numbers of crows, owls, and other birds. They served as excellent reconnaissance eyes, and when formed into a flock could cause considerable harassment and damage. The third eldest was our old acquaintance, the turtle porter Shi Wang. His face was ashen, and he seemed even more furious than the other 2. His psychic ability was Tame Brand, specializing in domesticating relatively docile mutated beasts suitable for carrying loads or labor. For example, pack beasts, cattle, and sheep. Most of the caravan's transport capacity relied on him. It's that damn Rakshasa again. Li Xi's fists clenched with a crackling sound, crushing a metal cup on the table into a pancake. Third, you weren't wrong last time. That woman is slippery as a loach and poisonous too. Sherwing said hatefully. Big brother this time. Yengui's squad also fell. That woman doesn't fight Heaton. She lured Yengui away and then cleaned out the camp. Yengui said she's fast and uses poison, but her direct combat strength is probably just so-so, otherwise she wouldn't avoid him. Wu Xiao spoke sinisterly fast. Uses poison. Sounds like a professional thief and assassin. But daring to provoke us Bastion time, and again does she think she can fly. Li Jin slammed his fist on the stone table. Our damn face is lost in the mud. We can't let her run wild anymore. Second, send out all your watch every entrance of every sanctuary and main trade route in the silent wasteland. I want to know when that woman shits and what. Wu Xiao nodded. Rest assured, big brother. He'll have my children work day and night. Also, Li Jun ordered the servants below tell all our informants and cooperating drifters to keep their eyes peeled. A heavy reward for anyone who provides accurate information on that woman's whereabouts. The massive Bastion Sanctuary stirred into motion due to the repeated provocations of a female thief. A large number of men disguised as drifters and small traders flooded into every corner of the silent wasteland. While Bastion was casting its net, Lin Xi Rakshasa was not idle either. He repeated the same trick in the southeastern region, catching another small bastion caravan squad heading to the dim mushroom cave. Same recipe, same flavor. Everyone was knocked out, and the goods along with the transport goat carcasses were all packed into the spiritual secret vault. System inventorying supplies various goods, dead sheep, X8. Post, are you looting or doing a spring cleaning? You don't even spare the corpses. Truly leaving nothing behind. Lin Xi righteously nonsense. Goat hides can be tanned meat, can be processed bones, can be ground into powder, and horns can be used as materials. Waste is shameful. This is called maximizing resource utilization. System. You're right, my vision was too narrow. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new achievement, Wasteland Cleaner Plunder Edition. A few days later at Vulture Cliff, Lin Xi Rakshasa sold the latest batch of stolen goods to Sister Sparrowhawk at a 20% discount. Sister Sparrowhawk looked at the dazzling array of goods, then at the still cold and beautiful Rakshasa, her expression complex. She spoke with some admiration. Sister, your methods. I concede. In all these years, you're the first to make those beast tamers of Bastion look so pathetic. She paused, her voice dropping, carrying a rare sincerity. Chivalrous Rakshasa titles, favorability bonus activated. But you must be extra careful lately. Several new faces have come to me asking about you, sister. They're paying generously. They must be Bastion's men. Those beast tamers are sinister. Maybe you should lie low for a while. Lin Xi Rakshasa grew alert. The retaliation had come in faster than he expected. Thank you, Sister Sparrowhawk. With that, he lingered no longer and swiftly left Vulture Cliff. As soon as he exited the cliff top, a faint warning came from his basic environmental intuition. He keenly detected several gazes sweeping over him from different corners of the refugee camp below the cliff. Lin Xi Rakshasa quickened his pace. Activating wind step, his whole body turned into a gray shadow, dashing down the steep path in a few breaths and disappearing into the wilderness. His speed left the spying lookouts utterly bewildered. How could they possibly chase that? In the following days, Lin Xi Rakshasa temporarily halted his trading activities. He selected a dark, dense forest called Blackvine Woods, about half a day's journey from Broken Bridge Sanctuary. The trees there were tall and twisted with thick foliage, and the ground was covered in slippery moss and vines. The forest was dimly lit and had complex terrain, making it a natural ambush site. He transformed into a wasteland civil engineering bro plus, pushing his intermediate trap, making, and disarming skills. On the ground, he laid camouflaged snares and deep pits buried under rotting leaves, the pit bottoms lined with sharpened wooden stakes soaked in paralytic venom along with pressure-triggered wooden spike rows. On key paths, he filled hollowed-out deadwood with poison powder. The entire Blackvine Woods was turned into a deadly maze of traps. After setting everything up, Lin Xi Rakshasa began fishing. He deliberately appeared frequently at Broken Bridge Sanctuary to conduct small transactions. He never stayed long, but it was enough to be conspicuous. Soon he noticed an anomaly. The number of crows circling in the sky seemed higher than usual. And there were always one or two that would hover high in the sky, neither too close nor too far after he left the sanctuary. Wu Xiao's birds. They've marked me. Lin Xi Rakshasa sneered inwardly. The intelligence from the actor Poison Lady mentioned the capabilities of the second-in-command of the rock shelter crow, Wu Xiao. Almost simultaneously, the rock shelter received the lock-on information brought back by the crow. Found her. She's active near the Broken Bridge shelter. Wu Xiao reported to Li Jun. Excellent. Li Jun sneered this time. Where could she run? Subsequently, the rock shelter dispatched a pursuit squad. The lineup was formidable, sufficient to demonstrate their emphasis on capturing Rakshasa and their determination to kill, led by 3 ability users. Rock Puppet, an old acquaintance, a level 2 rock skin ability user with immense strength and formidable defense. Poison Scorpion, a gloomy woman, a level 2 poison gland ability user capable of secreting and manipulating various toxins. She excelled at mid-range harassment and inflicting sustained damage, a master of crowd control and attrition. Shadow Claw, a taciturn thin man, a level 2 speed affinity ability user. He specialized in speed and assassination and expert in pursuing slippery targets. Plus 30, seasoned, well-equipped. The purpose of this team was clear. The blade wielders would encircle and cut off escape. Rock Puppet would engage Hedon, or even launch a direct assault. Poison Scorpion would restrict the area and weaken the enemy, and Shadow Claw would wait for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, determined to completely crush the menace known as Rakshasa. They set out with great fanfare, vowing to capture the detestable Rakshasa and give her a thorough reception. A day later, Rakshasa's figure briefly appeared again outside the Broken Bridge shelter. Then, as if alerted by the crows in the sky, she hastily fled towards the Blackvine forest. She spotted us. After her. Rock Puppet and the others, their spirits soaring, immediately led their men in hot pursuit. The prey in a panic fled into the gloomy Blackvine forest. Into the woods. Be careful, Rock Puppet warned, instinctively sensing something off about the atmosphere of this forest. But the pursuers, eager to claim merit and firmly believing in Rakshasa's weakness, split into several groups and surged into the dense forest. Then the performance began. A blade wielder stepped into a snare and was hoisted up a tree with a whoosh. Before he could even cry out, a wooden spike shot from the side and embedded itself in his face. Several others followed the trail Rakshasa had deliberately left when the rotting leaves beneath their feet suddenly gave way and they fell screaming into a deep pit. The poison stakes at the bottom gave them a profound lesson. A squad attempting to flank from the side triggered a sweeping pole. A heavy spiked log swung horizontally, instantly smashing 2 men, breaking their bones. People kept triggering poison traps, their screams filling the air. Poison Scorpion immediately activated her poison gland ability, enveloping herself in a toxic mist as a warning and defense. She was confident in her mastery over toxins, believing any attempt to use poison against her would be detected and even countered. As she cautiously passed through a seemingly normal area of vines, her foot triggered a vine, and then several leather bags filled with lime exploded above her. Lime blinded her, and broken stones rained down. Poison Scorpion screamed, instinctively covering her face and stumbling back. In that instant, a crossbow bolt shot out from a hole in a decaying log beside her, piercing her temple as her vision was blocked. This master of toxins died without ever facing the poison duel she had anticipated, felled by the most primitive physical trap. Poison Scorpion's scream spurred Shadowclaw to speed up. He wanted to catch this rat quickly, or else who knew how many of this capture squad would be left. However, with the blessing of the Shadow King, Lin Xi's mobility in the shadows far surpassed his speed. When he saw Rakshasa's figure disappear into the darkness ahead, driven by his desire for merit, he immediately gave chase. Night Shadow Assassination. Lin Xi's triangular spike pierced upward from an impossible angle through his jaw and straight into his brain. This expert in pursuing slippery targets died without ever seeing his enemy's face. The continuous losses enraged Rock Puppet. With his thick skin, he began to charge recklessly, destroying many traps. Lin Xi Rakshasa appeared to engage him in a skirmish. Rock Puppet possessed immense strength, each punch whistling through the air, but speed was his weakness. Lin Xi avoided a direct confrontation, using the wind step to constantly maneuver, targeting weak points and striking at Rock Puppet's sensitive areas whenever he had the chance. Rock Puppet fought with immense frustration, his body covered in over a dozen bloody gashes. Though not fatal, the pain and blood loss were steadily draining his stamina and reason. Finally, he was lured to a seemingly open small depression in the woods. As he roared and stepped into the center of the depression, the layer of humus beneath him collapsed. This was a combined trap integrating a pit-numbing powder toxin and an overhead triggering mechanism. Rock Puppet's body sank chest deep into the muddy mix, and the numbing powder instantly sapped his strength. At the same time, several massive sweeping poles above were released simultaneously. The heavy logs slammed down. Thud! The dull impact sounded, and Rock Puppet's roars ceased. Lin Xi emerged from the shadows. Rock Puppet's head was twisted at an angle, his chest caved in, half buried in the mud, already dead. 3 ability users had fallen. The 30-blade wielders lacking command, and the supportive ability users were even more powerless against the elusive hunts and unpredictable traps. They were quickly divided and annihilated. The black vine forest fell silent once more, but the scent of blood in the air was thick and unyielding. Successfully lured the enemy deep into the trap zone. Killed pursuers, elite blade wielders, x30. Killed defeated ability users, 3 Rock Puppet, Poison Scorpion, Shadow Claw. Final evaluation, art. This is the art of war. The host perfectly demonstrated the meaning of my turf, my rules. From initial intelligence misdirection to site selection and trap setup to baiting the enemy and finally closing the net for the slaughter. This combination of tactics not only physically eliminated the enemy's effective strength, but also delivered a profound psychological castration to the Rock Shelter's high command. From now on, the name Rakshasa within the Rock Shelter would be synonymous with death. System remark: host, your title of Wasteland Old Silver Coin can be upgraded to Wasteland Trap Master and Psychological Terror Spec. Suggestion: consider writing a book next time. Title it How to Elegantly Trap and Kill Your Enemies in the Wasteland. Sales would definitely be even better than ecstasy pills. Mission reward: Agility 1. Intense jungle guerrilla warfare and slaughter have made your movements even more ghostly. Acquired title: Nightmare of the Black Vine Forest. In complex terrain like jungles and dense forest, your stealth, trap effectiveness, and psychological pressure inflicted on enemies are slightly increased. Random reward skill: Basic Poison Resistance. Prolonged handling of poison traps has caused your body to develop a faint resistance to toxins. A few days later, a reconnaissance team from the Rock Shelter found this forest of death. What they saw was a scene like a slaughterhouse. The corpses of the 3 mutants were found, each bearing a unique cause of death, yet all exuded a venomous scheming. The body of Rock Puppet in particular, crushed by a massive tree, silently testified to the attacker's mastery over this battle. When the news reached Boulder Sanctuary, a deathly silence fell. Li Zhen's roar nearly tore off the roof, but after the roar a deeper chill set in. Wu Xiao's face was dark enough to drip water. Stone Old Man was even more terrified in hindsight. If the merchant convoy had been ambushed like this instead of merely robbed last time, the loss was too great. 3 precious mutants. 30 core armed personnel. This was not just a matter of face, it was a crippling substantive blow. How many lives would have to be sacrificed to continue a heating clash with this elusive venomous Raksha? Boulder's current scale in the Silent Wasteland was built on trade networks and armed deterrence, not endless bloody attrition. The iron law of the wasteland: profit above all. When the cost of revenge far exceeds the gain, the most rational move is not to be stubborn, but to cut losses, even to temporarily yield. A few days later, a shocking message spread through every sanctuary in the silent wasteland. Boulder Sanctuary had unilaterally revoked the wanted for murder and rape order on Raksha. The reason was vague, merely stating that an investigation may have found a misunderstanding. Countless people were stunned. The domineering, vengeful Boulder had actually backed down. Although it was only a revocation of the bounty, without an apology or compensation, this gesture was an unprecedented bow. Only a few clear-headed people sneered inwardly. Bullshit, misunderstanding. Clearly the dog that bit had been beaten by the stick and learned to fear pain. Inside Iron Fist Sanctuary, Lin Xi heard the news while wiping his triangular spike. Revoked. He murmured. Think it's over. The system sarcastically, oh my, the almighty Boulder has graciously forgiven you. Host, are you moved? Want to send a banner inscribed with thanks for the mercy? Lin Xi coldly moved. I'm so moved I want to send them another big gift. They know they can't win in the open, so they're playing dirty. The revocation is a fake. Numbing me is the real plan. They're probably brewing some nasty scheme. The system analytically host is wise. According to Wasteland faction behavior pattern analysis, this retreat has a 100 probability of preparing for a more covert and insidious revenge. It is recommended that the host heighten vigilance and use this peace period to accelerate self-development and deployment. The Wasteland sky remained gray. Boulder's retreat seemed to put the conflict between Raksha and Boulder on hold, but in truth the undercurrents grew more turbulent. One side temporarily lay low in the open, sharpening its fangs. The other side continued to grow in the shadows, awaiting the next storm's opportunity. For Lin Xi, whether as Raksha or himself, the feud with Boulder was far from over. The temporary calm was merely a prelude to a more lethal confrontation. The landscape of the silent wasteland had become more delicate and dangerous due to the rise of a businesswoman and a hegemon's retreat. All eyes involuntarily turned to the mysterious Raksha and the seemingly placid Boulder Sanctuary. The true hunter often strikes the fatal blow when the prey lets its guard down. Who is the hunter and who is the prey may only be revealed at the very end. With the Boulder merchant convoy, that meddlesome stick, out of the way, Raksha's trading routes grew increasingly smooth. The trade network of the silent wasteland was almost single-handedly revitalized by him. Buying low, selling high, profiting from local specialties catalyzed by the hard currency of bliss pills. The supplies in Lin Xi's spiritual vault accumulated at an astonishing rate. The variety and quantity reached a level that made even small sanctuaries envious. The Boulder merchant convoy seemed to have learned its lesson. When purchasing local specialties at various sanctuaries, they no longer monopolized the market as before. Instead, they took at most half and offered relatively fair prices. Who got the remaining share? Naturally, the resourceful Madame Raksha. The two sides had formed an unspoken tacit understanding in trade, at least on the surface. Lin Xi Raksha also timely ceased active raids on the Boulder merchant convoys. The logic was simple: as a lone wolf or bandit, one could bite wildly without restraint. But to be a long-term trader, a mad dog image was fatal. The wasteland needed partners who could bring profit, not a rabid dog that killed at the slightest provocation. Harmony brings wealth. Making money quietly was the true way. Winter passed, and spring arrived, and nothing revived. But the mutated beasts on the wasteland, following ancient instincts, entered the mating season. The beasts fought and tore at each other for mating rights. And the people of the wasteland seemed infected by this primal restlessness, becoming more unsettled and vicious than usual. Inside Iron Fist Sanctuary, undercurrents surged. During an exploration mission, Lei Shan's first squad accidentally discovered traces of mutated killer bees. Following the trail, they tracked it all the way to the edge of Zone 3, the long-term operational range of the 5th Squad. When the news reached him, Lei Shan's single eye, which had rested all winter, instantly turned bloodshot. Whether from an old wound, inflammation, or sheer rage was unclear. Lin Xi. Lei Shan gnashed his teeth. I've long suspected that swarm of killer bees last time was suspicious. So it really was your bastard doing. You screwed my men. You screwed my eye. His chest heaved, his murderous intent barely contained, but the remaining shred of reason told him he couldn't act directly. Over the past winter, the 5th Squad's hunting performance was evident to all. Their contribution points far exceeded the 2nd Squad's. Sometimes they could even assist other squads short on food. Iron Fist's boss valued Lin Xi more and more frequently, praising him publicly. To move against Lin Xi directly now wouldn't sit well with Iron Fist. But not retaliating was an unbearable bitterness. The phantom pain of his lost eye and the frustration of his lost men tormented him day and night. After much thought, Lei Shan summoned his chief henchman Black Fong, a ruthless, despicable thug who specialized in dirty work. He gave his instructions. The target was not Lin Xi himself, but his well-protected sister Lin Mower. Can't touch you. Then he'll touch your sister. One of the Wasteland's rules: striking an opponent's weakness is often more effective than a direct attack. Black Fong received his orders, and that very afternoon sauntered into the outer zone, seeking out Xiao Dai, a woman who had risen to some influence in the outer zone by investing in Lin Xi. In the dim shack, Blacktooth whispered Lei Shan's intentions and promised benefits. Xiao Dai listened, her face gradually flushing with an unnatural red, her breathing quickening. Another gamble. If she won, she could escape the outer zone, enter the inner city, and even climb onto Captain Lin Xi's coattail. If she lost, she dared not think. Greed and wishful thinking of a wasteland dweller prevailed. She recalled Lin Xi's coldness and Lin Mower's occasional kindness, so out of place in the wasteland. Clenching her teeth, she nodded at Blacktooth. Tomorrow when Lin Mower comes to collect the tribute, find a way to stall her. The long Blacktooth grinned darkly. The next day Lin Mower arrived at the outer zone, as usual, to collect the share. Xiaodai greeted her with unusual enthusiasm, rambling about everything but the matter at hand. Lin Mower was initially puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. Until Blacktooth swaggered in with 4 thuggish inner-city ruffians. Oh, Captain Lin's little sister collecting debts. Blacktooth bared his blackened teeth, blocking Lin Mower's path. Sorry, but from today onward this area is under Captain Lin Xi's management. What you collected before, against the rules. Lin Mower's heart sank. She instantly understood. She glanced at Xiaodia, who averted her eyes, realizing the wretched woman had. The surrounding outer zone residents remained deathly silent. Just another day in the wasteland. Lin Mower took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew she couldn't show weakness, now couldn't disgrace her brother. Blacktooth, this area belongs to Squad 5. My brother fought. You say it's Lin Xi's now. Where's your proof? Her voice wasn't loud, but it held no fear. Proof. My word is proof. Blacktooth snarled, reaching out to shove her. Just then a scrawny figure darted from the crowd, shielding Lin Mower. It was a half-grown boy, gaunt and sallow, but with a stubborn glint in his eyes. His name was Loach. Often starving Lin Mower had pitted him, sharing scraps, and speaking up for him, helping him barely survive. Don't bully Sister Mower. Loach's voice trembled, but he didn't retreat. Brat, you're asking for it. A burly thug stepped forward and slapped Loach to the ground. Loach groaned, struggling to rise. Enraged at losing face before a woman and a child, Blacktooth lunged for Lin Mower's head. In desperation, Lin Mower clawed his face, leaving bloody streaks. Bitch! Blacktooth howled in pain, and in a fury backhanded her across the face. A sharp crack echoed. Lin Mower's frail body was knocked sideways, crashing to the ground. Loach, sobbing, threw himself over her, only to be kicked in the gut by Blacktooth, curling up in agony. After the beating, Blacktooth looked at the two huddled on the ground. Seeing Lin Mower's swollen face and bloody lip, a chill ran. Rumor had it that Lin Xi, that madman, was fiercely protective of his sister. Had he gone too far? Beside him, Xiaodai's face was deathly pale. She had bet on Lin Xi suppressing Lin Xi, not on bloodshed. Especially not against Lin Xi's precious sister. This feud was colossal. That evening, Lin Xi returned to the shelter with his squad. Pushing open the rickety wooden door, he saw his sister curled up on the bed, her cheek grotesquely swollen, and Loach crouched nearby, bruised and guilty-faced. After hearing Loach's halting, tearful account, Lin Xi felt the blood rush to his head. A nearly tangible killing intent radiated from him. Ding. Detected that the host's beloved has suffered malicious bullying and violent harm. Triggering mission, punish the scoundrels. Mission description: look, a few blind jackals dare to touch the host's untouchable scale. As the future Lord of Backlash, can such provocation be tolerated? Severe punishment must be dealt to serve as a warning. Mission objective: effectively punish the perpetrator Blacktooth and his accomplices, 4 people, and the traitor Xiaodai. Basic reward: a certain amount of contribution points, minor change in reputation within Iron Fist shelter. System tip: moderate punishment to maintain authority is sufficient. Punishment. Moderate punishment. Lin Xi roared in his mind. Bastards. They touched my sister, and you talk about punishment. What the hell kind of system are you? The system's electronic voice wavered violently, as if disrupted by the cursing. Warning. Host's emotional fluctuations exceed safe threshold. System missions are generated based on the optimal growth path for cultivating the Lord of Backlash. Excessive violent retaliation may undermine the host's foothold in the shelter. Please maintain your mother. Lin Xi's eyes were bloodshot. I want them dead. Every last one. BZZT. Detected host strong will touching core principal guardianship. Hidden condition: humanity's faint light activated. Mission: punish the scoundrels, forcibly cancelled. Ding. Triggered hidden mission: untouchable scale, blood for blood. Mission description: a dragon has its untouchable scale, touch it, and it will rage. A person has their weak spot, harm it, and they must be slain. When the bottom line of guardianship is trampled, rational calculation becomes pale. Your fury is the law. An eye for an eye. Let everyone know that some lines cannot be crossed. Mission objective: kill the perpetrator Blacktooth and his 4 accomplices, eliminate the traitor Xiaodai. Mission reward: hidden reward, humanity's faint light. In your heart, there is still a warmth and bottom line worth protecting. This faint light may be weak, but it can guide you through endless darkness. It may also attract deeper gazes from the night. Acquire random shelter construction point. Intel X1 contains at least 2 types of resources. Mission penalty cost determined based on actual circumstances. System postscript with a complex tone: host, you have chosen the most direct, most violent path, the one that fits the wasteland's rules. This path may let you rise faster, or it may lead to earlier destruction. Humanity's faint light. Will it ultimately illuminate the road ahead, or the grave that awaits? Be careful, the night is still long. Lin Xi stared at the mission description, his eyes like ancient ice. Cost. He didn't care. As long as his sister was safe, everything else could be reclaimed. But those who touched his untouchable scale must die. Loach, take care of my sister. Lin Xi dropped a small pouch of bee paste and a few pieces of dried meat, his voice eerily calm. Wait for my return. As the night deepened around the campfire, Black Fong and his 4 underlings were boasting about their exploits from the day. The 5 of them guzzled cheap liquor, their speech coarse and arrogant. Damn, that girl's face was so tender. One slap, and haha, boss, Black Fong is mighty. What can Lin Xi do about it? Brother Lei Shan has our backs. Exactly, a captain who got lucky thinking he's something. Their voices abruptly ceased. A dark silhouette, like a reaper melding into the night, appeared at the edge of the campfire without warning. Lin Xi hadn't even fully utilized the Night Shadow King. He merely relied on the terrifying speed granted by his 13 points of agility and the burst of Dark Night Assassination. His form flickered like a ghost. The first one had his throat pierced by a triangular spike, collapsing in disbelief while clutching his neck. The second, hearing the commotion and turning around, had his temple stabbed through, not even letting out a grunt. Black Fong and the remaining 2 finally reacted, leaping up in terror and drawing their weapons. But it was too late. Lin Xi's figure left after images in the flickering firelight. Dodging a swinging blade, he drove the triangular spike into the third man's heart. Simultaneously, a side kick sent another flying backward, crashing into a rock and breaking his spine. Black Fong, scared out of his wits, turned to flee. Lin Xi hurled the spike, pinning him through the calf. Black Fong shrieked and collapsed. Lin Xi walked over, pulled out the bloodied spike, and said in an icy voice as Black Fong stared in terror and despair, "You touched my sister." With a swift motion, the spike descended. Black Fong let out a pig-like squeal as his limb arteries were severed. In the blood loss, he felt his life slipping away moment by moment. Lin Xi stood nearby, watching coldly until he breathed his last. The entire process was swift, precise, and ruthless, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Next, he went to Xiao Dai's shack in the outer zone. Xiao Dai hadn't slept at all. She was cowering in a corner, terrified. Hearing the noise, she looked up and saw Lin Xi drenched in blood with eyes like a demon god, and collapsed to the ground in fear. Captain Lin. It wasn't my fault. Black Fong forced me. Lei Shan, she begged incoherently, her face still bearing the shattered illusion of a meteoric rise now replaced by immense terror. Lin Xi looked at her as if she were a filthy insect. I gave you a chance, he said flatly. No, give me one more chance. They'll do anything. A flash of cold steel and Xiao Dai's pleas were cut short. Clutching her spurting throat, her eyes bulged wide, filled with resentment, fear, and a final lingering attachment to a life of luxury. Perhaps only in death did she truly understand that in the wasteland the cost of betrayal could sometimes be unbearably high, and wishful thinking was often the fastest ticket to hell. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Xi returned home, gave Loach enough food for a while, and a small knife. If you have the guts, stay in the outer zone for now. Lin Xi made no promises. In the wasteland, promises were worth less than dung. Loach looked at this man who had descended like a god of slaughter, and then quickly returned to calm. He nodded firmly, his eyes showing not only fear, but also a hint of admiration. Ding. Hidden Quest Dragon's Reverse Scale Blood Debt paid, completed. Final evaluation, Wrath of Thunder Blood Debt paid. The host declared the inviolability of his scale in the most brutal and direct manner, perfectly embodying the highest realm of protecting one's own in the Wasteland version. The action was clean and efficient, maximizing intimidation. It is believed that after tonight, Don't Touch Lin Xi's sister will become a new unwritten rule in Iron Fist Shelter and its surrounding areas, written in blood. Reward issued: obtained random shelter construction site, Intel X1. System comment: congratulations to the host for acquiring a startup base. Dangerous. Truly. A challenging start. It seems you should now kneel and pray that those damn neighbors recently moved away. Happy building. Cost triggered: Lei Shan's affinity dropped to mortal enemy red name. Iron Fist leader's attitude turned to disappointment and vigilance. Iron Fist Shelter reputation reset to 0. Position as 5th Hunting Squad Captain revoked. Accumulated contribution points cleared. Lin Xi looked at the coordinates given by the system and compared them with the map provided by Shizi Poison Lady. Sure enough, it was near that dreaded level 4 radiation scorpion nest. He twitched his mouth and cursed the dog system under his breath. In the wasteland there was no safe place, but at least there it would be his own territory. With territory, he could better protect that glimmer of humanity. The next day, news spread through Iron Fist Shelter that Black Fong and his 4 lackeys lay dead by the campfire, and Xiao Dai, the temporary supervisor of the outer zone, was found dead in her shack. People whispered, their eyes filled with fear, as all clues pointed to Lin Xi, the captain of the 5th Squad. The matter quickly reached the Iron Fist leader. After listening to the hesitant report from the guard captain, a complex mix of emotions flickered across Iron Fist's rugged face: anger, regret, disappointment, and finally a trace of fear that even he himself might not have acknowledged. Lin Xi's cold and decisive style sent a chill through him. On his turf, ignoring the rules, killing 6 people in a single night, one of whom was a formal member of the 1st Squad. Regardless of the cause, such an act was a provocation to his authority. If left unchecked, the already fragile order of the shelter would completely collapse. He ordered Lin Xi to be brought to the council stone house. Lin Xi arrived, his face expressionless, his eyes eerily calm. Lin Xi, Iron Fist, said in a low voice barely containing his fury. What do you have to say? The atmosphere in the room was tense. Lei Shan stood to one side, his single eye bloodshot, glaring at Lin Xi. The other squad captains were also present, their expressions varied. Some were gloating, some felt sympathetic sorrow for their own kind, and others were merely there for the spectacle. Lin Xi raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping past Iron Fist, brushing over Lei Shan, and finally returning to Iron Fist's face. He offered no explanation, no plea for mercy, not even a single word of defense. He just stared coldly, his eyes conveying an air of "I did what I did to do what you will." This silence was more potent than any defense, and it infuriated Iron Fist even more. He felt his authority as the leader had been completely disregarded. Fine. Very well. Iron Fist slammed his hand on the stone table. Lin Xi, you have violated the rules and murdered your comrades. You are hereby stripped of your position as captain of the 5th Hunting Squad. Effective immediately, you are banished from the inner city residential area. As the order was given, stifled snickers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Most were subordinates of Lei Shan, or those who had long envied Lin Xi. Lei Shan stepped forward excitedly. Boss, this lawless madman should be executed on the spot. Iron Fist shot Lei Shan a harsh glare, the warning in his eyes causing Lei Shan to shrink back. Iron Fist had his own calculations. Lin Xi, a high-yield captain, possessed formidable combat prowess and unmatched hunting skills. To uphold the rules, severe punishment was necessary, but killing him outright would be a waste. Exiling him to the outer zone first would temper his temperament. Once the dust settled, an opportunity might arise to reinstate him. In the wasteland, talent was rare, especially those capable of consistently securing prey. Lei Shan read the reservation in Iron Fist's eyes, seething with hatred, but daring not to press further. He fixed his single eye on Lin Xi, a venomous gleam flickering within. Out there'll find plenty of ways to slowly torment you and your sister. Lin Xi showed no reaction to Iron Fist's verdict, as if he had anticipated it. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned and walked away. Back at the so-called captain's mansion, the swelling on his sister's face had subsided somewhat, but the bruises were still visible. The belongings inside were already packed. Lin Xi had prepared for the worst before taking action the previous night. He hoisted his sister onto his back, picked up the large bundle, and left the captain's mansion without a trace of reluctance. No farewells, no explanations, no notifications to anyone. In the wasteland, there was no room for sentimentality. The warmth and cold of human relations were self-evident. Everyone would make their own choices in the face of survival and interest. No sooner had he stepped out than the curtain of the adjacent luxury doghouse was lifted and Poison Lady emerged, carrying her small bundle of jars and bottles. He swept his gaze over the crowd gathered nearby, watching overtly or covertly, especially Lei Shan, whose face was ashen. A strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes resembling those of someone staring at a pile of suntarot corpses. Many in the crowd recoiled half a step, frightened by his look. Poison Lady said nothing, quickening her pace to silently follow half a step behind Lin Xi. Wherever old demon Lin goes, I go. Trying to shake me off? No way. In this wasteland, without your mountain of fear and safety combined, a sick dog like me can't survive. When they reached the gate leading to the outer zone, 2 figures were already waiting there, shield and spear. Both carried only their weapons and a small bundle, clearly a hasty decision. Shield scratched his head, trying to force a grin. But seeing the coldness on Lin's eyes, face, his smile froze, and in the end he merely nodded firmly. Spear remained as silent as ever, but her following footsteps spoke volumes. Lin Xi glanced at them, said nothing, and continued outward. The guard stepped aside. After all, this was a god of slaughter. The 5th squad, perhaps now better called the Lin Xi gang, had in this manner once again withstood the test, setting off together. Only this time it was not for a hunt. No sooner had they entered the outer zone than Loach darted out from a dilapidated shack, his face still bearing wounds, pleading, "My lord, take me with you. I can do anything. I eat very little." Lin Xi glanced at him, his voice betraying no emotion. "Follow. My lord, I also have a sister. She's very well behaved and eats even less than I do. I can take care of her and won't cause any trouble." Loach continued to beg. "A sister?" Lin's eyes gaze softened almost imperceptibly for a moment, but quickly returned to its icy state. He himself had a sister and understood the weight of that bond as well as what it meant to bring a younger child along in the wasteland. "Keep her in check," Lin Xi said coldly without refusing. "If she dies, it's on you." Loach's face lit up with radiance as he responded loudly, "Yes, my lord." Then he dashed back into a shack that seemed on the verge of collapse, emerging with a little girl even thinner than himself. The girl clutched a tattered cloth doll in her arms. Loach took his sister's hand, and without hesitation joined the group. Lin Xi did not look back. Steadying his sister on his back and gripping his bundle, he pressed forward. Poison Lady's shield and spear followed closely behind. The Loach siblings trotted at the rear. This peculiar procession crossed the outer zone and headed into the wilderness. Along the way, the talkative Shield finally couldn't contain himself. "Boss, where are we heading now?" Lin Xi slowed his pace, slightly gazing ahead at the gray barren forest. "First to the old place Bear's secret base. You and Spear go ahead and prepare. We'll talk later." Shield and Spear exchanged a glance, then swiftly set off toward the bear base. Lin Xi carrying his sister the gloomy poison lady and the anxious yet excited Loach siblings trudged forward slowly. From today onward, they would officially embark on a path of hardship and freedom. The silhouette of Iron Fist Sanctuary faded into the distance behind them. The barren forest ahead remained dark, but Lin Xi's gaze was more resolute than ever. A new chapter in the wasteland unveiled through a night of blood and betrayal. The system rarely without sarcasm declaration of independence activated. Novice Village Iron Fist Sanctuary graduation forced. Current status wandering team. Primary objective establish a base. Resource assessment unknown. Threat assessment high external environment potential pursuers. Suggestion hasten your pace and reach the new home before that mad dog Lin Xi reacts and bites. Good luck my host. This time you truly have to rely on yourself. Lin Xi nonsense. I've always relied on myself. The bear's secret base was not exactly a friendly distance for a group burdened with dependence. When Lin Xi's party arrived the sky was already growing dim. The journey had taken 2 full hours. Along the way the Loach siblings' performance even drew Lin Xi's attention. The 2 little ones stuck close to the group without a single complaint. The little girl whom Loach called Little Grass was clearly struggling her feet seemingly, yet she gritted her teeth and didn't utter a whimper, only clutching the grimy, discolored rag doll tighter in her arms. This damned wasteland. Even children were tempered into weeds sprouting from rock crevices tough enough to break one's heart. Halfway Lin Mower insisted on getting down from her brother's back. The bruises on her face were still prominent, but something different had entered her eyes. She said nothing, only followed in silence her actions, proclaiming from this day forth she would not merely be the one protected, but would also share her brother's burdens. The giant bear's lair was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate a dozen people. The small platform originally used for processing prey and production was cleared out of the cave by stone shield and spear. A pile of dry grass and branches they had gathered was stacked near the entrance. The 2 were attempting to construct a simple thatch shelter against the natural rock wall and wooden poles on one side of the cave mouth, creating a new workspace shielded from the elements. As soon as the others arrived, without even catching their breath, they sprang into action. No one gave orders, it was as if an unspoken understanding moved them. The Mudfish siblings, spotting the pile of hay on the ground, dashed over. Each grabbed a large bundle, dragging it with effort into the bear's den to start laying out bedding. On the wasteland, anyone lacking initiative waiting to be told what to do was not far from being abandoned. Poison Lady silently found a sheltered corner, set down her jars and bottles, and began to tinker. He licked his cracked lips, his gaze dark and brooding. Standing apart, he knew that poisons effective against beasts alone were insufficient. Those two-legged creatures, far more cunning than any beast, required more specialized attention. He pulled a small tin box from his bosom, hesitated, then tucked it away again. Instead, he retrieved some more pungent materials from another. Lin Mower fished her iron pot out of her brother's large bundle, then went out to gather relatively dry firewood. With practiced ease, she began preparing to light a fire in a sheltered hollow between rocks. On the wasteland, those who survived had all to some extent mastered the basic skills of survival. Lin Xi's gaze swept over the fledgling camp that was already stirring to life, a measure of calm settling within him. He did not join the chores. Instead, he turned and walked back into the forest as dusk deepened. His focus was on the path they had taken, especially the direction leading back to Iron Fist Sanctuary. He needed to set up some warning and delaying traps. Lin Xi's malice would not dissipate with his departure, it would likely become even more reckless. As twilight fell, Lin Xi returned with 3 mutated wild boars caught in his traps. A good haul, enough to feed the small group for several days. He then used his intermediate discernment hand to swiftly butcher the edible portions from the boars. Everyone except Poison. He was long past being surprised. He took anything Lin Xi did for granted, a terminal case of Stockholm Syndrome. Stone Shield, Spear, and especially the Mudfish siblings were stunned, then burst into suppressed, delighted gasps. Although Stone Shield and Spear received processed meat daily, witnessing their captain's incredibly efficient and miraculous processing firsthand was a completely different experience. This was not merely about obtaining food, it was awe-inspiring. On the wasteland, the ability to acquire edible meat safely and consistently was the key to survival and the core of group cohesion. The captain's willingness to reveal this ability to them was undoubtedly a profound gesture of trust. Soon a campfire crackled to life and large chunks of meat sizzled on a simple grill. Lin Mower even produced a small leather pouch, sprinkling a pinch of refined salt onto the sizzling fatty meat. The rich aroma of roasted meat mingled with the savory scent of salt filled the cave entrance. Dinner was held sitting on spread-out animal hides. The Mudfish siblings were given 2 relatively thick moss cakes. The 2 little ones showed no discontent, devouring them with large bites. On the wasteland, food distribution followed the principle of contribution. Having these filling, palatable cakes was already a vast improvement over their previous life on the periphery, where they never knew where their next meal would come from. Breaking his usual pattern, Lin Xi produced a glass wine bottle acquired via 0 yuan purchase from the Firm Rock caravan, filled with dark red wine. He poured a few cups into rough wooden mugs. He said no rousing words, only raised his cup calmly. Stone Shield grinned and raised his cup. Spear silently lifted her cup. Poison Lady hesitated, then raised hers as well. Lin also took a cup looking toward the mudfish siblings watched with wide, envious eyes. Everyone tilted their heads back, letting the tart wine flow down their throats. On the wasteland there were few superfluous words, but the weight of this cup of wine was understood by all. It signified acceptance that this uncertain little group, at least for tonight, shared a common direction. Lin picked up a large salt-crusted, crisply roasted steak, her eyes questioning her brother. Lin Xi gave a slight nod indicating she could do as she pleased. She carried the steak to Mudfish. Yesterday you were very brave. Mudfish's eyes instantly reddened, then a somewhat silly grin spread across his face. He knew this young lady was thanking him for his insignificant act of protection yesterday. He picked up the small knife Lin Xi had given him and cut the steak into pieces. He did not eat first. Instead he speared the largest piece and offered it to his sister Xiao Qiao. But Xiao Qiao shook her head firmly. Brother eats first. Brother works hard. Unable to persuade her, Mudfish took a small bite himself before pushing the rest towards his sister. Lin Xi watched this scene, and something within him stirred gently. It was so much like Moer and himself. He broke his usual taciturnity to say there's more. Eat. Only then did the two little ones throw caution to the wind, wolfing down the food. After the meal the Mudfish siblings vied to clear the table. Speara, holding her long spear, silently made her way to a naturally formed rock outcrop above the giant bear's lair. The view from there was commanding, overseeing a vast area. She claimed the first watch of the night. Nightfall fully shrouded the wilderness. A bitter wind howled through the trees, but inside the lair the campfire dispelled the chill and darkness. The bedding of dry grass, though crude, was far sturdier and more reassuring than the drafty shacks of the periphery. The Mudfish siblings huddled in a corner. Xiao Qiao, clutching her ragged cloth doll, soon fell into a deep sleep beside her brother. Mudfish, however, fought off sleep, staying alert to the surrounding sounds. Lin leaned against her brother wrapped in an old blanket and asked softly, "Brother, where do we go next?" Lin Xi added a branch to the fire. Sparks crackled and popped. He lifted his head, his gaze seeming to pierce the rock walls, looking southeast. "Find a place we can call home." Stone Shield with his sharp ears leaned in. "Boss, you got a target in mind. How's it compare to here?" Poison Lady also pricked up her ears. Lin Xi retrieved a map from his spiritual repository and spread it under the firelight, his finger pointing near a coordinate in the southeastern region. "Here, a suitable place." He paused, his gaze sweeping over them. "But it's not far from a level 4 radscorpion nest." Level 4 radscorpion. Stone Shield drew a sharp breath, then gritted his teeth. "Boss, if you say go, we go. They're just scorpions, right? We've hunted them before. But level 4. Poison Lady let out a sinister chuckle. "Scorpion venom. Might be more interesting than bee venom. If we really run into them, the corpse is mine for research." Lin Xi looked at his sister. Lin nodded firmly. "Wherever you go, brother, I go." "Good." Lin Xi put away the map. "Tomorrow at dawn, I'll scout the area near those coordinates to confirm the situation. You all pack up here, stay hidden. If you encounter something you can't handle." He took out a bottle of royal jelly. "Spread this on yourselves and take shelter near the killer beehive." Then his gaze fell on the sleeping Mudfish siblings. "Take them with you." There were no questions, no objections. On this first night after their exile, the first major decision about their future was born amidst the crackling of the campfire. The wasteland offered no pastoral idols, only the relentless drive forward. From this night onward they were no longer exiled outcasts, but pioneers seeking a new home. Or rather a group of madmen attempting to settle next to a scorpion nest. The road ahead was long, but at least they had already begun. The next day, before the sky was fully light, Lin Xi left the bear base. He pushed his speed to the extreme, his gale step ability combined with his agility of 13, allowing his figure to blur into an afterimage across the misty wasteland. After 2 hours of extreme sprinting, even though the gale step was renowned for its speed and endurance, Lin Xi felt his breath become slightly ragged as he reached the edge of the target area. When he stopped and took in the scene before him, his face darkened further. Ahead lay a dense, almost impenetrable mutated forest. When he stopped and took in the scene before him, his face darkened further. Ahead lay a dense, almost impenetrable mutated forest. The trees were twisted and grotesque, vines coiled like monstrous snakes, and the forest enveloped an unremarkable gray-black hill. Beyond the hill stretched the contours of a continuous mountain range. In the wasteland, deep mountains and old forests were practically synonyms for mutant beast, all-you-can-eat buffet, and human graveyard. System Lin, she gritted out in his mind. "Are you sure you're finding me a shelter, not a grave?" A Bionegit 1 free deal complete with a funeral service from the whole beast family. Ding. Detected host questioning this system's professional site selection judgment. Friendly reminder: the 3 key elements of a good wasteland location are easy defense, abundant resources, and others daring not to come. The first 2 are pending the host's exploration. The third is obviously already exceeded. A place that looks like a prime spot at a glance. How could an outsider like you occupy it? Besides, if you have bad luck and drew a doomsday blind box, can you blame the shopkeeper? Blame your own African physique. The first rule of the wasteland: risk is proportional to reward. If you don't even understand this, I suggest you go back to the Iron Fist shelter and lick Leishan's ass. Maybe you can scrape by. Lin Xi rolled his eyes, choked, speechless. This damn system's venomous tongue was harsher than poison lattice experimental subjects. Suppressing his urge to retort, he activated his Night Shadow King passive to the fullest and slipped silently into the forest. His basic environmental intuition remained on constant alert. Not far in, a faint prickling sensation came from his instinct. Lin Xi froze immediately, his gaze sweeping over the decaying leaf litter ahead. A scorpion. This thing was the size of a wash basin, its 6 legs moving slowly, but most terrifying was the tail's stinger arched high behind it. Curved like a sickle, the venomous tip glinted coldly, a sting from that would likely cost half his life. Just then a large mutated gray rabbit burst from the bushes, seemingly trying to quickly cross the area. The scorpion moved the instant the rabbit appeared. Its tail stinger turned into a blue blur, stabbing into the rabbit's hind leg. The rabbit didn't even let out a scream before convulsing violently. Within 2 or 3 seconds it went rigid and still. Only then did the scorpion approach, using its pincers to start tearing at the prey. Lin Xi observed, holding his breath. This creature's toxicity, speed, and aggression far surpassed ordinary mutated insects. If one was like this a swarm, that was unimaginable. He continued deeper, marking trees with his dagger in a code only he could read, and began an experiment. He picked up a small stone and flicked it. The stone bounced twice through the trees. Rustle, rustle. From beneath several nearby piles of leaves, 3 or 4 radiation scorpions instantly emerged. Their tail stingers pointed toward where the stone had landed. After the stone stopped, they seemed to lose their target, scuttling their legs in place for a moment before slowly retreating back into hiding. Sensitive to moving objects, weak at identifying static targets. Lin Xi pondered. From his spiritual storage, he took out a piece of highly irradiated mutated boar meat and tossed it onto a clearing nearby. This time the reaction was even more intense. The moment the meat hit the ground, from beneath rotting logs and rock crevices, a full 7 or 8 radiation scorpions emerged, scrambling toward the meat. As expected, they are most sensitive to the scent of blood and flesh, which overrides other disturbances to some extent. Having initially figured out their habits, Lin Xi felt slightly calmer and began to speed up his stealthy advance toward the core area indicated by the system's coordinates. The deeper he went, the more sinister the forest became. Traces of radiation scorpions on the ground and tree trunks grew more numerous, and sometimes he could even see their shed carapaces. Lin Xi's face twitched. At this density, forcing his way through would be like delivering takeout to the scorpions. He suddenly remembered the herbs used to deal with the killer bees. Adopting a try-anything attitude, he took some out, found an upwind spot, and lit them. A pungent, acrid smoke rose and drifted into the forest. A miracle happened. Where the smoke passed, the radiation scorpions that had been lurking or crawling scuttled back in retreat, clearing a path. Although they didn't go far, only withdrawing beyond the smoke's range, that was enough. This works. Lin Xi's spirit lifted. Holding the smoking material aloft like an exorcist's torch, he passed through this, a mere 5 kilometers of straight-line distance, but because he had to avoid scorpion swarms, test safe routes, and deal with surprises dropping from the canopy above, it took Lin Xi a full 2 hours. When he finally saw the skylight filtering through the gaps in the trees ahead, he felt a surreal sense of having escaped with his life. Quickly stepping out of the forest's edge, the view opened up before him. It was a weed-choked clearing encircled by a ring of dense woods. The ground was flat, littered with weathered gravel and rubble. Straight ahead at the base of that gray-black hill was the mouth of a massive mine. Traces of artificial excavation were visible along the edges of the entrance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the ruined foundation of a legendary shelter through caution and luck. In light of the host's display of a proper wasteland survival spirit during exploration, some resource information is revealed in advance as encouragement. 1. High-quality coal, easy to mine, high calorific value. 2. Underground water source, pure grade, with faint minerals, might make soup taste a bit sweet. 3. Fluorescent mushrooms, scientifically named groundlight moss, edible, with a springy texture and balanced nutrition, a wasteland luxury food item. More surprises await the host. Friendly reminder, the true depth of a legendary shelter is far from as unadorned as it appears. Lin Xi stared at these lines of information, unusually refraining from an immediate retort. Water, food, fuel. In the wasteland, possessing these 3 basic resources meant having the foundation for survival and development. This place instantly skyrocketed from a danger zone to a treasure land. The deadly scorpion forest on the perimeter had instead become a natural defensive barrier. The only problem was how to move his home in here and settle down long-term under the scorpion's enthusiastic welcome. He suppressed the urge to immediately explore the mine thoroughly and first observe the clearing. Scattered on the ground were nearly rusted through old era mining picks, shovel heads, and a few overturned minecarts, their wheels rusted solid to their axles. Time and radiation had eroded everything. Walking up to the huge mine entrance, a cool breeze mixed with the smell of mildew and faint or wafted out. The entrance was spacious enough for 2 old-era trucks to drive in side by side. His basic environmental instinct gave no warning of large beasts or mutant creatures. High on the cave walls hung some fist-sized mutant bats. These bats were usually harmless, unless one was foolish enough to provoke. Lin Xi entered the mine. The light inside was dim, and clusters of mushrooms emitting blue or green fluorescence grew on the walls. These were the groundlight moss the system had mentioned. They acted like natural wall lamps, illuminating the path ahead and parts of the walls. Curiously, Lin Xi picked one. The mushroom felt cool to the touch, glowing faintly in his hand. He hesitated, recalling the system's words edible. Adhering to the suicidal spirit of a wasteland explorer, he gently licked the broken stem with the tip of his tongue. Woo! A powerful numbing sensation exploded from his tongue, shooting straight to his crown. His entire mouth and half his face lost all feeling. Fortunately, his basic poison resistance kicked in, and the numbness began to slowly recede before reaching the critical point of paralyzing his whole body. Duh. Mn. Sis. Tem. Lin Xi roared in his mind, his speech slurred. You call this edible? I almost got silenced by a mushroom. Ding. Hazardous tasting behavior detected. System indeed, after boiling and drying it is quite delicious. System the host behavior is what was called testing poison oneself in the old era, often posthumously awarded the Shinong Prize. Friendly reminder: the wasteland is full of pitfalls. A host, please remain vigilant and humble. Damn it. Lin Xi spat out the lingering numbness in his mouth. He glared fiercely at the still glowing treacherous moss in his hand, but ultimately didn't throw it away. At least it was a potent anesthetic. Properly processed, it could be life-saving food. Wasteland logic: danger and opportunity coexist. He continued forward, his feet now on rusted narrow-gauge railway tracks. A minecart sat on the tracks. He gave it a push, although the bearings screeched loudly, it could actually still move slowly. This meant transporting supplies would save a lot of effort. After traveling about a kilometer along the main tunnel's several branch passages, Lin Xi didn't get distracted exploring as the light ahead was growing brighter, and the air seemed much more circulated. Quickening his pace, he turned a corner, and the view suddenly, he emerged from the mine into a breathtaking artificial giant pit. It was a typical open-pit mine, but on an unimaginable. The bottom was flat, covering hundreds of acres, large enough for horses to run. Looking up, the pit walls expanded upward in tiers, forming wide rings of steps or platforms. Clearly, these were the circular roads for the heavy machinery of yesteryear. On the cliffs, many artificial caves could be seen, varying in size, likely former warehouses, sheds, or equipment storage points. The best part was that the top of this giant pit was open, revealing the gray sky. Sunlight could shine in, and rainwater could, but the position and angle of the opening were clearly deliberate, and combined with the extremely high pit walls, it was difficult to spot directly from the forest outside. Holy crap. Even with Lin Xi's firm resolve, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. How was this just a mine? It was clearly the prototype of a giant fortress with its own natural dome, multi-layered vertical structure, easy to defend and hard to attack. It could accommodate 100,000 people with room to spare. Compared to this, the cramped inner city of Iron Fist, shelter packed like sardines, was practically a slum. No wonder they called it the foundation of a legendary shelter. Iron Fist's inner city and outer areas combined only held about 1,000 people. After the shock, intense excitement surged through him. This was the place. He had to take it. But he quickly calmed down. The most urgent task wasn't a detailed blueprint for construction, but safely moving his entire group from the giant bear nest over here. The radiation scorpion forest on the periphery was the biggest obstacle. I need to figure out a way to deal with those scorpions, at least clear a relatively safe passage. Lin Xi's eyes flickered as he rapidly calculated the available resources in his mind: poison, lattice expertise, the insect-repelling herbs on hand, the environment. Perhaps he could prepare a big gift for those scorpions. He dared not delay any longer. Though this place was good, the situation at the giant bear base was urgent, and he had to return as quickly as possible. He cast one last glance at this future home, then turned and raced back along the same path at full speed. Lin Xi rushed back to the giant bear lair at breakneck speed, arriving when the sky had already turned pitch black. Still hundreds of meters from the lair, his basic environmental intuition sent a sharp stabbing warning, and a faint elusive scent of blood wafted through the wind. Damn it! Lin Xi's heart plummeted. He pushed the wind step technique to its absolute limit, his figure transforming into a streak of light. The scene near the giant bear lair made his pupils contract sharply. Several concealed traps on the path toward the Iron Fist shelter had been triggered or destroyed. Shreds of cloth and dark dried bloodstains clung to the sharpened wooden spikes. The ground was marked with chaotic signs of dragging and struggle. The strong, nauseating smell of blood was now pungent here. Lin Xi's face was as dark as water, but a blazing fury ignited deep within his eyes. He followed the trail in hot pursuit, and soon found his team members huddled in a rocky depression not far from the killer bee nest. The situation was dire. Lin Mower and the siblings Nichio and Xiao Xiao were squeezed together, temporarily safe in the shadow beneath the massive beehive. Xiao Xiao clutched her ragged cloth doll tightly, while Nichio gripped the small knife Lin she had given him, his hand trembling. Aqiang sat with her back against a rock. Her ironwood spear, which she never let out of her sight, was broken cleanly in half, leaving her clutching only a stump. Her left arm was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Poison Lady was on her feet, her complexion even more sullen than usual. She held a few empty poison vials in her hand, and appeared to have no major injuries. But his gaze was fixed on Stone Shield, who lay on the ground. Stone Shield's leather chest armor was completely caved and forming, his face was a ghastly ashen gray. Each breath he took was accompanied by a rattling, wheezing sound, like a broken bellows. "Brother!" Lin Mower cried out upon seeing Lin Xi, the tears she had been holding back finally breaking free. Please save Brother Stone Shield. He pushed me away. From that beast Lin Xi. The two words were ground out between Lin Xi's teeth, dripping with murderous intent. So it was that vengeful mad dog, taking advantage of his absence to attack his weakness. He rushed to Stone Shield's side, knelt down, and his fingers swiftly examined. Extensive fractures in the sternum, the ribs, had likely punctured internal organs, severe bleeding. In the wasteland with its scarcity of medicine and doctors, this injury was a death sentence. Lin Xi's ability was Berserker Rage, which massively boosted his strength, speed, and pain tolerance for a short time, making him a pure melee killing machine. This blow was clearly intended to kill. Boss. Stone Shield seemed to sense Lin Xi's presence. His gaze was already unfocused, but he still managed to force out a grim smile. Back. Huh. Damn that mad dog. Hits hard. Don't talk, save your strength. Lin Xi pressed down on his chest, which was still gushing blood, but his fingers could feel the grating of bone fragments beneath. So damn tired. Stone Shield said, his voice fading in and out, his eyes beginning to wander. Guess. I can't go. Kill those scorpions with you. Too bad. Never got to see our new home. Lin Mower covered her mouth, stifled sobs leaking through her fingers. Nichio turned his head away, roughly wiping his eyes. Aqiang gripped the broken spear tighter, and poison lattice Adam's apple bobbed. Despair and rage like a tidal wave engulfed everyone. In the wasteland, the outcome of such severe injuries was already sealed. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Lin Xi. The rust cores. The ones that could stimulate ordinary people to awaken abilities, but with a much higher probability of turning them into monsters. The success rate was less than 10%. The process was agonizing beyond belief, and failure meant mutation or death. This was drinking poison to quench thirst, a gamble crazier than any other. But what difference was there between Stone Shield's current state and being dead? Waiting to die was no better than betting on that slim chance of survival. With a flash in his eyes, Lin Xi unhesitatingly took the largest rust core from his mental repository, along with a stone mortar and pestle. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of pounding was especially clear in the silent night. The rust core wasn't very hard, and was soon ground into a fine powder. Lin Xi carefully poured the powder onto a clean leaf, and brought it before Stone Shield's eyes. His voice was eerily calm, almost cruel. Rust core powder. A 10% chance. It might awaken your ability and save your life. A 90% chance you'll turn into one of those inhuman things out there, or just explode. The process is said to be worse than death. He stared into Stone Shield's already glazing eyes. Stone, choose to wait for death, and it'll give you a quick end. If you want to fight, eat this. If you succeed, come with me to kill scorpions and take down Lin Xi. If you fail, it'll give you a quick end too. The wasteland offered no tender encouragement, only brutal choices. Stone Shield's unfocused gaze struggled to zero in on the dark red powder. He grinned, and more bloody froth bubbled. Boss. You know me best. He gasped for breath, his voice carrying a reckless, defiant edge. Damn. 10% is high enough. In the wasteland. Grabbing a life. When wasn't it a gamble? He raised a hand with great effort and grabbed hold of Lin Xi. Give it to me. Whether I make it depends on how tough I am. If I can't hold on and change, don't hesitate. Give me a clean one. Don't let me become a monster and disgust you guys. Lin Xi looked at him steadily and nodded firmly. All right. He propped up Stone Shield's neck and little by little poured the rust core powder from the leaf into his mouth. The powder dissolved upon contact, sliding down his throat. In an instant, arg! Stone Shield's eyes bulged to their limit, blood vessels instantly flooding the whites. His entire body, like a live shrimp thrown into a boiling wok, arched and convulsed uncontrollably. The blood vessels beneath his skin bulged and turned a dark, livid black, writhing like countless earthworms. Lin Xi held him down firmly, preventing him from hurting himself or anyone else. Lin Mower turned her head away, unable to watch. The Nichio siblings hugged each other in terror. Ding. Detected host conducting a high-risk, low-success rate, extremely inhumane human enhancement experiment. Target individual's vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. Mutation index skyrocketing. Friendly reminder, based on this system's vast database, using unpurified rust core powder in such a generous dosage. The probability of successful awakening is approximately 7. 3. The probability of malignant mutation is 68. 5. And the immediate mortality rate is 24. 2. Host, are you rescuing a teammate or adding new human experiment data to the wasteland? Would you like me to prepare a plan for handling the mutant in advance? For example, a brick specially for headshot system supplied, one smash, and it's done. Lin Xi roared in his mind. Shut up. If he mutates, I'll kill him myself. System tisk caring leads to chaos. Host, wouldn't you call this wasteland-style tenderness? Monitoring data. Warning. Target's internal bleeding accelerating. Muscle tissue beginning abnormal expansion. Stone Shield screams turned into, his skin began to coarsen and his body seemed to be swelling. Lin Xi's heart sank bit by bit. The hand holding the triangular spike trembled slightly. Was he really going to have to? The law of the wasteland, sometimes the greatest mercy to a comrade is to send him off yourself, preventing him from becoming a monster. Stone Shield's howling gradually faded. The convulsions in his body diminished, but the layer of decaying deathly aura grew thicker. His open eyes had turned completely into a murky grayish white. It was over. Lin Xi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only a frozen lake remained within. Mower, step aside. Lin Mower, tears streaming down her face, turned away and stumbled off in convulsive sobs. In the wasteland, there was no time for grief or hesitation. Lin Xi took a deep breath, his sole arm exerting force as he drove the triangular spike viciously toward Sherdun's temple. This was the swiftest and most thorough resolution. Ding! A crisp, eerie clang of metal rang out. The tip of the triangular spike struck Sherdun's skin, halting abruptly. It was as if the spike had pierced tough cowhide. Lin's eyes pupils contracted as he thrust downward again with all his might. Ding! Still motionless. Not even a white mark was left. Everyone froze in astonishment. Just then, the corpse on the ground suddenly burst into a labored bellow. Sherdun's grayish-white eyeballs rapidly regained their black hue. Yet they were filled with bloodshot streaks and a nearly ravenous. On guard, Lin Xi leaped back, his body slightly crouched, entering a combat stance. Poison Lady also produced a small porcelain bottle. Sherdun, however, seemed oblivious to the surrounding hostility. He panted heavily, though his chest remained caved and the intensity of its rise and fall had increased considerably. He rolled his eyes, now regaining awareness, but wild with frenzy, until his gaze finally locked onto Lin Xi. Don't stab, he rasped. Hungry. Food. Give me food. The last few words were nearly roared, carrying a beastly urgency. Everyone was baffled. This script was all wrong. A mutant asking for food. And so brazenly. Lin's eyes flickered as he stared at Sherdun for a few seconds, then abruptly pulled out a large strip of jerky and tossed it beside him. Achong, stay alert, Lin Xi ordered. Achong cautiously dragged his broken spear, maintaining an aiming stance. Sherdun, upon seeing the jerky, snatched it up like a starving wolf and stuffed it into his mouth. The sound of chewing echoed, the tough jerky crumbled in his mouth like shortbread. As he tore and swallowed frantically, he emitted a maniacal laughter. With his feeding, faint cracking sounds came from the depression in his chest. The bones seemed to be realigning and growing on their own. The bruises beneath his skin also visibly faded. More? Hungry. After devouring the jerky, Sherdun stared at Lin Xi with even more crazed eyes. He laughed and begged simultaneously like a madman. Damn, is this an awakening? Or has he gone mental? Lin Xi cursed inwardly, but his hands didn't stop. Moss cakes, honey paste, dried meat. He threw whatever he had. Sherdun refused nothing, eating whatever he grabbed with astonishing speed. His eating was savage and his laughter never ceased, as if eating was the ultimate joy in the world. Eventually, everyone stared in disbelief. This guy had already consumed enough to feed 10 people for 3 days. At least 50 gene or more. Yet his stomach was only slightly distended. Where had all that food gone? A dimensional stomach. But the depression in his chest had flattened, color returned to his face, and aside from his still alarmingly manic eyes, he looked. Burp. Finally, Sherdun let out a belch and stopped. He licked the grease from his fingers and staggered to his feet. Stop right there. Achong pointed his broken spear and barked. Sherdun obediently raised his hands, revealing a wide meat-flecked grin. Don't misunderstand. I'm on your side. I'm fine. I feel amazing. Just a bit hungry. Burp. Everyone was speechless. Did we look like we believed him? Achong remained expressionless. I'd say you're seriously ill. Ding. New ability fluctuation detected. Analysis complete. Target Sherdun. Ability name Madness. Ability traits 1. Pain is armor. The more severe the bonus damage, the higher the defense and attack power. Pain and pleasure intertwined. 2. Death-defying lock. When suffering an attack theoretically fatal, triggers a 100 absolute defense, consuming massive stamina and life force to forcibly cling to the last breath, commonly known as unable to die. 3. Gluttonous regeneration. After triggering death-defying lock or sustaining severe injury, enters an extreme hunger state. Through frenzied eating, food energy is converted into vitality and injury repair at astonishing efficiency. Full belly means ready for another 500 rounds. Note: in this state, rationality 50, appetite 1000, laughter annoyance 2000. Of course, gluttonous regeneration also works normally, just without the state bonuses. System recorder mode. Mad Shield. Sherdun personality ability, recording complete. Traits: the more beaten, the more excited, the closer to death, the tougher. On the brink, it's dinner time. Appetite is astonishing. Practicality assessment extremely high, excellent. Frontline Tankagro magnet. Risk assessment moderate, requires ample food supply, otherwise his teammates. Note: wasteland specialty talent patient 1. The pervert count under the host has reached dangerous thresholds. It is recommended to establish an internal mental sanatorium. Lin Xi, can you shut up? I've got a headache now, and I have to worry about food reserves. System raising deviants, especially those with special fetishes, is inherently a luxury expenditure. Congratulations, your mental hospital team has a second member. Lin Xi rubbed his throbbing temples. He looked at the lively Sherdun with his manic eyes, then glanced at his worried sister, the relieved, but still vigilant Achong Poison Lady, whose gaze had become infatuated with Lin Xi and the stunned mudfish siblings. This team's composition was getting more and more complicated. Yet being alive, this alone is the greatest blessing. Just as he prepared to inquire about the details of the attack, a sharp chime rang out alert. Sustained and intense hostile assault detected. Physical violence, opportunistic intrusion, intent to eradicate the entire lineage. Perpetrator Lin Xi, chief hunter of the Iron Fist Sanctuary. Assigned quest: the final howl of the one-eyed mad dog. Quest description: that rabid hound you nearly blinded has learned no lesson. Instead, seizing your absence, he attempted to slaughter your entire family. In the wasteland, the law is blood for blood, tooth for tooth. It is time to silence this ceaselessly snarling beast, forever. Objective: eliminate Lin Xi. Base reward: 2 Constitution. Strengthening your frame is essential. You lead a squad of patients, a frail captain endangers them all. Additional note: your core attributes, strength, agility, and spirit, are simultaneously approaching the threshold of 10. The system deliberately pauses here, displaying a flickering sequence of completing this quest may yield an unforeseen composite reward. Friendly reminder: Lin Xi has most likely returned to the Iron Fist Sanctuary and is now under heavy guard. Storm the gates. Infiltrate unseen. Poison the well. Sow discord. Draw upon your flexible moral compass and your extensive experience in counter-plunder tactics. This system believes in you. Lin Xi studied the quest prompt, especially those tantalizing question marks and the phrase composite reward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Killing Lin Xi was both personal vengeance and a necessary elimination of threat. Now it had become an urgent imperative. He glanced at Sherdun, who had just cheated death and was grinning foolishly while rubbing his belly, then at a Chong whose arm bore fresh wounds. Finally his gaze settled southeastward, toward the dense forest concealing their future sanctuary. Tend to wounds, assemble gear, heighten vigilance. Lin Xi commanded, calm and precise. Lin Xi is my burden. He favors ambushes. Then let him savor the chilling courtesy of an uninvited guest, deep within his own den. At dawn the next day, thick mist clung to the wasteland like a shroud. Lin Xi pressed a crudely sketched map, drawn on cured hide, into Du Nyangzi's hands. You know the way. Led them southeast, to this place. You'll command the journey. Should trouble arise, you know precisely what to do. Du Nyangzi accepted the hide, her fingers trembled, not from fear, but feverish anticipation. Command. Guidance. This was trust, was honor. A feverish flush rose across his pallid cheeks. Understood. Rest assured, Chief. I will deliver everyone, safely. Inside he added, anyone who dares block our path shall rot, until even scorpions refuse to feast. With Sherdun, the newly awakened ravenous and astonishingly resilient Mad Shield, as vanguard, and Du Nyangzi's insidious, unpredictable arsenal of toxins, the security of this small evacuation party rose markedly. At the very least, they could now withstand common bands of refugees, or minor swarms of mutated beasts. As for Lin Xi himself, he gazed toward the Iron Fist Sanctuary, his expression glacial. Strike while he falters, finish him utterly. In the wasteland, mercy is folly. Within the Iron Fist Sanctuary, tension hung thick. In the stone council chamber, the Iron Fist leader's face was storm-dark. Worthless. Idiotic. Madman. He growled low, another fissure cracking across the stone table before him. Lei Shan's unauthorized raid last night had not only shattered any hope of re-recruiting Lin Xi, but had bled the sanctuary dry. The first hunting squad, the Iron Fist's once sharpest blade, was broken. 7 departed, only 2 returned. 3 fell instantly to cunning venomous traps. 2 were grievously maimed beyond recovery. Several city guards lured by Lei Shan's rhetoric also perished, for dead. Most critically, Lei Shan himself. His comparatively intact eye had been doused with some unknown toxic powder, swelling grotesquely, like a plum, until he could no longer pry it open. At that moment he lay inside receiving treatment, a wasteland-style quack physician whose methods consisted chiefly of bloodletting, foul herbal decoctions, and fervent prayer. To lose a formidable berserker, blinded or crippled, was agony enough to twist the Iron Fist leader's heart. A sanctuary built with sweat and sacrifice, reduced to ruin by these 2 thorns. One arrogant and ruthless, the other a rabid, indiscriminate cur. They're all fools. Frustrated, the Iron Fist leader dismissed the report bearer and retreated alone to his stone chamber. He withdrew 2 bliss pills and swallowed them whole. Instantly warmth bloomed from his abdomen, rising like liquid silk into his mind. A languid, exquisite euphoria. External anxieties, the sanctuary's crisis, the treacherous calculus of men, all receded, blurred and distant. A rapturous smile softened the Iron Fist leader's features as he slumped into his stone chair, sinking deep into his private paradise. Dawn mist offered perfect cover. Lin Xi dissolved into the fog. With agility at 13, he slipped past the lethargic outer sentries with effortless grace, then scaled the modest timbered stone wall, encircling the inner compound. Inside the sanctuary, silence reigned, deeper than usual. He moved like smoke toward Lei Shan's relatively luxurious stone dwelling. No sooner had he arrived than an elderly healer, his robes strung with dried herbs, shook his head while exiting the doorway. Poison has penetrated deep, beyond remedy. Unless a purification class mutant intervenes. Once the healer vanished into the mist, Lin Xi darted to the door, pressed his ear against its rough surface. From within came ragged animal-like breathing and guttural bestial growls. Lin Xi eased the door open, just a crack slid inside, and silently slid the bolt shut behind him. The room was dim, thick with the stench of festering wounds. Lei Shan lay half reclined on a fur-draped bed, bare-chested and swathed in bandages, his head wrapped tightly like a mummy's, revealing only swollen purple lips and eyelids distended into grotesque violet bulges. Hearing the latch click, Lei Shan jerked his head toward the door, though he saw nothing. "Get out. I said no more ointment. Useless wretches. Once my eyes heal, I'll tear Lin Xi limb from limb. And his sister. Your eyes will never heal." A voice, calm, glacial, chilling to the marrow, cut through his tirade. Lei Shan froze rigid. That voice. He would recognize it in hell itself. "Lin Xi, how dare you?" He strained to rise, but pain twisted his motion into a grotesque spasm. "I've come to grant you release." Lin Xi emerged from shadows, standing beside the bed, gazing down upon this once tyrannical foe, now reduced to a corner. "Spare you the torment of obsessing over me and my sister." Lei Shan's last vestige of ferocity erupted. A wet, gurgling laugh bubbled from his throat. "You? I am a berserker mutant. Blind or not, I'll crush you." His muscles surged, veins erupting like cables beneath his skin, raw chaotic energy surging upward. He sought to force his mutation awake, yet Lin Xi moved faster. In the instant, Lei Shan's aura began to crest Lin Xi, exploiting supreme agility and the lethal burst of night shadow assassination. Lin Xi drove his three-edged spike straight through Lei Shan's roaring mouth, straight into the base of his skull. Lei Shan's berserk surge died mid-breath. Beneath those swollen lids, his eyes bulged, unwilling, unyielding, in final defiance. The mad dog was silenced forever. Lin Xi withdrew the spike and wiped its blade clean on the bedsheet. He regarded Lei Shan's contorted corpse, his gaze utterly still, devoid of triumph or revulsion. Killing, and finishing the kill, was routine in the wasteland. As silently as he'd entered, Lin Xi slipped from the stone house, vanishing once more into the lingering morning mist. Ding. Quest: the mad dog's end. Completed. Final evaluation: clean and swift, a single blow ending the life. It fully embodies the core wasteland tactical philosophy of strike when the enemy is down. No wasted words, no torture, efficient as a killing machine. Base reward issued: physique 2. Current host attributes updated: physique 10, limit of an average wasteland human. Your body begins to break some kind of shackle. Agility 13, a man like the wind, fast at everything. Spirit 11, brains are sufficient and slightly abnormal. Ding. Detected that the host's 3 core attributes, strength, agility, and spirit, have all exceeded the normal limit of 10 points. Conditions for triggering a reward met. Combination: reward triggered. Issuing. Reward 1, physique breakthrough, gift, passive ability Tyrant's Wrath. Effect: your attacks will be imbued with a wrath mark. Each attack has a 50 chance to deal double damage, critical hit a 10 chance to deal quintuple damage, raging strike, and a 1 chance to trigger an instant death judgment lethal blow. For targets whose life level is not too much higher than yours, it directly extinguishes their life force. System note: from today onward, please address yourself as the wasteland probability god of war. On good luck days, you'll slay gods and Buddhas alike. On bad luck days, it's advised to help more old ladies cross the street if there are still old ladies in the wasteland. Reward 2, triple breakthrough resonance, special active ability plunder, authority incomplete. Effect: when you personally kill an ability user, you may choose to activate this power. Deprive them of their core ability, origin limited to 1 type. The deprived ability will transform into a source flame and be stored on the source flame throne deep within your spirit. Current source flame throne capacity 3. Note: the host cannot directly fuse or use the source flame. Your body refuses to accept foreign abilities, deeming them unworthy. Hidden effect: unlocked grant. When unknown conditions are met, you can grant the stored source flames to other qualified individuals. Mass-producing ability users. The very thought is thrilling. System narration in measured tones: the core essence of the anti-plunder system begins to manifest. Your plunder shall ultimately become my power. See, isn't this it? Although for now we can only snatch and store. Storing is hope. What if we can use them one day? Congratulations, host, your potential as a wasteland human trafficker. On no, as an ability wholesaler has been ignited. Ding. Detected a plunderable ability, origin berserker, from Lei Shan. Deprive. Lin Xi moved his mind. Deprive. A wisp of scarlet energy was drawn from Lei Shan's corpse by an invisible force coalescing above his body into a flickering scarlet flame. Then this flame turned into a streak of light and vanished into Lin Xi's brow. He saw deep within his spirit. Beside the spiritual secret vault, a source flame throne with 3 concave circular slots had appeared. Now in the first slot, that scarlet flame hovered quietly, emanating the fluctuation of berserker. Is this plundering? Lin Xi was shaken. Although he couldn't use it himself, the mere ability to deprive and store was already an incredible power. Just think in the future, killing powerful enemies with bizarre abilities and collecting their powers like trophies. And the system hinted at the ability to grant them to others. Mass-producing a squad of ability users. Forging an elite force entirely under his control with diverse capabilities. The vision was so beautiful that even Lin Xi felt his heart race. He quickly calmed down, summarizing the pattern. It seems that breaking through a single attribute to 10 points can awaken a corresponding passive or active ability. Agility gave Gale Step's spirit, gave the spiritual secret vault, and now physique gave Tyrant's wrath. Breaking through all three triggered this more special plunder authority. The road is still long. Lin Xi looked southeast towards his team and the direction of their future home. But tools are becoming more plentiful. His figure flickered, and he sped off towards the Scorpion Woods. Behind him, Iron Fist remained immersed in the brief tranquility brought by the bliss pill, oblivious to the assassination that had just occurred. It was not until much later that a terrified scream shattered the silence. Captain Lin Xi is dead. With Gale Step pushed to its limit, it took only a little over 10 minutes to catch up with the slowly advancing team. Lin Xi didn't waste words, just pulled something from his bosom and tossed it onto the open ground in the middle of the group. It was an ear with a hole in it, Lin Xi's iconic bone earring still hanging from it. In an instant, the team fell silent. Then, ha. Stone Shield was the first to let out his signature laugh. The boss is the boss. A gun's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and the look he gave Lin Xi held a deeper meaning. Poison Lattice's pale face flushed with an unhealthy red, likely praising the boss' efficiency and ruthlessness. Lin Mower and Mudfish, the siblings, looked at Lin Xi with eyes full of dependence. That was a sense of security. The gloom that had hung over the team due to the migration and Lin Xi's attack was dispelled by a single ear, and morale visibly soared. Wasteland logic: the fiercer the boss, the more stable the underlings. That night, they set up camp in a sheltered rocky hollow. Lin Xi distributed a thick animal hide blanket to each person, a gift from the Rockfirm caravan. Though crude in appearance, they were enough to ward off the wilderness night's chill. Mad Shield, Stone Shield's new nickname, silently accepted by all, and a gun, went to the nearby woods to get some fresh meat. Poison Lady volunteered to gather more herbs that could repel scorpions. It was his area of expertise, and an important way for him to assert his presence. Before long, howls of wolves and the madman's ha-ha-ha laughter came from deep within the woods. A gun was the first to drag back a few mutated wolves, his face slightly pale. Poison Lady returned, clutching some herbs, a strange look in his eyes. Finally, Mad Shield appeared. He was drenched in blood, most of it his own. With one hand, he dragged a long string of mutated wolf carcasses tied together with grass vines, at least a dozen of them. Extra meal. Those little pups weren't tough enough. They couldn't even scratch me after a while. Aqiang and Poison Lady exchanged a glance. That lunatic is seriously unhinged. It turned out that upon entering the woods and spotting the wolf pack, he didn't coordinate with Aqiang for a kill. Instead, he charged alone into the midst of the wolves, wielding his machete and howling. He launched into an incredibly wild exchange of blood and blows. As the fight wore on and his injuries grew more severe, his skin hardened. Gradually, the wolves' claws and fangs could only leave faint white marks. In the end, he endured the pack's assault and hacked those unfortunate mutated wolves to death one by one. At dinner, the dozen wolves yielded over 100 caddies of relatively edible meat. Mad Shield alone devoured nearly half of it, and his wounds healed rapidly as he ate. Lin Xi stored the remaining carcasses in his spiritual vault. They would still be useful when crossing the Scorpion Forest. Over the next few days of migration, a routine settled. When they camped to rest, Mad Shield would inevitably head into the nearby woods to stretch his muscles. Poison Lady continued her herb-gathering endeavors. However, the one who accompanied Mad Shield as a supervisor was now Lin Xi. As Aqiang declared, he could no longer endure certain scenes. It all started after Mad Shield's first hunt. Lin Xi, seeing his leather armor and pants nearly shredded into strips, spat coldly. "Do you think clothes cost nothing? Or do you believe we have time to mend them for you every day?" Then that madman grasped the essence. The next day, when Aqiang followed him to exercise, he saw the guy strip off his shirt and yank down his pants. Bare-chested, and with his old buddy swinging free, he charged, laughing maniacally at a startled herd of tusked boars. The sight was too grotesque to behold. The boar's charges and tusks left bloody gashes on his body, yet they only made his skin tougher. In the end, at the cost of his wounds, he turned the boar herd into dinner ingredients. From then on, Aqiang absolutely refused to act with Mad Shield, claiming he was afraid of getting styes. Poison Lady remarked, "Though I understand it's necessary for his ability, the visual impact is too overwhelming. It kills my appetite." Lin Xi stared at the muscle-bound madman before him. Drenched in blood, mostly his own eyes blazing with eerie excitement, grinning foolishly while holding his prey, and fell into his nth bout of contemplation. Did he possess a hidden trait for attracting oddballs? Poison Lady was a terminal case of Stockholm Syndrome. And now this one, a masochist who thrived on getting beaten. But complaints aside, Lin Xi keenly sensed that Mad Shield's berserk ability was genuinely growing. Initially, when fighting the wolf pack, he needed to sustain considerable damage before his defense rose to a level the wolves couldn't breach. But in the last two encounters, the mutated beast's claws and fangs failed to penetrate his defense midway through the battle. Could it be that this ability, like muscle, grows stronger with practice? Leveling up through getting hit. Lin Xi's brow furrowed in deep frustration. Are all the abilities in my crew this eccentric? After 2 more days of the exclusive Naked Madman vs. Mutant Beasts Wilderness Live Show. Lin Xi finally had enough. Watching that dangling thing and hearing the ear-piercing laughter every day. He felt his sanity being contaminated. So that night after setting up camp, he tossed 2 of the largest, toughest meat strips to Mad Shield. Chew on these yourself, regain your strength. Starting tomorrow, unless necessary, you hunt alone. Mad Shield took the meat strips, let out a sly grin, and thought whatever the boss says is right. As long as there's meat to eat, it's fine. A week later, the migration squad had largely adapted to this rhythm of hiking by day, camping at night, and occasionally having extra meals. The Mudfish siblings trudged along with difficulty, but never complained. Little Grass even learned to help prepare some simple ingredients. Lin Mower's facial wounds had also improved significantly. Seeing the team on track, Lin Xi began to step back during the day and resume his old trade, wasteland trading. With so many patients in the family, he couldn't afford not to build up. System Tisk Tisk host truly is frugal and diligent, dragging a whole family along while still dabbling in side gigs. But a reminder, the food expenses for your naked madman are growing exponentially. Lin Xi. And so after over 10 days of wilderness trekking, the squad finally reached the edge of their destination. The Scorpion Forest had arrived. Lin Xi stood at the forefront of the team, gazing at this natural barrier to their future home, and slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Rest tonight, and tomorrow we start work. The night passed without incident, spirits refreshed. At dawn the next day, the squad assembled at the edge of the Scorpion Forest. Lin Xi succinctly reiterated the scorpion's habits, their sensitivity to moving objects and the scent of blood, as well as the usage and limitations of the insect-repelling herbs. It was a matter of life and death, so even the most reckless Sherdun pricked up his ears and listened, though the eagerness in his eyes was single-file formation. Mad Shield leads the way, Ah Qiang covers the flank, I take the center. Mower, Mudfish, and Little Grass stay with me. Poison Lady brings up the rear, keep your herbs ready, and follow my orders. Lin Xi assigned the tasks, his tone grave. Our goal is to get through, not to kill them all. Understood. Understood. The group responded, and even Little Grass nodded firmly, clutching her brother's hand tightly. Move out. The squad formed a line and stepped into the dim, dense forest. Decaying leaves crunched softly underfoot, and the air grew thick with a peculiar mix of cloying sweetness and rot. Before long, Lin Xi's basic environmental intuition began to send persistent stabs of pain. His eyes sharpened, and he whispered a warning, pay attention, they're coming. He immediately pulled from his spiritual vault the mutated beast carcasses he had stockpiled over the past 10+ days, hurling them one after another to various spots on both sides of the team. Rustle, rustle, crack, crack, the hair-raising sounds of friction and chitin clashing erupted. Soon radiation scorpions as large as wash basins emerged, pouncing on the meat chunks and tearing them apart in a frenzy. Keep moving, don't stop, don't run, Lin Xi urged in a low voice. The team maintained their pace, carefully passing by the scorpion clusters that were feasting. However, as they ventured deeper, the scent of living humans seemed to overpower the blood. The scorpion groups grew restless, some abandoned the carrion at hand and turned to gaze in the squad's direction. Light the fire, Lin Xi decided on the spot. Team members immediately ignited the bundled insect-repelling herbs they had. Acrid, pungent smoke rose temporarily, driving back the nearest scorpions. But this time the scorpions reacted far more violently than when Lin Xi had scouted alone. They didn't retreat far, instead they paced anxiously around the smoke's perimeter, their legs scraping the ground. Their numbers swelled, piling up layer upon layer. Damn, more people means more aggro. Lin Xi cursed under his breath, without hesitation, hurling most of the remaining mutated beast carcasses from his inventory, tossing them farther and more scattered. This was like pouring water into a boiling cauldron of oil. More rad scorpions surged from every corner, instantly drowning those chunks of meat. The scraping of carapaces and the sounds of tearing merged into a terrifying cacophony. The scene was temporarily captivated by the larger bait. Now, run, Lin Xi growled, hoisting his sister Lin Mower onto his back. Achong, Poison Lady, take the kids. Crazy Shield, don't linger, charge. Achong scooped up an Chio with one arm, while Poison Lady grabbed Xiao Chao and tucked her under her armpit. The squad switched from stealth mode to a frantic sprint, racing desperately toward the faint light ahead. Lit bundles of herbs were tossed continuously to the flanks and rear of the group, trying to slow the scorpions' encirclement. But the scent of living humans and the tremors of their running were like a beacon in the dark. More and more scorpions broke away from their feast, beginning to trail and outflank them. Boss, they're catching up. Ha ha ha. Crazy Shield at the vanguard had already taken several hits, but the pain only seemed to excite him more. Lin Xi looked back and his heart sank. The swarm was faster than anticipated, and they seemed to possess a rudimentary cooperative instinct, flanking from both sides to cut off the path ahead. The nearest scorpion was less than 10 meters from Poison Lady, who was covering the rear. Shit. Lin Xi cursed, flinging the last batch of mutated beast carcasses backward in a desperate attempt to create a final barrier. The light was just ahead, about 800 meters away. They could already see the sky clearly through the gaps in the trees. Speed up. Don't look back, Lin Xi roared, trying to pull the whole team along. 400 meters. 300. But the scorpions had completed their encirclement. Rat scorpions also appeared ahead, emerging from tree roots and rock crevices, blocking the way. Completely surrounded. Can't run. Form a circle. Lin Xi decided on the spot, the triangular spike in his hand. If they couldn't outrun them, they had to force their way through. Light all the remaining herbs. Throw them forward. Clear a path. Large bundles of insect-repelling herbs were ignited and hurled into the scorpions ahead. Smoke filled the air, causing the front scorpions to falter slightly, opening a gap. But the scorpions on the flanks and rear were already charging fearlessly. Stone shield cover the rear. Lin Xi, carrying his sister, saw Poison Lady, who was holding Xiao moving the slowest, about to be caught by the scorpions on the flank. He gritted his teeth, and with his other hand abruptly grabbed the slender Poison Lady along with Xiao, tucking them under his arm. Hold tight. Wind step, full burst. Shadow King, ultimate. Lin's eyes figure seemed to transform into lightning, his speed instantly surging to its limit. He forcibly squeezed through the narrow gap opened by the smoke ahead. Poison Lady felt the scenery blur past her, the fierce wind stinging her face as she instinctively clutched Xiao tightly. Seconds later, solid ground met her feet, and a dim light appeared. They had burst out of the forest. Lin Xi tossed his sister and the clamped Poison Lady along with Xiao to a safe spot in the clearing, then turned and vanished into a blur, once more charging back into the suffocating dense woods. A Chong was swinging her spear, impaling a rad scorpion that tried to leap onto her calf, but another scorpion had already sprung from the side, its stinger thrusting straight at her waist. Her old wounds hadn't healed, slowing her reaction by a beat. Just as she was about to be struck, an arm wrapped around her waist. A tremendous force lifted her off the ground. Her vision blurred, and wind roared in her ears. By the time she regained her senses, she was already sitting on the grass outside the forest. Beside her were the terrified Lin Mower and Poison Lady, who was retching. Lin's eyes figure didn't pause. He turned and dashed back into the woods. By now the sounds from within the forest had become a dense, horrifying rustle mixed with the dull thuds of carapaces being smashed, and the increasingly manic, slightly breathless laughter of Stone Shield. Ha ha, that's the stuff. More. When Lin Xi charged into the woods for the third time and found Stone Shield, the sight before him made even his eyes twitch. Stone Shield was nearly buried by rat scorpions. Shirtless, he was covered in scorpions, looking like he was wearing a set of scorpion armor. His skin was a deep purplish-black, swollen and bloated, clearly having accumulated an astonishing amount of venom. His movements had become sluggish, but each punch or kick still sent several scorpions flying or crushed them underfoot. Grab hold. Lin Xi rushed to his side. The triangular spike whirled into a blur of dark light, clearing a small area. Grabbing one of Stone Shield's grotesquely swollen arms, Lin Xi burst forth with wind step, once more dragging him outward. The moment they burst from the forest, Lin Xi threw the purple-black humanoid poison mass onto the ground. Stone Shield was now unconscious, his skin a shiny purplish-black, his breathing faint. Spread out. This guy's toxic. Lin Xi yelled. Everyone immediately scattered. Lin Xi grabbed some jerky and shoved it toward Stone Shield's mouth, but his lips and jaw only twitched, unconsciously unable to bite. Damn it. Lin Xi cursed under his breath, bit off a large piece of jerky himself, and chewed it roughly. Then he leaned down, pried open Stone Shield's mouth, and leaned toward the swollen oral cavity, directly transferring the chewed meat paste mixed with his saliva. Then he grabbed the water skin, poured in some clean water, and helped him swallow. System real-time barrage mode warning. Detected host engaging in a high-risk, low-hygiene, highly psychologically contaminating mouth-to-mouth feeding behavior. Target individual's internal scorpion venom concentration exceeds 300. Host's basic poison resistance is undergoing a severe test. Suggestion: next time consider using a tube. Or simply abandon this troublesome team member. Lin Xi had no time to heed the dog system's taunts, continuing to feed several more mouthfuls of meat paste and water. Cough. Hack hack hack. Stone Shield suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing. A strange excitement surged across his purplish-black face. He squinted, seeing Lin's eyes face so close to his. Instinctively he smacked his lips and mumbled, "Boss. Just now, there was something slippery and soft in my mouth." Lin's eyes face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He shot upright and kicked Stone Shield's swollen leg. "Shut up. If you dare mention it again, I'll throw you back into the woods to feed the scorpions right now." Stone Shield blinked his swollen, slit-like eyes, though his mind was still hazy. His survival instinct immediately sealed his lips. He just extended a trembling hand, pointing at the remaining jerky and water skin on the ground. His eyes were filled with nothing but hunger. Lin Xi tossed the jerky and water skin into his arms, and Stone Shield instantly transformed into a human shredder, devouring the food voraciously. As the food entered his stomach, the horrifying purple-black hue on his body visibly receded, and the swelling began to subside. Everyone watching breathed a sigh of relief, though their expressions were somewhat peculiar, especially Ah Chong and Poison Lady, who had just witnessed the feeding process. Lin Xi wiped his face and walked aside. Finally, they had arrived. He turned back, watching Stone Shield, who was gorging himself to regain his strength, and his sister and the mudfish siblings, who were still shaken. Rest, keep watch. Now let's take a look at our new home. The system announced step 1 of establishing a home in the wasteland. Crossing the hellish barrier. Complete. The cost was mental contamination and nearly losing a frontline fighter. Congratulations on the entire team's survival, though the process was an eyesore. The main quest of building a home now officially begins. Wishing you a pleasant renovation, don't worry. The Scorpions didn't leave any relatives in the mine. Crazy Shield's stone shield recovery ability was simply monstrous. Under the still terrified gazes of the group, he consumed food equivalent to the entire team's 10D rations. The purple-black swelling on his body rapidly faded, and though his skin still bore faint bruises, he was already bouncing around. As soon as he recovered, he started letting out foolish chuckles again, as if he hadn't nearly become a poisoned specimen moments ago. The others gradually recovered from the horror of traversing the scorpion forest and began curiously surveying their surroundings. Abandoned rusted mining picks, overturned minecarts, and a massive mine entrance. Everything exuded the mystery of a bygone era. Come on, let's go home and take a look. Lin Xi dusted off his hands, beckoned, and led the way toward the pitch-black mine entrance. The team members, filled with trepidation and anticipation, followed. As soon as they entered the mine, their eyes were drawn to the colorful fluorescent mushrooms. Pale blue, light green. The fluorescence illuminated the tunnel as if they had entered an underground galaxy. So beautiful. Lin Mower whispered in awe. The mudfish siblings were also stunned. How could such dreamlike colors exist in the wasteland? Little Grass even reached out to touch one. Beautiful but poisonous. Lin Xi promptly doused their enthusiasm. This stuff is called groundlight moss. Eating it raw can knock out an ox. You have to boil and dry it before it's edible, and they say it tastes exquisite. Before he finished speaking, Poison Lady had already dashed over, pressing her face almost against the mushroom's nostrils, flaring eyes entranced. High-potency anesthetic. Biological toxin. Fast-acting. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Much purer than the sap from those mutated plants outside. Ha! She was slipping into her man as they ventured deeper. The relatively well-preserved narrow-gauge tracks and still movable minecarts surprised everyone even more. Lin Xi tried lifting Lin Mower onto an empty minecart and gave it a gentle push. The cart creaked and clattered along the rails into the cave, slow but energy-saving. There's underground fresh water here, coal that's easy to mine, and mushrooms that can be processed into food. Lin Xi explained as he walked. With just these 3 things, as long as we can defend this place, we can live more comfortably than most people. The group's eyes grew brighter and brighter, the gloom of struggling to survive in the wasteland seemingly dispelled by the tangible hope before them. As the team passed through the main tunnel and stepped into the massive open-pit mine. Wow! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Even the crazy Poison Lady and the simple-minded Crazy Shield. A hidden paradise. A true hidden paradise. A vast bowl-shaped space. Towering rock walls terraced in rings with an open sky above, though gray and overcast. Thanks to the unique terrain, the wind was noticeably calmer here, and the temperature was slightly warmer than the wilderness outside. The rock walls blocked most of the cold wind. The ground was overgrown with weeds, but traces of leveled earth and the foundations of old era structures could be seen. How many people could live here? Ah Chong murmured. Compared to the cramped shantytown of Iron Fist Shelter, this place felt luxuriously spacious. All right. Lin Xi stopped and turned to face everyone. This is our new home. He pointed to the ring-shaped platforms on the rock walls and the caves of various sizes carved into them. Living quarters are ready-made. Those caves used to be warehouses, work sheds, or equipment storage. Let's go open some mystery boxes and see what's left. The phrase "open mystery boxes" ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Scavenging in the wasteland was an ingrained skill, and exploring what seemed to be an intact old-era camp was like winning the lottery. The first mystery box was a small cave dwelling thick with dust. Fanning away the grime revealed several rusted iron-framed beds against the wall, still covered with remnants of fabric mattresses. These are beds. Crazy Shield approached, carefully touching the mattress with his large hand. So, soft. What's underneath? He clearly couldn't grasp the concept of springs and foam. What people in the old era slept on. Softer than our straw and animal hides. Lin Xi explained, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. 300 years had passed, even steel had rusted to nothing. Rummaging through a nearby iron cabinet, they found rotten, flocculent blankets and a few rusted-through basins. And a small handful of blackened metal discs with blurry portraits on them, old coins. Money. Is this money? Mudfish picked one up and rubbed it vigorously. Souvenirs. Lin Xi pocketed a few relatively intact ones. Keep them. They remind us how extravagant the old era was. Even sleeping required such complicated things. They opened several more similar caves, all dormitories. The main hall was more iron-framed beds and some rusted, but potentially recyclable tools, pliers, wrenches. The surprises were yet to come. In a larger cave, they found many wooden crates. Though the wood was decayed, what was inside made their hearts race. A few old mining battery headlamps bundled in thick oil paper. Steel drills and pickaxes that hadn't completely rusted through. Some cans of machine lubricant sealed in iron containers. Tools. So many tools. Ah Chong rarely showed a smile as he caressed the wooden handle of a pickaxe. This was incredibly important for building their shelter. The greatest surprise came from a massive warehouse-like cavern near the bottom platform. Pushing open the half-collapsed iron door, the space inside was terrifyingly vast. Several rusted steel behemoths stood parked, their outlines still faintly recognizable. old era forklifts, and small mining trucks. Their tires had long turned to dust, and the cabs were shrouded in grime barely visible. In the corner, dozens of rusted, yet structurally intact large iron barrels were stacked. Poison Lady, heedless of the dust, rushed over and pried open a gap in one barrel's lid with her dagger. She sniffed it, then dabbed a bit to taste, and burst into ecstasy. Black oil diesel. It's diesel. With some processing maybe. Maybe some of these machines could still work. She gazed at the forklifts, her eyes burning with fervent intensity. Ding. Detected that the host team has discovered a legendary shelter legacy damaged version. System narration mode activated. See this. This is true foundation. Unadorned and monotonous. Standard equipment of old era large mining corporations, dormitories for 1,000 fully stocked tool warehouses, heavy machinery, and strategic energy reserves though expired for 3 centuries. Friendly reminder: diesel purification requires specialized knowledge and equipment. The patient beside you might manage part of it with intuition and guts. Machinery repair is a hellish difficulty. But dreams are essential. What if one day you can cruise the wasteland in a forklift? More surprises await discovery. Please continue your archaeological efforts, host. The group was immersed in the excitement. Though much was unusable for now, the possibilities and backing these items represented broad immense reassurance. Lin Xi called a halt. All right, let's stop here for the morning. Pick a few relatively clean rooms, tidy them up for living quarters. The rest explore slowly, register everything, and manage it collectively. Cleaning began at once. The dust was thick enough to bury a person, but no one complained. In the wasteland, having a solid, secure shelter from the elements was already a paradise-like luxury. The cleaning standards were also wasteland-style: clear out obvious trash and debris, sweep away as much dust as possible. Beds and mattresses were useless in the wasteland; they'd collapse at a touch. A thick layer of dry straw on the floor topped with animal hides made a top-tier luxury suite. When it came to room assignments, a problem arose. Lin Mower naturally wanted to share a room with her brother for mutual care. Lin Xi chose a dormitory with 2 small inner compartments, which was perfect. Crazy Shield didn't care and pointed to a room near the entrance with the most space, saying it was convenient for his activities. Achong also picked a room near the entrance for ease of vigilance. The siblings Nichio and Xiao Chao shared a room, overjoyed. When it was Poison Lattice turn, "I'll stay here," she said, pointing to the open space outside Lin Xi and Lin Mower's dormitory door. Lin Xi, there are rooms inside, plenty empty. Poison Lady shook her head, her eyes obsessive. This outside is better. I can hear clearly, and if something happens, I'll be the first to react. She paused, her voice dropping with a morbid piety. And to be close to you. Lin Xi looked at her pale, earnest, almost ingratiating face and was speechless. What the hell kind of extreme masochist was this? Preferring to sleep at the door like a guard dog instead of in a warm, clean room. This sickness was even stranger than Crazy Shields. Ding. Detected team member Poison Lady exhibiting strong, dependency-based spatial selection behavior. Systems psychological analysis: this behavior can be categorized as territory marking tendency due to severe lack of security. In short, she views the host as both an absolute source of safety and fear. Sleeping at your door gives her the psychological suggestion of being protected and satisfies her twisted need to be the first to serve your needs, while reinforcing her distorted self-perception as your closest possession. Diagnosis: typical advanced stage Stockholm Syndrome. Suggestion: let her be. After all, the wasteland has no shortage of psychos or people sleeping in hallways. At least you won't have to worry about being ambushed when you get up at night. Someone might even hand you a Lin Xi rubbed his brow. He felt a profound helplessness toward the damn systems analysis and the even more damnable reality. Fine, suit yourself. Later, find some materials and build a little shelter by the door. Don't freeze to death. A blissful, almost radiant smile immediately bloomed on Poison Lattice's face. With lodgings settled, it was nearly noon. Lin Xi had Lin Mower use the pot and clean water they brought to cook a large pot of fragrant mutton soup. They also roasted plenty of meat steaks as a celebration. The group gathered in the cleared open space, facing steaming hot food. Lin Xi raised a broken bowl filled with wine. This meal is to celebrate the founding of the Xiamo shelter. Well, let's call it that for now. Everyone here is a founder. He looked around at the group, his gaze passing over his sister Achong, Crazy Shield, Poison Lady Nichio, and Xiao Chao. He gestured at the surrounding caverns and mine shafts. The dorm's tools, supplies we've found. From now on, they're the shelters, shared property, the foundation for our survival. But his tone turned cold, laced with the harsh reality of the wasteland. There's no free lunch here. After this meal, everything runs by the rules. All discovered supplies must be handed over, registered, and managed by Mower. She's our chief steward. Personal contributions will be rewarded with survival supplies or even better lodgings. Contributions are calculated based on your role and tasks in the shelter. A quick assignment: Poison Lady, your work stays the same. Keep researching your poisons and medicines, especially making use of the fluorescent mushrooms. Anesthetic, Lin, she said, glancing toward the scorpion forest. Also find a way to get the venom of a level 4 radiation scorpion and research antidotes. And poisons. Poison Lattice's eyes lit up, and she nodded emphatically as if receiving a sacred mission. Crazy Shield. First, clear the inner city, the open pit mine, and the connecting zone, the mine tunnels, of any potential threats: snakes, bugs, rats. After that handle hunting in the back mountain. Crazy Shield grinned broadly and thumped his chest. Don't worry, boss. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Hee. For a quick overview, the Shiamo shelter is divided into 3 main areas: the inner city open pit mine, the connecting zone mine tunnels, and the outer zone outside the mine. Achang, you are responsible for establishing the surveillance system. Find suitable lookout positions in the 3 districts. At the same time, keep a close watch on Scorpion Forest and any potential threats outside the mine pit. If you need help building the watchtowers, look for Crazy Shield or Loach. Achang nodded in silence. Loach Xiao Xiao. Lin Xi looked at the 2 youngest members. You 2 are in charge of clearing the weeds in the inner city. Also explore the caves on the upper level that we haven't checked yet. Take your time, no rush. Report anything unusual promptly. Your contributions will be counted from the moment you earnestly complete the tasks assigned. Loach puffed out his thin chest, and Xiao Qiao nodded vigorously. They knew this marked the beginning of being accepted as full. I will be responsible for overall planning, external trade, dealing with major threats through force, and... He paused. Ensuring the rules are enforced. His gaze swept across the room, no one objected. This set of rules was simple and direct, fitting the logic of survival in the wasteland. More work, more reward. Those with ability take responsibility, those without learn to do things. It was fair. Ding. The initial rules for Shima Shelter have been established. System summary. Congratulations, host. You have successfully been promoted from fugitive gang leader to director of a small psychiatric hospital and construction site foreman. Your team configuration is as follows: Chief Steward Chef Logistics Core Lin Mower Status Stable Benevolent Brother Complex Mad Berserker Hunting Core Frontline Hunting Shirt Done Codename Crazy Shield Status Excited Hungry Desperately Needs Abuse Wasteland Patient Surveillance Team Leader Defense Watchtowers Achang Status Loyal Disabled but Determined Wasteland Master Poisoner Chemistry Maniac Guard Dog Tech Toxin Shizi Codename Poison Lady Status Dependent Hypersadistic to Enemies Addicted to Ultimate Joy Pills Wasteland Patient Child Labor Reserve Explorer Potential Stock Loach Xiao Qiao Status Reverent Proactive Eat Little and yourself Director Foreman Chief Enforcer Itinerant Trader Status Exhausted but full of hope. Future Development Suggestions: 1. Solidify Defense Scorpion Forest is both a door and a lock. 2. Develop resources water, coal, mushrooms, possibly more legacies. 3. Enhance team strength. Your source fire might be useful later. 4. Expand cautiously until you can handle more patients. Wishing you a pleasant construction. Remember to conduct regular psychological counseling for your patients. Lin Xi. Shut up. He picked up his bowl and downed the liquor in one gulp. Chow time. Those 2 simple words marked the official beginning of the construction chapter for Shima Shelter. The road ahead was still fraught with thorns, but at least they had a starting point they could call home. After lunch, with new tasks assigned and spirits high, all members of the shelter swung into action. Then surprises came one after. First were Loach and Xiao Qiao, the child labor exploration duo. Loach was tasked with clearing the weeds on the flat ground of the inner city. Using a rusty old iron spade, he grunted as he shoveled the grass. Suddenly his spade hit something hard, unlike a stone. Curious, he scraped away the covering soil and grass roots, revealing a patch of shiny pitch-black material beneath. Sir. Achang. Come look. What's this? Black rocks. Achang, who was nearby, came over and poked it with the tip of his spear. He scraped off some powder, rubbed it between his fingers, and his eyes widened. Looks like coal. Lin Xi was quickly summoned. He crouched down, examined it carefully, and pried off a piece with his dagger. The coal lump was dense and jet black. He picked it up and scraped it hard against a nearby rock, leaving a black mark. It is indeed coal, and of very good quality, right near the surface. A smile spread across Lin Xi's face. This meant they had a stable and easily accessible fuel source for heating boiling water, cooking, and even potential future forging. He told Loach to try digging it with the spade. Loach swung the spade down. Crack. A palm-sized chunk of coal broke off with almost no effort. So easy to dig. Loach's face flushed with excitement. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Qiao, who was exploring near the rock wall on the other side, screamed, Sir. Over here. There's a hole here. There are iron things inside. And the sound of water. Lin Xi rushed over immediately. It was a cave, half man-made and half naturally formed, not very spacious inside. But it held several pieces of old Dara machinery, severely rusted and almost fused with the rock wall behind them. He could vaguely make out the remains of piston pumps and thick cast-iron pipes. The machinery was long scrapped, but clear water was gushing out from the crevices in the cave's rock walls. It pooled into a stone depression about 10 square meters in size and less than half a meter deep, then flowed away through a natural crack in the ceiling, its destination unknown. The pool was crystal clear with no impurities or strange smells. Lin Xi cupped some water in his hands and tasted it. A refreshing sweet flavor spread in his mouth. There was none of the muddy taste or faint radioactive bitterness common to wasteland water sources. It's clean water. A living spring. Lin Xi's spirits lifted. This was even better than the underground water veins he had anticipated. It was a continuously flowing spring. He observed carefully above the rock wall, where the water seeped out. He could faintly see traces of old Dara reinforcement and water channeling. It seemed that the mining company from back then had discovered this high-quality spring and built a pump house and equipment intending to use it as a source of production and domestic water. 300 years had passed, the equipment had rotted away, but the spring remained. Excellent. He looked at the exposed shallow coal seam, then at this sweet spring. Water, fuel, food, safe shelter. The basic elements for survival were all in place. Ding. Core shelter resources Resource point A, shallow high-quality coal mine. System evaluation. This stuff is buried in the dirt waiting to be picked up. After stripping the weathered surface layer, the coal is soft and easy to mine. Let's put it this way, even if you let that berserker who's turned his brain into muscle use his proud manhood to dig, he could still churn out 100 or 200 gene of coal for heating and cooking in a day. A truly if you have hands you can do it type of resource. Resource point B, naturally purified spring. System evaluation. After natural filtration and mineralization through specific rock layers, the radiation level is below the detection threshold. Harmful microorganisms are zero, and the taste is crisp, clean, and sweet. In the old era, this was called mineral water. In the wasteland, this damn stuff is holy water. Friendly reminder, the flow rate of this spring is stable with an estimated daily volume of about 20 to 30 cubic meters. What does that mean? It means that as long as you don't use it to fill a swimming pool, it's more than enough to supply drinking water, cooking water, and even lavishly mopping the floor and taking a bath for everyone in your little shabby shelter every day. Congratulations, host. Your psychiatric hospital resources have exceeded the standard. Please begin your life of leisure. Lin Xi automatically filtered out the system's crude language, but he got the information. Water and coal, abundant supply, top-notch quality. He turned around looking at Nichio and Xiao Cao, who were both excited and anxious upon discovering the resource. Good job. Lin Xi rarely offered praise. Nichio, Xiao Cao, this discovery merits a major reward. You may each pick a few trinkets you like from Moer's collection of old-world relics. Additionally, you'll receive 2 warm quilts and a week's worth of meat rations. Nichio and Xiaocao's eyes lit up, their small faces brimming with excitement and pride. In the wasteland, discovering a vital resource could elevate one's status. What followed was rather unconventional. That afternoon, Lin Xi directed Feng Dun to drag several relatively intact large iron barrels out of the abandoned warehouse. He also had a Chong and Nichio fetch a few usable plastic buckets from the warehouse. They transported bucket after bucket of spring water, pouring it into the iron barrels. Boss, are we storing water? A Chong asked, puzzled. The spring was right there, they could fetch it any time. No. Lin Xi's lips curled into an odd smirk. Bathing. Bathing. Everyone, including Feng Dun, was taken aback. In the wasteland, even drinking water was scarce. Bathing. That was a luxury only the legendary nobles of the old era could afford. Yes, bathing. Lin Xi confirmed, then looked at his sister. Moer, you go first. Have Feng Dun help you take it home. He pointed to a barrel that was less than half full. Lin Moer, though curious, trusted her brother unconditionally and left with sure Dun, her cheeks flushed. Next, Lin Xi gave each of a Chong, Feng Dun, Dunyangzi, and the Nichio siblings a barrel filled with varying amounts of water. All of you find a spot and scrub yourselves from head to toe. Wash your clothes too. They exchanged glances, but under Lin Xi's commanding gaze they each picked up their barrels and with a near pilgrim-like reverence went off to find a place to complete this luxurious task. Dunyangzi was the most extreme. Carrying his barrel, he didn't go far, stopping right outside Lin Xi's dormitory next to the doghouse frame he had just set up. Turning his back, he began to scrub himself with a rustling sound, as if to show he wouldn't stray from his post. Lin Xi himself took a barrel of water and walked to a sheltered spot behind a rock. As the cool spring water touched his skin, washing away the accumulated grime and bloodstains, Lin Xi couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Struggling in the wasteland, when was the last time he had cleaned himself? The memory was hazy. Soon the open-pit mine was filled with suppressed exclamations and content. When everyone had finished washing and changed into clothes that were still damp, but at least much fresher, they all wore strange expressions, as if they had just woken from a dream. Then they watched Lin Xi direct the collection of the used murky bathwater into several large iron barrels, which were then sealed. Boss, are we going to cook with this water? Feng Dun scratched his head, the old grime scrubbed away, left his scalp feeling. Lin Xi looked at the barrels of bathwater, a sly wasteland merchant's smile spreading across his face. Well, sell it. Everyone. Our water is too clean, Lin Xi explained. So clean it doesn't seem like it belongs in the wasteland. If we sold it directly, anyone would suspect its source, inviting unnecessary trouble and even covetousness. He patted the iron barrel. But this is much better. With some impurities and a bit of character, selling this kind of water in the wasteland makes perfect sense. A Chong seemed thoughtful. Dunyang's eyes lit up as if grasping some philosophy of disguise. Feng Dun continued scratching his head, not understanding, but feeling impressed. The Nichio siblings were half understanding. Lin Xi thought, no matter how cunning you are, you'll still drink my bathwater. A few days later, Lin Xi Raksha, carrying several barrels of this specially blended bathwater, embarked once more on the trade route. When a merchant from Ruskar camp tasted it, he gave it high praise. The trade went surprisingly smoothly, even fetching a better price than Lin Xi Raksha had anticipated. The taste buds and survival standards of wastelanders had long been ravaged by all kinds of contaminated, bitter, and radioactive water sources. This water, merely a bit cloudy and free of radiation taste, was already considered a premium product in their eyes. Ding. Host's bathwater marketing strategy achieves a phase of success. System remark C. Wasteland economics is just this unpretentiously twisted. You used a bucket of water to wash off the age-old grime from your body. Then you sold the liquid mixed with dirt and bodily secretions at the price of premium wasteland drinking water. This move not only improved the team's hygiene, but also created economic value, while perfectly concealing the superior resource. The system hereby dubs you Wasteland Bathwater Marketing Guru. Looking forward to your next unconventional move. The days at Shima Shelter passed by in an atmosphere that was somewhat absurd, somewhat amusing yet grounded. The weeds in the inner compound were gradually cleared away by Nichio and Xiaocao, revealing the original solid and level ground, making the space feel much more spacious. Even after receiving food rewards, Nichio and Xiaocao still ate sparingly, hiding the leftovers. Old habits of poverty and hunger died hard. It was only when Lin Mower told them there was plenty of food and that eating well would give them more strength to work and earn more that the two little ones finally caught on. With proper nutrition, their pale faces gradually gained color. But the wasteland's harsh lessons were deeply ingrained. Eating more in their minds meant they had to work harder to pay it back. Thus, every day at dawn, the two small figures could be seen bustling about the inner compound. At night, they would voluntarily help Lin Mower organize the newly cleared warehouse and inventory supplies. Thinking of danger in times of safety was a compulsory lesson for wastelanders from the moment they learned to walk. Feng Dun scoured the inner compound and the surrounding rock caves from top to bottom. He found no threats from large mutant beasts. The slightly dangerous snakes and insects that weren't mutated were nothing to wait. They were merely the most abundant source of extra protein. Without any big game to smash, Feng Dun felt thoroughly unsatisfied. So he turned his gaze toward the rear of the mine pit to the rugged woodland connecting the barren mountain range. The Mad Naked Man Improved Edition was online again. Why the Improved Edition? Because this brute had finally learned to wear some clothing. A poorly tanned animal hide roughly tied around his waist, barely serving as an apron. The reason was simple. In the woods behind the hill there was a troop of iron-claw mandrills, a type of mutated monkey not large, but extremely agile, fond of swarming, and especially adept at attacking the nether regions of their targets. They had nearly ripped off his dangling old companion a few times, though given Feng Dun's thick hide a tug might not have torn it off. But the humiliation of having his crotch constantly targeted by monkeys along with the chill on his testicles finally sparked a shred of shame in the madman. Yet despite the improvement, his combat style remained as wild as ever. Brandishing his cleaver, he charged into the mandrill pack, howling as he fought. A unknown fight. In this madman's dictionary, unknown meant him taking on a whole group. The benefits were obvious. The daily meat supply at the shelter increased. Although mandrill meat was sour and tough, there was plenty of it to fill their stomachs. Beyond satisfying Feng Dun's own voracious appetite, a good amount of quality meat remained each day. Lin Mower would slice it, salt it, and hang it under the ventilated cliff to air dry. Salt-cured, air-dried meat was the ultimate hard currency in the wasteland. Long-lasting, salty, high-calorie, and hunger-resistant. The poison lattice research on fluorescent mushrooms was progressing well. At least she had figured out that the juice of these mushrooms had an incredibly potent paralytic effect, especially when transmitted through the bloodstream. How did she know? The madman had experimented on himself, cutting his finger and dripping mushroom juice onto the wound. Then he lay stiff in his dog hole of a den for 2 whole days. In the end, Feng Dun, annoyed by the sight, gave him a rough pummeling to get his blood flowing again. Upon waking, the poison lattice first thought wasn't fear, but to continue his human experiments. When Lin Xi heard about it, he could only sigh again at the abundance of lunatics in the wasteland. Ah Chang's hand had healed. With no danger in the inner city, she focused all her energy on perimeter defense. Thus, not far from the edge of the scorpion forest, a low wall began to take shape, built from rubble, discarded mine carts, and rotten. There was even a crude watchtower made of thick logs and rope. Most of her day, aside from patrolling, was spent there, keeping an eye on the forest. Everyone was exhausted, clearing land, building, patrolling, researching. Not a moment of rest. Yet there was a strange sense of peace in their hearts. In this isolated corner, abundant in resources and free from the oppression of their own kind, they were building a home with their own hands, bit by bit. This feeling was almost a luxury for those struggling to survive in the wasteland. Some even felt that lying low in this undisturbed place for a lifetime was the greatest gift from heaven. Lin Xi Rakshasa appeared again at the Iron Fist shelter. He had come to trade for specially brewed bathwater and bliss pills. The transaction went smoothly, but he could clearly sense that the atmosphere at the Iron Fist shelter had grown even more lifeless. The streets of the inner city were sparsely populated, faces etched with worry. Ever since the 5th Squad had left, the 1st Squad's retaliatory mission had ended in near annihilation, and even Lei Shan himself had died mysteriously in his own room. It seemed the Iron Fist leader had completely given up, spending his days indulging in the euphoria of bliss pills, ignoring the affairs of the shelter. Panic had taken hold in the inner city. Some quick-witted individuals, or those with skills, were quietly seeking escape routes. Word had it that just yesterday a few guards from the night shift had absconded with some supplies. Looks like this sinking ship is about to go under. Lin Xi sneered, inwardly feeling no regret, only a realization that Iron Fist had ultimately been corrupted by power and pleasure. The wasteland had no room for such a leader. He finished his transaction and was about to leave when a slightly hoarse voice came from a cluttered alley entrance nearby. Sir, please wait. Lin Xi Rakshasa paused mid-step, his gaze turning cold beneath the mask. He turned to see a familiar face. Wrench, the old-time electronics enthusiast and black market broker. Wrench looked more haggard than before with sunken eyes, yet his gaze still held the sharpness of a seasoned black marketeer and a hint of barely concealed anxiety. He rubbed his hands together, stepping closer. Sir, forgive my boldness, but may I ask, do you know where Captain Lin Xi is now? Lin Xi Rakshasa replied through the mask, why do you think I would know him? Wrench gave a bitter smile, lowering his voice further. Sir, let's not play games. Captain Lin Xi used to have some special gains that passed through my hands. Since you appeared, he hasn't come to me anymore. So I venture to guess that Captain Lin Xi is either connected with you or has become your man. He paused, then added, that lad, though he wasn't too polite to an old man like me and had a ruthless streak, was reliable and played by the... Lin Xi chuckled inwardly at the old fox's cunning. He neither confirmed nor denied, only asking flatly, what do you want with him? Wrench's eyes brightened, sensing an opening. He glanced around and said, sir, to be honest, this Iron Fist shelter is no longer livable. A few of us oldtimers are looking for a way out. We figure following Captain Lin Xi might be the way. How many? Me, Old Charcoal the blacksmith, and Needlewoman the tailor. The three of us have some reputation in this shelter. A blacksmith, a tailor, and Wrench the half-baked mechanic. The three old geezers of the Iron Fist black market. Lin's eyes, he had a pile of incomprehensible old-world machinery wreckage that no one could tinker with. Weapons needed maintenance, clothes, and bedding needed professional improvement. These three would be useful. Very useful. She paused for a few seconds, weighing the pros and cons before speaking in Rakshasa's icy tone. Lin Xi has built his own shelter. It's relatively safe there. Wrench's eyes blazed with fervor. Sir, can you take us there? Don't worry, sir, we know the rules. As he spoke, he carefully pulled something from his bosom, flashing it quickly in the shadows. A rust core the size of a fingernail. Lin Xi Rakshasa raised an eyebrow beneath the mask. Damn, this old geezer really had been hiding good stuff. Rust cores were a death sentence for ordinary people, but for the ambitious or the desperate, they were a gamble for survival. Wrench presenting this was both a show of sincerity and a transaction, using this rust core to buy their passage to Lin Xi Rakshasa looked at him, then swept his gaze over the lifeless street, and left a final word: tomorrow at the break of dawn outside the south gate. Don't be late. With that, he strode quickly away. Wrench stood still, watching the direction where Rakshasa had vanished. His stooped back seemed to straighten slightly. Finally, there was a way out. Ding. Detected host engaging in talent recruitment luring activity. Targets Wrench, old appliance enthusiast, black market dealer, Old Charcoal blacksmith, needle granny seamstress. Comprehensive evaluation, practical technical talent, senior edition. Though combat effectiveness is virtually zero, their skill trees are rooted in scarce production and maintenance fields of the wasteland. System suggestion: take them in host. Your psychiatric ward cum construction site is in dire need of such logistical support person. You can't keep having your berserker fix things with brute force and your poison alchemist, so with a needle and thread can you? Friendly reminder: the old geezer doesn't eat much, but has plenty of quirks. Shirking works, slacking off basic moves, no need to applaud. Host, please be prepared for elderly care and skill exploitation. Lin Xi walked while listening to the system's banter, the corner of his mouth twitching. Three old geezers. Fine, better than another lunatic. He thought of Crazy Shield, who were only a beast hide and poison lady who distilled venom daily, and consoled himself. At least they're still normal people. The next day, morning mist shrouded the wasteland as usual. Rakshasa appeared punctually outside the south gate of Iron Fist. Then the expression beneath his sheer mask nearly cracked. A wasteland miracle of a vehicle was parked there. The engine emitted a low, rhythmic putt-putt, and black smoke belched from the exhaust pipe. It was a vintage sidecar motorcycle from the old era, commonly known as a hack. The body was rusty but structurally sound, with a sidecar attached. The leather seats on the driver's side and sidecar were tattered, patched with unknown beast hide. The tires were clearly replacements, solid tires made from mutated beast sinew and hard rubber. Ugly, but they looked functional. Wrench sat in the driver's seat, a battered leather flight cap askew on his head. His face bore a mix of pride and nervousness, as if to say, I finally unveiled this treasure. The stout blacksmith, Old Charcoal, was squeezed into the sidecar, clutching a bulging bundle. The seamstress, Needle Granny, sat on the back seat, tying herself and a large cloth roll securely to the seat with strips of cloth. Sir, you're here. Wrench's eyes lit up at the sight of Rakshasa, trying to make his smile seem respectful. But with his outfit and ride, it all seemed a bit irreverent. Lin Xi Rakshasa cursed inwardly, this old coffin dodger. Had hidden it well. Had been to that dog hole of a trading post so many times. Never even saw a wheel. This old geezer must have treasured this thing like his own life. Still, the surprise was genuine. In the wasteland, a functional old-era vehicle was a strategic asset worth more than 100. Husha suppressed the inner turmoil and maintained the icy tone. Can you keep up? Yes. Yes. Wrench, this old buddy's still in decent shape. Rakshasa didn't reply, only said briefly, let's move. With that, Husha moved heading southeast at the speed of an ordinary hunter's sprint. Right away. Old buddy, it's your show. Wrench hollered, twisting the throttle. The motorcycle emitted a series of put-poot-poots, puffed black smoke, and steadily followed Rakshasa. Judging by the pace, maintaining a cruising speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour was no problem. Old Charcoal and Needle Granny, sitting on the vehicle, watched the desolate scenery, whizzed by, unable to suppress their excitement. Wrench even let out a few strange laughs now and then, as if recapturing the heroic spirit of an old era wilderness night wasteland edition. Midway, Wrench stopped once, pulled a grimy oil can from under the sidecar, and refueled the motorcycle. The liquid in the can was murky and pungent, clearly low-grade fuel. Yet the motorcycle still swallowed it and kept running. By mid-afternoon, the group finally arrived outside Scorpion Forest. Seeing the sinister, eerie woods before them, the smiles on the three old geezers' faces instantly froze, replaced by deep fear. Sir, this forest. Wrench's voice trembled. Having scraped by in the black market, he valued his life above all, and could tell at a glance that the forest was off. Rakshasa didn't explain, only said flatly, wait. Then with a flicker, Husha vanished into the woods. The three old geezers waited anxiously for about a quarter of an hour. Just as they were getting paranoid, a figure dashed out of the forest at a speed they could barely see. It was Lin Xi, the original body. Lin. Captain Lin. Wrench and the others were both surprised and delighted, rushing forward. Lin Xi glanced at the sidecar motorcycle, feigning surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Follow me. Hurry, we need to get through. Without further ado, he grabbed Old Charcoal and Needle Granny by the backs of their belts, one in each hand, like carrying 2 sacks of potatoes. Oh. The two elders yelped before they could react. A powerful force yanked them off the ground, and the wind roared in there. Lin Xi activated both Swift Wind Step and Night Shadow King, simultaneously moving like a ghost. Old Charcoal and Needle Granny, dangling from his grip, felt the world spin, their stomachs churning, nearly vomiting their last meal. Wrench enjoyed the same swift express service carried through by Lin Xi in the same manner. The few-minute crossing felt to the three old geezers like a trip to the gates of hell, when they were set down on the open ground outside the mine entrance. All three were pale, leaning over their knees, dry heaving. Ugh. See, Captain Lin. Your speed. Wrench gasped, looking at Lin Xi with shock and awe. How could a human move that fast? Even the Iron Fist boss at full power wasn't this quick. This brat had hidden his abilities deep. He must have awakened to speed. Following a powerhouse like this, the safety factor skyrocketed. The old geezer's confidence soared. Old Charcoal and Needle Granny felt the same. Once their panic subsided, their gazes toward Lin Xi, besides the initial plea, now held a deeper, genuine reverence. Come, let me show you where you'll be staying. Lin Xi said flatly, leading the way into the mine shaft. As they passed through the tunnel dotted with glowing mushrooms and pushed the mine cart, the old-timers gasped in unison. When they finally stepped into the hidden, massive, open-pit mine, good heavens. Grandma Jeanne was the first to cover her mouth, her murky old eyes filled with disbelief. This place. Old Charcoal's mouth fell open. Gazing at the towering rock walls, the spacious area, and the orderly caves, his breath quickened. Wrench shouted excitedly, water. I hear water. And, is that coal? Open-pit coal. Lin Xi gave them a rough tour. He pointed to the spring. The shallow coal seemed the cave dormitories already cleared out. On the rock faced the dried meat, hanging in the cool shade, even poison lattice, laboratory, and the watchtower Ah Chong was reinforcing in the distance. The three old-timers who had struggled all their lives in the dregs of the wasteland, and were accustomed to filth and crowding, fell silent in unison. This is 10,000 times better than that shabby inner city of Iron Fist. No, 100,000 times. There was clean water here. Coal that was easy to mine. Safe shelter. Food supplies. Captain Lin. No, boss. Take us in. These old bones of ours can still be of some use. Wrench started to kneel, but Lin Xi stopped him with, well, follow the old wasteland rules. Lin Xi declared. Newcomers stay in the outer zone first. He pointed to the large flat area just outside the mine entrance. Earn enough contributions, prove your worth, and then you can move in. Wrench's eyes darted, and he immediately said, boss, he'll trade my iron donkey. Trade it for an inner zone spot for the three of us. That bike can still run. It can get us out of trouble or haul cargo in a pinch. He cherished that bike like his own child, but now to secure a place to live, he was willing to give it up. Lin Xi looked at him and gave a mocking smile. Iron donkey. You mean the transportation fee that brought you here? Wrench. Huh. Old Charcoal and Grandma Jeanne were also stunned. That vehicle as the means of transport that got you here has fulfilled its mission, and it has demonstrated its value by getting you here. Now it's property of the sanctuary. As if Head let a good thing that landed on his turf be used as a bargaining chip. Wrench's face paled. He opened his mouth, but finally slumped in resignation. That was the law of the wasteland. The strong made the rules. Lin Xi hadn't outright stolen it. He was already being fair by wasteland standards. However, Lin Xi changed his tone. The sanctuary has some old-era expired fuel, and quite a few pieces of iron junk I can't figure out. Wrench, if you can find a way to make that fuel usable, or get some of those useful machines running, that will be your contribution. Enough contribution, and you'll naturally have a room in the inner zone. He then looked at Old Charcoal and Grandma Jeanne. Old Charcoal, I need weapons repaired, traps and tools made. Maybe one day we'll need to fix something more complex. Grandma Jean, the hides need tanning, the bedding needs mending, and we need clothes and shoes made. Maybe you can use some of those old era materials to make more advanced things. Your contributions start counting from the first qualified item you make. The three old-timers exchanged glances, a flicker of hope reigniting in their eyes. The most realistic and fairest thing about the wasteland was this: as long as you were useful and had skills, you could earn corresponding treatment and respect. They weren't afraid of work. They were afraid of having no hope of being discarded like trash. Got it, boss. Wrench was the first to respond. The outer zone it is. We'll settle in right away. Start working tomorrow. Old Charcoal and Grandma Jean nodded vigorously. They had made it in the black market of the Iron Fist Sanctuary through their skills and street smarts. Now with a more stable environment, their motivation was sky-high. Watching the three old-timers deftly pick their spots in the outer zone and tidy up their lodgings, Lin, she felt a measure of satisfaction. Ding. The senior technical dream team abridged version has successfully joined Shima Sanctuary. System HR Department Provisional Report, Employee 1 Wrench. Specialties: Old Era Mechanical Knowledge, Half-Baked Black Market Connections, Severed Driving Skills, Sidecar Level. Current task: repair and optimize old era fuel and attempt to interpret other mechanical wreckage. Potential assessment: high. His self-taught experience in repairing old era electrical appliances is an invaluable treasure in the wasteland. Employee 2, Old Charcoal. Specialties: iron forging and repair, wasteland standard metal material identification. Current task: forge repair tools and weapons. Potential assessment: upper intermediate solid craftsmanship, essential in the wasteland. Employee 3, Grandma Jean. Specialties: leather processing, sewing, basic fabric production. Current task: improve team, clothing, and bedding. Potential assessment: intermediate practical skills, improves quality of life. Friendly reminder: the average age of the three veteran comrades could probably make them your grandparents. Please be mindful of work intensity to avoid overwork and sudden death. Recommend implementing a flexible work schedule. In conclusion, congratulations. Your sanctuary has taken a tiny step from a survival outpost towards a primary production community. You no longer have to personally mend Mower's bearskin blanket. Touched. Lin Xi, not touching that. A dark humor quip drift. Lin Xi watched Old Charcoal, who was gesturing about how to build a simple forge at the entrance of the outer zone, and Grandma Jean, who was spreading out animal hides and squinting as she threaded a needle. Shima Sanctuary was finally starting to look a bit like a normal community. Even though the core members were still a bunch of patients and freaks. But at least normal people were increasing, and the future was looking brighter. Of course, that was assuming those scorpions outside didn't come. With the addition of the three old-timers, the technological level of the Shima shelter increased significantly. The mad naked man finally bid farewell to his beast-hide skirt that left him exposed to the wind, and swapped it for a sexy wolfskin loincloth. Needle Granny meticulously sewed it a garment tailor-made for wasteland tough guys. Mudfish and Little Grass received their first pair of leather boots in their lives. Wild boar hide boots, rough, but 100 times better than wrapping their feet in straw. A patch of wasteland hound hide was sewn over the tear in Lin Mower's bearskin rug, making it a true dog bear pelt. The efficiency of hunting in the back hills also improved. Old Charcoal used some old springs and iron bars he found to modify and craft a few animal traps. Though they couldn't match the precision of pre-apocalypse products, they were more than sufficient for dealing with ordinary mutated beasts in the wasteland. Thus, besides his daily solo hunts, Crazy Shield could now harvest a considerable amount from the traps. Another advancement was in tools. Old Charcoal remelted the pile of rusty old picks, hammers, and shovels in the warehouse. He forged them where forging was needed, ground them where grinding was needed, removed the excess rust, and fitted them with durable hardwood handles. He even used the steel bars and some hardwood frames he found to make several usable handsaws and a logging saw. With these sharp implements, the shelter's efficiency in clearing sites, mining coal, and processing timber increased by more than. Wrench stared blankly at the hundreds of barrels of expired diesel in the warehouse for a long time. Over the course of a month, the old-timer tried various crude refining methods. After countless failures, a flash of inspiration struck. He used the activated charcoal Crazy Shield, had previously fired, combining it with the adsorption method mentioned in pre-apocalypse books. Incredibly, he managed to produce usable fuel that was clear and much less odorous. After testing, it worked even better than his previous oil. Lin Xi rode his iron donkey in a circle on the open flat ground of the inner city. He finished with a beautiful drift, declaring Wrench's fuel purification product qualified. Thus, Wrench became the first of the three old-timers to come ashore as an outsider. He finally earned the right to reside in the inner city and was assigned a bunk in a cave dwelling. The system was right. You can't give these old-timers too much at once. They eat little and want little. If you satisfy them all at once, they'll just slack off. With Wrench as their role model, Old Charcoal and Needle Granny were green with envy. They worked with incredible fervor every day. The forge fire at Old Charcoal's blacksmith shop was barely ever extinguished. Needle Granny's sewing stall was always piled high, with hides waiting to be processed. After moving into the inner city, Wrench experienced the luxury of bathing with purified water for the first time. He stepped into the water in disbelief and scrubbed himself carefully. Then he saw Lin Xi expressionlessly collecting the water he had used into a large barrel. Wrench. Boss, this is Lin Xi to sell for money. Wrench paused for 2 seconds, and the black market merchant gene in his brain instantly activated. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. If it's too clean, it attracts attention. It needs a bit of earthy flavor to pass as water that could be sourced in the wasteland. From then on, Wrench the old-timer fell in love with bathing, even with washing his feet. Each bath was exceptionally devoted. As he scrubbed, he would deliberately pick dead skin off his feet and relieve his bladder into the water. After Lin, she learned of this old-timer's dishonorable behavior. Aside from making the old man pack his special flavored bathwater himself, he assigned him even more fuel purification tasks. Reform through labor. The intensity must be increased. These old folks, oppressed and exploited at the bottom of the wasteland for most of their lives, were somewhat twisted and antisocial. Endless labor was needed to correct these unhealthy tendencies. Speaking of activated charcoal, Lin, she had recently pulled off a major heist. He remembered the nest of killer bees in Sector 3 of the Iron Fist shelter. The royal jelly production line couldn't be abandoned. That stuff was system certified, a good thing that could remove trace radiation from the human body. In the future, it would definitely be the flagship product of the Shima shelter, the hardest of hard currencies. His wilderness survival experience and knowledge of bee behavior from the system told him as long as he could subdue the queen, he could potentially relocate the entire swarm. So on a dark, windy night, Lin, she sneaked back to Sector 3. He used a large leather sack to kidnap the killer bee queen. Then he smeared the queen's pheromones on the sack. The swarm saw this and thought, how dare you? The boss is kidnapped. So the whole hive followed Lin Xi back to a spot in the back hills of the Shima shelter. After settling the queen bee and Lin, she activated his Night Shadow King skill and vanished into the night, leaving a swarm of killer bees circling their leader. For an insect society, as long as the leader is present, the home is there. So the killer bees quickly accepted reality and made their home in the back hills of the Shima shelter. With ample food, other mutated beasts, and a comfortable environment, known natural predators, they soon built larger combs and hives. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, or rather maximizing resource utilization, Lin Xi sneaked back to Sector 3 that same night. He completely stripped the house's old hive, obtaining an astonishing amount of honey and beeswax. Now for a long time to come, they wouldn't lack raw materials for royal jelly. After handling this major matter, Lin Xi returned to his role as a traveling trader. Meanwhile, Mudfish and Little Grass, the two earliest child laborers, also began their job transition. Little Grass was entrusted by Lin Mower with the important task of processing fluorescent mushrooms, gathering, carefully boiling to remove toxins, and sundrying. This job required patience and care, which suited her perfectly. Mudfish, on the other hand, showed decent hands-on skills and learning ability. He quickly learned how to fire activated charcoal and began studying the preparation of royal jelly under A Chang's guidance. Though these were simple processing tasks for the two little ones, it was a crucial step in transitioning from oddjobbers to skilled workers. The Shima shelter, a tiny faction nestled deep in Scorpion Forest composed of a bunch of patience freaks and old-timers, was slowly consolidating its foundation and expanding its boundaries of survival. Ding. Shelter Monthly Development Report, Abridged Version. Population 3, elderly, skilled type. Total population 10, including 1 patient with mania, 1 patient with Stockholm Syndrome, 1 patient with latent gender dysphoria, and several psychologically subhealthy individuals. Technology upgrades: tool manufacturing beginner, fuel purification entry level, leather processing beginner, sewing beginner. New industries introduced: bee swarm relocation, successful royal jelly production line restarted. Fluorescent mushroom processing line in trial operation. Resource reserves: food, moderate, clean water, abundant fuel, abundant honey, large quantity. System evaluation: evolved from a refugee camp to a small mountain stronghold with specialized handicrafts. Though the entire population is eccentric, at least it's running smoothly. Lin Xi listened to the system's ridiculous report and then looked at the scene in the shelter where everyone was doing their part. No rush. Slow and steady. Westmere Shelter was located in the southeastern part of the silent wasteland. The downside was that it was far from the trade posts in the northwest, increasing the travel time for Lin Xi's merchant runs. But the upside was that 2 new locations had been added to his trade map. Besides the Black Rock Shelter he had learned about from Poison Lin, guarded by Rock Sovereign, a peak level 4 awakener. There was another, even more peculiar place: the Rotting City. It was not a traditional shelter with no fixed ruler or clear order. It was built upon the ruins of a sizable city from the old era. 3 major gangs jointly maintained a veneer of prosperity. More than a shelter, it was a grotesque wasteland black market, a hub for intelligence, and a breeding ground for vice. Here one could buy rare parts, expired medicine, dubious fragments of old era technology, and stolen goods of all origins. One could also buy living people, slaves, laborers, playthings, even meat, livestock, and even weapons left over from the old era. Reason barely existed here. Fists, knives, and a ruthless heart were the only rules. Every day in the corners of the decaying city, robbery, murder, rape, and betrayal played out. The filthy shantytowns were crammed with fugitives, wanted criminals, perverts, and ambitious schemers. The city was littered with rotting garbage, random graffiti, and a thick stench of urine. Yet this grotesque place somehow persisted and thrived. The reason was simple: it was neither too close nor too far from the major shelters. The three major gangs kept each other in check, bound by a shared vulnerability. How absorbing this place would cost anyone too dearly. Most importantly, the wasteland itself needed such a cesspool to harbor illicit trades and the dregs of humanity, with nowhere else to go. At that moment, Lin Xi Rakshasa stood before a city gate haphazardly piled from scrap cars and chunks of concrete. A few ragged, greedy-eyed vagrants, or low-level thugs, crouched like vultures in the shadows on either side of the entrance. They openly sized up the unfamiliar intruder, especially her decent clothes and slender figure. "Yo, new chick. Lost. Big Brother's here will show you a good time." A lanky man leered as he stood up, reaching out a dirty hand to grab Rakshasa's arm. His movements were quick, clearly accustomed to such probes and harassment. Yet just as his hand was halfway there, shoo! A black flash and 2 fingers fell to the ground. As the scream started, Rakshasa kicked him in the head. Crack! He collapsed unconscious in a pool of blood. Other gazes retreated into the shadows. In the rotting city, reasoning was a joke. Displaying efficiency and cruelty was the best pass. Rakshasa sheathed the triangular spike and walked into the ruins. She navigated narrow, garbage-choked streets, avoiding several clearly hostile stares. She finally stopped before a half-collapsed old-era building. The sign had long rotted away, but on the crooked doorframe a wine-glass symbol was painted in red paint. This place was once a bar. Now it was a stronghold of the Blood Dagger Gang. The Blood Dagger Gang was one of the 3 major gangs, their main business human trafficking. She pushed open the rickety wooden door, which seemed ready to fall apart. A wave of air mixed with cheap alcohol, sweat, and a cloying incense smell washed over her. Under the dim oil lamps, a few crooked tables held scattered patrons. A one-eyed brute was silently downing cheap liquor. A scantily clad woman was flirting with a withered old man. In the shadowy corners, other figures seemed to lurk, their cold eyes appraising the newcomer. Behind the bar stood an obese man, a mountain of flesh. He was bald, currently polishing a glass with a dirty rag. As Rakshasa entered, all eyes focused on her. The obese man, clearly the manager here, lifted his eyelids, scanning Rakshasa from head to toe. His voice sounded like a broken bellows. "New face, a woman. Wrong place. Or looking for trouble." His slang was blunt and direct. Rakshasa walked to the counter, stopping a few paces away. "Sister Harrier sent me. Checking if there's suitable help." "Sister Harrier?" The obese man paused, his wiping a flicker of wariness leaving his small eyes. Sister Harrier of Vulture Cliff had spent some time in the rotting city. Huh. The fat man twitched the corner of his mouth. "That violent bitch. Hasn't she been fucked to death on the wasteland yet?" The words were crude and filthy, but also a form of recognition. Rakshasa didn't take the bait, she just watched him silently. The fat man gave her another look, as if confirming some information. He bent down, fumbled under the counter, and pulled out a grimy token, tossing it carelessly onto the bar. The token was carved with an old-era Arabic numeral 8. "Take it. You know the rules, right? Don't cause trouble." The fat man then ignored her. Ding. Host in disguise has successfully infiltrated the infamous wasteland cesspool, the rotting city, and has made contact with the human trafficking chain. High alert ahead. Please prepare yourself mentally, and keep your flexible moral compass in check. Lin Xi Rakshasa scanned the dim, noisy bar. She sat down at a broken table against the wall. The view was decent, allowing her to observe most of the activity at the door and the bar. Soon the open area in the center of the bar was cleared. The obese mountain of a manager stood on a small wooden crate. "Quiet. Everyone shut the fuck up. The Blood Dagger Gang's mini-auction starts now. Same rules as always, highest bidder wins. Payment accepted in clean water, long-lasting food, weapon parts, fuel, or other hard currency. Enough talk, show the goods." The first one pushed out was a gaunt man with hollow eyes and iron collar around his neck. Ordinary laborer, about 30 years old, missing a little finger, doesn't affect work. Starting bid 5 liters of clean water or equivalent food. Bids came quickly. 6 liters. 7. He was finally sold for 9 liters of clean water to a small workshop owner in a greasy leather apron. As the man was dragged away like livestock, his eyes remained vacant. The second was a woman wrapped in a few rags so dirty their original color was indistinguishable. "A woman looks young. Can work. And warm the bed." The mountain manager chuckled lewdly. Someone in the crowd jeered, "But what about her face and figure? Strip her. Wrapped in rags, who knows if we're buying a sow or a beauty?" The mountain manager grinned and signaled to a thug holding a short club. The thug stepped forward, grabbed the rags on the woman roughly, and tore them off with a single yank. Rip! The fabric tore, revealing a pale, thin body covered in fresh and old scars. The woman let out a short scream, then bit her lip hard, curling up to try and cover herself. Whistles, and even filthier comments rose from the crowd. "Too skinny. No ass. 10 liters of water, can't do more." The woman was eventually sold for 12 liters of water. As she was dragged away, her face was ashen, devoid of life. Lin's gaze was icy, as if watching an absurd play that had nothing to do with him. In the wasteland, a person's value was quantified in liters of clean water or strips of dried meat. Dignity was a luxury, survival was everything. The next few batches of goods arrived. Among them were a middle-aged man who looked honest and simple, a half-grown youth, and even 2 children who appeared to be siblings. Bidding calls rang out intermittently. The units used were mostly things like 10 liters of water, 5 caddies of jerky, or half a can of fuel. A figure dressed like a member of the oil swamp stockade suspected to be a low-level water or poison-type ability user consecutively secured 2 batches totaling 5 people, apparently replenishing labor for his stronghold. Finally, the fleshy overseer's voice rose slightly, tinged with a contrived sense of solemnity. The next batch is it's a family. Bring them up. The sharp crack of a whip split the air. A man was shoved onto the central clearing, followed closely by a woman whose face was etched with terror. She held a little girl of about 4 or 5 in her arms and clutched the hand of a boy of 7 or 8. This family of 4 had a man who looked to be in his 30s, haggard, but with a gentleness and stubbornness rare in the wasteland gleaming in his eyes. Though their clothes were tattered, the original fabric was clearly better than that of ordinary refugees. The woman was also gaunt and sallow, but her features were delicate, and she shielded her children tightly. Apart from fear, the 2 children showed no obvious signs of illness or disability. This one here is a real treasure. The fleshy overseer pointed at the man, his tone laced with mockery. His name is Liangmu, nicknamed Good Man Liangmu. Why good man? Haha, because this fool is a great philanthropist who awakened an ability. A wave of laughter and jeers rose from the crowd. Clearly many had heard of him. His ability is called Vine Attraction. Raoshin continued his introduction. He can guide those flimsy vines, willow branches, and the like to weave things according to his will. Weaving baskets, weaving mats, even making little trinkets. Fast and well done. TCH. A useless ability. Someone in the crowd immediately cursed. If I want a basket, can't I just weave it myself? What use is this? Exactly. He's not even as good as a strong slave. The fleshy overseer's face darkened, but he pressed on, starting bid. Clean water equal to this man's weight. Estimated at 50 liters. Buy 1 get 3 free. His wife and 2 brats thrown in. Good man can't bear to part with his family, so they must be sold together. As soon as the price was announced, the crowd grew even more chaotic. 50 liters of water. For this useless basket-weaving waste, and his whole burdensome family. Are you blood dagger bastards crazy for water? The woman's not bad, but those 2 little brats are just 2 more mouths. Who the heck? 40 liters. Can't go higher. Consider it payment for the woman and the brats if they grow up. Someone made a bid, but it was clearly an attempt to drive down the price. 45 liters. Damn it, selling at a loss, just to make a name. The fleshy overseer called out a price himself, his expression sour. It was clear this batch was hard to move. On the platform, Liangma's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling, but he still tried to stand straight, shielding his trembling wife and children behind him. The woman held her children tightly, tears streaming silently down her face, while the 2 kids buried their heads in their mother's arms in fear. Lin Xi watched quietly. Vine Attraction, guiding soft vines and branches to weave. In a wasteland settlement lacking vegetation, this ability was indeed useless. But for him, the Shima shelter was bordered by scorpion forest to the front and connected to the lush vegetation-covered barren mountains to the rear. There was no shortage of tough or supple vines. With this ability, he could quickly weave ropes, stretchers, defensive vine walls, camouflage traps, and even simple furniture and tools. High efficiency, wide application. And this man's character. Good man. Willing to be enslaved for his family. In the wasteland, such a person had weaknesses, but that also meant he was relatively controllable as long as his family was secured. But he couldn't appear eager. Seeing no response, the fleshy overseer was already preparing to accept the loss, glaring viciously at Liangma's family, as if considering an alternative way to dispose of them. Just then, Raksha in the corner slowly raised the number 8 bone token representing bidding eligibility. The fleshy overseer's eyes lit up. This guest bids 45 liters. Any higher? A brief silence fell just before the hammer. 46 liters. The ability user from the oil swamp stockade spoke up again. He squinted, studying Raksha with keen interest. He didn't really want this family, it was purely a probe. He wanted to see why this mysterious woman was interested in such a white elephant. Beneath her mask, Raksha's brow didn't even twitch. She directly extended a hand, all 5 fingers spread. 50 liters. The fleshy overseer's voice rang out high-pitched with surprise. This guest bids 50 liters of clean water. The man from the oil swamp stockade frowned, stared at Raksha for a few seconds, then finally snorted coldly and backed down. 50 liters of clean water was no small sum. Gambling it on a potentially useless discovery wasn't worth it. He was more inclined to think the woman was a pervert with peculiar tastes, having taken a fancy to the family's woman or children. 50 liters going once. 50 liters going twice. Sold. The whip cracked sharply through the air. Congratulations to this guest. The Goodman family is yours. The transaction moved to the shabby settlement area in the back. Lin Xi Raksha expressionlessly paid 50 liters of bathwater. When Liangma's family was brought before her, she deliberately stepped forward, extending a hand with a gaze of scrutiny and an unsettling intimacy. She touched Liangma's wife's pale, gaunt cheek, then slid her fingers down to give her chest a firm squeeze. The woman stiffened, a flash of immense humiliation in her eyes, but she dared not resist, only clutching her children tighter. Liangma's head shot up, anger blazing in his gaze. But seeing his wife and children, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. The surrounding thugs and lingering onlookers let out knowing snickers and whistles. Hey, this chick has wild tastes. Buy 1 get 3 free. Not a bad deal. In the wasteland a few quirks are normal. Raksha withdrew her hand as if merely inspecting the goods, and said coldly, "Follow me." She turned and walked out of the bar. Liangmu took a deep breath, pulled his wife, and led their 2 children to follow their new master. They had no idea what, but at least for now the family was alive. And still together. As he stepped out of the bar, and onto the streets of the rotten city, the mocking electronic voice of the system echoed in Lin Xi's rock. Talent acquisition, forced version complete. Acquired ability, user Liangmu Vine Attraction Level 1, I, and his family of 3. System evaluation ability practicality enhanced by mountain forest environment. Personnel risk, deep family ties, weak and kind personality, easy to control. Cost effectiveness, 50 liters of water plus a bit of acting as steel. Friendly reminder, host, your earlier groping act was slightly exaggerated, fitting the wasteland degenerate persona, successfully misleading the onlookers. But it's uncertain if that includes the poison fish of the Ooze Marsh Fort. Suggestion, quickly bring the 4 new residents back. The rotten city is no place for kind souls like Liangmu. Lin Xi Rakshasa led the terrified Liangmu family swiftly leaving the nauseating vicinity of the rotten city. Barely a kilometer out, a faint prickling sensation from his basic environmental intuition warned him. Someone was trailing them from afar, their gaze hostile. He remained expressionless, continuing forward, even slowing his pace slightly, as if burdened by slow companions. After another 2 kilometers they entered a relatively secluded valley, and the pursuer's pace quickened noticeably. The faint sounds of hooves and wheels grinding over gravel became audible. A cold smirk curled beneath Lin Xi's mask. "It's been a while since I last did business." "Perfect." He halted, and amidst the confused, terrified stares of the Liangmu family, he waved his hand. The clean sidecar motorcycle materialized out of thin air, coming to a steady stop beside them. The Liangmu family's eyes widened. Summoning objects from nowhere. A spatial ability user. In the wasteland, those with spatial abilities were top-tier powerhouses or key assets of major factions. Just who was this new master of it? Lin Xi feigned urgency, hissing, "Get on the bike. We're being tailed." The Liangmu family scrambled. The man squeezed into the sidecar with his younger daughter and older son, while the woman sat behind. Just as Lin Xi made to mount the driver's seat, a whip cracked. A wooden cart, pulled by 2 domesticated mutant tumor cattle, burst out from the corner of the mountain path behind them. 6 men stood on the cart, the ability user poison fish from the Ooze Marsh Fort, along with 5 thugs wielding clubs and wearing fierce expressions. Behind the cart ran 5 slaves they had just bought at the auction, tied together with a straw rope, panting heavily. Poison Fish's eyes fixed on the motorcycle beside Lin. She were practically dripping with greed. Yet he first forced a hypocritical smile. "Esteemed sir, please wait." He pointed to a relatively young girl among the tethered slaves. "Just now in the city I was blind. I see you seem interested in women. How about I trade this fresh goods for the woman on your vehicle? Look, this girl is younger." Upon hearing this, Liangmu trembled violently, gripping his wife's hand tightly and casting a desperate, pleading look at Lin Xi. Poison Fish's words were laced with probing intent. He didn't believe Rakshasa was merely after women. He suspected the good man, Liangmu, possessed some unseen value. The trade was a pretext. The real goal was to pick a fight, seize the motorcycle, and take more goods. Ding. Detected malicious interception, armed coercion, and plundering attempt. Perpetrator Poison Fish of Ooze Marsh Fort, toxin ability user, and his minions. Quest triggered, wasteland road cleaner. Quest description: look, greedy hyenas have caught your scent. They want your newly purchased goods, your ride, and maybe even to turn you into the rule of the wasteland highway. Might makes right. Quest objective: clear the obstacle, collect the spoils. Quest hint: the enemy has a toxin ability user. Make good use of your basic toxin resistance, and try out your new toy Tyrant's Wrath to see how your luck fares today. Basic reward: 1 random stat point. Bonus reward depends on cleaning efficiency and loot value. Lin Xi Rakshasa slowly turned his mask facing Poison Fish and let out a soft chuckle. That could be arranged. However, Poison Fish paused. However what? However, Lin Xi slowly drew the triangular spike from his waist. "ITLL cost you your cattle, your cart, and everything you have on you." The moment the words left his mouth, he moved. Gale step erupted. His figure vanished from its spot, lunging straight for the ox cart. His speed far exceeded Poison Fish's expectations. "Attack!" Poison Fish barked, both alarmed and enraged. He flung his hands forward, and 2 clouds of dark green mist sprayed from his palms, enveloping the direction Lin Xi was charging. This was his signature rotting marsh toxin, capable of corroding skin and paralyzing nerves. An ordinary person would collapse and convulse after a few breaths. Yet Lin Xi's pace didn't falter as he charged straight into the toxic mist. Basic toxin resistance. Just as a vicious grin spread across Poison Fish's face, Lin Xi's figure burst through the mist without any hindrance. The triangular spike was already at a thug's throat. The thug hadn't even seen the movement. Thud! The spike pierced in without resistance, drawing blood. The thug clutched his throat and collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tyrant's Wrath, not triggered, normal attack. Poison Fish's pupils constricted. Impossible. My toxin. Lin Xi gave him no time to think, his form flitting like a specter among the thugs. A second thug raised a blade to strike. Lin Xi sidestepped and slashed the spike back across his ribs. Rip! The wound cut to the bone, blood gushing. The thug fell with a shriek. Tyrant's wrath triggered critical hit. Double damage surround him. Don't let him get close. Poison Fish, both furious and terrified, retreated while activating his ability again. This time several dark green water arrows shot towards Lin Xi with a sizzling corrosive sound. Lin Xi sidestepped with a flicker of movement, easily dodging them. The third thug swung his club from the side, but Lin Xi dodged the wooden rod and drove his foot into the man's chest with a kick. A heavy thud echoed as the thug flew backward, crashing against a rock. His chest caved in, clearly beyond saving. Tyrant's wrath did not trigger normal attack. The remaining two thugs, terrified out of their wits, turned to flee. Lin Xi flicked his wrist, and the triangular spike flew from his hand, piercing through one man's back. Simultaneously, he blurred into motion again, closing in on the last thug. His palm, whistling through the air, struck straight at the back of the man's neck. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the skin, Tyrant's wrath triggered furious strike. 5 times the damage. Lin Xi felt almost no resistance. His fingers slipped through the thug's neck like thin paper, emerging from the front of his throat. The man's body stiffened, the light in his eyes extinguished. A profound silence fell over the scene. Poison Fish's face was etched with boundless terror. His strongest poison mist had failed, and 5 of his men had been cut down like vegetables in mere breaths. What kind of monster was this? Your turn. Lin Xi flicked the blood from his fingers, fixing his gaze on Poison Fish, as if looking at a corpse. With a strange shriek, Poison Fish's will to fight shattered, and he turned to flee into the depths of the wilderness. Simultaneously, he flung his hands wildly backward, scattering colorful toxic powders and liquids like they were worthless, trying to block pursuit. Lin Xi activated Gale Step, once more, his speed far surpassing his quarry's, and caught up to Poison Fish in a few bounds. Poison Fish turned his head in despair, madness blazing in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spewed a thick black-purple toxic mist, his ultimate last resort move meant for mutual destruction. Lin Xi sidestepped, held his breath, and activated his primary poison resistance to its fullest. The triangular spike, gleaming with a faint light, thrust straight at Poison Fish's heart. Tyrant's wrath triggered instant death judgment. The madness on Poison Fish's face froze. He looked down at the blade buried in his chest, then up at Lin Xi's icy visage. You? Just who? His words died before they could finish, his life extinguished. Lin Xi pulled out the triangular spike, and Poison Fish's body crumpled. A chime sounded, detected a deprivable alien energy source, decay, swamp venom erosion. Deprive. Lin Xi willed silently, deprive. From Poison Fish's still warm corpse, a wisp of ominous dark green energy was drawn out by an invisible force. This energy exuded a scent mingling sweetness and decay. It coalesced above the corpse, eventually forming a cluster of dark green flame that vanished into Lin Xi's brow. He perceived within his spiritual depths the first slot of the source flame, thrown where a crimson flame of berserk burned. Now the second slot also lit up the cluster of dark green flame suspended within it. A chime followed, deprivation successful. Source flame thrown has collected alien source flame, decay, swamp venom erosion, level 1. Traits can release toxic energy with composite effects of corrosion, paralysis, and neurotoxins, requiring a medium gas liquid powder for transmission. System note: congratulations on acquiring your second crime tool, flame. Though you can't use it yourself, isn't there a collector's joy in watching your hoard grow? Friendly reminder: this flame is extremely dangerous. Please do not play with it in enclosed spaces or within your spiritual world. A chime sounded. Mission Wilderness Cleaner completed. Final evaluation: astonishing efficiency, bountiful results. A perfect illustration of the artistry behind entrapment and the drama of wasteland probability theory. Poison Fish died without ever understanding why his poison failed or why his opponent's luck was so absurd. Base reward: your abilities in fleeing and pursuit have reached new heights. Bonus reward for efficient annihilation and substantial spoils: 1. Acquired crude map of Oil Marsh Stronghold detailing its base layout, resource points, and partial patrol routes. 2. Supplies inferior antidote X3, mutated tumor cattle X2, oxcart X1, assorted crude weapons, small amounts of food, and clean water. 3. Spoils of war slaves X5, status terrified weak. System taunt: congratulations, host. An ordinary trip home has been twisted into a chain of black and black schemes and a practical demonstration of probability theory. Tyrant's Wrath's tally today: normal attack X2, critical hit X1, furious strike X1, instant death X1. Comrade Poison Fish validated the worth of that one with his life. A posthumous title of Unlucky Martyr is suggested. Friendly reminder: you are now leading a family entourage, the Liangmu family, plus a captive crowd, 5 slaves, and an oxcart brigade. Quite the luxurious lineup. How do you plan to lead this tourist group through the dangerous scorpion forest? Shuttling people and oxen back and forth by motorcycle. Lin Xi ignored the system's sarcasm and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He stored the bodies of Poison Fish and the thugs into his spiritual secret vault. The spoils and the 5 terrified slaves along with the Liangmu family were all loaded onto the oxcart. The 2 mutated tumor cattle were docile enough, with Liangmu handling the reins. Lin Xi mounted his sidecar motorcycle and led the way. The oxcart creaked along behind. A bizarrely styled migration caravan set off grandly toward the Scorpion Forest. System real-time broadcast West Mo Shelter's population introduction plan exceeds expectations. Current new population 9 Liangmu family, 4 slaves 5. Total population nearing the 20 mark. Warning logistics pressure and management complexity are rising. Host your wasteland community simulator difficulty has been auto-upgraded from easy to normal. Wishing you pleasant construction. And the ox cart creaked along carrying a load of frightened new residents and wobbled to a halt outside the Scorpion Forest. Gazing at that dark, silent thicket, even the two simple-minded tumor cattle began pawing the ground uneasily. The people on the cart turned pale, as Ash having heard tales of this place's terror. Raksha Lin Xi offered no explanation, only tossing out a cold command wait. With a flash of his figure he vanished into the woods. About a quarter of an hour later Lin Xi the original body burst out. Without a word, he activated Gale Step and the Night Shadow King's Gale Express mode. Carrying 2 at a time amid howling winds and dizzying spins, he ferried the 9 people across the Scorpion Forest in batches. Each round trip took less than 5 minutes. An efficiency so brutal it left the transported ones vomiting in utter disorientation. Finally the ox guard and the cattle remained. Lin Xi eyed the 2 beasts. Damn it, the spiritual secret vault couldn't hold living things. The Scorpion Forest was also unfriendly to large living creatures. He decisively drew his blade, giving both tumor cattle a swift end. Then the dead cattle and the cart were all stuffed into his spiritual secret vault. Survival in the wasteland demanded efficiency, waste was a sin. When the last group was dumped onto the open ground outside the mine entrance, the 9 newcomers lay sprawled in disarray, some retching, others trembling. The 5 slaves, 3 men and 2 women, were gaunt and sallow. Among the 2 female slaves, one was older, her face etched with the hardships of time. The other, the one poisoned fish had sought to trade for, appeared under 20. Even the grime on her face could not conceal her. Lin Xi swept his gaze over them, his voice cold. Find a spot in the outer zone to stay. Think about what you can do, what you're good at. Soon tasks will be assigned. Do them well, and you'll have food and a place to sleep. Fail or slack off. He paused, his eyes scanning the Scorpion Forest. The scorpions in the forest out there are always sure to feed. These ruthless words, coupled with his earlier display of thunderous power and the intimidation of this unfamiliar environment, sent a chill through the 9 newcomers. They shivered, possessing nothing but tattered clothes. In the wasteland, this was the epitome of the proletariat, their very existence hanging on the whim of the strong. Next, Lin Xi summoned Liangmu alone. Pointing at the vines and dry weeds on the ground, he said, "Come on, let me see if this treasure I bought with 50 liters of water is worth it. Make something for me to see. If it's useless." His tone was flat yet more chilling than any threat. Liangmu took a deep breath, suppressing the churning in his stomach and the anxiety in his heart. He walked over to the pile of vines, extended his hands, and closed his eyes. After a moment, a faint green glow emanated from his palms. The vines on the ground seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, beginning to move on their own. They intertwined, wove, and knotted with astonishing speed, yet in perfect order, as if guided by an incredibly dexterous hand. Within minutes, a sturdy, sleek, and even rustic yet elegant vine chair materialized before Lin Xi. The vines were taut, the joints robust. Sitting on it for a test, it was stable and firm. Lin Xi nodded inwardly. This craftsmanship and efficiency would have made him a folk artist in the old era. In the Forestric Shima shelter, this skill was a treasure. Baskets, backpacks, stretchers, trap, camouflage, even simple fortifications. All were possible. With enough vines, this man was a human weaving machine. Who said this ability was useless? Only a bumpkin without vision. Yet his face remained stern, passable. Not entirely useless. Stay in the outer zone for now, or someone will assign you work. With that, he tossed 2 patched, but reasonably thick old blankets and 2 palm-sized moss cakes at Liangmu's feet. Liangmu, as if granted a reprieve, quickly picked up the blankets and cakes, clutching them tightly to his chest, and stammered, "Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. I'll work hard." A flicker of gratitude arose in his heart. This man, though fearsome, at least followed rules and offered a path to survival, unlike the degenerates in Rot City who reveled in torment. Of course, the lecherous Raksha who had groped his wife earlier was categorized in his mind as a degenerate. Soon the old man Wrench, alerted to the news, accompanied Lin Moer from the inner city. Wrench puffed out his non-existent chest, holding a piece of charcoal and a broken plank serving as a notepad, his chin slightly raised, striving to project an air of authority. Managing newcomers, even just in the outer zone, was a rare taste of power for an old man like him, who could barely stand straight. "Listen up." Wrench coughed, beginning to assign tasks with a blustering air. You and you," pointing at the 3 male slaves, "go clear the weeds in the outer zone. You two," pointing at the 2 female slaves, "learn to process animal hides. Move quickly. Liangmu, your task is to set up the Scorpion Forest defense line per Achan's instructions. Your 2 kids go to the mine and gather the scattered stones into that corner. Your wife, first sort out the vines and dry grass for you." The tasks were simple and crude, but purposeful to get the newcomers moving immediately, creating value while observing their obedience and abilities. In the wasteland, there were no true children. Only those who could work and those who couldn't. Liangmu's 2 children, the boy 8 named Xiaomu The girl 5 named Yaya were also assigned tasks within their capacity. Collecting scattered stones and cleaning the environment counted as work. Hearing there were tasks to do, the newcomers' faces showed a mix of relief and faint anticipation. Having work meant having value, and value meant they wouldn't be abandoned or disposed of for now. In the wasteland, being able to trade labor for survival was already a form of luck. As for being scolded or knocked about, wasn't that normal? Wrench knew how to strike a balance assigning tasks while not forgetting to dangle carrots. Work hard, all of you. Our Shima shelter has strict rules, but it never mistreats those who work. See that? The inner city has clean water, meat roasted till it drips with fat, warm cave dwellings. If you perform well and earn merits, you'll have the chance to move in someday. It's 10,000 times better than being livestock in Rot City. This speech, laced with threats and temptations, paired with the vast, relatively safe resource visible mine environment, indeed kindled a spark of hope in the newcomers' hearts. At least this place seemed like somewhere they could survive. As evening fell, after completing their assigned tasks, the newcomers nervously gathered at the designated spot to receive their pay. Lin Xi distributed it personally. Each received a bowl of not too thin wild vegetable meat soup with actual bits of meat and half a firm moss cake. Compared to the pig's will diet of their slave days, this was a feast. Of course, Wrench, passing by, unabashedly pinched a small piece from each person's cake under the guise of senior guidance. The newcomers felt relieved. This was only right. Where in the wasteland was there no exploitation? This small tribute in exchange for relatively stable work in the future was well worth it. Night fell. The 9 newcomers huddled in a hastily cleared small cave wrapped in the old blankets they'd received, sipping soup and gnawing on cakes that barely filled their stomachs. Someone sobbed, quietly grateful for their narrow escape. Someone stared silently at the mine tunnel from which a faint glow emanated, their expression complex. But more than anything, there was a crack in their numbness. This place, so vast, so quiet. There was truly food, drink, and hope. Damn this wretched wasteland. Ding. The new population settlement rough edition has been preliminarily completed. Current shelter population 19, including 1 director, 1 chief steward, 3 psychotic patients, 3 elderly technicians, 2 formal child laborers, 9 newly recruited workhorses. System summary: a successful harvest of demographic dividend, albeit through somewhat crude means, entrapment and swift delivery. The management methods were primitive, the elderly blustering and making empty promises, yet they successfully transformed unstable elements into labor. A basic wasteland order of work equals food was initially established. Warning: new population loyalty and sense of belonging are at 0, posing potential risks. It is recommended to implement indoctrination and instill hope. Current shelter status: stable, expanding. Please continue your efforts. Your wasteland community simulation management game is hitting its stride. With the addition of 9 new workhorses, the pace of land reclamation and cleanup at Shima Shelter noticeably accelerated. A large amount of dead branches and weeds cleared from the inner district were hauled out by the workhorses, giving them a glimpse of the inner district's luxury. Large barrels of clean water for bathing, a cliff wall full of dried meat, and what seemed to be scattered coal on the ground. Good heavens! Is this paradise? An older slave couldn't help muttering. This tangible scene of abundance was far more impactful than any empty promises. Even knowing they were temporarily still outer district workhorses, the sight before them clearly told them as long as they worked hard, as long as they were recognized, a better life truly existed here. In the wasteland, people feared neither hardship nor exhaustion. Their greatest fear was the absence of hope. And now hope hung there like the meat strips on the cliff. Though temporarily out of reach, it was genuinely present. Moreover, after more than 10 days of toil, though exhausted each day, the payment received after work each day was real. Even after some deductions, what remained was enough to fill their stomachs to 70, this was an unimaginable luxury when they were slaves or refugees. Their bodies gradually regained strength, and the numbness in their eyes began to. Liang Mu's recent harvest had increased, his vine summoning ability proved immensely useful here. But what truly benefited him was not his ability. Rather, it was the secret of wasteland workplace survival he learned from the Wrench Elder in exchange for a piece of dried meat. The art of sycophancy. In this place, flattering anyone was less effective than flattering Chief Steward Mower. She was the boss' precious darling. When the chief steward was happy, the boss was happy. When the boss was happy, even the scraps that slipped through his fingers were enough for a life of luxury. So the kind-hearted Liang Mu gave it a try. He spent the night weaving a finely crafted, springy rattan bed and secretly presented it to Miss Mower. Indeed, doing well is not as good as flattering well. After seeing his sister's smile, Lin Xi generously rewarded this perceptive old fellow. In the evening, during rest time after work, Liang Mu and his family of 4 found a relatively secluded corner. Liang Mu looked around, confirming no one was watching, then pulled a large oil paper package from his bosom. Yaya, look, what is this? Liang Mu's voice was gentle, unlike that of a wasteland dweller. His 5-year-old daughter Yaya. Liang Mu handed her a piece of honeycomb. Yaya took it and licked it. Instantly her eyes, which seemed larger due to malnutrition, sparkled with sweet. Daddy, it's so sweet. She whispered in surprise, then obediently pressed the honeycomb to her mother's lips. Mommy, eat. She then looked at her brother Xiaomo. Brother, you eat too. Liang Mu's wife pretended to lick it. It's delicious. Yaya eats it. Xiao Mu also licked at restraining his urge for more okay yaya eats. Liang Mu's heart ached. He pulled out 2 finger-thick salt-cured meat strips, handing one to his son Xiao Mu and the other to his wife. Xiao Mu, you have one too. Do you try some as well? Xiao Mu took the meat strip, but didn't eat it immediately. Instead, he tore off a small piece and put it into his sister's mouth. Watching his sister savor it with half-closed eyes, he then cautiously took a tiny bite himself, chewing slowly and preciously. His wife also tore off a morsel of meat, holding it in her mouth, feeling the long-lost salty fragrance and greasiness, unable to stop the tears from falling. Finally, Liang Mu took out a noticeably larger moss cake, broke off more than half, and pressed it into his wife's hands. You take this to eat with Yaya. Xiao Mu and I will make do with the rest. His wife held their little daughter leaning against his not-so-broad shoulder, while Xiao Mu sat quietly on his father's other side. As the sun set, the warmth of this family seemed out of place in the wasteland. Logically, a family like Liang Mu's, maxed out on good person traits and burdened with dependence, wouldn't survive 3 episodes in the Loft Jungle wasteland. But fate works in mysterious ways. Perhaps it was the faint glimmer of humanity deep within Lin Xi that refused to be extinguished, invisibly attracting souls not yet fully fallen into darkness. Or perhaps it was destiny's arrangement, allowing this rare flame of kindness in the wasteland to drift into Shima shelter, adding a touch of goodwill to that spark of humanity. Ding. Detected unhealthy interaction within the shelter. The host's obsessive sister-loving trait has spawned a sycophant culture in the shelter. Please be mindful of potential internal competition and cascading emulation. Another half-month passed. Under the hard labor of all Shima shelter's workhorses, the outer district was transformed. Most of the obstructive weeds and tangled vines were cleared. Discarded minecarts and piles of rubble were stacked into a crooked, low stone wall. Liang Mu's vine-summoning ability played an unexpected role here. He wove the cleared vines into large nets. These were draped and wrapped around the stone wall's surface, both reinforcing the structure and forming a thorny natural barrier, even adding a touch of wasteland aesthetic. Though aesthetics were useless in the wasteland, it was at least somewhat pleasing to the eye. Lin Xi remained busy with his trading enterprise, maintaining the shelter's fragile connection to the outside world and its supply of resources. However, he recently noticed that Chang's state was subtle. Whenever he left or returned in the female Rakshasa guise, he could always feel that gaze from the watchtower lingering for an unusually long time. When he reverted to his original form, Chang would revert to the silent, cold-eyed spearman. Damn it, could it be? We're about to get another patient. Lin Xi muttered to himself. The team already had enough psychotics. If another one with unclear intentions showed up, he feared he, as the director, might not be able to handle it. That day, he had just returned from Scorpion Forest in Rakshasa form, carrying a custom-made, all-metal threaded steel spear from Broken Bridge Shelter. He walked to the base of the watchtower and called out Chang. Catch.